In 1989, Wei Yuan was reborn as an 8-year-old child. Utilizing foresight, Wei Yuan assisted his dad to intercept Mao Zedong in the opening round, and used the canned goods and some daily necessities to exchange for 4 airplanes of the Big Brother, making a profit of $100 million. In 1999, just adult Wei Yuan successfully succeeded the old man, became the actual controller of Wei's capital. That year, Wei's capital market value more than 10 times. In 2000, Wei Yuan intercepted Sun Zhongyi and invested in Beaver Baba. In 2001, Wei Yuan intercepted the Na newspaper group and acquired a 46% stake from Richard Lee, IDG Capital and the Penguin founding team. In 2002, Wei Yuan invested in Amazon's, gaining a 37.5% stake and breaking the status quo that Amazon's only sold books, and the following year, Amazon's net earnings soared 100-fold. In 2003, Wei Yuan set his sights on the energy sector and acquired the Middle East-based Hamex Oil Company. So far, 2021, Wei Yuan can proudly say that he is finally financially free and can retire. On the occasion of his retirement, Wei Yuan took a final inventory of the properties in his name, 9 trillion euros in Swiss bank deposits, and this is just one of the accounts. 900 tons of gold, and that's just one of the bank's vaults. 12 million bitcoins, that's all. 32.4% stake in Beaver Baba. 31.1% stake in Penguin Group. 11.7% stake in the Fruit Company. 37.5% stake in Amazon's, founding partner of 9 international private equity funds and de facto controller of 9 large international investment institutions. 99 of the busiest commercial streets in super first-tier cities and their property title holders. 999 properties in super first-tier cities, including 999 courtyard houses, 2,000 villas, 3,000 riverfront bungalows, and 4,000 key school district houses. These are just the tip of the iceberg of Wei Yuan's industry. At the Shanghai International Airport, the No. 1 VIP pickup entrance was blocked by hundreds of Rolls-Royces. Many of the surrounding crowd pointed. What day is it today? Why are there hundreds of Rolls-Royces here? Did some big shot from above come down to inspect? Or has some big shot gotten out of jail? Look guys, the middle-aged man standing at the front seems to be Li Changtian. It's really Li Changtian. The Changtian Group suddenly began to rise from 7 years ago, and in just 7 years, its assets have rushed from billions to hundreds of billions. My goodness, not only is there Lee Seung-hee, but there are so many old bosses as well. All of them look familiar. I'm pretty sure that all of them have been in financial magazines. What kind of big shot is it that can make hundreds of bosses come to pick up the airplane? Even the richest man in the world doesn't have this kind of poker face, right? In the midst of all the attention, a young man in a flowered shirt, big pants, and flip-flops slowly walked towards the pickup point. Hundreds of successful men in suits greeted the youth in unison and came to him, bowing to him very neatly. Welcome back, brother Yuqi. For a time, the ringing sound shook the sky. The surrounding onlookers couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. They looked at Wei Yuan with awe. Do all the big shots nowadays dress so plainly and unassumingly? These hundreds of successful people were the first batch of brothers Wei Yuan brought out from their hometowns. They went through the chaotic times together, went through life and death together. And every one of them was a good brother who could commit their lives to each other. Before leaving the country, Wei Yuan gave one person a sum of money according to the ability of the brothers to start a business. And now it seems that these brothers have more or less made a name for themselves. Wei Yuan couldn't help but frown. For the sake of a smooth retirement, he had secretly returned to China this time. He didn't even bring his own bodyguards or assistants. And these minions of his were too well informed, weren't they? It's too big a scene to make. If you don't know, you'd think he's an underground big shot. That's not good. This behavior of the brothers must be stopped. He doesn't want his retirement to be disturbed. I appreciate the feelings of the brothers. There is no need to make it so grand. I'm already retired. I just want to collect rent every day. Salted fish to live. Everyone is a busy man. All dispersed. The brothers looked at Li Changtian, who crossed the crowd and came to Wei Yuan, saying respectfully, Brother Yuqi, the brothers have prepared a reception banquet for you at the Wanzhong Pavilion. Please be sure to enjoy it. After sitting on the airplane for more than 10 hours, the airline meal tasted like chewing wax. Wei Yuan was still really a bit hungry and nodded. Alright then. Li Changtian was overjoyed and personally pulled open the door of the car for Wei Yuan, who did not hesitate and faithfully stepped onto the door. With a wave of Li Changtian's hand, the fleet of vehicles whistled away, heading straight to Wanzhong Pavilion. Wanzhong Pavilion is one of the top restaurants in Shanghai, with an unobstructed view of the river through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows. In order to give Wei Yuan a reception, Li Changtian chartered an entire layer of the top floor of Wangjiang Pavilion, which was also considered to be intentional. Although he hadn't seen his brothers for years, Wei Yuan didn't have any barriers to communicate with them, and the atmosphere was great. The only thing that makes Wei Yuan a little uncomfortable is that the brothers have a hint of currying favor outside the words. No longer the simple and pure of the past. Visible, the life of the grind, indeed will let people make a big change. After 3 rounds of wine, the food is over. Li Changtian took out a dossier and respectfully handed it to Wei Yuan. His heart was more or less looking forward to receiving praise from Brother Yuan. Brother Yuan, this is a breakdown of all of Changtian Group's accounts over the past 10 years. Please review it. Whoa! Wow! Hundreds of bosses had taken out their file bags and were ready to welcome Wei Yuan to check their accounts. Wei Yuan asked with a puzzled expression. Changtian, what are you doing? Why are you asking me to check the accounts? Li Changtian smiled and said, Brother Yuan, 10 years ago, before you left the country we made an appointment. You pay for the money, I pay for the effort. You accounted for 60% of the shares. You are the major shareholder of Changtian Group. It's only right to check the accounts. Wei Yuan casually tossed the folder aside and waved his hand with a lack of interest. Changtian, with this amount of money, there's no need to check the accounts. Li Changtian was eggheads. Brother Yuan, you haven't even looked at how much it is. Li Changtian felt that he should remind Brother Yuan what the current market capitalization of Changtian Group was. Brother Yuan, 10 years ago, you invested $2 billion in me before you left the country. And now, the market capitalization of Changtian Group has reached $200 billion. I suggest that Brother Yuan should check the accounts. After saying that, Li Changtian eyed Wei Yuan. That look on his face, like a little kid eager for his dad's praise. Unfortunately, Li Changtian was disappointed. Wei Yuan recalled the assets he had just counted, without even raising his eyelids. Only $200 billion. Ha! This amount of money isn't even enough for pocket money, so there's really no need to check the accounts. Moreover, didn't we say that when we invested at that time? I only care about the investment, not the operation. Hundreds of old bosses had shown their teeth. Nima, Brother Yuan's words made them directly won't. What is the concept of $200 billion? It's enough to rank in the top 10 among the rich and powerful in the bright side of China, right? But in Yuqi's eyes, it's not even enough for pocket money. That's what makes Brother Fuqi different from them poor people, right? How much money does Brother Yuqi really have? Too scared to think. Hundreds of bosses rushed to hide the file bag. Even Brother Changtian made a fool of himself. They'd better not disgrace themselves. After eating and drinking, Wei Yuan was a bit tired and couldn't help but yawn. Li Changtian was very eagle-eyed and hurriedly came forward and whispered, Brother Yuan, the room is ready for you. Would you like to take a rest? Wei Yuan nodded slightly and looked around the crowd, in a pretty good mood to be able to see these familiar faces again. I appreciate the feelings of the brothers. You have your own families and careers, so all of you go and get busy. If something comes up, I'll have Changtian contact you guys. Okay, Fuqi. See you later, Fuqi. Brother Yuan, as long as you say the word, I will never frown on you. The brothers dispersed, and Li Changtian brought Wei Yuan to Presidential Suite 888 of Changtian Hotel. Li Changtian pulled out a black card, a car key, and respectfully handed it to Wei Yuan. Brother Yuan, this is your own hotel. You can stay as long as you want. If Brother Yuan is not used to living in a hotel, I have a few small villas. If Brother Yuan doesn't mind, you can stay there anytime. Brother Yuan, I know you don't lack money, but you just returned to China, so you shouldn't have a domestic bank card, right? This card is our Changtian Group's Supreme Card. With this card, all purchases at all Changtian Group's industries can be free of charge. This is my bulletproof Cullinan, and although it doesn't deserve Brother Fuqi's status, if you don't mind, you can use it as a substitute for the time being. You rest first, I'll leave you alone. Call me if you need anything. I'm at your disposal. Chapter 2, The Four Knowns. After Li Changtian left, Wei Yuan casually threw the black card aside. He was so poor that he didn't need a waiver. As for the mobility scooter, it's fine for the time being. Still, it would be best to consign that Rolls-Royce Silver Phantom of his as soon as possible. On second thought, now that he's retired, there's no need for him to drive a more business-like car like the Silver Phantom. So he might consider getting a couple of sports cars and experiencing the youthful frivolity that has passed him by. Wei Yuan slept beautifully until dusk to reverse the jet lag. Guarding the empty presidential suite, Wei Yuan could not help but feel a little sad. He is already 40 this year. At this age, he should have a wife and children to enjoy the happiness of the family. He, on the other hand, has only untold amounts of money and untold estates. Empty, lonely, cold. If time could be rewound, he probably wouldn't have worked so hard to start his own business. He he would have had a few relationships, a few kids, and an ordinary life that didn't smell good to him? Wei Yuan went downstairs to the restaurant to simply eat something, walked out of Chengtian Hotel and looked around. 10 years abroad, China Sea has changed so much. This once familiar city has become very strange, with skyscrapers and viaducts everywhere, very busy and full of modern flavor. Wei Yuan did not drive a car. Walking aimlessly on the unfamiliar streets, he felt redundant and did not know what he should go to do. A moment of some trance. Walking, Wei Yuan walked into a park. In one corner of the park, many people gathered together, especially some enthusiastic grandparents, getting together and not knowing what they were talking about. Wei Yuan went up to take a look, and it turned out that a blind date was being held in the park. Looking at the enthusiastic young men and women, Wei Yuan sighed quietly. It's good to be young. Unfortunately, he was no longer young, and such things as blind dates were no longer for him, and such things as love would never come. Wei Yuan subconsciously tried to turn away. A young man in a black suit brightened up after seeing Wei Yuan and hurriedly took a few steps forward, raising his hand to stop Wei Yuan. Handsome, may I ask if you're single? Handsome? Wei Yuan was stunned. Young man, are you talking to me? The young man nodded his head vigorously. Yes, handsome, may I ask if you are single? If you are single, could you be invited to this matchmaking conference? Wei Yuan was almost amused. This young man, what kind of eyes? Does he look like someone who would go on a blind date? As long as he nodded his head, all the famous and noble women in the world would all take the initiative to throw themselves into his arms. It's true that I'm single. It's just that I'm already 40. It's not quite appropriate to attend these young people's dating conventions. Is it? 40? Can't be, can it? It's just 20-something. The young man looked Wei Yuan up and down with a suspicious gaze, refusing to believe Wei Yuan's words in any way. Wei Yuan pays close attention to his health, with a top nutritionist matching nutritious meals and a top personal trainer customizing a reasonable fitness plan for him. Wei Yuan's face as well as his physical state was very young, looking exactly like a young man of 25 or 26. Little old man. Stop it. You're post 95, right? Do young people nowadays like to pretend to be deep? Wei Yuan didn't bother to explain and directly pulled out his ID card and handed it to the young man. Let me show you my ID. The boy couldn't help but widen his eyes and let out an exclamation of surprise. My God. Uncle, you are 82 years old? You've taken good care of yourself. You look about the same age as me. So, I'll pass. Wei Yuan took the ID card back and turned around, wanting to leave this place. The young man hurriedly took 2 steps forward to stop Wei Yuan. Uncle, don't go. Nowadays, many young girls like older men. As long as you're single, what does it matter if you're a little older? Stay, in case you meet your destiny. Wei Yuan was moved by the young man. He is indeed too lonely, and he really needs someone to accompany him. Love and other things he is not counting on. There is a no cold and warm around him will be fine. Okay then, I'll try. Great, uncle, come with me. Wei Yuan has an unusual appearance, calm demeanor. Even wearing a flowery shirt and big pants cannot hide the charming flavor of the body. That is the precipitation of the years. Before the dating conference even started, there were many girls who had their eyes on Wei Yuan, and at least half of the girls were quietly giving Wei Yuan secret glances. The girls were in a very high mood, blushing and discussing in low voices. OMG, boy number 16 is so handsome. I think I'm going to fall in love. Sisters, don't steal it from me. This number 16 boy is mine. Nice try. This is a rare dish of heaven. I definitely won't let it. Prepare for a bloody battle. Sisters, let's go through the sea of 8 immortals, each showing their own skills, and see who can take the male god home. The host had just announced the start of the matchmaking conference when Wei Yuan was surrounded. A girl who boasted of her beauty blushed as she looked at Wei Yuan. Handsome boy. I haven't seen your information even after searching around. Can you introduce yourself? Wei Yuan smiled politely. Hello everyone. My name is Wei Yuan. 40 years old. 40 years old? So it's an older man? Several of the girls had disappointed looks on their faces, including the one who had asked the question. I'm sorry, I can't take uncle. Hey, it's too bad. It's so hard to have a heavenly dish. How can it be an uncle? A few girls who minded their age left regretfully. However, there were some girls who didn't mind the age so much and started sidetracking. Uncle, are you from Central? Do you have a room in Central? Did you drive here? I'm originally from Qingcheng. I don't have a house in Central. I came here on foot. Wei Yuan was telling the truth. All of his properties were in the inner ring, and there was really nothing in the central ring. The girls looked at each other. How could this be? This uncle doesn't look like an ordinary man. How come he doesn't have a Shanghai account? And he doesn't even have a house or a car? Isn't that too bad? Are we going to sleep on the streets with him? Undeterred, a girl continued. Uncle, how much savings do you have then? Wei Yuan face embarrassed color. The amount of his deposit is too large. Just now on the plane did not understand the calculation. What's that supposed to mean? It's not that I don't tell you guys. The point is that I can't figure out the number of deposits. So I'm really sorry. Can't figure it out? You're too embarrassed to talk about it, aren't you? The few remaining girls also looked disappointed. I thought it was a rich uncle, but I didn't realize that it was a poor man. In the blink of an eye, the girls surrounding Wei Yuan dispersed in a flurry, and Wei Yuan once again became a loner. Wei Yuan was a bit uncomfortable. Nowadays little girls are so direct and realistic? I think back when he was young. When he was on a blind date, all we talked about was hobbies and interests. It's only after a relationship is established that you'll find out about the other person's financial strength by sidetracking them. It seems that this kind of place really doesn't suit him, and it's true that if he can't find an ideal partner, he should still go to a high-end reception where the rich and famous women are suitable for him. Not far away, there was a girl who was very much in demand. A dozen boys surrounded her, asking questions. The girl was already annoyed by the questions, but she was too embarrassed to show that the girl's name was Yuqi, and her face and body stood out among the 20 or so girls. Yuqi had a go at dealing with the boy beside her. She was very disappointed with today's blind date meeting. She felt that she was afraid that she would go home disappointed again today. A conversation came from the two girls next to her. I thought the guy coming from behind was a heavenly dish, but I didn't realize that it was a 40-year-old uncle. It's okay to be older, but the key is that he's not a Shanghai account. He has no car, no house and no savings. He's a four-no. Oi, it's a shame about such a nice skin. The girls kept shaking their heads, but Yuqi's eyes lit up. A 40-year-old uncle? That's great. Can we finally get off the hook? Excuse me, everyone. Yuqi separated from the crowd and quickly walked towards Wei Yuan, taking the initiative to reach out her small hand at Wei Yuan. Hello sir, my name is Yuqi. I'm 26 years old and I work in finance. Can I get to know you? Wei Yuan's pupils contracted slightly, and he couldn't help but bring up some memories in the depths of his mind that had been dusty for more than 20 years. Like, it's almost too similar. In front of the beautiful people such as the blue lotus of the spring, a goo-goo pouring people city, and then goo-goo pouring people country, show color world without peer. The most valuable thing was that she was just drawing simple light makeup, dressed generously and decently, and did not wear any jewelry, giving Wei Yuan a very refreshing feeling. In a trance, Wei Yuan seemed to have returned to the era when he was in love, and the figure engraved in the depths of his mind irrepressibly bubbled up, becoming clearer and clearer. The girl in front of him and that shadow in the depths of his memory slowly overlapped, and Wei Yuan was as if he was in a dream, unable to return to reality for a moment. Wei Yuan took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. I'm 40 years old. Sure you want to meet me? Yuqi scrutinized Wei Yuan. The uncle in front of her was so handsome. It perfectly matches Yuqi's aesthetic. It can be said that there is no dead angle in 360 degrees. Not a single flaw can be found. Also, it looked a little familiar. Like I'd seen it somewhere before. Maybe it's fate? I just like older men. Younger boys are too childish. The corner of Wei Yuan's mouth turned up slightly. It was a bit interesting. I wonder if there was any difference between this girl and the others? Have you heard them say that? I'm not from Shanghai. I have no car, no house, no savings. I'm a four-nose. Yuqi spread her face and smiled. It's fine. I can work together with uncle. Wei Yuan smiled, reached out, and gently hitched a ride with Yuqi. Hello, my name is Wei Yuan. Nice to meet you. Chapter 3, Three Children. Yuqi didn't believe in love at first sight, but after seeing Wei Yuan, she understood the meaning of the phrase that one glance is a lifetime. Yuqi was sure as well as certain that she identified Wei Yuan. Uncle, I have a good first impression of you. If you don't mind, add a WeChat? Wei Yuan smiled bitterly. I don't have WeChat. Wei Yuan did not lie. He was abroad for 10 years. Social software are Twitter, Facebook, MSN these. The smile on Yuqi's face gradually froze. So uncle didn't fancy me. Excuse me. After saying that, Yuqi turned around and left with a face full of disappointment. Wei Yuan was a bit confused. What was the situation? He has a good impression of Yuqi. How could he not see her? Wei Yuan took 2 quick steps and tried to explain. Suddenly, the cell phone rang. Wei Yuan pulled out his cell phone and saw that it was a familiar number. The owner of the number is Morong Yunhai, a big shot in Shangjing and a stealthy super rich man in China. Wei Yuan and Morong Yunhai worked closely together in many areas. Wei Yuan stopped and picked up the phone. Old man Morong, I'm retired, so if it's a private equity matter, please contact my special assistant in the future. The voice on the other end of the dot was a little heavy. I'm sorry. Wei Yuan was confused. Why did old man Morong apologize to him when he was fine? Old man Morong. You're confusing me. Late fall. Gone. Late fall? What a familiar name. The floodgates of memory opened, and Wei Yuan felt as if he had returned to the day when he had just become an adult. After successfully taking over Wei's capital from his dad, Wei Yuan is so excited that he goes to a bar to get drunk and meets his first and only woman Morong evening show. In order not to put pressure on Morong evening autumn, Wei Yuan pretended that he was just a child of an ordinary family. The two had a sweet month. One day, Morong evening autumn suddenly disappeared and was never heard from again. Wei Yuan had been looking for Morong evening autumn for 20 whole years. Wei Yuan's heart was vaguely twisting, relying on his incomparably strong willpower to not lose his temper. So it turns out that evening autumn is your daughter. Old man Morong, you've hidden so much from me. Ever since she left without saying goodbye, I had no further involvement with her. She died. Why did you tell me? Morong Yunhai sighed quietly. Before she died, late autumn requested me to entrust the 3 children to you. Wei Yuan's voice was very gloomy. Old man Morong, what makes you think that I, Wei Yuan, would help others raise their children? Wei Yuan, don't get busy getting angry first. These 3 children, they are your flesh and blood. Boom! Wei Yuan's brain almost exploded. With Morong Yunhai's status, there was no need to fabricate such a lie that could be easily debunked. That means he's got kids? And there are 3? Old man Morong, what's going on? 20 years ago, the Morong family encountered a huge crisis and needed billions of dollars to get through it. So I arranged for someone to bring late autumn home and chose an in-law for her. Evening autumn resisted and announced at the engagement party that she was pregnant. And the engagement party broke up unhappily. It's a huge scandal for the gentry. Afterward, I pressed her to reveal the name of the child's father. But late autumn kept her mouth shut. In a fit of anger, I put late autumn in solitary confinement for 10 years. And it wasn't until 10 years ago that I released late autumn. Late autumn rushed to Shanghai with her children at the first opportunity to look for her man. But her man was nowhere to be found, so she had to raise her 3 children alone. Evening autumn is very stubborn, because I hate me to break up you guys, refused to accept any financial support from the Morong family. These 10 years, life has been very difficult, tired out a disease. It wasn't until 3 days ago that late autumn told me your name on her deathbed. After 3 days of investigation, I found out that late autumn's man is actually you. The amount of information was so great that even a person like Wei Yuan was slightly in a trance. Email me the information on all 3 kids. Good. Putting down the phone, Wei Yuan looked up and saw that Mo Yuqi's figure was already gone. Wei Yuan sighed lowly. This was fate. But not fate. Mo Yuqi walked very slowly. She was very hopeful that Wei Yuan could catch up and retain her. To Mo Yuqi's disappointment, Wei Yuan did not catch up until she walked out of the park. Mo Yuqi is like losing her soul. It's hard to find a suitable uncle, but people can't see her. Soon, Morong Yunhai sent the information of the 3 children to Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan couldn't wait to open the information, and with just one glance, Wei Yuan was sure that these 3 children were definitely his flesh and blood. Both daughters looked like him. There was at least an 8-point resemblance in the eyebrows and eyes, and it came out very beautiful and churlish. His son Wei Changan blends the best of him and Morong evening autumn, so handsome beyond description that he can simply come out in place. Wei Yuan touched this photo and then that one. 3 children he loved very much. After watching for a while, keeping the 3 children's voices and smiles in his mind, Wei Yuan then began to flip through the information. When he saw the address, Wei Yuan couldn't help but frown. How come it's in the suburbs? And it's in Old Town. That kind of house. Can you live in it? Evening autumn, you're too stubborn. Why don't you know how to give in? Wei Yuan forced himself to hold back his heartache and continued to look down. The eldest daughter, Wei Muyao, is very responsible. Because of her family's poor condition, she left school after graduating from junior high school and worked to supplement her family's income. Ever since Morong evening autumn became seriously ill, Wei Muyao's burden on her shoulders became heavier. Not only do they have to pay for their younger siblings' tuition, but they also have to pay for their mother's medical bills, work 3 jobs at the same time every day, and work as a groupie at night. His son, Wei Changan, is a junior at China Sea Foreign Language College. Her youngest daughter, Shiyu Wei, is a junior at Fudan University and is currently interning at Circle Finance. Wei Shiyu's relationships are relatively simple, with only a few teachers, classmates, co-workers and clients. When he looked through his co-workers' information, Wei Yuan flinched. Ha! Wei Shiyu had a master named Mo Yuqi in the company. It can't be that coincidental, can it? Take the time to check it out and find out. Wei Chanan's interpersonal relationship is slightly more complicated. Knowing many social jerks, often in and out of some unhealthy places, Wei Yuan couldn't help but frown. Why is my son such a jerk? From junior high school to absenteeism, early love smoking. Basically all the bad habits of teenagers. Wei Changan body have. Hey, let's take it slow in the future. Wei Muyao's relationships were a bit more complicated. After all, she had gotten out of school in middle school and had worked countless kinds of jobs. There was too much information. And looking at it, Wei Yuan fell asleep. There was no talk all night. Wei Yuan slept until noon before waking up. And the jet lag was finally completely reversed. It was customary to get fit, briefly scrub up, and then start figuring out which kid to go to first. Mu Yao worked 3 jobs, and Wei Yuan couldn't tell where she was now. That bastard kid from Changan should be out fooling around, and Wei Yuan doesn't dare to say that he can find him. Thinking about it, Wei Yuan decided to go find Shiyu first. Shiyu is interning at Circle Finance, so it should be a good find. After eating and drinking, Wei Yuan went downstairs and drove Li Qingtian's Rolls-Royce Cullinan towards Circle Asia Finance. The headquarters of Circle Asia Financial is located in the busiest commercial street Shiliangchang, 17th floor of Plaza 66. Zhenghai has changed so much. Fortunately there is a car navigation. Otherwise Wei Yuan did not know where he would drive to. Wei Yuan took the elevator to the 17th floor, quickly found Huanya Finance, and went straight to the marketing department. Pushing open the door of the marketing department, Wei Yuan looked around, but did not see Wei Shiyu's figure. Wei Yuan couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. A marketing specialist greeted him with a smile. Who are you looking for? Sir, is Wei Shiyu in? I'm looking for her for something. Shiyu is having dinner with a client. She should be back soon. Why don't you give her a call? No, I'll just wait. Until she waited until 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Wei Shiyu did not return to the company. Wei Yuan couldn't help but frown. He knew very well that he had to drink a lot of wine to accompany his clients, and he couldn't help but feel a little distressed. Mo Yuqi was usually very active at work, but today, she had no energy at all. Being rejected by Wei Yuan, Mo Yuqi didn't sleep well all night. The whole person was like sleepwalking. Mo Yuqi walked towards her workstation breathlessly. As she walked, Mo Yuqi suddenly saw the man who had haunted her. Uncle? No way. Must be hallucinating. Seeing Mo Yuqi, annoying smile surfaced on Wei Yuan's face. This world is also too small. I didn't expect that I would meet Mo Yuqi again so soon. Wei Yuan greeted with a smile. Mo, what a coincidence. Mo Yuqi's essence instantly lifted up, quickly stepped in front of Wei Yuan and stared at him with a coquettish smile. Uncle, it's you. Is it really you? It's me. Uncle, are you here for me? You're too bad to play this kind of lustful trick, but I like it. Looking at Mo Yuqi's such a leaping look, Wei Yuan suddenly rose the idea of teasing her. Can I say coincidence? I'm actually here to see my daughter. The smile on Mo Yuqi's face gradually tightened. Uncle, why are you still going on blind dates when you have a daughter? Having a daughter doesn't conflict with being single, does it? Mo Yuqi was slightly relieved. Uncle, who is your daughter? I'll help you find it. Wei Shiyu. Mo Yuqi took a closer look at Wei Yuan and suddenly realized why she felt that Wei Yuan was somewhat familiar yesterday. Shiyu and Wei Yuan are really a bit alike, especially the eyes. It's exactly the same. Uncle, this is too much of a coincidence, isn't it? I happen to be Shiyu's master. Wei Yuan put on a surprised expression. So coincidental? Can Mo tell me something about Shiyu? Mo Yuqi nodded. Sure, Shiyu works hard and seriously, but she's a bit unlucky. She's been pried out of 2 orders, and she's currently at the back of the pack among the interns. Today is the last day of the internship period. Shiyu is now very worried, afraid that she can't be transferred because of her poor performance. That's why she accompanied her clients to dinner and hasn't come back until now. Wei Yuan mused. Is the daughter so obsessed with the conversion? Then just buy out Circle Financial. Chapter 4, My Boss. Making up his mind, Wei Yuan looked up at Mo Yuqi and said with a smile, Mo, I'd like to inquire about something. Mo Yuqi pouted a little unhappily. Uncle, don't always call me Mo. It seems so strange. Call me Xiao Mo or Kiki is fine. Okay, Kiki. Only then did Mo Yuqi turn her anger into joy. Uncle, what is it? Just ask. I'd like to know what the market capitalization of Circle Financial is. The current market capitalization of Circle Asia Financial is $10 billion. Why is Uncle asking about this? Wei Yuan smiled faintly. It's only $10 billion. Not much. I plan to buy Huanya Financial. Only $10 billion? Not much? Buy it? Mo Yuqi kept rolling her eyes. Uncle looks quite calm. How come he doesn't even blink when blowing up the power? Uncle, stop teasing. Wei Yuan calmly looked at Mo Yuqi. Kiki, I'm serious. Take me to the chairman's office right now. I don't want Shiyu to go drinking with clients again. I have to buy Huanya Financial. The aura on Wei Yuan was too strong. Even if Mo Yuqi had come into contact with many tycoons in her work, she was somewhat unable to bear it. It was as if this very ordinary man in front of him had suddenly turned into an emperor who controlled the lives and deaths of countless people. A crazy thought suddenly popped up in Mo Yuqi's mind. Uncle wasn't joking. He was really going to buy Hwanya Financial. Okay, Uncle. I'll take you. Soon. The two came to the door of the chairman's office. Dang, dang, dang. Mo Yuqi knocked on the door. With a creak, the door opened. The person who opened the door was Zhang Na, the chairman's secretary. Seeing Wei Yuan, Zhang Na's eyes lit up. What a manly little brother. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. Mo Yuqi stepped forward. Hello Secretary Zhang, this is Wei Yuan. He has something to see Dong Lin. Mo Yuqi was the star marketing specialist of the marketing department, and Lin Dong had praised her by name. If it was under normal circumstances, Mo Yuqi wanted to see Lin Dong. Zhang Na would definitely help to inform him. But now, Zhang Na looked embarrassed. Xiao Mo, it's not that I won't help you. The key is that Lin Dong is in a bad mood right now. He must not be disturbed at such a time. Wei Yuan stepped forward and looked at Zhang Na confidently. Please tell your boss that the god of fortune is here. Secretary Zhang, the god of wealth? I'm still Zhao Gongming. Large black lines appeared on Zhang Na's head. Mr. Wei, if you want to discuss cooperation, please go to the marketing department and I'll personally arrange a marketing specialist for you. Lin Dong's schedule is really full already. Sorry. After saying that, Zhang Na closed the door. Mo Yuqi looked at Wei Yuan with an apologetic gaze. Uncle, I'm sorry. I'm of low status. My words don't work, and I've made you follow in disgrace. Wei Yuan smiled slightly. It's actually quite simple to talk to work, and soon you'll be in a position of power. After saying that, Wei Yuan took out his own cell phone and dialed Li Qingtian's number. What can I do for you? Fuqi, Lin Dong of Hwanya Finance. Are you familiar with him? Ripe. All ripe. I often play chess with that Lin Hai kid. I want to buy Hwanya Financial. I've already arrived at the door of Lin Dong's office. Help me contact him. Yes. Wei Yuan hung up the phone and looked at Mo Yuqi with a smile. Your director Lin will be out to greet us soon. Mo Yuqi rolled her pretty eyes. Uncle, you're going a bit too far. Our Lin Dong owns a lot of industries. Hwanya Finance is just one of them. It's said that he's worth tens of billions of dollars. Unless Irma is of that caliber, no one is qualified to have him greeted personally. Who's Irma? A lot of money? Wei Yuan's mind kept calculating. Among the hidden super rich in China, was there anyone with the surname Ma? Oh yeah, he did know two ponies. Only, they were a bit far from him. Mo Yuqi rubbed her forehead feebly. She felt like she was going crazy. She had accompanied such an unreliable uncle to fool around. Uncle, are you from the mountains? How come you don't even know Irma? As long as you pay a little attention to financial news, you wouldn't not know Irma. The chairman's office is a suite, with the secretary's desk outside and the chairman's office inside. Lin Hai sat quietly in his boss chair smoking, his eyes red, his face haggard, and his brow furrowed with worry. More than a dozen cigarette butts lay in the ashtray and the whole office was smoky. A week ago, 3 competitors suddenly joined forces to snipe at Lin Hai's most important industry, Tian Hai Holdings. The financial chain of Tian Hai Holdings is broken. If we can't get financing as soon as possible, the behemoth that is Tian Hai Holdings will collapse. While Lin Hai was in such a predicament, the financial oligarchs who usually called themselves brothers and sisters disappeared at the same time, and none of them could be contacted. What to do? Just as Lin Hai was at a loss, his cell phone rang. Looking at the name displayed on the cell phone screen, Lin Hai breathlessly answered the call. Brother Chang Tian, what is it that you are looking for me for? I've been very busy lately. I'm afraid I don't have time to play chess with you. No, Brother Hai, there is a friend who wants to acquire Circle Asia Financial. I wonder if you're interested. Lin Hai's haggard face regained its redness, and his eyes flashed with excitement. I'm too interested. With Tian Hai Holdings in this situation today, is there really someone willing to acquire Circle Asia Financial? Yes, Brother Hai. Great. What is this friend's name? Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan? This name is a bit strange. There doesn't seem to be anyone named Wei Yuan in the financial circle, right? Brother Chang Tian, can you reveal what this Wei Yuan is about? My noble, or rather, my boss. Lin Hai rubbed his forehead feebly. Brother Chang Tian, I don't have time to joke with you like this right now. Aren't you the boss yourself? I know very well what's going on with Chang Tian Group. It's the critical period of high leverage expansion. You can't squeeze out billions of cash flow right now. Brother Hai, this is not a joke. A big event happened in the Shanghai business circle today. Hundreds of bosses went to pick up the plane. Haven't you heard about it? Lin Hai's heart beat wildly. There is a legend circulating in the Shanghai business district. There was once a god of wealth in Huaxia. The god of wealth has immeasurable wealth and has created hundreds of billionaires at his whim. Could such a big pie have fallen on his head? Lin Hai asked in a trembling voice. It's the god of fortune who wants to acquire Circle Asia Financial? Yes, brother Chang Tian. You are truly my timely rain. If the deal is finalized, I'll treat you to a big meal. Brother Hai is polite. Who are we brothers to each other? Chapter 5, Completion of the Transaction. Lin Hai couldn't control his excitement and quickly stepped out of the office, instructing Zhang Na at the secretary's desk. Make tea right away and bring out my treasured De Hong Pao. After saying that, Lin Hai dashed outward. Zhang Na's heart was flabbergasted. Lin Dong personally went out to greet her, and also asked her to take out the tea from the old tree on the upside down of Wei Mountain. It is evident that the visitor is very honorable. Zhang Na hurriedly took out the tea leaves and made tea while muttering in her mind. Could it be that the visitor is Mr. Wang from Jumbo Capital? Mr. Wang's appointment is at 5 p.m. So early? At the door, Wei Yuan and Mo Yuqi were chatting. There was a click and the door opened. Mo Yuqi hurriedly bowed to Lin Hai. Hello Lin Dong. Lin Hai nodded slightly at Mo Yuqi and walked away Yuan with a smile on his face, taking the initiative to extend his hands. Hello, Mr. Wei. I'm Lin Hai. Mo Yuqi grew her small mouth, looking at what was happening in front of her with an unbelievable face. Lin Dong really came out to greet uncle personally? And he held the older man's hand tightly with both hands and kept shaking it. This shows that Lin Dong thinks that he is no better than uncle. Who the hell is a Jussie? Wei Yuan shallowly hitched hands with Lin Hai. Hello, I'm Wei Yuan. Mr. Wei, come in. Wei Yuan nodded slightly and lifted his leg to walk into the chairman's office. Mo Yuqi in the back was torn, wondering if she should wait outside or follow her in. Wei Yuan's footsteps lurched and he turned back to look at Mo Yuqi. Kiki, why are you standing at the door? Why don't you hurry up and come in? Hey. Mo Yuqi nodded her head like a chicken chattering rice, obediently following Wei Yuan's footsteps. That look, don't mention how well behaved she was. Zhang Na carefully washed and brewed the tea. Hearing footsteps, Zhang Na subconsciously looked up and saw Wei Yuan and Mo Yuqi. Zhang Na's brain almost exploded. What the hell? That incredibly handsome little brother Wei Yuan is actually Lin Dong's honored guest? She, on the other hand, turns people away. It's over. Can someone please save the child? Waiting online. Pretty urgent. Zhang Na hurriedly lowered her head like a quail, not daring to meet Wei Yuan's eyes as she kept praying inside. Little brother Wei Yuan can't see me. Can't see me. Wei Yuan, this kind of status, of course, will not be difficult for a secretary. Besides, people did not deliberately make things difficult for her. People that just follow the rules. Wei Yuan sat calmly at the main seat, smiling as he watched Zhang Na distribute the tea. Zhang Na was nervous, but the good thing was that she was a good businesswoman, and even though her wrists were shaking a little, she didn't spill the tea. Mr. Wei, please have some tea. Wei Yuan picked up his teacup and took a shallow sip. Good tea. Should be leaves from those old trees. Mr. Wei is indeed someone who knows about tea. I heard from brother Chang Tian that you are interested in Huanya finance. Will Lin Dong be willing to cut his losses? Of course. I'm experiencing a bit of a problem right now and I need a flow of capital. So if you're willing to acquire Circle Asia Financial, I'd be grateful. Acquisition of Circle Financial? Zhang Na's little heart stuttered, almost couldn't hold the teapot in his hand. Geez, if the deal was struck, wouldn't this incredibly handsome little brother become the chairman of Circle Asia Financial in the future? How dare she turn away the future chairman of the board? Zhang Na's heart was like 10,000 heads of Chow Nima running through. Her heart was stuffed up and she couldn't breathe. Lin Hai glared at Zhang Na with some dissatisfaction. What are you waiting for? Why don't you quickly refill Mr. Wei's tea? Oh. Zhang Na woke up like a dream and hurriedly refilled Wei Yuan's tea. Because he was so nervous, his wrist kept shaking and he almost spilled his tea. Lin Hai's pupils contracted slightly. His great secretary had seen the world. How could he be so bad in front of Mr. Wei? It was evident that the pressure on Mr. Wei was simply too strong. Brother Chang Tian pushes the people who are really powerful. To show his sincerity, Lin Hai directly threw out the reserve price. Mr. Wei, your brother Chang Tian's big brother. Let's not speak in the dark. My little brother's Tianhai Holdings has encountered some difficulties and is in dire need of a sum of money to save the day. According to the market price, the shares in my hand are worth 3.6 billion. Give Mr. Wei a sincere price of 3.5 billion. What does Mr. Wei think? Wei Yuan smiled slightly. Lin Dong is really a pain in the ass. 3.5 billion. Deal. Just, deal? Mo Yuqi was shocked beyond words, staring blankly at Wei Yuan. The more she looked at him, the more she felt that Wei Yuan was handsome. What kind of uncle is this? This is clearly her old baby. Boom! Zhang Na was as if she had been struck by lightning. Into a deal? That's 5 billion. Not 35 bucks. It's over. Is it? Like, she can't keep her job? What should we do? Can someone please save the child? Lin Hai was overjoyed. Can we finally get through this? Zhang Na, what are you waiting for? Quickly go and draw up an equity transfer agreement. Yes. Zhang Na's mind went blank and she walked over to the printer. It had to be said that Zhang Na's business ability was really strong. Even if her consciousness had become a bit blurred, she relied on her instincts to print out the equity transfer agreement. Dong Lin, the equity transfer agreement is printed. I wouldn't need to see it. Mr. Wei. Lin Hai directly pushed the equity transfer agreement in front of Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan grabbed the equity transfer agreement and read it broadly. He had been abroad for 10 years, and the contract templates at home were not quite the same as abroad, and looked a little rusty and fiddly. Wei Yuan felt that should he not transfer an assistant from the headquarters to help him deal with this aspect? Quickly, Wei Yuan dismissed this thought. He's retired and doesn't want to get too involved with HQ or be harassed by the simpletons at HQ. Lin Hai's heart thumped. Where was the problem? If the deal fell through because of problems with the contents of the equity transfer agreement, he would certainly vomit blood in depression. Zhang Na is freaking out. Did she make a mistake? It has to be. Ever since little brother Wei Yuan entered the chairman's office, she had been losing her mind. It's normal for things to go wrong. This is really finished. Lin Hai didn't want to lose this opportunity and harmonized. Mr. Wei, is there a problem with the terms in the agreement? Feel free to mention any conditions you have. I will definitely fulfill your demands. There's no problem with the agreement. Wei Yuan grabbed the nearby signing pen and painfully signed his big name. Lin Hai was relieved, afraid that Wei Yuan would back out. Grabbed the signing pen and signed his big name with force. Wei Yuan painfully took out his cell phone and followed the account number on the contract with a bang. Soon, 5 billion was transferred. At this point, the deal is complete. Wei Yuan became the major shareholder and the actual controller of Circle Asia Financial. Chapter 6 Not important. After reading the bank card crediting information several times, a big stone in Lin Hai's heart finally fell to the ground. Mr. Wei, I want to make you a friend, and if you don't mind, I'll give you those trinkets I've collected. Lin Hai pointed to several ancient paintings hanging on the walls, as well as a few bottles on the bookshelf. These were all from his collection, each one worth more than a few $1,000,000, with a total value of close to $50 million. Lin Hai felt that spending this $50 million to get the friendship of the God of fortune was too profitable. Lin Dong is a fastidious person. I've made you a friend. The two exchanged cell phone numbers and Lin Hai offered his farewell. Mr. Wei, I won't bother you then. If there's anything you need from me in the future in terms of business, feel free to contact me. There's no need for later. Let's hand over with Kiki now. From now on Kiki will be the president of Circle Asia Financial. Okay Mr. Wei. Mr. President? Happiness came too suddenly. Yuqi was a little unable to withstand it. Covering her chest with force, her little heart almost popped out from her mouth. With great effort, Yuqi was able to control her emotions. Big, uncle, you're teasing me, right? Wei Yuan looked at Yuqi with a smile. A man's word is worth 1,000 words, and as I said earlier, soon you will be in a position of power. Zhang Na was on the verge of crying with envy. Same woman. Why is there such a big difference in being a man? She offended the new chairman of the board, while someone else, took a step up. Yuqi was dying of happiness. However, she was a bit worried and murmured, Uncle, I've never managed a company before. Can I really do it? Wei Yuan laughed. Kiki, don't be so nervous. It doesn't really matter at all if it's possible or not. Not important? That's 5 billion. If that's not important, then what is? Yuqi felt like she was going crazy, completely unable to keep up with Wei Yuan's thinking. Suddenly, an aura flashed through Yuqi's mind. Shiyu. Right. The important thing is Shiyu. As long as she served this little princess well, she would have merit. Of course, she, Yuqi, would not be willing to be a poser. She has to work hard to get ahead and be worthy of the status of president as soon as possible. Uncle, I understand. I will definitely take good care of Shiyu. Wei Yuan nodded with satisfaction. Kiki had finally grasped the key to the problem. It was not in vain that he had promoted him. With Kiki taking care of Shiyu, I'm relieved. Also, the situation between Shiyu and I is complicated. Don't let Shiyu know everything I've done for now. Understand? Understood. Go and hand over to Lin Dong. Yes. Yuqi twisted her head to look at Lin Hai. Lin Dong, please hand over with me. Okay. This way please. Lin Hai and Yuqi perform a meticulous handover. Wei Yuan surveyed the painting and vase Lin Hai had left him with interest. Zhang Na stood by the side, very apprehensive inside, not knowing how Wei Dong would deal with her. Will she be fired? I'm afraid it will be hard to find a workplace with such good benefits in the future. After admiring the ancient paintings for a while, Wei Yuan turned around and saw Zhang Na and subconsciously asked, Secretary Zhang, why are you still standing here? Something wrong? Zhang Na blushed and pleaded, Wei Dong, just now I was the one who had no eyes and bumped into you. The true dragon. I beg you not to dismiss me. If you don't like me, you can put me down to another position. Even as a receptionist, I'm willing. Wei Yuan was stunned. Why was Zhang's secret scared like this? Is he that scary? Secretary Zhang, don't be nervous. You're strictly following the rules and regulations. Why would I dismiss you? You're still the secretary, but not the chairman's secretary, but the president's secretary. The president's secretary? Zhang Na was trembling with excitement. That's great. If I can become Xiao Mo. No, Mr. Mo's secretary, there will definitely be no subterfuge in the workplace, and I will live a very comfortable life in the future. Zhang Na was completely relieved and bowed deeply to Wei Yuan. Thank you Wei Dong. I will definitely assist Mr. Mo properly. Well, go on down. After a pause, Wei Yuan called out to Zhang Na. Secretary Zhang, don't rush off yet. Wei Dong, what are your orders? I intend to hold a board meeting tomorrow morning to push Key to the top. Please inform the shareholders. Yes, Wei Dong. Lin Hai and Mo Yuqi were handing over. Wei Yuan was a bit bored and lifted his wrist to look at his watch. It's already 4 o'clock. Shiyu should be back at the office, right? Wei Yuan left the chairman's office and returned to the marketing department, looking around and still not seeing his daughter. Marketing manager Zhao Hongming is explaining something to the interns. The interns listened with great interest. Wei Yuan slowly walked over and quietly listened. I have to say that Zhao Hongming is a little bit level. Wei Yuan listened and nodded frequently. While speaking, Zhao Hongming received a message. Pulling out his cell phone, Zhao Hongming couldn't help but frown. Well, that's enough for today. Everyone go about your business. The interns bowed to Zhao Hongming in a disciplined manner and dispersed obediently. Only Wei Yuan didn't go and looked at Zhao Hongming with an appreciative gaze. Manager Zhao's understanding of finance is unique, and being a marketing manager is a bit of a condescension. Zhao Hongming was stunned and subconsciously looked at Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan was too calm. Zhao Hongming couldn't feel Wei Yuan's origin for a moment, and didn't rashly strike up a conversation, just smiled and nodded. Just then, the door to the marketing department was pushed open. Wei Yuan subconsciously twisted his head to look and saw a girl who resembled him by 6 points. The girl was extremely beautiful, and her face value was comparable to Mo Yuqi's. A pair of clear and bright pupils, curved willow eyebrows, long eyelashes fluttering slightly, white and flawless skin through a light red powder, thin lips as delicate as flower petals. The girl looked a little delicate, but the eyes revealed a stubborn strength. The softest part of Wei Yuan's heart was touched. This is his Wei Yuan's daughter, pro-life daughter. Wei Shiyu had obviously drank a little too much. Her cheeks were scarlet and her footsteps were slightly staggered. A boy dressed in a casual Armani suit greeted him quickly. Shiyu, why are you drinking so much? I've told you before, there's no need for a girl to work so hard, as long as you agree to be my girlfriend. Isn't it a piece of cake to get transferred? Wei Shiyu didn't feel half as good about this boy. The boy's name is Jin Pengfei, a classmate of hers who is at the bottom of the list of performers among all the interns. The reason why Jin Pengfei came to Huanya Finance for his internship was to chase after her. If Jin Pengfei's reputation wasn't so wretched, perhaps Wei Shiyu would consider giving him a chance. Wei Shiyu coldly looked at Jin Pengfei. I'm really sorry. I can turn around even if I rely on my own efforts. I took down Mr. Liang's list. My performance ranked first among all the interns. Please leave me alone in the future. I'm not interested in a womanizer like you. After saying that, Wei Shiyu turned around and walked towards her own workstation. Wei Yuan's face showed relief. Shiyu is good, worthy of being his Wei Yuan's daughter. Jin Pengfei's face was a shade of green and white as he stared viciously at Wei Shiyu's back. Wei Shiyu, you forced me to do this. Do you think that taking Mr. Liang's order will change your fate? Today I'm going to let you know how insignificant individual effort is in the face of absolute strength. Manager Zhao, announce the list of interns to be transferred immediately. Chapter 7, You're fired. The interns turned their heads to look at Zhao Hongming, hoping to hear their names from Zhao Hongming's mouth. Wei Shiyu confidently looked at Zhao Hongming. Having had the experience of being pride singled twice, she had already learned to be smart. The first thing you do when you take an order is go back to the office and report it. Mr. Liang's list has been reported and the performance ranking on the company's intranet has been updated. There shouldn't be any mistakes, should there? However, Zhao Hongming's behavior made Wei Shiyu a little uneasy. Zhao Hongming seemed to be a little weak and didn't dare to meet her eyes. Zhao Hongming lowered his head and spoke in a low tone. As of today, the 3-month internship period has officially ended, and there are a total of 3 interns who have successfully turned regular, namely Jin Pengfei, Yu Tianyi, and Zhu Fangfeng. Wow! The whole marketing department blew up. I can understand Zhu Fangfeng and Yu Tianyi's turnaround, but what gives Jin Pengfei the right? He's at the bottom of the performance list. Isn't this a mess? Why make us PK performance when even the bottom one can be turned around? Wei Shiyu took 2 steps forward and came in front of Zhao Hongming, staring at him dead on. Manager Zhao, please refresh the company's intranet. My performance ranks first among interns. Why can't I be transferred? The interns rushed to open the company intranet and let out gasps of surprise. Oh my god, Shiyu really took Mr. Liang's big order? Awesome. Shiyu is just too awesome. Taking down the hardcore that our marketing department star marketing specialist couldn't even chew on. Manager Zhao, you must give Shiyu a reasonable explanation. Zhao Hongming lowered his head and didn't speak, inwardly lamenting the injustice of fate. He is very optimistic about Wei Shiyu, but the pressure on his head is too great, and he can't do anything about it. Wei Yuan couldn't help but frown. Manager Zhao had just given training to the interns without hiding anything, and he had a pretty good impression of this manager Zhao. Wei Yuan was unable to understand why such a leader would want to suppress good employees. Wei Yuan couldn't help but stand out and looked at Zhao Hongming faintly. Manager Zhao, you can't apologize to your conscience for what you've done. Otherwise, you'll get retribution. Wei Shiyu suspiciously surveyed Wei Yuan. This person seemed a bit familiar. Where have you seen him? For some reason, Wei Shiyu's hanging heart relaxed. It seemed that with this man, the sky would never fall. Zhao Hongming's face was suffocatingly red and he raised his head violently. Sir, you're right. Enough. Old me is really fed up. I've been suppressed by Vice President Jin for more than a decade. I'm not going to become the person I hate the most. I announced that the transfer places just now are invalid. The real transfer places are Wei Shiyu, Zhu Fangfeng, and Yu Tianyi. Wei Yuan nodded with satisfaction. He hadn't looked at the wrong person. This manager Zhao really did keep his heart bare. Wei Yuan gently patted Zhao Hongming's shoulder. Manager Zhao, I wasn't wrong about you. There's a future. Wei Shiyu held her chin high and proud and turned back, looking coldly at Jin Pengfei. See, with my own hard work, I can make the switch. I, Wei Shiyu, will eat standing upright, never lying down. Jin Pengfei laughed angrily and looked at the 3 of them grimly. Good, very good. You guys are going to rebel. I'm going to show my cards. Mr. Jin is my uncle. I still have a say in such a trivial matter as transferring an intern to a full-time position. Even if it's the manager who stays or goes, I have some say in that. Also, the transfer quota doesn't have to be 3, so I can keep whoever I want. Zhao Hongming clenched his steel teeth hard. It was because of Vice President Jin's suppression. He was so strong in business ability. He only got promoted to the manager of the marketing department in 5 whole years. And Vice President Jin's direct line, a loser who could only kiss ass, had become the director of marketing. The surrounding interns quieted down and looked at Jin Pengfei with awe. No wonder Jin Pengfei paddled around the company every day. But manager Zhao never criticized him. It turns out that Jin Pengfei's come from such a big place. The interns were so eager for the extra transfer slot that they frantically kissed Jin Pengfei's ass. I didn't expect Brother Fei to hide so deeply. I could tell a long time ago that Brother Fei is by no means in the pool. It turns out that in our intern's little mud bay, there is actually a true dragon. Brother Fei, hidden. It's my honor to be a colleague with Brother Fei. Jin Pengfei was in a great mood and looked at Wei Shiyu with a bullish boom. Wei Shiyu, beg me. Maybe I'll let you stay when I'm in a good mood. Wei Shiyu clenched her fists hard, her silver teeth almost crunching. Not willingly. It's really not a good idea. She's tried so hard and still can't change her fate? Why does God have to be so unfair? Seeing his daughter's aggrieved eyes a little red, Wei Yuan was enraged and stepped forward, coldly looking at Jin Pengfei. Jin Pengfei, don't you have any points in your heart about how much other little girls annoy you? You're fired. Pack up and leave right now. Wei Shiyu's beautiful big eyes are full of little stars inside. This handsome man has a strong sense of justice. So handsome. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. The crowd in the marketing department was dumbfounded. Who's this handsome guy in the flowered shirt and big pants? That's a lot of bragging, isn't it? Jin Pengfei is the nephew of Vice President Jin. Who dares to fire him except the chairman? Jin Pengfei was exasperated and laughed. Who are you? Which department? How come I've never seen you before? Who are you to fire me? Wei Yuan said indifferently. I just joined today and don't belong to any department. Jin Pengfei snorted disdainfully. That would be the driver. Only drivers are not affiliated with any department. What's so great about you being a driver? Believe it or not, I'll ask uncle to fire you. Wei Shiyu looked at Wei Yuan with slight worry. Little brother, I appreciate your good intentions, but after all, The arm can't hold back the leg. Big deal. I'll get another job. If it's because of me, and it affects your work, I'll be very self-conscious. Wei Yuan smiled faintly. You're right. The arm really can't twist the thigh. Don't worry. The one who walks away is definitely not us, but Jean Pengfei. While several people were talking, Zhang Na walked into the marketing department. She came over this trip on Mo Yuqi's order to hand over her clients to Zhao Hongming. After all, Mo Yuqi is already the president, and can no longer do the frontline work of marketing specialist. The customers in her hands must be properly handed over. Seeing Zhang Na, Jean Pengfei's eyes lit up as he raised his hand and pointed at Wei Yuan, exclaiming, Secretary Zhang, this driver is so powerful. Just now, he even said he wanted to fire me. Simply hilarious. You come and tell him that in the Huanya group, besides Dong Lin, no one is qualified to fire me. Looking in the direction of Jean Pengfei's finger, Zhang Na shuddered violently. Why is Mr. Wei here? Is Jean Pengfei crazy? How dare you offend Wei Dong? Zhang Na subconsciously wanted to salute Wei Yuan, and when she saw Wei Yuan gently shaking his head, she immediately stopped her salute and turned to look at Jean Pengfei expressionlessly. Jean Pengfei, you've been expelled. Pack up and leave right now. Gah? Jean Pengfei was confused. Everyone was dumbfounded, staring blankly at Zhang Na, unable to say a word. What the hell is going on here? Why would Secretary Zhang help a stranger? Jean Pengfei is Vice President Jin's nephew. After a while, Jean Pengfei came back to his senses, looked at Zhang Na with an unbelievable gaze, and smiled sarcastically. Secretary Zhang, you're joking, right? Zhang Na didn't give face at all and said in a cold voice, I never joke. You're fired. Jean Pengfei was furious. Secretary Zhang, even if you are the chairman's secretary, you are not qualified to fire me. Only when the personnel department gives notice is it considered firing me. Zhang Na smiled faintly and immediately took out her cell phone and dialed in Changan, the director of the personnel department. Is this Director In? Fire Jean Pengfei from marketing department 1 and go through the procedures immediately. Okay, Secretary Zhang. Jean Pengfei snorted coldly. Secretary Zhang, you think you can scare me by pretending to make a phone call? I don't believe you just called Superintendent In. Not long after, In Xiangyan, the director of the personnel department, came to the marketing department in person. Jean Pengfei hurriedly greeted him. Director In, Secretary Zhang and an inexplicable person said that I was fired. It's just hilarious. You come and tell them that they don't have that right at all. In Xiangyan looked at Jean Pengfei with a merciless face. Jean Pengfei, I've come here this time to inform you that you've been dismissed, so please surrender your work license as well as your access card immediately and leave our Huanya Financial as soon as possible. For a moment, the atmosphere in the marketing department was weird, and everyone looked at Wei Yuan with complicated gazes. What's the story of this handsome, unlikable little brother? He said he fired Jean Pengfei, and Jean Pengfei was really fired? Wei Shiyu looked at Wei Yuan with adoring eyes. This little brother was simply handsome. It was simply her male god. She even wanted to chase him backwards. Jean Pengfei almost exploded with anger. These people are trying to revolt. Very well, this is what you forced me to do. Jean Pengfei immediately took out his cell phone and dialed his eldest uncle Jinjin's phone. The phone quickly connected, and a lazy voice came. Peng Fei, what do you want to see me about? Uncle, Director In just fired me. She's not giving you any face at all. Jin was instantly enraged. In Xiangyan is so bold. Where are you now? I'll be right there. Marketing 1 office. Hanging up the phone, Jean Pengfei coldly looked at several people. His mind had already fantasized about the scene where the eldest uncle erupted into a thunderous rage and cursed the several people furiously. Chapter 8, I am no one's son. At first, Jin was angry, but, as he walked, Jin calmed down. Superintendent Yun and he have always been on good terms, so why is he being so disrespectful? Jinjin sent a message to In Xiangyan. Mr. In, what's going on? We're old friends. You can't hide it from me. In Xiangyan spoke back quietly. We've just changed the chairman of the ring. Buzz off. Jin's brain exploded. Just a moment ago, he received a notification from Zhang Na that the board meeting would be held at 10 a.m. Tomorrow. Could it be that his unlucky nephew had offended the new chairman? Shit. Damn it. Jinjin hid in the doorway of the marketing department, quietly watching inside, looked around, and did not find any person like the chairman of the board of directors. Forget it, whoever is the chairman. Let's get it over with first. Jin slightly bowed his body and squeezed out a smile brighter than a dog's tail flower on his face as he walked towards Zhang Na and In Xiangyan, hoping that the new chairman would not be too unimpressed with him. Jean Pengfei didn't notice that his eldest uncle's state was a little bit wrong. The backer came, but he was awesome. Jean Pengfei looked at Wei Yuan and the others very arrogantly. Weren't you guys great just now? My eldest uncle is here. So show me another one of you being awesome? Believe it or not, my eldest uncle will fire you? Especially you, just a broken driver. Who are you to fire me? Some of the interns who had been holding up Jean Pengfei's stinky feet stepped forward and blasted the trio. Apologize. You must apologize to Brother Fei immediately. Even dare to offend Brother Fei. Don't you want to work? Some people, they really don't know what they're talking about. Do they really think that Huanya is run by your family? They dare to fire anyone? Swish. Jean instantly realized that the one in the flowery shirt should be the new chairman. This unlucky nephew killed him. Fearing that Jean Pengfei would say even more unpleasant words, Jean hurriedly accelerated his steps and quickly rushed in front of Jean Pengfei, swung his arm high, and fiercely slapped him. Snap! There was an amazing crunch. Jean was really scared. This slap didn't hold anything back. Half of Jean Pengfei's face swelled up. Shocking. Except for the few people who were informed. Everyone was dumbfounded, staring blankly at Jean, unable to say a word for half a day. The few interns who stood out were as if they had eaten a dead fly, as if the slap was not on Jean Pengfei, but on their faces. Jean Pengfei subconsciously touched his fiery cheeks and looked at his eldest uncle with an unbelievable face. Why did you hit me, uncle? Didn't you come to help me out? Jean was simply going to be infuriated by Jean Pengfei. How could he not realize the seriousness of the problem by this time? You shut up! Roaring angrily, Jean twisted his head to look at Wei Yuan, Zhangna and In Xiangyan. I have to say, Kim Jin's expression management skills are pretty impressive. 1 second. Jean was full of anger. This second, his face was piled up with a smile like a dog's tail flower. Secretary Zhang. Superintendent Yin. This gentleman. You guys are really wise. A black sheep like Jean Pengfei should just be fired. In fact, even if you guys don't fire him, I will definitely not allow him to be converted. Clueless, Jean Pengfei was completely confused. How could he not believe what he had heard with his own ears? Even if Jean Pengfei was slow, he understood that he should have messed with some existence that he couldn't afford to mess with. Could it be that this flowery shirt is a relative of Lin Dong? The interns who jumped out as if they had been struck by lightning. Pissed out of my mind. They're on the wrong side of the fence here. Wei Yuan coldly looked at Vice President Jean. He remembered clearly that just now, Zhao Hongming had said that Vice President Jean had suppressed him for more than 10 years. So it was evident that this Vice President Jean wasn't a good thing either. Wei Yuan faintly said, the upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is crooked. Zhang Na instantly comprehended the boss's intentions, and it just so happened that Jean had harassed her, so she didn't mind beating the crap out of her. Vice President Jean is right. A black sheep like Jean Pengfei should definitely not continue to stay in the company. In addition, I suggest that you also submit a resignation report. If you don't cooperate, the company doesn't mind going through the legal procedures. Jean's face changed. Over the years, his hands were not clean. If the company seriously investigated, he could definitely let him go in and squat for a few years. Secretary Zhang, we're thinking of the same thing. In fact, I've long thought of resigning. I'm getting older. I'm a bit overwhelmed. I can't handle the position of executive vice president. I'd better retire without worry. After saying that, Jean was afraid that the new chairman would not let him go yet, and hurriedly pulled Jean Pengfei to flee. In the blink of an eye, Jean and Jean Pengfei disappeared in the eyes of the crowd, as if they had never appeared either. Wei Shiyu's head was a bit bad, foolishly looking at Wei Yuan, hesitantly asking, little brother, what exactly is your identity? Are you Lin Dong's son? Or the son of one of the major shareholders? Anyway, you're definitely not an ordinary driver. Wei Yuan's face darkened. Little girl, I'm not anyone's son. I'm the major shareholder and the chairman of Huanya Financial. If Wei Yuan admitted that he was the son of some big shot, Wei Shiyu would believe it. However, Wei Yuan said that he was the chairman of the board. Wei Shiyu did not believe it for a million times. And even, Wei Shiyu could not help but roll her eyes greatly. As a marketing specialist, Wei Shiyu contacted a lot of bosses. Bosses which wear a flower shirt pants flip-flops to work? Only those second-generation guys would dress so middle-aged. It seemed that she had overthought it, and this little brother was an ordinary driver. Just as Jean Pengfei had said, Wei Shiyu had a smile on her face that saw through everything. Little brother, I know. You must have inadvertently learned that Lin Dong was going to deal with Vice President Jean during the casual conversations with the other drivers in the driver's room, or during the process of driving for Lin Dong. That's why you're so chest-thumping. Wei Yuan looked down at the flowery shirt and big pants on his body as well as the flip-flops on his feet, and couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Had he known that his daughter would not believe him, he wouldn't have dressed so casually. Hey, it seems that today it is impossible to say clearly. Later to explain slowly to the daughter. Zhang Na on the side almost couldn't hold back her laughter. She wanted to remind Wei Shiyu that Wei Yuan is really the chairman of the board of directors. but she couldn't decide on the relationship between Wei Yuan and Wei Shiyu, and was afraid of causing Wei Yuan to be unhappy, so she could only forcefully hold back this impulse. Wei Shiyu twisted her head and looked coldly at the interns who had fallen on hard times. Weren't you guys great just now? Do you still need me to apologize to Jean Pengfei? I've never seen people like you guys holding up your feet like this. Zhang Na blessed to the heart. The reason why Wei Dong fired Jean Pengfei and Jean Jin is to give this little girl a head start, and it is necessary to have a good relationship with this little girl. Zhang Na coldly looked at a few interns who had just danced the most aggressively. Director Yin, terminate these interns and block them from the financial circle in Shanghai, and hire all the other interns. Okay, Secretary Zhang. Poof, poof. The interns turned pale, as if they had been drained of all their strength, and sat on their asses on the floor. They knew that they were finished. Completely finished. As the few interns left, Wei Shiyu turned her head and looked at Wei Yuan with a grateful gaze. Little brother, thank you for your righteousness just now. I still don't know your name. Wei Yuan ahead of black lines. Once again regret. Why maintain yourself so well? It looks not older than the daughter a few years. Wei Yuan pretended to look like he didn't recognize Wei Shiyu and said harmoniously, hello, my name is Wei Yuan. We should be meeting for the first time. His name is Wei Yuan? Wei Shiyu's little heart trembled violently. Is that such a coincidence? The three siblings' father, whom they had never met, was also named Wei Yuan. Chapter 9. Wei Shiyu bitterly smiled and shook her head. She must have gone crazy thinking about her father. The little brother in front of her named Wei Yuan was not older than her by a few years, and should just have renamed himself after his father. Little brother Wei Yuan, which leader are you driving for? Wei Yuan sighed. Where did he look like a driver with this temperament? If I say that I am the chairman, do you not believe me? If you don't believe me, just think of me as driving for the chairman. Wei Shiyu laughed. Little brother is driving for the chairman at such a young age. He has a bright future ahead of him. If possible, please ask little brother to put in a good word in front of the chairman. Wei Yuan corrected, slightly embarrassed. Shiyu, I'm not a little brother. I'm already 40 this year. You can call me uncle. 40? Wei Shiyu's brain exploded. Her father is also 40 this year. Ah, it can't be that coincidental, can it? Wei Shiyu forced down her inner tension and scrutinized Wei Yuan carefully. It's almost too similar. Wei Yuan's eyebrows were almost identical to their sisters. Mr. Wei, could you follow me to the lounge area? I have something very important to say to you. Okay. Arriving at the rest area, Wei Yuan sat down casually and looked at Wei Shiyu with a smile. Shiyu, what's the matter with calling me to the rest area? Wei Shiyu's voice trembled slightly. Mr. Wei, do you remember Morone Evening Chill from the Phil Bar 20 years ago? I have to say, Wei Yuan's acting skills are no one's fault. It's a shame that he doesn't go to be a movie star. Wei Yuan's body shivered violently, and his eyes instantly turned red as he stared deathly at Wei Shiyu and asked in a trembling voice, what's your relationship with Evening Autumn? I've been looking for her for 20 whole years. Swish. Wei Shiyu was in tears, looking at Wei Yuan in a state of infatuation. Woo, Daddy, my daughter has finally found you. What took you so long to show up? Mommy's all ready. Woo. Wei Yuan put on a confused look and interrupted Wei Shiyu. Wait, Shiyu, you called me dad? Did you make a mistake? I'm still single. I don't have any kids. Dad, I'm absolutely not mistaken. Mom was with you for a month, got pregnant and gave birth to triplets. If you don't believe me, we can go for a paternity test. How did it happen? Late Autumn gave birth to triplets? Wei Yuan pretended to be shocked and unable to accept it for a moment. Dad, don't you want to accept us three siblings? We can support ourselves and won't add to your burden. Don't disown us. Wei Yuan hurriedly shook his head. How could I disown you guys? I couldn't be happier. It's just that this news is so amazing that it's calming me down a little. It was only after a while that Wei Yuan put on an appearance of reluctantly accepting reality. Shiyu, can you tell me how you guys have spent these 20 years? I've searched almost all over the country, but I couldn't find Late Autumn, and I just returned to Shanghai yesterday. Daddy, it's like this. So, Daddy, you mustn't blame Mommy. Mommy didn't mean to avoid you. Wei Shiyu repeated what Morone Yunhai had told Wei Yuan. Wei Shiyu was with Morone Evening Autumn every day. Her perspective was much clearer than Morone Yunhai's, and she spoke more profoundly. Wei Yuan deeply appreciated Morone Evening Autumn's helplessness and suffering. Shiyu, it's been so hard for you all these years. From now on, I will do everything I can to make up for these 20 years of lack. Wei Shiyu was very understanding and choked. Dad has been looking for us for 20 years. It must be even more difficult than us. We siblings will honor Dad properly. My sister and brother would be happy if they knew I found my dad. Wei Yuan smiled slightly. How about this? After work, I'll go home with you and surprise them? Wei Shiyu nodded her head like a chicken chattering rice. Dad's idea is great. No need to wait until the end of the shift. Though, our marketing specialists have flexible hours and take enough orders that they don't need to sit on the clock. So we go? Aha! Led by Wei Shiyu. The two entered the elevator. Wei Shiyu subconsciously pressed the first floor. Wei Yuan smiled slightly and pressed the -2 level. Wei Shiyu was stunned. Dad, why did you go to the underground parking lot? Did you drive to work? Wei Yuan smiled and explained. Aren't I the driver? I drive a company car. Wei Shiyu no longer asked any more questions and followed Wei Yuan to the side of the bulletproof vault Reinen. The lights on Cullinan's car came on at the drop of a hat. Wei Shiyu couldn't help but let out a gasp. Cullinan? Dad, you're actually in charge of driving a Cullinan? I don't remember which leader our company has equipped with a Cullinan. Wei Yuan opened his mouth and blabbered. This Cullinan is newly bought by the company, and I reckon that it should be assigned to General Manager M.O. Wei Shiyu's eyes rolled and she said in a delicate voice. Daddy, do me a favor, will you? What favor? Can you take the car to the Bulgari Hotel? Sure. Wei Yuan didn't think much about it, navigated the Bulgari Hotel, started the car, and set off. Wei Shiyu's first time in such an expensive car. Of course, will not let go of such a good opportunity. Click is a photo. After the photos were taken, Wei Shiyu opened a WeChat group called Shanghai Celebrities and sent the photos out, knocking out a line in the process. Sisters, top of the line Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Any groupies? Conscientious sister price. Only $500 per person. WeChat instantly exploded. Man, it's really a top of the line Cullinan. And the interior is so luxurious, isn't it? Last time, we put together a Trident for $400 each, and $500 for a top-of-the-line Cullinan is really the price of conscience. At Princess Xiaoyu, where does Cullinan spell? Count me in too. +1. The girls signed up in a frenzy, and in the blink of an eye, more than 50 girls expressed their intent to join the group. Wei Shiyu smiled faintly and tapped out a line. Bulgari Hotel. By the way, spell a room with a view. You guys paid for the room for me. The girls were quick to reply. The most expensive room with a view is only over $10,000, and with over 50 of us, we can get it done for $200. More than 50 people share the 200 room charge for Xiaoyu. Only $4 per person. It's done. Chapter 10, Godfather. Right? Soon. The Bulgari Hotel arrived. Wei Shiyu delicately said, Dad, park the car at the hotel's main entrance. We'll wait for a while. A few friends are coming. Okay. Wei Yuan parked his car as Wei Shiyu requested. After about 20 minutes of waiting, a red Chevrolet Cruze pulled up. The door opened, and a couple of stylish-looking girls came down. A couple of the girls looked around as if they were looking for something. Dad, get out of the car. My friends are here. Wei Yuan didn't think much and opened the car door to get out. Wei Shiyu looked at Wei Yuan in a slightly pleasing manner. Dad, can you lend me the car keys? Wei Yuan was stunned. From the information given to him by Morong Yunhai, Shiyu didn't have a driver's license. Why did she need the car keys? Shiyu, you can drive? Wei Shiyu quickly shook her head. Don't worry, Dad. I'm not trying to drive. I'm just letting my friends get in the car to take a picture. Okay. Wei Yuan raised his hand and handed the car keys to Wei Shiyu. Wei Shiyu's big, happy eyes narrowed into crescent moons and waved the car keys at a few girls. This way. A few girls brightened up and quickly walked towards Wei Shiyu. Sisters, you're so slow in coming. I've been waiting for 20 minutes. Why don't you check the car first and transfer the money if it's okay? The girls nodded their heads as they gawked around Cullinan for a moment. It's really a high-end Cullinan and it's a bulletproof version. No problem. The girls painfully transferred money to Wei Shiyu. One of the girls stretched out her small hand at Wei Shiyu. Shiyu, the transfer is already here. I'll go first. Bring the car keys. Aha! Wei Shiyu handed the girl the car keys. The girl pinched her car keys and leaned against Cullinan, posing and holding up a selfie stick and clicking away. Soon, the girl put away her selfie stick, sat down in the driver's seat, and clicked another shot. After the shot, the girl got out of the car and handed the keys to the other girl. A few girls hadn't even finished filming yet when more came forward. After a while, there were more than 50 girls. Wei Yuan looked dumbfounded. He could sort of see that Shiyu was using his car to make money. Worthy of being his Wei Yuan's daughter. Really have business talent. The 50 or so girls had been filming for half an hour, and each one of them was smiling happily, twisting their heads, and surveying Wei Yuan with a curious gaze. Shiyu, this little brother is so handsome. Is he your boyfriend? Wei Shiyu giggled. I wish I had such a handsome boyfriend, but it wasn't to be. This is my dad. Ha, it's Godfather, isn't it? TSK. Shiyu really is so lucky to have found such a young and handsome godfather. I want a godfather like that. Wei Yuan's head was as big as a bucket. What kind of values do little girls have nowadays? Wei Yuan hurriedly clarified. Stop it everyone. I'm Shiyu's real father. The kind with blood relations. Shiyu's real father? The girls took a closer look at Wei Shiyu and Wei Yuan and realized that the two were really a bit alike. The girls giggled. It seems like little brother and Shiyu really do look a bit alike. It seems like we misunderstood. What little brother? It's clearly a little uncle. Little uncle. Shiyu's mom has passed away. Do you want to renew your marriage? Do you think I can? Little uncle. I especially like Shiyu. My biggest dream is to become Shiyu's little mom. Wei Yuan smiled haughtily and politely. How could these girls catch his eye? In his 40 years of life, there had only been 2 girls so far who could hold him in high regard. Wei Shiyu was afraid that her sisters would say something that would embarrass her even more and hurriedly changed the topic. Alright, stop it all. You guys are done shooting. I haven't shot yet. Ting Ting, that Hermes bag of yours is nice. Lend it to me. Okay. The girl named Ting Ting handed her high-fashion Hermes to Wei Shiyu. Wei Shiyu carried a high-fashion Hermes on her back. And like those girls just now, she raised her selfie stick and clicked a picture of herself. Wei Yuan didn't even have the face to look at it. Aren't daughters here to make money? How come you're on it yourself? And also borrowed a high replica Hermes. If he moves his fingers, he will put all the Hermes limited edition bags in front of his daughter in minutes. Soon, Wei Shiyu finished filming, and with a wave of her small hand, she chirped, Sisters, have you booked the viewing room yet? Let's go. The girls talked and laughed as they walked towards the Bulgari Hotel. After walking a few steps, Wei Shiyu turned around and waved at Wei Yuan. Dad, come on, take some pictures for me. Wei Yuan's brain hurt. How could his Wei Yuan's daughter become a legendary fake celebrity? He's got plenty of rooms with a view, and he's got plenty of villas, but as for the group taking pictures of a hotel? This kind of thinking of my daughter is very dangerous and can easily go astray, and I must turn around and correct my daughter's values properly. In the viewing room, the girls were again snapping away. I have to say, the girls are all old celebrities. The photo shoot is well organized, not disturbing each other at all. That is quite efficient. The photos were taken in just 10 minutes. What made Wei Yuan speechless was that Wei Shiyu blended perfectly into the group of celebrities. It was evident that she had participated in similar events many times. Dad, tired of waiting? Let's go. Aha. After getting into the car, Wei Yuan didn't start the car and looked at Wei Shiyu with a serious expression. Shiyu, I think we need to have a good chat. The celebrity party just now. Do you attend it often? Wei Shiyu was stunned and quickly realized why Wei Yuan was asking. Dad, don't worry. My daughter's values are very positive, and she is definitely not the kind of gold-digging woman who hopes to climb up the ranks of the rich and powerful by packaging herself. Wei Yuan suddenly remembered what had just happened at Huanya Financial, and slightly put down his heart. If his daughter was a gold-digging woman, why didn't she agree to Jean Pengfei's pursuit? How could Dad not believe you? It's just a little hard to figure out. Wei Shiyu smiled and explained. Dad, I'm in the financial industry, and I have to come into contact with a lot of rich clients every day. If I make my persona as a rich girl, will it bring me closer to the tycoons? Wei Yuan came to a realization. I see. You're creating a celebrity persona. All for work. Yes then. I managed to take several orders through the rich woman setup. It still kind of works. Wei Yuan completely put his heart down and asked with a smile. Shiyu, I'll take you home. Tell me the address. I'll navigate. XXX Road. Songjiang District. Okay. Wei Yuan entered the navigation, started the car, and headed towards the Songjiang District. Wei Shiyu was very talkative, chattering along the way about some interesting things about the 3 sisters, listening to Wei Yuan's heart itchy, desperately wanting to see the other 2 children. Feeling that the atmosphere was almost over, Wei Shiyu suddenly asked offhandedly, Dad, will you be in trouble if you see the 3 of us sisters in private? Wei Yuan was stunned. What trouble? That is, will Auntie's side have a problem with it? Will Auntie not approve of you seeing the 3 of us? Chapter 11, The Taste of Happiness. Wei Yuan knocked Wei Shiyu's head without any good humor. What are you thinking? You conjured up an aunt for me. Ha? I've never been married. Your father. Never been married? Wei Shiyu was suddenly very heartbroken. It's too bad for Dad. He's 40 years old and still not married. It was evident that Dad had had a bad time of it over the years, and couldn't even afford a formal dress, going so far as to wear a flowered shirt and big pants to work. Also, how much can you earn in a month as a driver? The rent in Shanghai is expensive and the spending is high, so it's normal that you can't save any money. Wei Shiyu suddenly said, Dad, now that we're not busy going home, my sister and Changan definitely won't be coming home so early. I want to go to the South J Road pedestrian street. Okay. Wei Yuan adjusted his navigation route and drove to South J Road pedestrian street. Wei Yuan parked his car in the pedestrian street parking lot. Wei Shiyu took Wei Yuan's arm and walked into the pedestrian street. The two handsome men and beautiful women were like a divine couple. The turnaround rate was strangely high, and many men and women's eyes were glowing. Wow! The guy is handsome. The girl is pretty. This little couple is so good together. Not really. It's been a long time since I've seen such a delightful little couple. This little brother can find such a beautiful girlfriend even when he's dressed so plainly. I suddenly believe in love again. Once again, Wei Yuan was a bit regretful. Why did he take such good care of himself? Look at that. Misunderstood. Ha, Shiyu, do you want to buy professional or casual clothes? I can help you counsel. No, it's for Dad's clothes. Saying that, Wei Shiyu assisted Wei Yuan and walked into the Romo boutique. For some reason, Wei Yuan's heart warmed up. Is the daughter buying him clothes? Never had that experience before. That's what happiness tastes like, right? The guide girl bowed politely to the two. Handsome man, beautiful woman. Welcome to the Romo boutique. Excuse me, do you want to see formal wear, or casual wear? Wei Shiyu harmonized. Formal dress. The shopping guide lady laughed. Beauty, you really have a good eye. Your boyfriend is handsome and has a good figure. He must be very stylish in formal wear. Wei Yuan's head was getting big. He was misunderstood again. He was really too lazy to explain. Wei Shiyu giggled. Miss, you've got it wrong. This is my dad, not my boyfriend. You recommend 2 sets of formal wear. It doesn't need to be the latest models, just the ones that are more cost-effective. Okay, wait a minute, beautiful. Soon, the shopping guide lady helped Wei Yuan choose 2 formal dresses. Beauty, these 2 suits, both of them are last year's popular styles. I can give you the lowest 30% discount. Dad, why don't you go try them on, and if they fit, take both sets so you can switch. Wei Yuan couldn't help but frown. He had never worn discounted clothes before. Don't look at the flowery shirt and big pants he is wearing is inconspicuous. That is from the world's #1 costume designer, Master Lagerfeld's handwriting. Seeing that Wei Yuan's expression wasn't quite right, Wei Shiyu's mood was a bit low. Dad, Shiyu's financial ability is limited right now, so she can only buy you discounted clothes, and when Shiyu earns a lot of money in the future, she'll buy you the latest styles from the top tier of big brands. Wei Yuan laughed. A particularly happy laugh. Shiyu misunderstood. How could I dislike it? I just think that these 2 suits are too expensive. There's no need to buy me such expensive clothes. Wei Shiyu's expression was very serious. Dad, when you work in an organization like Huanya Finance, you have to have a good outfit or you'll be looked down upon. And I don't want Dad to be looked down upon. Wei Yuan was touched. And the discounted clothes were tolerated. Okay, I'll try it on. Soon, Wei Yuan changed his clothes and walked out of the fitting room. For a moment, the customers and shoppers of the Romo boutique let out a gasp in unison. Man, I'm blinded by this little brother's handsomeness. Just now, I felt that this little brother is very handsome. I didn't expect that he would be so unreasonably handsome. This can definitely kill those world-famous models, right? This look, this body, it's too perfect, right? Wei Shiyu looked at her dad with infatuation and great pride. Her Wei Shiyu's dad was, indeed, the most handsome dad in the world. It's so handsome, it fits so well. I'll take this set, Dad, and check out the other set. Wei Yuan nodded and went back to the fitting room and changed into another set. Just like earlier, Wei Yuan once again caused a commotion. This little brother is a walking clothes rack. It's a pity that such a handsome little brother has a husband by name. I'm so jealous of that girl. Wei Shiyu's eyes were filled with little stars. She was a little jealous of her own mom for getting such a perfect male father. Good. It fits perfectly. I'll take both sets. Miss, pay the bill. Wei Yuan, of course, would not let his daughter spend money on him and hurriedly came forward. Miss Guide, I'll buy the bill. The shopping guide lady smiled politely at Wei Yuan. The total discounted price of the 2 sets of formal dresses is 668 renminbi. Please show the payment code. Payment code? What's that? I'll settle in cash. Wei Yuan raised his hand to his pocket, but after half a day of digging, he didn't pull out his wallet. Wei Yuan suddenly remembered that when he took a shower last night, he had dropped his wallet on the nightstand in passing, and he didn't bring it with him when he went out today. I don't have my wallet with me, so I'll tell you what. You give me your bank account and I'll transfer the money directly to you. Bank account? The shopping guide lady had a head full of question marks and looked at Wei Yuan with a pitying gaze. This little brother is so pathetic, so handsome but has brain problems. Wei Shiyu laughed bitterly. Dad must have been scared by more than $6,000. That's why he said such inexplicable words, right? Dad wore big pants and flowery shirts to work, so it was obvious that he was too shy to get that kind of money. But, from today, Dad's hard days are over. Wei Shiyu pulled up her payment code and showed it to the shopping guide lady. Miss, scan my payment code. The code was successfully scanned with a drop. Wei Shiyu walked out of the Romo boutique on Wei Yuan's arm. Wei Yuan said with a slight reproach, Shiyu, why did you grab the money just now? Your father has money. Wei Shiyu laughed. It's only natural for a daughter to honor her own father. Let's go home. Big sister shouldn't be home right now. That bastard kid from Changan should have already gone home. Wei Yuan secretly blamed himself in his heart. His daughter is so well behaved and understanding. So filial. He just misunderstood that his daughter is a gold-digging woman. It's really so wrong. Shiyu, help me download a WeChat. And by the way, help me bind my bank card. Wei Shiyu was stunned. How come dad doesn't even have WeChat? In China, isn't there a WeChat in every hand? Evidently, dad's entire mind has been devoted to finding mom these past 20 years. Wei Shiyu couldn't help but freeze for a moment as she received Wei Yuan's cell phone. It's so strange. Why isn't there any manufacturer's Lagoon dad's cell phone? But it's normal when you think about it. Dad is so poor that he can't afford a branded cell phone. He can only buy a watered-down one. If Wei Yuan heard Wei Shiyu's heartbeat he would definitely cry and laugh. This cell phone of his, which Cook personally designed and manufactured for him, applies the black technology that has not yet been announced by the fruit company, and is a full 10 generations ahead of the fruit 12. Chapter 12, Recognition of Father and Son. Wei Shiyu's small hands flew to operate and quickly downloaded a WeChat for Wei Yuan. Dad, the running speed of this water goods cell phone of yours is quite fast. I feel that it's no less than this Huawei P40 of mine. The internet speed is also quite fast. Are you using the 5G network? Ahem. Okay. Wei Yuan was vague. Dad, give me a bank card and I'll tie it on for you. The bank card did not bring. However, I can memorize the card number. The account bank is the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China C head office. The account holder Wei Yuan. Account 612,226. ID card number is. Dad, you have a good memory. Soon, Wei Shiyu bound Wei Yuan's bank card. Dad, the microsignal is your cell phone number. You can log in with SMS verification, and the payment code is 020608, after which you can add a fingerprint lock. 020608? Wei Yuan's pupils contracted slightly. Wasn't this the birthday of the 3 children? Okay, got it. Next, Wei Shiyu spent more than 3,000 to help Wei Yuan buy 2 pairs of Italian handmade business leather shoes. In fact, Wei Shiyu also planned to buy Wei Yuan a watch. However, a man of Wei Yuan's age should wear a watch of Rolex's class. Wei Shiyu's limited financial ability can only temporarily put off the idea of buying a watch for her father. Shiyu, today is almost done, right? You've already spent over $10,000. Okay, why don't we go home? I'm a bit sleepy yet. Wei Shiyu rubbed her temples. She had drunk a lot of wine while accompanying her clients, and the alcohol was getting to her head a bit. As the car started, Wei Shiyu curled up on the passenger side and quickly fell asleep. Wei Yuan looked favorably at his daughter's beautiful side face. His daughter is too understanding, too sweet. Such a good daughter, must be guarded like an angel. Wei Yuan set his navigation and headed for the Songjiang district. After a full hour and a half of driving, Cullinan pulled into a rundown neighborhood. Wei Yuan couldn't help but frown. The children even lived in such a shabby neighborhood. These years must have been very difficult, really suffering the 3 children. Wei Yuan parked the car in the parking space in front of the entrance of the first unit of Building 8 and said softly, Shiyu, we're home. Wake up. Wei Shiyu murmured in a low voice. Changan, don't make noise. Let sister sleep a little longer. I'm so tired. Looking at the undisguised exhaustion on Wei Shiyu's tender face, Wei Yuan's heart ached and lovingly stroked Wei Shiyu's hair. At that moment, a very handsome teenager walked not far away. The teenager had dyed yellow hair, several oddly shaped studs hanging from his ears, a cigarette roll dangling from his mouth, a leather jacket with multiple shiny silver zippers hanging from it, and jeans with holes everywhere on his legs. Seeing a Cullinan parked in front of the unit, the teenager couldn't help but spit, looking extremely disdainful. It seems that teenagers look down on rich people. Suddenly, the teenager's eyes widened. Through the Cullinan front windshield, he was surprised to see a familiar face. Second sister. The second sister was sitting in Cullinan's co-pilot, seemingly drunk and in a deep sleep. A lewd man is taking advantage of second sister. The young man was none other than Wei Yuan's son, Wei Changan. Wei Changan was incomparably angry and quickly rushed forward, frantically pulling on the handlebar. Unfortunately, Cullinan was now in a state of locking the car door, and Wei Changan used all his strength but failed to pull it open. Asshole! Let go of my second sister. Believe it or not, I'll kill you? While roaring, Wei Changan frantically swung his fist and smashed the car window, not caring about whether he could afford to pay for the smashed car glass. The good thing is, this is bulletproof Cullinan. The car glass can even defend against bullets. Wei Changan's this force simply cannot create a little damage to the glass. Wei Yuan was startled by the loud banging of the car glass and subconsciously turned his head to see a familiar face. Son! It's his son! Why is the son so angry? Wei Yuan hurriedly shook the glass of the car, not waiting for him to ask. Wei Changan loudly questioned. Say, what did you do to my second sister? If anything happens to my second sister, I will make you regret being born in this world. Wei Yuan was almost infuriated and laughed. This little bastard, talking to his old man like that, it's really unpackable. Wei Shiyu was woken up by Wei Changan, rubbed her sleepy eyes, opened the door and got out of the car with a disgruntled reprimand. Changan, what's all the noise about? Wei Changan raised his hand and pulled Wei Shiyu behind himself, looking at Wei Yuan with a wary gaze. Second sister, that bastard just took advantage of you while you were sleeping. If I didn't happen to see him, I don't know what would have happened. In the future, you must stay away from people like that. Wei Shiyu was speechless and rolled her eyes greatly. How could dad take advantage of her? Isn't that funny? Changan, you're mistaken. Wei Changan looked at Wei Shiyu with a hateful gaze. Second sister, you're just too kind and innocent. That's why you're so easily deceived. I saw it with my own eyes. He was touching your hair just now. If I had realized it a little later, maybe he would have directly kissed it. Wei Shiyu couldn't help but giggle, her stomach hurting from laughing. After a while, Wei Shiyu took a breath. Changan, you're too nervous. Even if he did kiss me, it's nothing. Second sister. You. Wei Changan looked at Wei Shiyu with an unbelievable gaze. Second sister is not the kind of girl who worships gold. How could she say such words? What a disappointment to him. Wei Yuan got off the car and looked at his son with a smile. This kid looks quite mixed up, but he knows to protect his sister. Not bad. Wei Shiyu tugged Wei Changan and came to Wei Yuan, softly saying, Changan, don't get busy losing your temper first. Take a closer look at him. Aha! Wei Changan subconsciously looked at Wei Yuan. Then, his pupils contracted violently. It's almost too similar. This man is so much like his second sister, especially the eyes. They're practically identical. Wei Changan grew his mouth, raised his hand and pointed at Wei Yuan, half unable to speak a whole sentence. Second sister. He is. Wei Shiyu nodded her head vigorously. Yes, he's our dad. He's the dad we've been looking for over 20 years. Wei Changan was incredibly excited inside. Since he was a child he had been ridiculed by other children, saying that he was a wild child without a father. All along, Wei Changan has been very eager to have a father. Finally, his dream came true and his dad actually stood up for himself. Dad! Wei Changan was a boy after all, and didn't jump into Wei Yuan's arms and cry like Wei Shiyu did, but the excitement within him was written all over his entire face. He's finally not a wild child without a father. He could finally stand up straight and say that he was a child with a father. Wei Yuan looked at his son in a daze, feeling the connection from the deepest part of his bloodline. His heart was incomparably emotional. Wei Yuan has a queen. Chapter 13, an elder sister is like a mother. Wei Shiyu also couldn't control her emotions and cried into tears. Wei Changan choked. Second sister. It's good to find dad. Don't cry. Wei Shiyu wiped her tears and said, finding dad is a happy thing. Let's stop crying and go home to talk. Aha! Let's go home and talk. Wei Changan wiped his tears and snot and looked blearily at Wei Yuan. Dad, where have you been all these years? We've been looking for you for 10 whole years. Wei Yuan sighed quietly. I've searched for late autumn for 10 whole years, almost running all over China. But unfortunately, in the end, I found nothing. No news of late autumn at all. One day 10 years ago, I happened to hear some rumors about cross-border human trafficking, and I guessed that it was possible that late autumn had been trafficked abroad. So, I went abroad to look for evening autumn. But unfortunately, another 10 years have passed, and evening autumn is still nowhere to be found. Wei Changan and Wei Shiyu were heartbroken. It must have been even harder for dad to find mom after 20 whole years. Mom, rest in peace. Your man is so long suffering. So, dad, you just got back home not too long ago? Yes. You guys don't blame me for never finding you, do you? The two men shook their heads in unison. They really never complained about their dad, because mom had told the three siblings that it wasn't dad who abandoned them. It was grandpa who took mom back and put her in solitary confinement for 10 years. The three of them talked and walked and soon climbed to the 6th floor. Wei Shiyu pointed to 602 and delicately said, Dad, this is our home. Wei Changan took out his key and clicked it, opening the door to his room. Dad, the house is a bit messy. Don't mind. Wei Changan rushed into the living room and quickly gathered up the bucket of bubble noodles on the coffee table. Wei Shiyu, on the other hand, quickly rushed towards the sofa and cleaned up the scattered clothes on the sofa with nimble hands and feet. Wei Yuan walked into the living room and couldn't help but frown as the living room emitted a strange sour rotting odor. Wei Yuan blamed himself. If he had found Late Autumn and the 3 children earlier, Late Autumn might not have died and the 3 children would not have had to live in such a poor environment. Wei Yuan slowly came to the window and opened it, sniffing the fresh air, which made him feel a little more comfortable. Wei Changan and Wei Shiyu had a busy time, and the house was finally a little cleaner. Dad, eat the fruit. Wei Shiyu placed the fruit plate in front of Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan said in a harmonious voice, "Don't get busy. You too. When will your big sister come home?" Wei Shiyu and Wei Changan lowered their heads at the same time. Big sister had sacrificed too much for this family. In junior high school, my older sister was first in her school. However, because of her mother's infirmity, her eldest sister resolutely chose to leave school and work part-time to supplement her family's income. It was because of the sacrifice of the eldest sister that the siblings had money for college. After mom left, big sister had a heavier burden on her shoulders, working 3 jobs a day. Wei Shiyu once told her big sister that she had already started her internship, and that Changan could work half-time and she wouldn't have to work so hard. Wei Muya told Wei Shiyu that an elder sister is like a mother, and she works so hard to save up money to buy her brother a house and get a wife. Wei Shiyu sighed as she pulled out her cell phone and looked at the time. Dad, it's only 6:08. It's the dinner rush hour. Big sister should be delivering takeout. It's estimated that we can finish delivering at 8. Delivery? Wei Yuan's heart was clogged up. So Muya won't be able to go home until after 8 o'clock? Wei Shiyu gently shook her head. No, after delivering the takeout, my sister will go to the movie and television base to try her luck and see if she can get a group acting part. If she is lucky, she will soon get a group acting part and can go home around 10 o'clock. If you're not lucky, I'm afraid you'll have to go home in the early hours of the morning. Wei Yuan couldn't help but frown. Muyao's understanding made his heart ache. Muyao is only 20 years old, flower-like age, such tender shoulders, but carrying a family and working 3 jobs at the same time. Call Muyao and tell her to come home. It's nothing to work one less day. Okay, Dad. Wei Shiyu dialed Wei Muyao's phone, which was quickly connected, and a slightly breathless voice came out. Shiyu, what can I do for you? I'm delivering the food. Big sister, there are guests at home. Finish this order and go home quickly. Earning money is not bad this day. Okay. Hanging up the phone, Wei Shiyu gave her dad an okay sign. Wei Yuan nodded slightly and said in a deep voice, I'm going to check the Late Autumn bedroom. You guys don't come in. I want to be quiet for a while. Okay. The two nodded hurriedly. Wei Yuan walked into Moro Evening Autumn's bedroom, unlocked the door, and surveyed this unfamiliar bedroom. Above the bed, there hung Moro Evening Autumn's posthumous photo. Looking at this familiar face, Wei Yuan's eyes moistened. Evening Autumn, it's all my fault. It's all my fault for not finding you 4 mothers sooner. Late Autumn, you've suffered all these years. Evening Autumn, don't worry. I will definitely take care of the 3 children. Won't let the 3 children suffer. A full half an hour to tell. Will hold 20 years of words all finished. Wei Yuan heart that heavy stone disappeared. The whole person became incomparably relaxed. Suddenly, Wei Yuan pricked up his ears and vaguely heard the door slam. It should be Muyao's return, right? A voice like that of a lark came from the living room. Shiyu, didn't you say you had a guest at home? Where is the guest? In Mom's room. Wei Shiyu pouted at Morong Evening Chio's room. Wei Muyao's face was solemn as she looked at Wei Shiyu with a reproachful gaze. Shiyu, isn't this nonsense? How can you let a guest go to Mom's room? What if we disturb Mom's dead spirit? No, Mom's undead will be very happy to see him. Aha! Wei Muyao was stunned. Could it be that someone came from Grandpa's side? On the day of the burial, they had already come. Is it an uncle or an aunt that's coming? Wei Shiyu and Wei Changan shook their heads at the same time. They were looking forward to what kind of expression their big sister would have when she saw their father. As he spoke, Wei Yuan pushed open the door of his room and walked out, seeing his eldest daughter who caused him the most heartache, Wei Muyao. Wei Muyao was holding the takeout box with both hands, wearing the kind of yellow clothes of a takeout girl and a hat with 2 rabbit ears on her head. Even the takeaway suit can't hide Wei Muyao's natural beauty. Wei Muyao and Wei Shiyu were very similar. However, probably due to the frequent exposure to the wind and sun, Wei Muyao's skin was not the pure white of milk like Wei Shiyu's, but was slightly tinged with a bit of healthy wheat yellow. Muyao, back? Wei Yuan naturally greeted Wei Muyao. Wei Muyao subconsciously turned her head to look at Wei Yuan, then her entire body froze. Like, this person is so much like Shiyu. For some reason, Wei Muyao's little heart was beating wildly and uncontrollably. With a bark, the takeout box fell to the floor. Shiyu, he's. Wei Shiyu nodded her head vigorously. Yes, he's Dad. It's the dad we've been looking for over 20 years. Wei Muyao was stunned and looked at Wei Yuan blankly. Dad, your dad? Where have you been these 20 years? Why didn't you come back earlier? A deep guilt flashed in Wei Yuan's eyes. I also just learned of your existence. Did Dad just realize they existed? Wei Muyao's heart's dissatisfaction with her dad eased a lot, and instead, some elation of finding her dad arose. Soon, elation overpowered the complaints. Wei Muyao's eyes began to moisten as she stared at Wei Yuan without blinking. Daddy, I have a daddy. Chapter 14, Stubborn Wei Muyao. Wei Shiyu laughed. Big sister, to celebrate finding Dad, you'll have to cook us a big dinner. Wei Muyao rolled up her sleeves and laughed. No problem. Today sis will show off her skills. Shiyu, Changan, you two serve me the dishes. Okay. The three walked quickly into the kitchen. Wei Yuan felt that he should also go and help out and hurriedly followed. But where has he done this before? It's simply getting more and more helpful. With a clatter, Wei Yuan accidentally broke a plate. Wei Shiyu had a big head and pushed Wei Yuan out of the kitchen, saying in a petulant voice, Dad, you wait in peace, just leave it to us three siblings. Wei Yuan scratched his head awkwardly and obediently sat down at the table. In the kitchen, Wei Muyao asked while frying vegetables, Changan, tell big sister, how did you find your father? Wei Changan shrugged. It's not me, it's second sister. Shiyu, what's going on? Tell me in detail. Okay big sister, maybe it's fate? Dad was hired to be a driver for our company, just now laughed me to death. Changan thought Dad was going to take advantage of me. Giggle. Wei Shiyu told all about the before and after of her acquaintance with Wei Yuan. Wei Muyao couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. Dad is 40 and still not married, so it's obvious how heavy the weight of mom is in his heart. Wei Muyao was stunned. Dad is a driver? How much money can you earn as a driver? In a metropolis like Shanghai, he must be living a very downtrodden life, right? Wei Shiyu and Wei Changan nodded. Hey, it's too hard for Dad too. Wei Muyao's face turned very serious. Shiyu, Changan, you two listen up. Definitely don't dislike Dad just because he's just a driver. Instead, you have to be doubly filial to him. Understand? Both made assurances at the same time. Big sister don't worry. Even if Dad is a rag picker and beggar, we won't dislike him. I admire my dad so much for keeping his body for his mom for 20 years. With the help of her siblings, Wei Muyao was very efficient and cooked a table of dishes in less than an hour. Looking at a large table full of dishes, Wei Yuan's appetite was greatly energized. With the mood of trying, Wei Yuan picked a few chopsticks and nodded his head as he ate. Wei Muyao's eyes twinkled with little stars and asked with slight anticipation, Daddy, my daughter's cooking is very ordinary. Does it fit the taste? Wei Yuan laughed. Muyao is modest. Dad thinks, your level is already no less than a 3-star Michelin chef. Wei Muyao shook her head happily. Since she was little, she envied other children for having a father to praise. Finally, she also had a father to praise. Wei Shiyu laughed. Giggle. Dad, you're exaggerating too much. Like you've eaten a meal cooked by a 3-star Michelin chef. Wei Yuan wanted to tell his daughter that in fact, a 3-star Michelin chef had just barely reached a threshold. There will be further peaks as to whether or not they can become the god of fortune's personal chef. It takes killing your way through hundreds of 3-star Michelin chefs to become the personal chef of the god of fortune. Wei Changan laughed. Dad, you're too good at talking. I finally understand why you, a poor boy, were able to take down mom, a rich lady, back then. Wei Muyao laughed. Changan, you're not bad either. Didn't you take down the rich white department flower of your school? Ahem. Wei Changan scratched his head awkwardly. Wei Yuan was stunned. The information given by old man Morong didn't say that Changan had a girlfriend inside. Did you just get into a relationship? Changan, take the time to bring your girlfriend back. Dad will keep an eye on you. Wei Changan waved his hands in succession. Dad, don't listen to big sister's nonsense. Munchie and I are just relatively good classmates. The corner of Wei Yuan's mouth turned up slightly. Fooling the ghost? If it's just a classmate relationship, why is the brat blushing? Wei Yuan didn't continue to dwell on this issue and turned his head to look at Wei Muyao. Muyao, I heard from Shiyu that you work 3 jobs. There's no need for a girl to make herself so tired. Wei Muyao glared at Wei Shiyu without a good look, as if she was blaming her sister for exposing her situation and making her father worry. Dad, don't worry, none of my 3 jobs are very tiring, and, as I have my own career plans, this won't last long. Wei Yuan let out a slight sigh of relief and said in a harmonious voice, it's good to have a career plan. Muyao, these 3 jobs you're working, tell Dad about the specifics. Wei Muyao organized her words and said in a deep voice, Dad, the first job I had was a front desk at a law firm, working 6 hours, and while I was at it, I taught myself college law courses. Took my undergraduate degree at the Southwest University of Political Science and Law, and I'll be taking a master's degree and a doctorate in the future. My ideal job is to become a lawyer. The second job I had was as a takeout delivery person, and I only turned on the order-taking function during peak meal times. This job is just a transitional job to fulfill the school life of the three of us sisters. The third job I worked was a group show, which went from 8 p.m. almost to 11 p.m. This job had a very high ceiling, and if it worked out, it would completely change the family's situation. However, I was well aware that the chances of success were very slim. Lawyer? That's a good one. Just buy out the biggest law firm in Shanghai. When the actor is also good to do. Directly the film and television companies and even film and television based to buy is. It's this takeout delivery guy that's giving Wei Yuan a bit of a headache. Even if he buys all the ordering software such as Meituan Hungry and People's Review, his daughter will still have to deliver the food. Mu Yao. Since Dad has reunited with you guys, from now on, Dad is responsible for earning money to support the family. You don't have to work so hard. In the future, don't do this work as a takeaway delivery person. Wei Mu Yao smiled bitterly. Dad is just an ordinary driver. The monthly salary of the death of 7 or 8,000. Dad probably can't even buy a house right now. It's just so hard. No wonder. The three sisters will have to help their dad in the future. As you can see, being reunited with your dad has increased rather than decreased the stress. In order not to let her father worry, Wei Mu Yao could only carry all the pressure. Dad, you don't have to worry about me. A job as a takeout delivery person gives you exercise, and I like it so much that I don't want to give it up just yet. On the side, Wei Shiyu unmercifully exposed Wei Mu Yao. Big sister, how do I remember? You've been complaining that Meituan often sends you orders for high floors with no elevator. The commission is still small, and sometimes you'll be deducted if you're complained about. Dead ninny. No one will take you for a dummy if you don't speak. I'll tear your mouth off. Wei Mu Yao rushed towards Wei Shiyu with her teeth and claws open. Wei Shiyu giggled and turned around to run, looking at his two daughters who were fighting into a ball. A knowing smile appeared on Wei Yuan's face. Is it so bad to have your food delivered by Mu Yao? He had to help Mu Yao with these bad things. Chapter 15. I'm disappointed. After eating and drinking, the three children began to clear the table, scrubbing plates and dishes. Wei Yuan walked into Morong Evening Show's bedroom, took out his cell phone, and dialed a number. Soon, a thick baritone voice came from the other end of the line. Hello, this is Wang Xing. May I ask which of you? Why do you have my private cell phone number? I am Wei Yuan, and this is our Chinese country number. The voice on the other end of the line became noticeably more respectful. Wei Dong. Hello. A week ago, the performance statement of the Plum Troupe was just transmitted to your special assistant, MS. Diana. What are your orders for me? Wei Yuan chopped his head and chastised. There are a lot of problems with your Plum Troupe. I'm very disappointed. Wang Xing heart thumped. Wei Dong, the major shareholder behind the scenes, has never interfered in the daily management of the Plum Group. What is wrong today? Wei Dong, where does Meituan make you dissatisfied? I'll rectify it right away. You have unreasonable assignments for deliverymen, unreasonable commissions, and supposedly deductions for complaints? Wang Xing was confused. Wei Dong called him in the middle of the night and thought it was something so important? That's it? Wang Xing hurriedly explained. Wei Dong, the orders we assign to the deliverymen are all manipulated by big data, and we all choose the nearest deliverymen. We're not paying low commissions to our deliverers, and the ones who work hard can make over $10,000 a month. As for penalties, some of the deliverymen really don't have a very good work ethic, and I don't know what will happen if they aren't disciplined a little bit. Wei Yuan suddenly shifted his tone. I heard that there is a delivery person named Wei Mu Yao in the Shanghai branch of your Plum Troupe? Wang Xing feels that his brain is a bit not enough. Wei Dong's topic jumps too much. How could he care about a very ordinary deliveryman? I'm not sure about that. I'm not in charge of the delivery guy part, Wei Yuan said in a deep voice. Then, from now on, Mr. Wang will personally be in charge of Wei Mu Yao, the delivery person. Ga? Wang Xing was confused. Wei Dong ate the wrong drug, right? Are you kidding me? He's the CEO of Plum Troupe, in charge of a little delivery boy? Wei Dong. I'm a bit confused. Please clarify. Wei Mu Yao is my daughter. Do you understand now? Boom. Wang Xing's brain almost exploded. Geez, Wei Yuan's daughter. Isn't that princess-like? How did the princess end up working as a takeout delivery person at Plum Troupe? Wang Xing finally understood the meaning of Wei Yuan. The original Wei Dong Zhouzu 18 rounds is to let him take care of his own daughter. Just now, he almost scared him to death, and thought that Wei Dong had something against him. Wei Dong, please don't worry. From now on, I'll personally be in charge of Wei Mu Yao. Well, Mr. Wang is a steady boss. I'm relieved that you're doing your job. After saying that, Wei Yuan directly hung up the phone. At the Meituan headquarters, Wang Xing wiped the fine beads of sweat on his head, fixed his mind, and hurriedly inquired about Wei Mu Yao's information. Wang Xing quickly realized why Wei Yuan was hammering him. Wei Muyo has been working as a deliveryman for more than half a year, mostly taking orders during peak delivery times. Many of the orders she took were in older neighborhoods with no elevators, requiring her to climb stairs, and her commission was no higher than an elevator order. During that time, Wei Muyo was complained about 3 times and more than $2,000 of commission was deducted. No wonder Wei Dong personally came to the door. Wang Xing grabbed the phone and dialed technical director Fang Zhongping's number. The phone was quickly picked up and a slightly curt voice came through. Mr. Wang, the loophole you pointed out this afternoon. Our technical department is working on improving it, and it's expected to be fixed before midnight. Let's put the job at hand for now and make a separate dispatch system. Fang Zhongping was confused and asked hesitantly, what kind of dispatch system to make? Deliver elevator orders only. Double your commission. No commission deductions for complaints. Fang Zhongping was a bit anxious. Mr. Wang, you can't do that. If we give up the staircase order, our Meituan's market share will shrink by more than 30%. Also, our plum troop is still in the red, so if we raise our commission so drastically, it could lead to a total collapse. Wang Xing laughed. Old Fang, don't worry. Of course I won't give up the staircase order. This dispatch system, it will only bind one delivery person. It won't have any effect on our Meituan. Fang Zhongping's whole body is not good. Mr. Wang is too capricious, right? Let them put down the bugs in the app without fixing them and make a new system that only ties in one delivery person? Mr. Wang, there's actually no need to go through so much trouble. If it's just one delivery person, you can directly modify this delivery person's data in the original dispatch system. Wang Xing said in a cold voice. Do it if you are told to. Where is all the nonsense? How can I not know that I can modify this deliveryman's data? Big Boss put me in charge of this deliveryman personally. Got it, Big Boss? Fang Zhongping sucked in a breath of cool air. Fang Zhongping had vaguely heard some legends about Big Boss. The Big Boss is the world's top financial oligarch and has never meddled in the management of the Plum mission. And he's pulling such a ridiculous stunt for a delivery boy? Mr. Wang, what's the relationship between this delivery man and the Big Boss? Big Boss's daughter. Remember to keep it a secret. This matter, only the two of us know about it at the moment. Understood. Understood. Subordinate will immediately make a new system for Missy. Hanging up Fang Zhongping's phone, Wang Xing dialed the finance director. Mr. Wang, this is FAI. I'm already home. What can I do for you? FAI. I'm afraid you'll have to work an extra shift. Meituan CFO, Chief Financial Officer, Shin Xiaohui's tone was immediately serious. It's no problem to work overtime. Please ask Mr. Wang to send the work information to my email. Wang Xing laughed. FAI. Don't be so nervous. This job isn't complicated and doesn't require sending any information. We have a delivery person named Wei Muyo in the Zhenghai branch of Meituan. In the past 6 months, she has been complained about 3 times, and a total of $100 has been deducted. It has been found that all 3 of those complaints were made in bad faith, and the $100 will be returned immediately. Xiao Weichen was confused. He's the CFO of Plum Troop, with tens and tens of billions of dollars of running water on his hands every day. Mr. Wang asked him to work late at night just for $100? This is despite a stomach full of questions. Chen Xiaowei still answered. Okay, I'll transfer money to Wei Muyao immediately. After calling Wang Xing, Wei Yuan walked out of Morone Evening Chio's room, sat on the sofa, and quietly watched the news broadcast. The 3 children finished scrubbing the plates and bowls and returned to the living room, sitting intimately around Wei Yuan's side. A special family of 4. Suddenly, Wei Muyao's cell phone rang. Wei Muyao pulled out her cell phone and froze. Ha? What the hell? How come you suddenly credited $2,100? It's not payday today. With a ding, Wei Muyao received another text message. Hello dear deliveryman Wei Muyo. It has been found out that your 3 complaints were malicious complaints, and the deducted commission has now been returned as much as it was deducted. Please pay attention to it. Meituan Customer Service Department. Chapter 16. Your complaint has been accepted. Wei Muyao almost jumped up high in happiness. Is the Plum Troop so humane? And actually investigated these 3 complaints she made? Big sister, what's going on? Seeing Wei Muyao's excited little face turn red, Wei Shiyu asked with a curious expression. Wei Muyo laughed. My choice to continue with my job as a takeaway delivery worker was really the right one. Meituan really is just as advertised, treating takeaway delivery workers like their own family. In the 6 months that I've been a delivery driver, I've had a total of 3 complaints and have been docked $2,100 in commission. At that time, I was very aggrieved. Looking for customer service to explain, customer service told me that the Plum Group will never wrongly accuse a good person. and will definitely check it out. I thought that the customer service of Plum Troop was just perfunctory, but I didn't realize that they had really investigated it. I'm so happy. The corner of Wei Yuan's mouth turned up slightly. The movement was quite fast. Not in vain he knocked some. Wang Xing is so knowledgeable. Should we invest a little more in Meituan? Wei Shiyu also laughed happily. Congratulations, big sister. You've finally been cleared of your wrongdoing. I didn't even dare to ask before for fear of you being sad. Why were you complained about? Was it because the delivery was wrong? Wei Muyao shook her head. No, it was a few lewd men who wanted to add me on WeChat. And even, there was someone who wanted me to be his girlfriend, which I refused. That's why they complained in a fit of anger. Molester? Wei Changan was instantly enraged and directly slapped the table. Big sister, why didn't you say so earlier? Give me the address and phone number of these lewd men. I promise to beat up their parents. Wei Muyao blankly glanced at Wei Changan without any good reason. Such a big man. Why are you still so fussy? It's because of your violent temper that you've been kept in the dark. Now that dad is home and has dad to control you, I dare to tell you about this. Wei Yuan smiled slightly. Muyao is right. Changan, you sit down. This is a society with the rule of law. Don't always think of solving problems with violence. There are better ways to solve problems. Wei Changan obediently sat down. Dad, do you have a better idea? Wei Yuan smiled slightly. Yes, the three lewd men can complain about Muyao. Why can't Muyao complain about them in turn? Wouldn't it be more of a relief to them than beating them up to have them blacklisted from Meituan and even all food ordering apps, so that they can't use any food ordering software? Wei Changan looked at Wei Yuan with an adoring gaze. Dad, that's a great idea. It would be worse than killing those fat creeps if they couldn't use the ordering software. Wei Shiyu also giggled. Daddy is so great. This idea is so bad, but I like it. As a takeout delivery person, Wei Muyao was much more sober than the two. Wei Muyao smiled bitterly. Dad, that's a great idea you have. Except, it's a bit difficult to implement. To the food ordering software, the customer is God, and they don't blacklist God easily. Wei Shiyu and Wei Changan were stunned. Yes, big sister had a point. This idea of dad's was too idealistic to be realized. Wei Changan said in a deep voice. Since dad's idea can't be realized, it's better to go and beat them up. Big sister, give me their address and contact number. Wei Yuan patted Wei Changan, signaling him to be at ease. Muyao, have you ever felt that your luck is better today? Perhaps, with this good luck, it's possible that the complaint will succeed. Wei Muyao nodded her head vigorously. Yes, it was really good luck for the Mei group to suddenly return the fine after dad came home. So why don't you try complaining about it? Wei Muyao called the customer service number of Meituan and began to complain about the three lewd men who maliciously complained. Wei Yuan then sent a text message to Wang Xing. Mr. Wang, are you familiar with the bosses of food ordering software such as People's Review? Hungry Yay. Once again, Wang Xing was confused. Wei Dong's text message is cloudy. What is it implying? Mr. Wei, please don't be so suggestive in the future. Just say what you want, okay? Soon. Wang Xing got a report from customer service that Wei Muyao had complained about three guests sexually harassing her and giving her a malicious bad review. Contacting Wei Yuan's text message, Wang Xing finally realized Wei Yuan's deep meaning. Wei Dong can be really ruthless. It's not enough for Meituan to block them. They want all the a la carte apps to block them. Wang Xing pulled out his cell phone and dialed a number. Mr. Zhang, let me tell you something. This night can be Wang Xing busy bad. The phone is almost out of battery. However, even if he was busy, Wang Xing's face was red with excitement. Just a moment ago, the CFO of Plum Group called him and told him that NEA Holdings had invested an additional $50 billion. Wang Xing knows that this is Wei Dong's reward for him. After being happy, Wang Xing lamented that Wei Dong, the world's top financial oligarch, is really too capricious. To make his daughter happy, he went so far as to give $50 billion. Under normal circumstances, it takes at least 3 working days to handle a complaint, and it is not uncommon for complaints to drag on for months and a half. However, Wei Muyao had just finished complaining for less than 10 minutes when Meituan's customer service called. Hello, is this MS? Wei Muyao? I'm Meituan customer service. Yes, it's like this. Your complaint has been accepted with immediate effect, and the 3 customers you complained about have been permanently blacklisted from the Plum Troop. In the meantime, we at Plum Troop have synchronized the blacklist information to 8 major food ordering apps such as People's Review and Hungria. Since then, these 3 customers have been unable to order food through any ordering app. Wei Muyao opened the speakerphone. Wei Yuan mouth slightly upturned. Wang Xing is good. Work quite reliable. Not in vain he added 50 billion investment. Wei Shiyu and Wei Changan were completely dumbfounded. Their brains a mush inside. Just, Blacklisted? The world is too crazy, isn't it? Plum Mission is outrageously cooperative. Dad's idea was clearly just an unattainable, idealized idea. Why just? Wei Changan muttered. Too metaphysical too. Meituan has really blacklisted them. It also contacted all the major food ordering apps, and it really made Dad talk. Big sister's luck is really too good. Wei Shiyu nodded her head vigorously. I hadn't noticed until Changan said so. It's true. After recognizing with Dad, all of our siblings' luck started to skyrocket. The very backstage intern who had been harassing me was suddenly fired. And on Big Sister's side, Meituan suddenly returned the fines and has pulled the plug on those 3 creeps. Wei Muyan nodded her head vigorously and looked at Wei Yuan with a childish gaze. It's all because of the good fortune that Dad has brought to our family. We must honor Dad properly in the future. Wei Yuan smiled slightly. Mu Yao was so filial, it was not in vain for him to be so attentive. On the side, Wei Changshi put on an aggrieved look. Big sister and second sister's luck has changed for the better. Only my luck hasn't changed much. Other people's dads emphasize boys over girls while our dads emphasize girls over boys. He. Chapter 17, Anger from the SCC. Wei Changan's words made the 2 women laugh. Changan, don't be jealous. A daughter is daddy's little coat. It's only right for daddy to love his daughter. Giggle. Changan looks so funny when he's jealous. Wei Yuan also laughed and said half-jokingly, Changan, Dad won't be thick-skinned, and your luck will turn out to be good. Pust. Wei Changan couldn't help but laugh as well. Dad, Big Sis and 2 Sis were just teasing you. Do you really think you can bring us luck? Wei Yuan smiled but did not say anything. Lousy brought indeed not luck, but the ability of money. A family of 4 began to talk about their family, obviously meeting for the first time. A dimly lit rental house in a silo in Songjiang district. The owner of the house was a young man in his 20s. The young man, wearing a somewhat yellowed white tank top and disheveled hair, sat in front of his computer and yelled frantically, a bunch of rookies. It's bad luck to be teammates with you guys. The young man, disguised as a keyboard warrior, took a swipe at his teammates with the hand speed of a single man of over 20 years. After spraying himself cool, the young man felt a little hungry and grabbed his phone, habitually opening the Meituan app to order food. I wonder if I'll run into that particularly pretty takeout girl he complained about again today. That face value. Simply kill the live platform those Netflix. If you run into her again, you must take her down. Then the young man froze. What the hell? He didn't open the Plum Troop app without a problem. A line appeared in large letters on his phone. I'm sorry, you've been blacklisted from Plum Troop and don't have access to the Plum Troop app. Thank you. The young man was instantly enraged. How dare you blacklist me? Makin' motherfucking Plum Troop? I'm a customer. I'm God. How dare you treat God like this? Does Plum Troop want to quit? The young man immediately called Plum Mission's customer service number. Sorry, the number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please dial again later. 7 or 8 consecutive calls were unreachable. The young man understands that Plum Mission has even blacked out his phone. What's so great about you, Meituan? You think you're the only one ordering app? I'll change an app that is. The young man opened his brother's takeout. I'm sorry, you've been blacklisted from Brothers Takeaway and do not have Brothers Takeaway access. Thank you. Dest. Unbelieving. The young man switched to several food ordering apps in a row, all of which were blacklisted. The young man was going crazy. Why are these food ordering apps blacklisting him? He never maliciously harmed the a la carte app. On the contrary, he complained about that particularly beautiful takeaway girl, so that the takeaway platform to save several $100s of commission is considered to be disguised to help the takeaway platform to generate income. Thompson, 16th floor. A young man in his 20s was leisurely lying on a lounge chair on the balcony, enjoying the river view. On the coffee table in the living room are dozens of takeouts. Yet young people continue to order takeout. Instead of ordering takeout, he ordered the same delivery girl he'd met a week earlier. That face value. It simply killed those third-tier starlets he had played with. The moment he met the takeaway girl, the young man was amazed at her. The young man said very directly that the beautiful woman should not deliver food in the future, as long as she is willing to be his girlfriend. This mansion in Thompson will be hers. You can also give her $100,000 a month in pocket money. Unfortunately, the takeaway girl didn't give him any face at all. Said a word of "Sir, please take care of yourself," turned around and left. The young man, of course, didn't want the little takeaway girl to walk away like that, and took her by the arm. The takeaway girl had quite a tiger personality and slapped the young man with a backhanded slap, directly knocking him off his feet. Until now, my face still hurts a little. In a fit of pique, the young man filed a complaint against the delivery girl. The takeaway girl left. but the young man looked like he had a lovesickness and couldn't sleep. From that day on, the young man would order dozens of takeouts every night, just hoping to catch a glimpse of the face of heaven again. Unfortunately, a week passed and the young man did not see the delivery girl again. The young man skillfully ordered, and all of a sudden, the Plum Troop app went offline and a line popped up on his phone screen. "I'm sorry, you've been blacklisted from Plum Troop and don't have access to the Plum Troop app. Thank you." The young man was confused. What the hell? He ordered dozens of takeout orders every day. A proper big customer. Why did Meituan pull the plug on him? What's wrong with ordering more than one meal these days? The young man rushed to call Plum Mission customer service. "Sorry, the number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please dial again later." After several consecutive calls, all of which were unreachable, the young man realized that his phone number had also been blacked out. The young man didn't panic at all though. He had several numbers. Called a different number and got through this time. "Hello, Plum Troop customer service. How may I help you? I'm Zhu, a member of Plum Tours. My registration number is 138X times X times X times X times X, and I spend thousands of dollars on Plum Tours every day. So I'd like to ask why I've been blacklisted? Is it a mistake to spend too much these days? I ask you." Before the words were finished, there was a beep and the phone was hung up. Zhu is simply going crazy. Is the customer service of Meituan so powerful? How dare they hang up on customers? Zhu was really angry. As a rich second generation living in Thompson, the first time he suffered from this kind of bird anger. Zhu opened WeChat and rummaged for a group called Zhenghai SCC Division. SCC Supercar Club was founded in August 2009, gathering supercar owners from all over the country, aspiring to become China's own century-old car club. To be able to join the SCC, you have to own a Porsche 911 or higher class luxury car at the very least. Each member possesses great strength. Brothers, I'm being bullied by the Plum Troop's customer service. Does any of you know the leader of the Plum Troop? The SCC Shanghai branch instantly exploded. Our SCC people dare to bully? Plum Troop customer service can be so awesome. I remember that our group master seems to know the nephew of Meituan Wang, so you should look for the group master directly. Zhu is a bit weak. He is only an intermediate member of the SCC. The other group leader Yang Qianni is a core member of the SCC, and he is not the same level. People are happy to care about his business? The good thing is that Zhu's worries were overdone. Yang Qianni volunteered to chat with him privately. "Tiger, what's going on? Why is Plum Troop's customer service bullying you?" "Brother Yang, it's like this. I'm also very confused. I don't know why the Plum Troop blacklisted me." Zhu truthfully recounted what had just happened. "It's probably a misunderstanding. I'll ask old Run. He's the nephew of General Manager Wang of the Plum Troop. He'll definitely be able to help you solve the problem." "Okay, thanks brother Yang." Yang Qianfeng dialed the phone number of SCC core member Ren Xiuli, both of whom are core members with similar temperaments and are good friends. "Shifuyu, what do you want to see me about?" "One of our little brothers in Shanghai is in a bit of trouble and needs Xiaoli's help." "What a situation." "It's like this," Yang Qianni said simply. "So it's Plum Troop customer service? That's really a small trouble. Leave it to me." Chapter 18, Total Blockade. Ren Xiuli called the phone number of the Meituan customer service and directly identified himself. "I'm Ren Xiuli. Zhu is my friend. Remove him from the blacklist immediately." In Ren Xiuli's mind, he personally called the customer service. Has already given enough face to the customer service? The customer service will certainly obediently comply. However, what Ren Xiuli did not expect was that he had already revealed his identity. But customer service did not give face. "Mr. Run, I'm really sorry, we don't have access." After saying that, the customer service even hung up Ren Xiuli's phone. Ren Xiuli was furious. "Thousand illusions is right. That's some great customer service. How dare you even hang up on him?" Ren Xiuli huffed and puffed as she dialed Wang Xing's number, who had made so many calls tonight that his voice was a little smoky. What can I do for you?" "Uncle, your customer service at Plum Troop is amazing. Blacklisting my friends and hanging up on me. You don't give me any face." Wang Xing was shocked. The three people that Meituan had blacklisted tonight had all messed with Missy. His nephew wouldn't have anything to do with them. Would he? Wang Xing asked in as calm a tone as possible. "Xiaoli, tell uncle what your friend's name is." Zhu. Wang Xing's eyes went black and he almost fainted in shock. "Lie, are you close to this Zhu guy?" "Not very well. Just, same SCC member." Wang Xing was finally relieved, but he was scared to death. "Xiaoli, this is a serious matter. You must listen to your uncle. From now on, draw a clear line with Zhu. There must not be the slightest involvement. You can't control this matter." "Ha?" Ren Xiuli was confused. "Why is uncle so serious?" "Uncle, what's going on? Is there anything you can't control in the Plum Troop?" This is something your uncle really can't control. Don't ask so many questions. Just do as I say. Okay, uncle. Rensholi is not a rich second generation without brains. He knows very well that the only people who can overpower his uncle in the Mei group are the shareholders who are hidden in the shadows. It seems that Zhu Wenhu has messed with someone he shouldn't have messed with. Rensholi called Yang Qianli back, and Yang Qianli laughed. Xiaoli, has the problem been solved? I knew that if you personally came out, you would definitely do no harm. Rensholi's tone was very serious. Thousand illusions. My uncle just said that he can't control this matter. My uncle seriously warned me to make sure I draw a line with Zhu Wenhu. What should be done? Don't need me to say it, right? A fine cold sweat broke out on Yang Qianli's brain in fear. Mud. Almost got hurt by Zhu Wenhu. Even Mr. Wang couldn't solve the matter. What kind of person is standing behind it? Xiaoli, thank you for telling me the truth. I'll kick this asshole Zhu Wenhu out of the SCC club. Yang Qianli hung up the phone and subconsciously tried to kick Zhu Wenhu out of the group chat. However, before taking action, Yang Qianli hesitated. He felt that it was necessary for him to figure out what kind of person Zhu Wenhu had offended. Can't be so confused and put on the spot. Yang Qianfeng dialed Zhu Wenhu's phone, and Zhu Wenhu answered in seconds with a very flattering tone. Yang, what did Rin say? Will you help? Yang Qianli opened his mouth and flirted. The small matter of yours is not a matter at all for Xiaoli. He has already greeted, and the Meituan customer service side will soon be dealt with. Thank you, Brother Yang. Whenever Brother Yang is free, I'll treat you to dinner. Forget about dinner. I'm curious. What are you doing eating takeout? Doesn't your family have a private chef? Zhu Wenhu laughed. Nothing can be hidden from Brother Yang. My house does have a private chef. A week ago the main chef took his annual vacation. No one was cooking, so I had to order a takeaway. And as a result, Brother Yang is not aware of it. I actually ran into a super pretty takeaway girl. Yang Qianli narrowed his eyes as he seemed to have grasped the key to the problem. What's the name of that little takeout girl? How pretty is she? I don't know about the name, but it's really pretty. Much prettier than those internet celebrities and stars. At that time, I wanted to take her, but she didn't give face at all and slapped me. I complained about her in anger. After that day, I ordered dozens of takeaways every day, hoping to run into that delivery girl again. Unfortunately, a week passed and I never saw her again. I don't know why today, but I was suddenly blackballed by Meituan. In fact, if I hadn't run into that takeaway girl, pulling the blackout would have been fine. It wouldn't have mattered at all, and I wouldn't have had to bother Brother Yang and Brother Ren. Okay, I know. Bless Tiger for being able to hold a beautiful woman. After saying that, Yang Qianli directly hung up the phone, opened the group chat, directly kicked Zhu Wenhu out of the group chat, and knocked out a line in the group chat. Zhu Wenhu has seriously jeopardized the interests of the SCC club. I'm using my core member privileges to kick him out of the SCC and never hire him. In addition, SCC completely blocked Zhu's group. No member is allowed to cooperate with Zhu's group. Once found, will not be lightly spared. Roger that. Understood. How could Zhu Wenhu not have imagined that he had just molested a takeaway girl, and that he had incurred a disaster for Zhu's group? Zhu Wenhu doesn't even know who he's messing with. After taking care of Zhu Wenhu, Yang Qianli dialed Rin Xioli's phone number. Xiaoli, I still need to trouble you for something. Help me check the information of the delivery man who delivered Zhu Wenhu's food to him when he first ordered from Meituan a week ago. Okay. Soon after, Ren Xiaoli sent Wei Muyao's message over. Yang Qianfeng sucked in a breath of cool air. This takeaway girl was really pretty. No wonder Zhu Wenhu moved his mortal heart. Even he was heartbroken. However, Yang Qianlian knew that he couldn't move this kind of mortal heart. He had to do his best to get along with Wei Muyao. Perhaps the battle for the succession seat with the elder brother is in doubt from now on. Yang Qianli dialed a number and a slightly hoarse voice came from the other end of the phone. Second young master. What are your orders? Immediately investigate a girl named Wei Muyao. She's a delivery girl for Meituan. I want all her information. Yes. Equals. The words are split. Wei Yuan and his 3 sons and daughters had endless conversations until midnight. Wei Shiyu was a bit sleepy and yawned. I drank a bit too much with the clients today. I'm going to sleep first. Big sister and Changan will stay with dad for a bit longer. Wei Yuan could tell that Wei Muyao and Wei Changan were also a bit sleepy and shook his head. Daddy won't leave you guys again. There's plenty of time to talk. That's enough for today. Daddy's going home. The 3 siblings nodded, thinking Dad had a point. Wei Muyao asked, Dad, where do you live? Wei Yuan answered truthfully, Changtian Hotel. Changtian Hotel? The 3 froze. Wei Shiyu hesitantly asked, Dad, Changtian Grand Hotel is a 5-star hotel. The cheapest preferential twin-bedded room requires 1888 to stay for a day. Why would Dad stay at Changtian Grand Hotel? The three siblings looked at Wei Yuan suspiciously. Wasn't Dad an ordinary driver? How can you afford a 5-star hotel? The author has something to say. Chapter 19, No wonder your business is so small. Wei Yuan explained truthfully. I'm not a driver. I'm the boss of Huanya Finance and the boss behind Chengtian Group. Staying at Chengtian Hotel doesn't cost anything. It's just like living in your own home. Wei Muyao and Wei Changan simultaneously looked at Wei Shiyu with suspicious gazes. How come Dad and second sister, are saying different things? Who is telling the truth? Wei Shiyu couldn't help but roll her eyes. What's wrong with Dad? He's saying these unrealistic things again, and now he's blowing it even more out of proportion. Big sister, Changan, why are you looking at me like that? Look at Dad's clothes. Does he look like a big boss? Both men shook their heads at the same time. They had never seen a big boss who wore a flowered shirt and big pants and flip-flops to work. Wei Muyao continued. I don't know anything about Chengtian Group, but I still know that the chairman of our Huanya Group is Lin Hai. The two kids looked at each other and laughed bitterly. It seemed that their dad was quite good at saving face. Wei Shiyu had a smile on her face that saw through everything. Dad just went to the Huanya Financial today, and before that, he should have been a security guard at the Chengtian Hotel, living in the Chengtian Hotel's security dormitory, right? Wei Muyao smiled and said, Dad, no matter if you're a driver or a security guard, even if you're a rag picker, we siblings won't mind you. You don't need to make up those unrealistic identities for yourself. Wei Yuan's brain hurt. Where did he fudge his identity? He was the world's top financial oligarch. So how was he either a driver or a security guard in the eyes of the children? Is he that graceless? Wei Yuan simply didn't bother to explain. Sooner or later the kids would believe that he was a super godly man anyway. Well, I'll be whatever you guys say I am. If you guys say I live in the security quarters, then I live as the security quarters. Hearing the security guard admitted himself made the three children feel very bad. How much has Dad suffered? Either as a security guard or a driver. The three of them must work hard to earn a good living for their dad. Wei Muyao asked with slight concern. Dad, how many people live in the Chengtian Hotel security dormitory? How is the environment? Wei Yuan was stunned. Where did he know this? How should this be answered? Oops, really shouldn't go along with what the kids say. Luckily, Wei Changan on the side relieved him. Big sister, is there any need to ask? How good can the environment of the security dormitory be? It's definitely worse than the environment in our boys' dormitory. Probably garbage is thrown all over the place. And smelly socks and stuff are everywhere. It's even possible to have more than 10 people living in one room. The three children were even more distraught. It's amazing that Dad lives in such a filthy environment. Wei Muyao suddenly pulled Wei Yuan's arm and said with tears in her eyes, Dad, since we've already recognized each other, you should stay. Don't go back to living in the security dormitory. Wei Shiyu and Wei Chanan's eyes lit up. Big sister is right. Dad, don't go. Stay. Let's live together as a family of 4. Big sister and second sister are right. If we have our own house, why don't we live in it? Although our house is relatively old, at least it's a 3-bedroom house. It can accommodate 4 people. Feeling the strong heartache of the 3 children, Wei Yuan suddenly felt as if it was not bad to be treated as a chauffeur or security guard by the children. At least he saw the innocent nature of the 3 children. Wei Yuan was certainly willing to live with the children, even if he had never lived in such a shabby house before. The children's thoughts are known to Dad. It's just that Dad's change of clothes and scrubs are at the Chengtian Hotel, so Dad will go back to sleep tonight and move over tomorrow after he gets his luggage. Wei Muyao shook her head decisively. What are you waiting for tomorrow? Move now. I don't want Dad to live in such a filthy environment for a second. Let's follow Dad to the Chengtian Hotel right now to move our luggage. Looking at the children's eager gazes, Wei Yuan suddenly rose the interest of teasing the children. Since the kids think he's living in a dirty security dorm, he's building a security dorm for the kids. Good. I appreciate the children's feelings. Only, I don't need the 3 of you to come together. I don't have much to travel with. Changan alone is enough. Wei Muyao admonished. Changan, I'll leave the task of helping Dad carry the luggage to you. Wei Changan nodded. No problem. Wei Yuan said with a smile. Wait a moment Changan. I'll go to the restroom first. Wei Yuan used urine escape to hide in the toilet, pulled out his cell phone, and called Li Chengtian. Li Chengtian had already fallen asleep, and when he heard the phone ringing, he tried to turn it off in a daze. However, when he saw Wei Yuan's name, he instantly sobered up. Brother Fuchi, what are your orders? Wei Yuan lowered his voice and said, Chengtian, don't ask why. Immediately put my traveling gifts in the security quarters. The more chaotic the security quarters are, the better. In a moment, my son and I will make a trip over there. Li Chengtian was confused. Brother Yuan called him in the middle of the night and thought something big was going on. I didn't expect Yuqi to make such a nonsensical request. Also, Where did Fuchi pop up a son from? Brother Yuqi. The security guards of Changtian Grand Hotel are directly channeled by the manpower company. Changtian Grand Hotel doesn't have a security dormitory. Wei Yuan rolled his eyes without any good reason. Changtian, now I finally understand why your business is so small. It's because you can't be flexible. There is no security quarters. Won't you build one? Li Changtian's self-confidence was struck to the bone, and he thought that Changtian Group's market capitalization had reached $200 billion, so he could show his face properly in front of Brother Yuan. I didn't realize he was doing such a small business in Yuqi's mind. Brother Yuan, I understand. I'll immediately build a security guard dormitory and make sure it's cleaned and boarded up. Wei Yuan rubbed his forehead very breathlessly. Changtian, I'm not talking to you. Have you ever seen a very clean and organized security guard dormitory? Just do as the migrant workers' dormitory does. The messier the better. Well, there's still a few roommates for me. Got it. I'll be there in about 40 minutes. So make sure you hurry. Yes. Wei Yuan's command. Li Changtian did not dare to be slow. Immediately dressed and got up. Personally drove toward the Changtian Hotel. He wanted to personally be a roommate for Brother Yuan. Of course, the most important thing was that he had to meet the Grand Master. While driving, Li Changtian dialed Sun Qian, the general manager of Changtian Hotel. The call was quickly answered and a deep baritone voice came through. Dong Li, calling this late? What's so urgent? Don't ask why. Build a security guard dormitory as fast as you can. Just follow the whole thing like the migrant laborers' dormitory. The messier the better. In addition, you arrange for about 10 people to live in it as security guards. Leave a few empty seats. I want to live in it. Sun Qian was confused. Li Dong called him in the middle of the night and thought something big had happened. I didn't realize that he was asked to build a security guard dormitory, and he's going to live in it himself? Li Dong has always been very calm. Why engage in such unreliable things? Sun Qian had a head full of questions, but he didn't dare to ask and could only nod his head in response. Don't worry, Li Dong. I'll get this security quarters as fast as I can. It had to be said that Sun Qian's work was fast, and in just 10 minutes, the security quarters were ready. The bedding and whatnot was made from the ones that the hotel had eliminated and hadn't had time to dispose of yet. The only thing that made Sun Qian a little apprehensive was that he had never been to a migrant workers' dormitory and didn't know how messy it was. Li Changtian arrived. He was still satisfied with the dormitory. However, he was still a bit uneasy. Soon, Li Changtian realized that he was worried about something. Have you guys ever seen a real migrant workers' dormitory? Several executives looked at each other with bitter smiles. Li Dong, this really hasn't been seen before. Li Changtian rubbed his forehead feebly. He knew it was like this. They just built the dormitory with their imagination. I wonder if Brother Fuchi will be satisfied. Seeing that Li Changtian was not satisfied, the executives lowered their heads and did not dare to speak. Sun Qian had a bright idea and said in a harmonious voice, Li Dong, is it possible for the security guards of our hotel to have been migrant workers? Li Changtian's eyes lit up. Even if the security guards hadn't worked as migrant laborers, it didn't matter. They were real security guards. Surely they could build real security quarters. What are you waiting for? Why don't you hurry up and get the security guards over here? Chapter 20. Sito's heart is in the right place. It was the first time the security guards had come into close contact with so many big leaders, and they were all trembling with fear. Li Changtian glanced at Sun Qian, who cleared his throat and asked, before everyone became a security guard, who worked as a migrant laborer? Several security guards hung their heads low and didn't dare to speak. Why did the big boss ask that? Do you have to fire those who have done migrant labor? But don't ever admit it. Li Changtian rolled his eyes. Asking like this could ask a hairline. Don't be afraid. Everyone who has been a migrant worker will be rewarded with $20,000 each. Swish, swish, swish. Several security guards looked up. I've been a migrant worker. I've been one. And me. Li Changtian nodded with satisfaction. Very well. You three come here. The three looked at Li Changtian pitifully, wondering what the big boss was calling them over for. Look at this dormitory. Does it look like a migrant worker's dormitory? If it doesn't, point out the places that don't look like it, and for each place you point out, you'll be rewarded $1,000. The three guards' eyes went green. Is there such a thing as a good thing? Reporting to the big boss. The bedding is too new. It should be a little dark and the smell is too faint. Report big boss. The floor is too clean. There should be grease, vegetable soup, and smelly socks and torn clothes or something. Report big boss. There's no rice bowl on the table. Reporting to big boss. There are no VCDs or yellow discs. No revealing paintings of sexy beauties on the wall either. In the blink of an eye, the three security guards identified more than a dozen things that were not right. With an order, Li Changtian rearranged the dormitory according to the three security guards' instructions. The executives also grew to know that the original migrant workers' dormitory is like this. Big boss. The appearance and everything is more or less the same. It's the smell that's slightly lacking. After a few of us became security guards, we went home every day and washed our feet, and the smell of the socks wasn't strong enough. Li Changtian didn't panic at all and turned his head to look at the remaining security guards. Now here's a chance for you to earn some money. Whoever has a strong enough sock smell to contribute will be rewarded $10,000 each. Several security guards were ecstatic. I didn't realize you could make money with smelly feet these days. Big boss, I should be fine. Take it off now? Strip. A few security guards hurriedly took off their shoes. And then, Li Changtian and a few other executives almost fainted. Li Changtian held his nose hard. Very good. You guys are all good. Live in right now and throw your socks right under the bed. A couple of security guards were ecstatic. Yes. Well, there's nothing else. So go away. All of you. Li Changtian twisted his head to look at the executives. If Li Changtian hasn't left, how dare the executives leave? Li Dong, we also want to experience life. Can we? With that said, the executives forced themselves to hold back the alarming odor and walked into the dormitory. Li Changtian looked at the executives with a strange gaze. He stayed in to get to know the eldest young master. Why were these executives still actively seeking abuse? Experience is fine, but my big brother is coming in a little while, so you can't show yourselves. Don't worry, Li Dong. We will definitely cooperate. The executive's eyes lit up. The decision to stay was too wise. What kind of person must Li Dong's big brother be? Li Changtian as well as the executives borrowed security uniforms from the security guards. A few executives forced themselves to resist the fresh smell and got together to play cards. Li Changtian had no interest in playing cards and lay on the bed lifelessly. The security quarters are made to look so real. On Yuqi's side, it should pass muster, right? Equals. 10 minutes later, Wei Yuan and Wei Changan arrived at Changtian Hotel. Wei Yuan took Wei Changan and went straight to the security quarters that Li Changtian had just built. Dang. Knock. Dang. Wei Yuan knocked on the door. Li Changtian waited for Wei Yuan to wait, finally heard the knock on the door and was so excited that tears were almost flowing down his face. Li Changtian hurriedly jumped out of bed and opened the door quickly. A strong fresh odor came from the air, and Wei Changan subconsciously covered his nose. Zest. I'm sure it's even more exaggerated than their boys' dormitory. Dad is really so pitiful, living in such a filthy environment every day. Wei Yuan was almost smoked out, and it took a great effort to control his form, glancing at Li Changtian with an approving gaze. To come up with such realistic security quarters in such a short period of time, it was evident that Changtian had put his heart and soul into it. Brother Yuan, why are you so late today? Sun Chen Jia Sanzhou Chiang and the others thought you weren't coming back tonight. Who is this young man? So handsome. Wei Yuan nodded slightly. Changtian finally knew to use his brain. If he doesn't know any of his roommates, it does tend to show. Sungri told him the names of a few roommates in such a subtle way, so this shouldn't reveal anything, right? Wei Yuan smiled faintly. Changan, this is your uncle Li, who takes good care of me. Wei Changan simply couldn't look at Li Changtian as a security guard. However, due to Wei Yuan's face, Wei Changan reluctantly nodded at Li Changtian. Hello Uncle Li. The great nephew is so handsome. He could have come out of nowhere. Li Changtian pulled Wei Changan affectionately, engraving his voice and smiled deep in the recesses of his mind. Li Changtian was too enthusiastic. Wei Changan was made a little embarrassed and wanted to shake it off, but his father was watching, so he could only endure. Li Changtian laughed. The great nephew is shy. Come. Let's talk in the house. Saying that, Li Changtian pulled Wei Changan into the dormitory. A couple of executives are playing cards bareback. Sun Qian played cards while pulling out Huazi to disperse the cigarettes. Wei Changan was stunned and slightly changed his opinion of the security guard. The security guards are great nowadays. Do they all smoke Huazis? Li Changtian was shocked in his heart. Bad. Old son smoked Huazi. Will not reveal, right? The good thing is that Wei Changan didn't think much of it. Walked up and looked at Sun Qian with a smile. Hello uncle, give me one too? While saying that, he extended his hand at Sun Qian. Wei Yuan's face turned green. This little bastard, asking for a cigarette in front of him. His old man. What an indiscipline. What are you smoking? Jia San, don't spoil your child's bad habits. Wei Yuan didn't know Sun Qian's name and could only call out a random one. Jia San is very aggravated. He didn't disperse the smoke, did he? Sun Qian was stunned, quickly realized that big brother Li Dong was talking about him, and hurriedly stuffed the cigarette case into his pocket and extinguished the cigarette. Brothers, don't smoke in front of the kids. Put them all out. Hey. Several executives hurriedly extinguished their cigarettes and carefully surveyed Wei Yuan and Wei Changan. engraving the two men's appearance in their minds. This is Li Dong's big brother. You have to get on good terms. This young man is so handsome. He simply kills those traffic stars. Young man, do you have a date? My daughter just started her freshman year of college this year and is currently single. Li Chengtian was anxious at that moment and glared viciously at Sun Xian. Don't try to steal my son-in-law from me. My daughter is already a sophomore in high school this year, and in a few years she'll be ready to be a girlfriend for Changan. Wei Changan was slightly embarrassed. Uncles and uncles, I already have a girlfriend. Several people showed disappointment, and Li Chengtian asked, Brother Yuan, is the eldest nephew going to stay here today? It just so happens that we have 2 empty beds here. Chapter 21, Moving Luggage. Wei Chanan's face changed. He didn't live in this kind of place. The odor, more than 10 times stronger than a college dormitory. It's so sad that dad lives in such brutal conditions every day. Wei Changan didn't want his dad to continue living here and hurriedly shook his head. Uncle Li, we don't live here. We came over this time to carry the luggage for dad. Moving luggage? Li Chengtian was confused. Can't understand Wei Yuan's maneuvering at all. What's Fuchi playing at? He goes to all the trouble of making a dormitory at night, and he's just here to carry the luggage? Fuchi, you're moving your luggage? Wei Yuan nodded. Chengtian, and brothers, our destiny as housemates ends here. I've recognized my son and daughter, and will live with them from now on. A few executives laughed bitterly. They smelled the stench of half a day, and they thought that they could climb the big brother of Li Dong. I didn't realize that the roommate bond ended before it began. Li Chengtian was confused. Brother Yuan had a daughter? Li Chengtian felt like his worldview had been completely destroyed. Isn't Brother Fuchi single? Hasn't Brother Fuchi never been close to women? Why are you showing mercy everywhere? A son and a daughter? Li Chengtian put on a look of reluctance. Congratulations to Brother Yuan and Changan for recognizing each other as father and son. In the future, Brother Yuan should come back often to see us brothers. Several other executives rushed to cooperate. Brother Fuchi, there's no one to watch DVDs with us when you're gone. The days must be so boring. Brother Yuan, make sure you don't forget about us. Let's brothers get together often. Wei Yuan nodded with satisfaction. These housemates are very into the movie. Go back and ask Chengtian to give them red packets. Wei Yuan also put on a look of dismay. Brothers, although my men are gone, our hearts will always be with you all. There is no such thing as life without a feast. Take care, gentlemen. Farewell. Li Chengtian placed Wei Yuan's salute in the most conspicuous position. Wei Yuan saw his salute and raised his hand to point. Chadan, that's Daddy's traveling gift. Help Daddy carry it. Okay. Wei Changan bumbled his way up and carried down Wei Yuan's salute. Brothers, I'm leaving. I'll miss you. Wei Yuan put on a look of reluctance and hugged everyone one by one before leaving the dormitory with Wei Changan. Wei Changan put his luggage in the trunk and then sat in the passenger side. Boom, boom. The car starts. Wei Changan looked at Wei Yuan with slight curiosity. Dad, the boss won't blame you for using the company car for personal use? Wei Yuan smiled slightly. Changan, if I say that I myself am the boss, do you believe me? Wei Changan is speechless. Dad is at it again. Wei Yuan knew that his son definitely didn't believe him. Wei Yuan changed the topic. Changan, why do you smoke? Who did you learn it from? Wei Changan let out a bitter smile. I can't help it. The 3 of us siblings grew up without a father and have to rely on me to protect my mom and my 2 sisters. And I can only act a little bad to scare off some people with bad intentions. Wei Yuan couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache, and thought that Changan was the most unintelligent of the 3 children. Turns out he misunderstood Nagi. The only reason Nagin became a delinquent was to protect his mom and 2 sisters. Now that Dad is back, just leave the task of protecting Muyo and Shiyu to me. Changan can study in peace. Wei Changan had an innocent smile on his face. Okay, Dad. From now on, I'll study hard and strive to become a student council cadre, so I won't disgrace Dad. A student council member? The speaker had no intention, but the listener had the intention. Wei Yuan secretly noted down his son's wish. Then take the time to go to your son's school and get him a student body president. It was close to 2 o'clock in the morning when the 2 got home. Wei Muyo and Wei Shiyu had already gone to sleep. Wei Changan hesitantly said, Dad, why don't you sleep with me for the next few days? After the first 7 days, you can sleep in Mom's room again? Wei Yuan gently shook his head. I've been looking for late autumn for 20 years. How could I be afraid of late autumn? I can't wait for her to come to me. I'll just sleep directly in late autumn's room. Wei Changan nodded in silence and placed Wei Yuan's salute in his mother's room. Equals. There was no talk all night. Wei Muyao got up the earliest, briefly scrubbed, and habitually walked into the kitchen to prepare breakfast for her younger siblings. But after waiting left and right, they didn't wait for Wei Yuan and Wei Changan. Wei Muyao rushed into Wei Changan's room and picked him up by his ears. What time is it? Why don't you get up? Are you still going to class? Wei Changan yawned and reluctantly dressed. Chadan, get dressed and go yell at Daddy to get up for dinner. Wei Changan shook his head. Dad didn't go to sleep until 2 in the morning last night. Let him sleep a little longer. Wei Muyao was stunned. Yes, last night Changan and Dad went to get the luggage. Dad must have been very sleepy, right? Okay, then let Daddy sleep a little longer. Even if Daddy gets fired from the company for being late, I can afford to feed Daddy. Wei Muyao left Wei Yuan's breakfast in the pot to warm up and left a note for Wei Yuan. The 3 siblings ate and drank, went to work and went to school. It was not until after 9 o'clock that Wei Yuan slept until he woke up leisurely. Opening his eyes and seeing the unfamiliar room, Wei Yuan was slightly stunned and quickly realized that he was sleeping in Late Autumn's room. Wei Yuan stretched and got up to wash. Seeing the note left by Wei Muyao, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. That's simple happiness, isn't it? Wei Yuan was eating the breakfast prepared by Wei Muyao when his cell phone rang. Grabbing his cell phone, he saw that it was Mo Yuqi's call. Wei Yuan couldn't help but see Mo Yuqi's young face that was 99% similar to Evening Autumn's in his mind. Kiki, what's the matter with calling me so early? Uncle, where have you been? The board meeting is in half an hour and I'm a little panicked. Wei Yuan smiled faintly. Don't panic, I'll be there soon. Okay. Wei Yuan wiped his mouth and put on the suit and shoes his daughter had bought him, grabbed 2 hand towels from his suitcase and put on a pair of sunglasses. Go downstairs and drive toward Circle Financial. Loop Financial. The large conference room has come more than 10 shareholders. At the head of the group was a slightly balding middle-aged man. This middle-aged man was Zhou Songhai, the second largest shareholder of Huanya Group. Brothers, everyone received Secretary Zhang's notice, right? What do you guys think? Shareholders have lowered their heads. Look at this situation. Zhou Songhai want to arm wrestle with the new major shareholders. Before the situation is still unclear, it is best to remain silent. Zhou Songhai is speechless. These old foxes, last night said well, really want to move the reel. One is not willing to be ahead of the head. Zhou Songhai could only twist his head to look at his close associate. Huangzhe. Huangzhe said with righteous indignation. This new major shareholder is too disrespectful to us, the president of such a major appointment. But also do not discuss with us shareholders. I am firmly opposed to let a marketing commissioner as the president. Chapter 22, Who Dares to Touch Her? The shareholders still didn't venture to take sides. It doesn't matter who is the president. What matters is who can win the final victory and who can bring them greater benefits. Zhou Songhai cursed the old fox and could only reveal his bottom card. In fact, there's something I've never told you all. In the last half a month, there's been a crisis in Lindong's Tianhai Holdings, but instead of dropping, the share price of Huanya Financial has slightly risen. Do you know what the reason for this is? The shareholders raised their heads at the same time, gazing at Zhou Songhai. This can only mean one reason. Someone is behind the big buyout of Huanya Financial stock, and that's why it has stabilized Huanya Financial stock price. Dong Zhou has deep pockets. Zhou Dong already holds 27% of the shares. Plus these shares collected, it should be very close to 36%, right? It seems that it's not a simple matter for the new major shareholder to take control of the company. Zhou Songhai had a proud look on his face. If you only count these loose shares acquired, I only have 34%. However, Vice President Jean already transferred his 5% shares to me last night. I'm now the number 1 shareholder of Circle Asia Financial, holding 39% of the shares. Shareholders' eyes came alive. Congratulations to Dong Zhou on his promotion to the first major shareholder. Compared to the newcomers, I still trust Zhou Dong, the old man, more. Huangzhe was right just now. That new major shareholder. No, that second shareholder is looking down on us too much. Appointing a major event like a president doesn't even discuss it with us. I won't recognize this president that he appointed. I heard that this second shareholder is quite overbearing, forcing Vice President Jean to resign yesterday. But Vice President Jean is an old man who has been working at Huanya for more than 20 years. It's chilling. Everyone must sound the alarm. Vice President Kim's today could be our tomorrow. Zhou Songhai said in a deep voice. The total shareholding of all of us here exceeds 60%. So as long as you authorize your shareholdings to me for management, I can firmly hold on to the control of Huanya Financial. Directly kick this unintelligent second shareholder out. Agreed. +1. Seconded. While the shareholders were talking, Mo Yuqi pushed the door into the conference room. This was Mo Yuqi's first time to participate in a board meeting. Her first time to face so many shareholders. Her palms were a little sweaty. Mo Yuqi took a deep breath and walked faithfully to her position, politely greeting the shareholders. Hello shareholders, I am the new president of Huanya Financial, Mo Yuqi. I will preside over today's board meeting. Wei Dong will be here soon. Zhou Songhai snorted coldly. So who? Yuqi, right? You're the new president of Huanya Financial? How come I didn't know? Yuqi took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, Dong Zhou, it's like this. Yesterday, Wei Dong just appointed me as the president of Huanya Financial. Zhou Songhai bristled with disdain. How come I don't know that we still have any Wei Dong in Huanya Finance? On what basis did he appoint you as president? Of course Yuqi wouldn't wimp out. Wei Dong acquired all of Lin Dong's shares yesterday. Wei Dong is the largest shareholder of our Huanya Financial. He has the right to appoint and dismiss personnel. Zhou Songhai laughed. If I remember correctly, Lin Dong owns 36% of the shares, while I now own 39% of the shares. In addition, there are more than a dozen other shareholders whose shares have been entrusted to me, and I've already reached absolute control. In fact, Yuqi's face changed drastically. If that's the case, Uncle is out of a job. What should we do? Huangzhe looked at Yuqi with a teasing gaze. Why don't you speak? Mute. I really don't know how you still have the face to stay here. The skin is thicker than the city walls, isn't it? Yuqi clenched her pink fist hard, itching to swell Huang Kun's smug face. The shareholders began to shell Yuqi. A marketing commissioner is just a marketing commissioner. How dare he presume to be the president? Simply ridiculous. Not to mention, this little girl is quite good looking. I guess something indescribable happened between her and that second shareholder, right? Otherwise, why would that second shareholder forcefully promote a marketing specialist to be the president? It looks quite innocent. I didn't expect. Yuck. Stinking shameless little bitch. Yuqi was so aggravated that she almost cried. Uncle, why don't you come? I can't hold on any longer. Successfully controlling Huanya Finance, Zhou Songhai was in a great mood and looked at Yuqi with a smile. Xiao Mo. A good bird chooses a tree nest. Why don't you follow me from now on? Just be my life secretary. The shareholders laughed. Is it the kind where you have a secretary for something and a secretary for nothing? Zhou Dong is so elegant that he's even willing to drive a used car. Mr. Yang, this is what you don't understand. A first-hand car needs to be broken in for a long time. A second-hand car can be on the road after a simple break-in. What's more, this used car is quite well maintained. Well, it's really smooth. While saying that, Huangzhe raised his hand and touched Yuqi's arm. Yuqi really couldn't help herself and raised her hand to give Huangzhe a hard slap. Vice President Huang, please respect yourself. For a moment, the entire conference room fell silent, and the shareholders looked at Huangzhe with teasing gazes. Huangzhe's face was a burst of green and white, viciously glaring at Yuqi. This little bitch, how dare she make a move? Yuqi, did I give you face? You are just a small marketing specialist. How dare you hit me? The vice president? You are fired. Get out of the conference room right now. Get out of Huanya Financial. Yuqi looked at Huangzhe stubbornly. Sorry, Vice President Huang, you don't have the authority. Huangzhe was infuriated and laughed, slapping the table hard and roaring, Security! Where are the security guards? Hurry up and blast this crazy woman who is spreading her wildness in the boardroom out. Whoa! Wow! Several security guards pushed the door in and came straight to Yuqi. Mo, please leave. Yuqi shouted. I'm the president of Huanya Financial. I'll see who of you dares to touch me. A few security guards were a bit embarrassed and turned their heads to look at Zhou Songhai. Zhou Songhai said lightly, there is no president of Huanya Finance as of now. She is just a marketing specialist. Oh no! She has been fired. She is not even a marketing specialist anymore. The several security guards were greatly relieved in their hearts and looked at Yuqi expressionlessly. Mo, please don't put us in a difficult position. Please leave immediately. Otherwise, we're not polite. Don't you guys touch me. Otherwise you guys will regret it. Of course Yuqi wouldn't leave. She was the president appointed by Uncle. It would be Uncle's face that would be disgraced if she was just blown out. Huangzhe roared. What are you waiting for? Immediately blow this crazy woman out. A few security guards no longer hesitated and raised their hands to grab Yuqi. Just when Yuqi was almost in despair. With a bang, the conference room door was heavily pushed open. Wei Yuan strides in. Who dares to touch her? The author has something to say. Chapter 23, Your brother Yuan is still your brother Yuan. The aura on Wei Yuan's body was too full, like an emperor high above, looking down on his people. Why do you see a few familiar faces? It's a small world, isn't it? I can't believe so many old acquaintances are shareholders of Circle Financial. Finally, Wei Yuan's gaze landed on the faces of a few security guards. The aura of Wei Yuan, who had been in a high position for a long time, was too strong, even from a distance of more than 10 meters. The several security guards felt their hearts jerking violently and drew back their large hands as if they were electrocuted. They did not doubt for a second that if they dared to touch a single finger of Yuqi today, they would definitely not be able to walk out of this conference room. The shareholders subconsciously turned their heads to look at Wei Yuan. This second shareholder was just a young man? Also, wearing a suit that was popular a few years ago. There shouldn't be any deep background. Shareholders who didn't know Wei Yuan's background couldn't help but feel a bit contemptuous. The 7 or 8 shareholders who knew Wei Yuan's face changed drastically. Next, how come the second shareholder? No, how come the new major shareholder is Brother Fuchi? If they had known that Brother Yuan was the new major shareholder, if they had been given 100 guts, they wouldn't have dared to conspire with Zhou Songhai to rebel. These 7 or 8 shareholders are the minions who picked up Wei Yuan yesterday. A few people glared viciously at Zhou Songhai. This asshole. Almost killing them. Zhou Songhai didn't see that these 7 or 8 shareholders were not in the right mood, and thought that they were frequently looking at him, handing him secret signals. Zhou Songhai's heart was greatly determined, and he felt that he had to come forward to control the scene. Don't you guys be afraid. According to the bylaws of Circle Asia, the marketing commissioner is not qualified to participate in the board of directors. Blow her out immediately. Wei Yuan coldly looked at Zhou Songhai. I've appointed Mr. Mo as the president of Huanya Finance. Didn't Secretary Zhang inform you? Zhou Songhai snorted coldly. On what basis did you make the appointment? Have you conferred with the shareholders? By the way, I forgot to tell you that I'm the major shareholder of Circle Asia Financial. The power to appoint and dismiss personnel is in my hands, and I'm not afraid to tell you, there are already more than a dozen shareholders who have authorized their shareholdings to me for management, and I've already achieved absolute control. I'm really sorry that you're out just after entering the board of directors. Absolute control? Wei Yuan laughed and glanced at his little brothers with a gaze full of deep meaning. Someone is indeed out, but that someone isn't me. It's you. Brothers, you've been undercover long enough. Showdown. Whoa. Wow. 7 or 8 shareholders stepped forward. I've transferred all my equity to Wei Dong. Zhou Songhai, you think you've stood on the 5th floor. Don't you know that Wei Dong has stood on the 10th floor? Zhou Songhai, I'm really sorry. A few of us hold a total of 17% of the shares. Together with Wei Dong's 36%, we've reached absolute control. Zhou Songhai, will you leave on your own, or will you let the security guards invite you out? And Huangzhe, Lu Kaiyuan, Su Zhenbang, you guys also consciously get lost. Lu Kaiyuan and Su Zhenbang can get lost, but not Huangzhe, who just touched Mr. Mo's arm. Swish. Wei Yuan looked askance at Huangzhe as if he were an ancient fierce god. How dare this asshole touch Kiki's arm? Kiki is a woman who is 99% similar to Late Autumn. If this can be tolerated, what can't be tolerated? Wei Yuan walked towards Huangzhe expressionlessly and stood in front of him, looking at him coldly. Do it yourself, or should I help you? Huangzhe pissed himself in fear, as if what stood in front of him was not a human being, but a ferocious beast from the distant past. I don't understand what Wei Dong means. Wei Yuan's eyes flashed with a cold and incomparable light as he raised his hand and grabbed Huangzhe's right hand, slamming it evilly towards the edge of the U-shaped table. Click! A crisp bone crack sounded. Huangzhe let out a terrifying scream. Ow! Broken! My hand broke! All the shareholders were scared into silence, deeply bowing their heads, not daring to meet Wei Yuan's eyes at all. Terrible! This Wei Dong is also too scary, right? It's comparable to an ancient beast, wasting Huangzhe's hand at the drop of a hat. The eyes of Wei Yuan's minions shone with an incomparable light of exuberance. When I first followed Wei Yuan out of the village, every day was very passionate and hot-blooded. It was a chaotic time. Fist is hard enough to save your life. So many years of wealth and prosperity had smoothed out their passion. I didn't realize that after 20 years, your brother Yuan is still your brother Yuan. Yuqi looked at Wei Yuan's overbearing and incomparable side face in fascination, and the tears that were constantly swirling in her eyes finally slipped down. Uncle is simply handsome. Uncle is simply her day. This star-like dazzling man, she, Yuqi, will take it, even if, however difficult the path was, she would be firm and unshakable, even if, just a little closer to this man, she was content. Wei Yuan twisted his head and looked at Yuqi with a smile. Mr. Mo, the hand he touched you with is broken. Has it subsided? Yuqi subconsciously said. When he touched my arm just now, he used his left hand. Left-handed? Wei Yuan gently shook his head and looked at Huangzhe with a smile. I'm sorry, I got it wrong just now. I have to correct the mistake. Will you do it yourself or let me help you? Huangzhe's face turned green with fear. Devil! This Wei is definitely the devil. Wei Dong, I've been punished. I already know I'm wrong. Ow! Before he could finish his words, Wei Yuan grabbed his left hand and viciously knocked it against the edge of the U-shaped table. With a crunching sound, Huangzhe's left hand was also ruined. Wei Yuan took out a handkerchief from his jacket pocket and slowly wiped his hands as if his hands were stained with something dirty. After a full 2 minutes of wiping, Wei Yuan slowly raised his head and looked around at the shareholders. The shareholders were scared out of their wits. Like scared, stupid roe deer. With their heads almost stuck in their pants, Wei Yuan coldly snorted. A group of waste, on this still dared to rebel? That is, this is now a society governed by the rule of law. If this had been put into 20 years ago, Wei Yuan would have eaten them cleanly. Not even the bones left. Wei Yuan slowly walked up to Zhou Songhai and looked down on him from above. Dong Zhou, if I remember correctly, you just said that I don't respect you shareholders. I accept your criticism. I'll respect you shareholders properly. Zhou Songhai's face changed drastically, and a large cold sweat broke out on his head as he hurriedly squeezed out a pleasing smile. Misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding. Don't laugh. Mr. Wei, you don't disrespect us. You respect us shareholders very much. Wei Yuan gently patted Zhou Songhai's shoulder, nearly scaring the latter into peeing. Therefore, I am now in the principle of respecting Dong Zhou. Very seriously discussing with Dong Zhou, can you give up all your positions in Huanya Finance? The author has something to say. Chapter 24, I'm serious. Huang's fate was right in front of his eyes, where Zhou Songhai dared to say half a word? Too capable. With Wei Dong managing Huanya Financial will definitely prosper. I'm very relieved. I'll immediately step down from all positions at Huanya Financial and wait for dividends to retire at ease. Since Zhou Dong is no longer serving in Huanya Finance, do you still want to participate in the board of directors in the future? Zhou Songhai shook his head repeatedly. Not attending. Of course not. I'll leave right away. After saying that, Zhou Songhai hurriedly stood up and kept nodding his head to Wei Yuan as he slowly backed up. Wei Yuan snorted coldly. Since Zhou Songhai was so understanding, let's spare him. One of the junior brothers stood out and shouted, Brother Yuan, we can't let Zhou Songhai off so easily. Zhou Songhai just blurted out that he asked General Manager Mo to be his life secretary. Wei Yuan narrowed his eyes. Living secretary? Well, it's just something secretaries do. Nothing. Little brother didn't finish his sentence, but Wei Yuan already understood what he meant. Zhou Dong, don't be too busy to leave first. You are so elegant. You want Mr. Mo to be your secretary? Zhou Songhai's face turned pale with fear and he waved his hands. Joke. This is all a joke. Wei Dong must not take it seriously. Wei Yuan grinned, revealing a mouthful of small white teeth. How can this be a joke? I'm taking it seriously. I can make the call. From now on, Mr. Mo is your life secretary. Gah? Everyone was confused. Wei Dong, what's going on here? He directly scrapped Huangja in order to stand up for Mr. Mo. How come he gave Mr. Mo to Zhou Songhai as his life secretary in a flash? Mo Yuqi was aggravated. Is she that bad? Why is uncle so eager to give her away as a living secretary? Zhou Songhai felt that his brain was a little less than adequate, and laughed bitterly. Wei Dong, don't tease me. How could I dare to let Mr. Mo be my life secretary? What wouldn't you dare? Didn't you say that yourself just now? It's settled. From now on, Mr. Mo is your life secretary. In order to show respect to Zhou Dong, I am now very seriously discussing with Zhou Dong about the remuneration of Mr. Mo. How about half of the equity share in your hands? Gulp. Everyone couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Wei Dong has a big appetite. Zhou Songhai holds 39% of the shares, and the dividends are several $100 million a year. This life secretary is ridiculously expensive. You don't have to pay this much even to bag a star, right? Mo Yuqi's essence quickly recovered. It turned out that uncle was not sending her out, but helping her to seek justice from Zhou Songhai. Uncle is simply too dark. He opened his mouth and asked for half of the equity share, but black was good. She liked it. Zhou Songhai laughed bitterly. Now Wei Yuan has completely controlled the Ring Asia Financial, management and so on. He simply cannot intervene. How much dividend to give him is still not a matter of Wei Yuan's word. Zhou Songhai smiled sagely. I think Mo totaled this price. Just follow what Wei Dong said. Wei Yuan looked at Mo Yuqi with a smile. Mr. Mo, did you hear that? From today onwards, you're Zhou Dong's life secretary. You'll have to send Zhou Dong a text message every day from now on, reminding him of what to eat, what to wear, what time to exercise and what time to sleep today. Put. Mo Yuqi just couldn't help herself and burst out laughing. Good it. As Zhou Dong's life secretary, I will make a scientific life plan for Zhou Dong every day. I hope Zhou Dong can abide by it. The little brothers laughed unkindly. Brother Yuan is too bad. This is the rhythm of stimulating Zhou Songhai once a day. I wonder if Zhou Songhai will vomit blood in anger. Zhou Songhai's face turned blue as he fled out of the conference room in an unusual state of distress, and Huangja hurriedly followed in his master's footsteps. The few shareholders who conspired with Zhou Songhai regretted and wanted to kill themselves. Why did they follow Zhou Songhai to rebel? That's a good one. and a total loss. Lu Kaiyuan and Su Zhenbang decisively conceded to Wei Yuan. Wei Dong, today is your win. We have nothing to say. We are willing to transfer all the shares in our hands to you at a price 30% below the market price. Wei Yuan smiled slightly. These two people are still considered to be people who understand. There is not much point in staying in Huanya Financial. It would be better to break off the tail to survive. Alright, I'll take your shares. And after the shareholders meeting, you'll go to the chairman's office. Thanks to Wei Dong, Wei Yuan walked to the top of the U-shaped table, which belonged to the chairman of the board, and supported his hands on the tabletop, looking around the shareholders with an eagle eye. Except for Yuqi and his minions, all the shareholders lowered their heads to show their submission to Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan nodded with satisfaction and said in a harmonious voice, "In order to show my respect to everyone, Mr. Wei discussed with everyone. I would like to appoint Mr. Mo as the president of Huanya Finance. Do you approve or disapprove?" Shareholders nodded hurriedly. I raise my hand. I put my hands and feet up in favor of that. Mr. Mo will definitely lead Huanya Finance to glory. Wei Yuan nodded slightly and looked at Yuqi with a smile. General Manager Mo, since the shareholders have recognized you as the president, you will preside over the board of directors. Yuqi took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Thank you, Mr. Wei and all the shareholders for your trust in me. I will definitely do my best to safeguard the interests of the shareholders and let Huanya Financial thrive." After a pause, Yuqi looked around at the shareholders. Let's move on to the first topic. In the next 5 years, will we focus on long-term or short-term investment in Huanya Financial? Wei Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly. It was a bit interesting. It seemed that Kiki had done her homework. It seemed that she was not willing to be evasive. The shareholders and Yuqi had a lively discussion. Wei Yuan listened with a lack of interest and did not interrupt. To be honest, he really couldn't raise his interest in a $10 billion project. After heated discussions, the board of directors unanimously decided that in the next 10 years, Huanya Financial will set the development route of focusing on the long term and supplemented by the short term. Wei Yuan nodded slightly. Kiki is good. Did not venture in order to strive for a short period of performance? The long term is the most prudent. Some of the most important shares in his hands are long-term holdings. As the board moved on to the second topic, the fireworks began to intensify. The fall of Zhou Songhai's lineage has vacated many very important positions, and shareholders are eyeing these positions. Yuqi was also in a bit of a dilemma and could only look at Wei Yuan with a gaze of help. Wei Yuan gently knocked on the table. The shareholders then remembered that there was still a bogeyman sitting next to them. What were they monkeying around for? I don't care about the other positions. I recommend one person for the executive vice president, the manager of the marketing department, Zhao Hongming. BZZZ. Shareholders sucked in their breath. Zhao Hongming is out of luck. There's a full 5 or 6 notches of difference between the manager of a marketing division and the executive vice president. It's a flying start. Chapter 25 The Sharpening of the Eagle. The shareholders didn't dare to disobey Wei Yuan and nodded their heads. Wei Dong is really the bull of the world. This Zhao Hongming is definitely one of the best talents in our Huanya group. I remember when Zhao Hongming was a marketing specialist. He took the #1 performance for 2 consecutive years, and that's even after being brutally squeezed by Jin. With Vice President Zhao on the throne, Huanya Finance will surely be on the right track soon. Wei Yuan nodded with satisfaction, not bothering to continue listening to the shareholders' bullshit, and twisted his head to look at Yuqi. Mr. Mo, I'm a bit tired. I'll go back to the chairman's office first. Go to the chairman's office to find me after the board meeting. Yes. Wei Yuan returned to the chairman's office and took a nap in the restroom. Yuqi was very understanding. Yesterday gave Wei Yuan all the new bedding in the lounge. Sleeping on it, there was the smell of sunshine. Wei Yuan was even more satisfied with Yuqi. An hour later, the board meeting was over. Yuqi brought Lu Kaiyuan and Su Zhenbang to the chairman's office. Wei Dong, the equity transfer agreement between the two shareholders has been prepared. Please sign. Yuqi respectfully handed the equity transfer agreement to Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan didn't even bother to look at the contents of the agreement and grabbed the signing pen to sign his big name. After writing the character Wei Yuan hesitated for a moment and swished and filled in Wei Shiyu's name. Before returning to China, Wei Yuan had already written his will, and after he was 100 years old, all of his assets would be operated through the Eternal Fund and donated to those who were truly in need. But now, Wei Yuan already had a descendant, and the huge assets had already been inherited by someone, so there was no need to donate all the assets. So he's going to start gradually raising 3 kids now, until the 3 children are capable enough to inherit his vast assets. Seeing Wei Yuan signing Wei Shiyu's name, Yuqi couldn't help but feel a little envious. Shiyu is so lucky. Yesterday, she was just an intern struggling to make the switch, and today, She's a shareholder who owns 6% of Circle Financial. After signing, Wei Yuan transferred the money painfully, and the two shareholders were relieved and thanked Wei Yuan profusely. After the two shareholders left, Wei Yuan looked at Yuqi with a smile. Kiki, there is an errand that needs to be done by you. Uncle, please. In a moment, I'll send you some enterprise information. You organize it. Pick some of these high-quality enterprises and arrange for Shiyu to expand her business. Yes. Yuqi brewed a pot of hot tea for Wei Yuan and personally poured the tea for Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan took a sip of tea and looked at Yuqi with an approving gaze. The water temperature was just right. The tea was refreshing and pleasant. It was very soothing. It seems that Kiki really has the potential to be a living secretary. Yuck. 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 What's on your mind? Late Autumn's 7th birthday hadn't passed yet. How could he think of such nonsense? Wei Yuan took out his cell phone and dialed Li Qingtian's number. And the call was answered in seconds. Brother Yuqi, can you be satisfied with the dormitory yesterday? Very satisfactory. Chang Tian, well done. Li Changtian was overjoyed. Was it easy for him? Finally getting a compliment from Brother Yuan. Why did he feel happier than if he had made tens of billions of dollars in business? After a pause, Wei Yuan continued. Chang Tian, I'll give you a small task. Record all of the brothers' industries. Make a list and send it to me. And by the way, tell the brothers that if a girl named Wei Shiyu goes forward to negotiate cooperation, she can be taken care of appropriately. Brother Fuchi, Shiyu is a great niece? Not the great niece, the little niece. Li Changtian laughed. Don't worry, Brother Yuan, as long as the little princess arrives at our brother's territory, we will definitely give the green light all the way and give the most favorable conditions. Wei Yuan's tone was very serious. Chang Tian, don't green light all the way. The procedures that should be taken are taken normally. I don't want my Wei Yuan's daughter to turn into a vase that will only look up to her father's shade. Just don't deliberately make things difficult when negotiating for cooperation. Understand? Understood. A young eagle can only spread its wings after being honed. Well, organize the information, and email it directly to me when you're done. Yes. Li Qingtian's movements were quick, and in just 10 minutes or so, he had finished organizing all of his brother's properties. In first place, it was clearly his Changtian group. After double-checking it several times to make sure there were no omissions, Li Changtian then sent the information to Wei Yuan, and then, calling the brothers one by one, telling them that the little princess might approach them to discuss cooperation. Wei Yuan's minions were both happy and embarrassed. Happily, Brother Yuqi that was looking up to them and truly treating them as brothers before he would use them to sharpen the little princess. The difficulty was that the degree that Fuchi asked for was just too hard to grasp. It is important to take proper care but not to give the green light all the way. What if the little princess isn't happy when we go through the normal procedure? Soon, Wei Yuan received the email and forwarded it directly to Yuqi. Kiki, the corporate information has been sent to you. You sift through it. The unsuitable ones are directly eliminated, and the suitable ones are assigned to Shiyu one by one. Okay, I'll take a look first. Yuqi opened the email, then sucked in a breath of cold air. All of these hundreds of companies are the top group companies in Shanghai. Each one has a market capitalization of more than $30 billion. Even the Changtian Group and the Tianyu Group were giants of over $100 billion. A few of these companies, Yuqi was familiar with them. She had tried to negotiate cooperation, but they didn't give a damn about her. Can Circle Financial really work with these companies? Yuqi looked at Wei Yuan with some difficulty. Uncle, even if you want to sharpen Shiyu, you don't have to pick a business with such a high level of difficulty, right? There's a chance that it might backfire and knock Shiyu off her feet. Wei Yuan smiled confidently. Kiki, you don't have to worry. The bosses of these companies are all his own people. Yuqi was stunned and quickly remembered the scene at the board meeting, where the companies of those shareholders who were supporting Uncle were among them. Does it mean that all these hundreds of old bosses are Uncle's minions? Yuqi glanced powerlessly at Wei Yuan's confidently handsome face, and she felt that the distance between herself and her uncle was even greater. Uncle, these 100 businesses don't need to be screened. They are all quality businesses suitable for cooperation. I will properly arrange them for Shiyu. Wei Yuan nodded slightly. I'm relieved that Kiki is doing her job. Yuqi pretended to be careless and said, Uncle, it's almost dinner time. Let's find a place to have lunch. Lunch? Wei Yuan's good mood was instantly gone. Is it lunchtime already? Mu Yao should start taking orders, right? Now that it's so hot. Mu Yao is really working too hard. Another time. I already ordered a takeout. Yuqi was slightly disappointed. Okay, then I'll go eat by myself. Yuqi gently closed the door to the chairman's office. Wei Yuan took out his cell phone and dialed Wang Xing's number. The call was answered in seconds. Wei Dong, what is it that you are looking for me for? I'm going to order a takeout and have Muyao deliver my order. Can you do that? Chapter 26, Reward from the Plum Mission. No problem. Moreover, I can bind Wei Dong's account and Missy's account together. Whenever Wei Dong orders food, it's Missy who delivers it. Very good. Wei Muyao's luck was particularly good today, taking 3 orders in a row, all of which were elevator orders, and the commissions were ridiculously high. Wei Muyao seriously suspected that the Plum Troop should be doing an event today. Wei Muyao decided that he must take advantage of the Meituan's activities to receive a few more orders. Wei Muyao quickly picked up a few orders that were more on the way, and quickly walked towards the hottest Netflix restaurant in the food city. There are 5 or 6 takeout workers waiting for food in front of the Netflix restaurant. Wei Muyao happened to recognize these delivery men and greeted them with a smile. Brother Wang, Uncle Zhou, Xiao Yang, Xiao Li, what a coincidence, running into you again. A few takeout workers greeted Wei Muyao breathlessly. Brother Wang smiled bitterly. Muyao, why are you so energetic today? Today's staircase order is super heavy, at least 30% more than previous days, and several of our legs are almost broken. Wei Muyao was stunned. All the orders I received today were elevator orders. No stair orders. No stair list? A few of the delivery men were about to cry with envy. The same delivery men. Their legs were almost broken. Why was other people's Muyao's luck so good? Muyao, you'll lose your friends if you talk like that. Muyao, I advise you to be kind. Wei Muyao laughed daintily. It's also good to let me take it easy. On weekdays, I receive the most staircase orders. A couple of the delivery men laughed. Also, it's time for Muyao's turn to take it a little easier. In fact, there are benefits to taking the staircase order. The commission is a little bit more than the elevator order. Moreover, climbing the stairs is also good for physical exercise. Hearing the word commission, Wei Muyao's large eyes narrowed into crescent moons. The average unit price of the stair list today has to be $20, right? $20? A few of the delivery men looked at Wei Muyao with the eyes of aliens. Muyao, you're not awake, are you? How can there be $20? Where is Meituan so generous? The average unit price is not even $10. Okay? Wei Muyao blinked her big innocent eyes. But the elevator order I took today averaged 16. And I thought the stairway order was going to be 20 anyhow. You're picking up all the suburbs, right? Wei Muyao shook her head. They're all within the central ring. A few takeout clerks stared wide-eyed, looking at Wei Muyao with unbelievable faces. No way. The few elevator orders I took today, the highest unit price was $8. How can the average unit price be 16? My elevator bill is not even $8. Muyao, is it fun to fool us? Wei Muyao was a bit confused. What's going on? Why did she feel like she wasn't delivering the same kind of takeout as her co-workers? I'm not fooling anyone. If you don't believe me, look at my commission information. Wei Muyao pulled up the commission information and showed it to a few colleagues. Several co-workers were completely dumbfounded. What's going on? Muyao is still really all elevator orders today, with an average unit price of 16. And the average unit price of a stair list is less than $10. It's also so godless. Muyao, is there a bug in the back end of your Plum Troop? I don't know. Last night, Plum Troop prompted me to update, and that's what happened after the update. A couple of the delivery men looked at each other in disbelief. There was no update from Plum Troop last night. I don't have an update either. What's going on? Only Muyao herself updated? Bug. It's definitely a bug. Muyao's unit price should have doubled. Wei Muyao was dumbfounded. Can there still be bugs in the Plum Group? I thought that today the Plum Group engaged in rebate activities. What a waste of joy. Muyao, you must keep it a secret. You mustn't let others know that your Plum Troop app is buggy, or else some red eye will complain about you. Wei Muyao shook her head with a bitter smile. Uncle Zhou, I appreciate your kindness. It's just that this kind of bug definitely can't be hidden, so it's better for me to give feedback myself, lest Meituan's side find out and have to find me again. A couple of the delivery men nodded thoughtfully. Muyao is right. If you get fined, it won't be as simple as 300 and 200. It'll be at least 700 or 800. And it's possible that you'll have to be fined several thousand. It's not worth it. Wei Muyao immediately called Plum Troop customer service. In order to serve Wei Muyao, Wang Xing set up a separate customer service for Wei Muyao. Receiving Wei Muyao's phone call, the customer service lady was immediately energized. This is her food and clothing. Must serve well. Hello, Mei Mission Customer Service. Hello, I'm Wei Muyao, Meituan delivery worker. Job number XXXX. I want to give feedback on the problem. MS. Wei Muyao, please go ahead. There seems to be a bug in my client. My commission seems to have doubled. Please fix the bug as soon as possible. The customer service lady was a bit confused. Did Missy find the problem so quickly? How can this be? MS. Wei Muyao. I'll feed the problem back up, and I'll get back to you the first time I deal with the results. Okay, thanks. Hanging up the phone, Wei Muyao was all relaxed. Now I don't have to worry about getting my commission deducted. I just don't know how long it'll take for Plum Troop to fix the bugs. A couple of the delivery men couldn't help but skim. This kind of bug that harms the interests of the Plum Corps is sure to be fixed at the first opportunity. At the Meituan headquarters, Wang Xing had just finished Wei Yuan's mission and received another call from the customer service lady. Mr. Wang, Missy found the commission bug and has given me feedback. How should I respond? Wang Xing's head was as big as a bucket. Is Missy a demon? Can't you stop for a couple of days? So quick to realize the commission is wrong? Wouldn't it be logical to be secretly happy to find out that your commission has doubled? Which is the first time to feedback to the Plum Group customer service. How should this be responded to? Eliminate commission doubling? Definitely not. Wei Dong just added $50 billion of investment. Must make Wei Dong satisfied. Soon, Wang Xing had an idea. You reply to Missy like this. There was indeed a bug in the Plum Troop app. Thanks to her timely discovery of the bug, which saved Plum Troop a huge loss, she is specially authorized to reward her with a doubling of her commission for a period of 1 year. Okay, Mr. Wang. The customer service lady hurriedly called Wei Muyao back. Respected MS. Wei Muyao. It has just been verified that there is indeed a bug in the Plum Troop app. Thank you for discovering the bug in time and minimizing the loss of Plum Troop. The headquarters has granted a special approval to reward you with a doubling of your commission, with a time limit of 1 year. Really? Great. Thank you MS. Customer service. Thank you Plum Troop. Wei Muyao's little face was red with excitement. A couple of the delivery men froze. Sister Muyao, what's going on? Why are you so happy? Wei Muyao forced down her excitement and said, just now, Meituan customer service told me that the Meituan app is indeed buggy, and Meituan HQ thanked me for discovering the bug in time, allowing Meituan to avoid huge losses, and hereby rewarded me with a doubling of my commission within a year's time. A couple of the delivery guys were downright jealous. I'm so envious of Muyao. After the commission is doubled, you can make over $10,000 a month by casually delivering food. Did the sun come out of the west? The Plum Troop is so generous as to reward Muyao with a doubling of her commission for a year. Chapter 27, Do we know each other? Enviously, the two younger, more active-minded takeout workers pulled out their cell phones, opened the Plum Troop app, and watched attentively. The two older delivery men asked with some confusion, Little Li, Little Young, what are you two looking at so seriously? The two laughed. We're looking for bugs in the Plum Troop app, in case we also reward a year of doubled commissions. The two older delivery men slapped their thighs hard, thanks to Xiao Li's reminder. Otherwise, I almost missed such a big opportunity. For a while, a couple of delivery men racked their brains and camped frantically, hoping to find a bug in the Plum Troop app. Wei Muyao didn't continue to look for bugs, received the meal and grabbed it to deliver it. With this year's double commission, the family's life will be greatly improved. Wei Muyao rode a small electric motorcycle and skillfully traversed the road. After delivering this single, Wei Muyao looked at the time. Not yet 12 o'clock. Should be able to take another 5 or 6 orders. Wei Muyao hurriedly grabbed the order. Soon the order information came into her back office. What the hell? This order was for Ringier Financial, the company where Shiyu works, and the orderer was Mr. Wei. It can't be that coincidental, can it? It really seems to be Dad's cell phone number. She was simply too lucky to get an order from her dad. Wei Muyao was overjoyed. I thought I would be able to go home and see my dad very late after taking up the group acting job, but I didn't expect to see my dad at noon. Wei Muyao was filled with energy, flew to pick up her food, and went straight to Honglong Square in 10 Mile Ocean Park. Arriving at Honglong Plaza, Wei Muyao dialed Wei Yuan's number. Hello father, your exclusive VIP delivery person Wei Muyao is 5 minutes away from arriving at the battlefield. It doesn't take 5 minutes. I already see you. I'm behind you. Wei Muyao hurriedly turned around and saw Wei Yuan waving at her from under a parasol not far away. Wei Muyao was like a little swallow rushing towards Wei Yuan. Dad, why are you waiting for me outside? It's so hot outside. Just wait for me at the office. Wei Yuan dotingly rubbed Wei Muyao's takeout cap that was pronged with 2 rabbit ears and looked at his daughter with a heartbroken face. The weather in Shanghai was too hot. The temperature at noon was above 30 degrees. Wei Muyao's small face was flushed with heat, and a layer of fine beads of sweat oozed out from her glossy forehead. I don't know if it was because today's wind was a bit strong, but Wei Muyao's eyes were slightly red. Muyao, delivery is too hard. Don't do it in the future, right? Wei Muyao hurriedly shook her head. Dad, I'm not working hard at all. I really can't give up my job as a deliveryman for the time being. Meituan is very good to me. They just returned the fine yesterday and doubled my commission today. I'm going to take advantage of this opportunity to earn more commission. Dad, give you takeout? I'll leave first. There are still several orders to be delivered. Remember to give me a 5-star praise. Wei Muyao shoved Wei Yuan's takeout into his hand and turned around to leave. Don't rush off yet. Daddy will help you wipe the sweat off. Wei Yuan pulled Wei Muyao, took out a clean handkerchief and very carefully helped Wei Muyao wipe the beads of sweat on her forehead. Wei Muyao looked at her father in a daze, a strong sense of happiness arising. This is what she's been waiting for, right? Being cared for by her dad was simply wonderful. The embroidery of the handkerchief is so delicate. It's so pretty. Since Muyao likes it, it's yours. Wei Yuan stuffed the handkerchief into Wei Muyao's palm. Thank you, Dad. I love it. This was the first gift from Dad. Wei Muyao felt like she was going to die of happiness. After hesitating for a moment, Wei Yuan removed the sunglasses pinned to his jacket pocket and put them on Wei Muyao. It's a bit windy today, so remember to wear sunglasses to protect your eyes when delivering on windy days in the future. Okay, Daddy is so sweet. I love you so much. 3. I love you. Wei Muyao was so moved that she almost cried, and hurriedly turned around, her back to Wei Yuan, raising her arms up in a very dashing manner and waving her hands at Wei Yuan. The uncontrollable teardrops in her eyes kept falling down. Mom, you have such a good eye. You picked too good of a man. Wei Yuan sat at the table under the sun umbrella and opened the takeout to eat. This is the first time Wei Yuan has eaten takeout after his success, and he can only say that the takeout sent by his daughter is extraordinarily fragrant. Wei Muyao's next order is also in Honglong Plaza. There is no wind inside the office building. Wei Muyao took off her sunglasses and flew to the location where the next order is located. Not far away, a well-built, well-dressed boy with a dry haircut held up his cell phone, his shrewd eyes drifting around as if searching for something. Quite a few pop-ups were floating around on the phone. Why isn't Daishima LOLing today? Turned to being an outdoor anchor? New upstairs, right? Daishima came to Shanghai to attend a friend's wedding these days, so we can only broadcast outdoors these days. Today, I've gained a lot of insight from the big 4 horses, so it's so hard for delivery workers, right? Just now that little brother was too unlucky. Just encountered elevator failure, climbed to the 23rd floor in one breath. That's why Big 4 Horses is so fit. Otherwise he wouldn't have been able to keep up. What are the Big 4 Horses looking for? I just got here. Which big one to tell? What else could he be looking for? Today, Daishima is doing a special session for takeout workers, and he's looking for a delivery boy. Just now that delivery boy was paralyzed with exhaustion after climbing a 23rd floor and just quit work. Heart that delivery boy for 5 minutes. I think I saw a takeout boy 50 meters to the right of the Big 4 Horses, looking skinny and wearing rabbit ears. The Big 4 Horses also saw the rabbit ears and their spirits lifted as they hurriedly chased after them, stopping Wei Muyao in his tracks. Little brother, wait, I'm looking for you for something. After saying that, Daishima froze. Emma, why is it a young lady? And such a beautiful young lady. Most importantly, it's a nifty vegan face. Definitely can easily kill all the beautiful hostesses you've seen at Shark Carnival. The pop-up exploded straight away. Nest, Big 4 Horses has picked up a treasure here? Surprisingly, I came across this kind of treasure, Missy? Seriously doubt that this treasure lady is a trust found by Daishima. How can such a beautiful treasure lady be a takeaway? I'm blind. It's so damn pretty. Is there such a beautiful takeout lady in this world? No. I backhandedly ordered dozens of takeaways. The Big 4 Horse's physique was too robust, and Wei Muyao was slightly nervous as she looked at the Big 4 Horse. You, what are you doing? Don't block my way. I need to catch up on my deliveries. I'll lose my commission if I'm late. Big 4 Horse was thrilled. It's so hard to come across such a superb treasured young lady. You definitely can't miss it. Big 4 Horse held back his excitement, took off the sunglasses on his face, and squeezed out what he thought was the most handsome smile at Wei Muyao. Missy, take a closer look at who I am. Wei Muyao took a serious look at Daishima and hesitantly asked, who are you? Do we know each other? The author has something to say. Chapter 28, Miss should just be experiencing life. Put. The Big 4 Horse covered his chest and almost sprayed blood. Is he not national enough? He's one of the most popular of the Shark's several big anchors. And this young lady doesn't even recognize him? The water boys laughed outright. Joyful, large social death scene. Laughing my ass off. There really exists in this world a young lady who doesn't recognize the Big 4 Horses. Big 4 Horses is worthy of being a top big anchor. Such an embarrassing scene can also be controlled. Dry smile. Miss, introduce yourself. My name is Big 4 Horses, is a small anchor. Today do takeaway special. Can I invite you to be my guest? Wei Muyao shook her head hesitantly. I'm not a full-time delivery guy. I can still work for an hour at most, so you should find someone else. Of course, Big Four Horse wouldn't let Wei Muyao off so easily. Too coincidental. I just happen to be live for another hour before I go off the air. Miss, give me face. I won't let you be this guest for nothing. After I'm done, I'll give you $500 for your labor. $500? Alright, Wei Muyao hesitantly nodded. Anyway, this Watma was an anchor, and with the audience watching, he wouldn't dare to do anything excessive. Missy, would it be convenient to say hello to the audience? Okay, let's say hello as we go, so we don't delay delivering the order. Wei Muyao nodded her head and faced the camera quite frankly. She had been doing group acting for 3 years and was not a stranger to the camera at all. Hello viewers, I'm a very ordinary takeout delivery man. I'm very lucky today. The few orders I received were all elevator orders. This one too. It's on the 25th floor of Block B of Hong Long Plaza. 25th floor, Block B, Hong Long Plaza? The water boys instantly exploded. Ha ha ha, is this destiny? Block B of Hong Long Plaza again? And it's the 25th floor, 2 floors higher than just now. Big Four Horse, what in the world have you done to deserve the wrath of God? 2 orders in a row are hellishly difficult. It looks like this uncharacteristically beautiful Miss Treasure can't be saved. Daishima was so depressed he wanted to vomit blood. How come it's Block B of Hong Long Plaza again? If this climbs to the 25th floor, will this Miss Treasure leave work in place like the last little brother? So what? Missy, why don't you return this order and I'll pay the fine for you? Wei Muyao was a bit confused. Why did you return it? It's so hard to get an elevator order. Miss, my last guest took an order for Block B. Several elevator lines in Block B are malfunctioning and are being repaired. So at the moment you can only climb the stairs. It's the 25th floor. Can you do it? Wei Muyao smiled faintly. Climbing the stairs is no problem. The customers are waiting to eat. I can't let the customers go hungry because of this difficulty. If you don't want to climb the stairs, just wait for me downstairs. Don't deduct my labor fee on the line. The water friends stood in awe of Wei Muyao. What a warm young lady. Young lady is beautiful in person and even more beautiful in heart. Love it, love it. Big Four Horse, ask Missy if she has a boyfriend. Daishima, here's your chance to perform. You can help Missy to deliver the food and use the opportunity to increase Missy's favor with you. Of course Big Four Horse won't admit defeat. He works out every day and is in good shape. If Missy isn't scared, why would I be? Isn't it just the 25th floor? Walk. Dang, dang, dang. The two began to climb the stairs. And while doing so, Big Four Horse said to the camera, guess how many floors Missy will rest when she climbs? The water boys started swiping again. Within 10 floors. I don't think Missy looks like such a delicate girl. She should be able to go above the 10th floor and below the 20th. Wei Muyao's speed was fast, and in the blink of an eye, the two of them climbed to the 10th floor. The Big Four Horse, somewhat slightly out of breath, stopped communicating with his water friends and climbed the stairs with all his might. When he climbed to the 20th floor, Decima was panting heavily, a bit unable to keep up with Wei Muyao's footsteps. It wasn't really his fault. The Big Four Horse had just climbed over a 23rd floor and hadn't slowed down yet. Wei Muyao could see that Decima was a bit unable to hold on, and lifted her wrist to look at the electronic watch. There was plenty of time to rest a little. I'm a little tired. Why don't we take a break? After saying that, Wei Muyao relied on the railing and took out the handkerchief that her father had just given her, wiping the fragrant sweat from her face. The water boys in the live room exploded again. Ha 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 ha, laughing my ass off. Big Four Horse, just asking you how it feels to be taken care of by a girl? This girl's fitness is really good, and it seems that she's not a trust found by Big Four Horse. Definitely a real treasure girl. The one who just said that this Miss Treasure is a trust stands out. Don't go out the back door after school. Decima looked at Wei Muyao with a grateful gaze. This young lady was truly too awesome, pretty and caring. If I could marry her, I'd be a good wife and mother. With his strength, as long as he put his heart into it, he should have a chance of catching up with this Miss Treasure, right? Suddenly, Oshima's pupils contracted. As the top anchor of the shark platform, Decima had some research on luxury goods, and he felt that Wei Muyao's handkerchief looked a bit familiar. This seems to be the Hermes Commemorative Collector's Edition Heavenly Silk Handkerchief. The Queen of England with the same model. Tian silk is extremely precious, rare in existence. Hermes made a total of 20 commemorative collector's edition of Tian silk handkerchiefs. All were pocketed by the world's top financial oligarchs. What was the asking price? It seems to be 200,000 euros. That's over 1.6 million Chinese dollars. This is supposed to be a pokey item, right? If it's real, that's scary. Decima subconsciously swallowed, quietly adjusted the lens to give a close-up of the handkerchief, and asked in a hushed voice, is there a big hand who knows about luxury goods to help look at it? The water lovers are confused. What's the Big Four Horses doing here? Why are you giving a close-up of a handkerchief? They want to see Missy. The several emperors in the live broadcast room stared at the same time, almost lying down on the screen, carefully appraising the situation. And then, they came to a very shocking conclusion. It's impossible for a fake to be so exquisitely made that you can't see the slightest flaw. Big four horses. Be confident. It's what you think it is. One of those 20 of the Queen's ilk. So this young lady is just experiencing life. The waterbenders were completely confused, totally unable to understand what a few emperors were talking about. What in the world happened? Why did several emperors all blow up? That handkerchief shouldn't be ordinary. Emperor Ren just said the Queen same model or something. Several emperors concluded that the big four horse a heart keeps sinking. This young lady should top rich family dig miss. People delivering takeout, just experiencing life. Looks like it's not an easy task to catch up with this young lady. Chapter 29, A Gift from Dad. Daishima took a deep breath and asked in a harmonious voice, Missy, I'm rested. Let's get going? Wei Muyao nodded slightly and continued to climb the stairs. Learning that Wei Muyao could possibly be a top rich family young lady experiencing life, Daishima was attentive beyond measure and took the initiative to help Wei Muyao ring the doorbell. Hello, Plum Mission Takeout. The water boys laughed. Ha ha ha, it's the first time I've seen Daishima lick a young lady like that. Happily, the big four horse joins the dog lickers. Lick the dog. Lick the dog. Lick the dog until you end up with nothing. With a click, the door opened and out stepped a young lady whose face and body were both online. After getting a good look at the big four horse, the young lady let out a gasp and stared at the big four horse with glowing eyes. Ah, big four horse. I can't believe it's a big four horse. Can we take a picture together? Facing her fans, the eldest four horses instantly found her confidence and smiled haughtily. Of course, the young sister turned her head and looked at Wei Muyao with a pleading gaze. Miss, can you help me take a picture with big four horse? Wei Muyao looked at his watch, just now waiting for the big four horses to take a break. Wasted 2 minutes. Now time is a little tight. There are still 3 orders that have not been delivered. Missy, please, I'll give you 5 stars. Upon hearing the 5-star praise, Wei Muyao was instantly happy and raised her hand to take the phone. Okay. The pop-ups were instantly hilarious. So true MS. Treasure. Once I heard the 5-star review, my eyes instantly lit up. Ha ha ha, the big four horses are not as attractive to MS. Treasure as a 5-star review. Click, click. Wei Muyao quickly took several pictures of the young lady, returned the phone, and then flew downstairs. Daishima said a polite goodbye to Missy and hurriedly caught up with Wei Muyao's footsteps. Wei Muyao asked with a smile as she descended the stairs. Little brother anchor. You shouldn't be a little anchor, right? Otherwise, why was that customer lady so excited to see you just now? Daishima laughed. Likewise to each other. You're not just any takeout girl either, are you? Wei Muyao shrugged and didn't answer. After delivering the 2 orders that were closer, the next one was farther away, and Wei Muyao ran towards her scooter. Anchor little brother. The next single is quite far. I have to get on my little motorcycle. Why don't you sweep a shared bike? Okay. Big four horses quickly swept a shared bicycle, turned his head toward Wei Muyao, and said in a deep voice, Miss, set off. Wei Muyao nodded and pulled out the sunglasses Wei Yuan had just given her and put them on. With his poisonous eyes, Daishima recognized the sunglasses at once and couldn't help but let out a gasp. Chopard de Rigo Vision Limited Edition. Little brother anchor. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and go. I'm going to be late. Oh. Big four horse rushed to the car. The water lovers are a bit strange. Why is the big four horses so shocked? Are Chopard de Rigo Vision Limited Edition sunglasses expensive? The water friends rushed to Baidu. And then, one by one, their eyes widened. Chopard de Rigo Vision Limited Edition sunglasses for €980. 000. Poverty limits my thinking. A pair of sunglasses surprisingly costs more than 7.2 million Chinese dollars. You can buy a small home in a first-tier city. Miss Treasure. I suddenly don't want to make an effort. I'm 18 years old. I'm healthy. My face is over the top. And I have a big machine. I think it's an A-goods. Right? 980. 000 euros. What's that? $7.2 million. If you can afford sunglasses that cost more than $7.2 million, why would you deliver them? A good's a hairline. Just now Ren Huang said, Treasure Miss Sister's handkerchief is what the Queen of the same model. I just searched. The Queen of England with the Tian Silk Commemorative Limited Edition handkerchief priced at 100,000 euros. The world only a total of 20. Zzz. So, this Miss Treasure is actually a rich young lady? She came to deliver just to experience life? For the first time, Daishima realized that time could pass so quickly. 1 hour soon arrived. Wei Muyao finished delivering the last order on time, and took a long breath. Today is really a bumper harvest. Not only did I double my commission, but I also took on a large 500 commission order. How about being lazy today? Don't go to the movie base to work overtime tonight, and come home early to cook for dad. Wei Muyao exited the dispatch system and turned her head to look at Decima with a smile. Anchor little brother. 1 hour is up. Check out. Cash or cell phone payment? Decima pulled out his cell phone and smiled faintly. Miss, add a WeChat. I'll transfer money to you. Wei Muyao was slightly hesitant. Let me give you the collection code directly. The Waterboys laughed their asses off. Ha ha ha, Miss Treasure did a great job. A mere $500 and you want to cheat WeChat? Dream on. It's so true. The Big Four horse is not as attractive to Miss Treasure as $500. Big Four horses could see that Wei Muyao was a bit hesitant, and said in a harmonious voice, Miss, don't think too much. I won't bother you too often. That is, if we do take out specialties again in the future, we'll still look for you to cooperate. Only then did Wei Muyao add the Big Four horses WeChat. While transferring the money, Daishima asked offhandedly, Missy, did you buy your own handkerchief and sunglasses? Wei Muyao didn't think much about it and answered truthfully. No, a gift from dad. Daishima's eyebrows raised slightly. Sure enough, his judgment wasn't wrong. This young lady was really the eldest lady of a top-tier plutocrat's family. I just wonder, which big shot is this young lady's dad? Missy, we're kind of partners, and I still don't know your name. My name is Wei Muyao. Goodbye little anchor brother. I'm going to work. Wei Muyao left. Decima turned off the live broadcast and dialed Ren Huang's phone. The phone was quickly connected, and a bright voice came. Old Ma, you're lucky to have come across this superb heavenly dish. Big Four horses laughed bitterly. It is indeed an extreme heavenly dish. However, people shouldn't be able to look at anchors like me. In the eyes of their kind of hierarchy, I am nothing more than an opera singer. Emperor Ren, is there any invisible tycoon surnamed Wei in our country of China? Emperor Ren's voice was a bit hesitant. There is one, but if it's really that master, you'd better not think about it. Which master? Fortune, the god of fortune? Daishima couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. How big must Miss Treasure's dad be before he dares to call himself the god of wealth? Equals. Huanya Financial. Wei Yuan could not help but sneeze a big sneeze. Who is chanting about him? Is it a daughter or a son? Wei Yuan shook his head and walked into the president's office. Going straight to the point, Kiki, what business does Shiyu have this afternoon? Uncle, according to the list of those businesses you gave me, the first business I'm arranging for Shiyu is the Mirage City Group. Do you think it's okay? Chapter 30, Zhao Hongming's doubts. Mirage City Group? Wei Yuan nodded indifferently. You see to the arrangements. What time does our Huanya Financial work in the afternoon? 1:30. Uncle can rest for a while. Wei Yuan nodded slightly and walked over to the resting area, directly lying down on the sofa recliner. In the past few days, the jet lag hasn't been completely reversed, and last night, after moving the luggage and staying up until 2 a.m., and going to bed at nearly 3 a.m., Wei Yuan was really a little tired. Yuqi gently bit her lip and gathered her courage to stand up. Now that she has identified with Uncle, she must work hard to get closer to him, whether it's work or life. Yuqi lowered her footsteps, slowly walked behind Wei Yuan, raised her hand, and gently pressed and rubbed Wei Yuan's temples. Wei Yuan's eyelids fluttered slightly, subconsciously trying to resist, but for some reason, he actually felt a familiar touch from between Yuqi's fingers. Like, it's almost too similar. Yuqi's massage technique was like late autumn. It was almost as if late autumn had come back to life. Wei Yuan twisted his head slightly and changed to a more comfortable lying position. Yuqi was very patient and helped Wei Yuan massage for half an hour to get rid of all of Wei Yuan's fatigue. Wei Yuan slowly opened his eyes and looked at the beauty in front of him with a complicated gaze. The figures of Yuqi and Moro Evening Chio gradually merged, and Wei Yuan couldn't tell each other apart for a moment. Yuqi's face was thin, her pretty face reddened by Wei Yuan's look, and she was a bit unable to bear it. Uncle, it's time for work. I still have a few papers to read. I won't accompany you. After saying that, Yuqi returned to the desk as if she was a frightened bunny, lowered her head, pretended to read the documents. In fact, she didn't read half of the words, and her brain was full of Wei Yuan's handsome and incomparable face. Yuqi knew that she was poisoned by Wei Yuan. Without the black sheep of Jean Pengfei, the marketing department was very lively, with several marketing specialists getting together and discussing something lively. Have you heard? We've changed the sky at Huanya Finance. There's a new chairman and a new president. Vice Chairman Zhou's family has all collapsed. Wei Shiyu asked with a curious face. Sister Lu, who are the new chairman and president? Several other marketing specialists were also looking at Sister Lu with a gossipy face. Sister Lu said with a smile, "I'm not sure about the name of the new chairman. The directors are very tight-lipped. However, everyone is familiar with the new president." One of the marketing specialists suddenly thought of something and blurted out, "Isn't it Manager Zhao from our marketing department? Today at noon, I saw Manager Zhao and Director Ian of the personnel department eating together, and Director Ian was very polite to Manager Zhao." A couple of marketing specialists got exuberant. "Really? Is the new president really our Manager Zhao? That's great. Manager Zhao's business skills are very strong, and he's kind and takes care of us. Ha ha ha, won't this make our marketing department rise to the top? Any quality resources in the future will definitely be tilted towards our marketing department." Sister Lu shook her head with a mysterious face. "You guys guessed wrong. Manager Zhao did get promoted high, but he's the executive vice president. The president is someone else, and everyone knows him well." Wei Shiyu shook Sister Lu's arm. "Sister Lu, don't keep us in suspense. Give us a quick answer. Who exactly is the new president?" "Okay, I won't sell the story. The new president is Shiyu's master, Mr. Yuqi Mo. Ha!" All the marketing specialists were all dumbfounded and looked at Sister Lu with an unbelievable face. My master? How is this possible? Wei Shiyu's brain was a muddle inside. How could she not accept this fact? It's hard for me to understand, but it's absolutely true. I once ran to the president's office and peeked in, and it was indeed Mr. Mo who was working in there. The crowd was silent for a while and looked at Wei Shiyu with envious gazes. They knew very well that Wei Shiyu was about to soar. The crowd rushed to please Wei Shiyu. "Shiyu, congratulations! Your master has been promoted to president, and the vacant manager position in the marketing department is definitely yours. Originally I was worried that an unfamiliar manager would be parachuted in, but now I'm sort of relieved. Shiyu, you must take care of us old co-workers after you're promoted to manager." Wei Shiyu waved her hands repeatedly. "Don't make fun of me, seniors. I've only just turned regular. How can I be qualified to be promoted to manager?" Sister Lu laughed. "Actually, it's easy to be promoted to manager, as long as Shiyu comes up with a bright performance." The crowd laughed. "To perform, that's not easy? If Mr. Mo casually leaks a little from the crack of his finger, Shiyu can have her fill." While several people were talking, Zhao Hongming walked into the office of the marketing department. His brows locked. Just now, Mr. Mo gave him a copy of Mirage City Group's information and asked him to forward it to Wei Shiyu, and explained to him to let Shiyu independently dig into Mirage City Group as a potential client. The Mirage Group he knew all too well. It was the mountain that had once stood in his way. It was his only defeat since he became a marketing specialist. Wei Shiyu is just a newcomer who has just been transferred. How can she do it? Zhao Hongming was puzzled. Wasn't Shiyu Chief Mo's disciple? Why is Mr. Mo trying to suppress her? "Good day, Manager Zhao." "No, we shouldn't call Manager Zhao now. We should call Vice President Zhao." Vice President Zhao personally came to our marketing department. What good news did he bring? "Vice President Zhao, congratulations on your high promotion. Don't you have to invite our old colleagues in the marketing department to have a good time?" Zhao Hongming smiled faintly. "Don't worry everyone. I will definitely arrange it. Find a time to eat and sing and bungee a dragon. Absolutely can't run away. Yay! Long live Vice President Zhao." Vice President Zhao atmosphere. Zhao Hongming pressed his hands down slightly. "Quiet everyone. I came over this time to look for Shiyu." The crowd quieted down and looked at Wei Shiyu with envious gazes. Their guesses were right. The other Shiyu was about to take off. "Vice President Zhao, what is it that you're looking for me for?" Wei Shiyu forced down her inner excitement. She believed that Master would definitely promote him vigorously. Zhao Hongming handed the folder to Wei Shiyu. "Shiyu, this is what Mr. Mo asked me to pass on to you. This is your target customer. Mr. Mo asked you to take this target customer as soon as possible." The crowd was simply envious and complimented. It's true that it's a pro-teacher and disciple. Mr. Mo has only just risen to the top, and this can't wait to deliver clients. Just now, Shiyu said that her seniority is not enough to be a manager. And look at it, Mr. Mo immediately came to deliver the performance. So it seems that soon Shiyu will be the manager of our marketing department. Manager Wei, don't forget about us old co-workers after you take over. The author has something to say. Chapter 31, Doesn't Daddy Like It? Wei Shiyu was overjoyed. The master was simply too awesome. So promoting her disciple, she would definitely do a good job and not let the master down. However, although Wei Shiyu was happy in her heart, her face was a very modest look as she waved her hand repeatedly. Don't laugh at me everyone. How can I be a manager? I'll be thankful if I can do the job my master has assigned me. While saying that, Wei Shiyu opened the folder. Then, Wei Shiyu's entire body was bad. What the hell? How come it's a profile of the Mirage Group? Is this kind of group of companies with a market capitalization of tens of billions of dollars something she can handle? Even Vice President Zhao has had a closed door. There must be a mistake somewhere, right? Vice President Zhao, did you get the wrong information? How could my master give me such a client? Zhao Hongming gently shook his head. There's no mistaking it. This is the client that Mr. Mo arranged for you. Wei Shiyu was going crazy. She hadn't offended her master. Had she? Master has always taken good care of her. Why is he suddenly targeting her? Can't really figure it out. Seeing that Wei Shiyu's face wasn't quite right, Sister Lu asked with a curious expression. Shiyu, what's wrong? What kind of client? Why such a big reaction? Sister Lu, see for yourself. Wei Shiyu handed over the folder. Geez, how come it's Mirage City Group's information? The Mirage City Group is a super hardcore piece. It's our Vice President Zhao's only defeat. Why did Mr. Mo assign Mirage City Group to Shiyu? The crowd came forward to see that it was really the Mirage City Group. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief, completely unable to understand why Chief Mo was targeting his own disciple. Zhao Hongming sighed and gently patted Wei Shiyu's shoulder. If it's any other enterprise, perhaps, I can help Shiyu with some counseling. But, Mirage City Group is a permanent pain in my heart. I can't do anything about Mirage City Group. Shiyu fend for herself. Wei Shiyu's entire body wilted. Because the master looked like her mother. Wei Shiyu's feelings for her were very deep, definitely beyond ordinary colleagues and friends. Wei Shiyu even treated Mo Yuqi as a relative. Mo Yuqi even suppressed her after she took office, which made Wei Shiyu both hurt and disappointed. No way. I'll go find master and ask her. Why did she give me such an impossible task? Wei Shiyu was furious and stomped her foot, lifting her leg and walking towards the gate. Zhao Hongming and Sister Lu hurriedly pulled Wei Shiyu in a good way. Shiyu, you can't be impulsive. Times are different nowadays. Mr. Mo just took office. It's the time when he needs to establish his authority. You mustn't bump into the gun. Shiyu, calm down. Must be calm. Perhaps it's inconvenient for Mo to help you blatantly when she just took office. And the next target client she gave you is the real target client, right? Sister Lu is right. Maybe Mr. Mo just wants to sharpen you. That's why he gave you an impossible task. Under the persuasion of several people, Wei Shiyu calmed down. Thank you all for your persuasion. No matter what the master thinks, the work she has arranged for me, I will do my best to do it. As for whether it will work or not, it depends on God's will. Right at this moment, Wei Yuan pushed open the door of the office of the marketing department and happened to see Wei Shiyu with an unhappy face. Wei Yuan walked forward with a smile. Seeing Wei Yuan, Zhao Hongming's eyes lit up, and this little brother's mouth was like a light had been turned on. Just yesterday he was told he had a future, and today he's an executive vice president. This little brother is simply his lucky star. Zhao Hongming nodded enthusiastically to Wei Yuan, and in his heart he was calculating whether he should apply to Mr. Mo to let this little brother be his full-time driver. Wei Yuan nodded slightly at Zhao Hongming and turned his head to look at Wei Shiyu, who upset you? Seeing Wei Yuan, Wei Shiyu was like seeing a backbone, hurriedly welcoming forward to complain, originally retelling everything that had just happened. It's like this. So, I'm struggling right now and have absolutely no idea what to do. Wei Yuan smiled faintly. Shiyu, I think you've been very lucky lately. I suggest you take your chances with the Mirage City Group. Maybe you'll make it while you're at it. The crowd around them shook their heads. Driver little brother, don't come up with bad ideas. Mirage City Group, a large enterprise with a market capitalization of several tens of billions of dollars. You can't rely on chance. I think Shiyu would be better off not going to make a fool of herself. Mirage City Group is developing rapidly. It is a very high-quality investment target. A lot of hot money is chasing after it, and our volume of Huanya Financial is too small. I think Shiyu is better off waiting at ease for the second target customer given by Mr. Mo a week later. Unlike the crowd's reaction, Wei Shiyu's eyes lit up. After recognizing her father, she and her sister did have exceptionally good luck. Or should we try it? Don't try to persuade me. Everyone, I've decided to take my chances with the Mirage City Group. What if it works out? It's not a big deal if it doesn't work out. Even Vice President Zhao hit a wall. I'm not ashamed at all. Seeing that Wei Shiyu's mind was made up, the crowd didn't try to persuade her. Sister Lu laughed. It's also good to go for a long look. At the very least, you can open up your horizons. Moreover, you can also get in touch with colleagues from a few of the top investment companies in China. Wei Yuan looked at Wei Shiyu with a smile. Shiyu, let's go. I'll send you there. Wei Shiyu hastily shook her head. I can't. Our Huanya Finance only has a special driver above the vice president level. I'm just a marketing specialist. I'm still far from it. Wei Yuan laughed. Shiyu, You don't need to think too much. I haven't been assigned to any specific leader yet. I've been paddling around the company every day, and sending you to the Mirage City Group is considered to be a contribution to the company. Wei Shiyu turned her head to look at Zhao Hongming with an inquiring gaze. Vice President Zhao, is that okay? Zhao Hongming had moved to take Wei Yuan under his wing, so of course he would not fold his face. Of course you can. Not to mention the fact that this little brother has not been assigned a specific leader for the time being. Even if he is assigned, it's normal to drive other colleagues to talk business. Yay! Great! The two of them pretended not to be very familiar with each other and walked out of the company. And after entering the elevator, Wei Shiyu couldn't tense up and hugged Wei Yuan's arm hard, shaking it constantly. I'm really so happy to see my dad during work hours. Shiyu is so happy. Wei Yuan was shaken a bit dizzy and gently knocked Wei Shiyu's brain. How old is a person? All day long you just know how to be pampered. I just love to be pampered with daddy. What? Daddy doesn't like it? Wei Yuan nodded frankly. 20 minutes later, Bulletproof Cullinan arrived at Mirage City Mansion, the headquarters of the Mirage City Group. The Bulletproof Cullinan was Li Qingtian's former car, and the security guards had long memorized Li Qingtian's license plate number. And when they saw the Bulletproof Cullinan drive into the Mirage City Group's parking lot, the security guards hurriedly reported to the secretariat. Soon, Lin Xiaotian, the chairman of Mirage City Group, received a report from his secretary. Lin Dong, Chengtian Group's Li Dong is here. His car has already arrived at the headquarters parking lot. Lin Xiaotian took out his cell phone and called Li Chengtian. Brother Chengtian, you're not being fair. Coming to our Mirage City Group, you didn't give me a greeting in advance, so I can go down to meet you in advance. Chapter 32, The Truth Is, Brother Yuan is a baby spoiler. Li Chengtian was stunned. I didn't go to Mirage City Group. I'm at Chengtian Mansion. Brother Chengtian, stop it. Your car has arrived at the Mirage City Group headquarters parking lot. Bulletproof Rolls-Royce Cullinan. License plate number 46s. Absolutely no mistake. Li Chengtian smiled bitterly. Xiaotian, you're really mistaken. It's Brother Yuan who's using that Rolls-Royce of mine. Lin Xiaotian was shocked. I can't believe that Brother Yuqi is here? Brother Yuan actually personally sent the little princess here to negotiate business? This shows that he pampers the little princess extremely. We almost fell for it. Li Chengtian also had an afterthought on his face. It's thanks to Xiaotian discovering the foul play. Otherwise, we would have definitely been fooled by Brother Yuan. If we really follow Brother Yuan's words and go through the normal procedures for the little princess, I'm afraid that Brother Yuan will give us small shoes in the future. I have to grab a hold of the other brothers and talk to them. Li Chengtian hurriedly opened a group called 108 Generals and sent out a message. Attention brothers, Brother Yuan personally drove the little princess to Mirage City Group to talk about business. How should we receive the little princess in the future? We all have a number in our hearts, right? The group exploded. Oh my god, Brother Yuan can be too shady. He obviously dotes on the little princess so much himself, but he tells us not to give her too much preferential treatment. TSK. Turns out that when it comes to dealing with children, Fuchi will also have his heart in the right place. Solid. Brother Yuqi is a baby spoiling demon. Sister, almost made an unforgivable mistake. I must personally receive the little princess when she arrives. In just a few tens of seconds, 108 swiped the chat message of the group chat to 99+. Looking at his brother's messages frantically swiping the screen, Lin Xiaotian suddenly slapped his thigh hard. Not good. He had already instructed the following people to go through the normal procedure when receiving the little princess. No, the little princess must be received in person. Wei Yuan had wanted to send Wei Shiyu up, but he was afraid that he would cause psychological pressure on Lin Xiaotian if he personally went out. After hesitating for a while, Wei Yuan decided that he would let Shiyu face what came next on her own. A young eagle always has to go through the storm before it can lift its wings and fly. Shiyu, the Mirage City Group is here, so I won't accompany you up there. Cheer up, I believe in you. You'll definitely succeed. Wei Shiyu nodded her head vigorously. Dad, don't worry, I'll work hard. You hurry back. Don't let the other co-workers gossip. Okay. Wei Yuan watched Wei Shiyu walk into the Mirage City Mansion before starting the car and speeding away. This was Wei Shiyu's first time facing a giant of Mirage City Group's size, and it would be a lie to say that she wasn't nervous. Wei Shiyu took a deep breath and kept cheering herself up. Kept brainwashing herself. No need to be nervous. No need to be nervous at all. Lin Dong of the Mirage City Group was just a poor boy at the age of 20. Not much better than her. Wei Shiyu calmed down and walked faithfully towards the front desk. Hello, may I ask what floor is Lin Dong's office on? A few front desk ladies were very qualified and didn't belittle Wei Shiyu just because she was young. One of them asked in a harmonious voice. Ma'am, may I ask if you have an appointment? You need an appointment? Wei Shiyu was slightly embarrassed. I don't have an appointment. The lady at the front desk was still very polite. It doesn't matter if you don't have an appointment. Ma'am, you register the information and we'll report it to the secretariat. As for whether you can meet Lin Dong, we can't say. Thanks. Wei Shiyu hurriedly registered her information. The front desk lady followed the procedure and passed Wei Shiyu's information to the secretariat. The secretariat has long been cared for by Lin Xiaotian, and when he saw Wei Shiyu's message he immediately paid attention to it and hurriedly communicated with the front desk. MS. Wei is here to discuss investment. Bring MS. Wei directly to the investment development department. Okay. The receptionist lady couldn't help but give Wei Shiyu a high look. Such a young lady, but she was here to negotiate for investment. Moreover, the secretariat had taken it so seriously that she had been asked to take it there herself. MS. Wei, I've already communicated with the secretariat, who told me to take you directly to the investment and development department. This way please. The Ministry of Investment and Development? Wei Shiyu instantly felt that the Mirage City Group was high and mighty. The few times she had negotiated business before, she had talked directly to her boss, whereas Mirage City Group, however, had a specialized investment and development department. That shows the gap. The front desk lady led Wei Shiyu to take the elevator to the 16th floor, turned left and right, and arrived at the conference room of the investment and development department. At the entrance to the conference room, there were 2 benches with 5 or 6 imposing-looking men and women sitting on them. MS. Wei, they are all elites from major investment companies coming over to negotiate investments, so wait in line. Okay, thanks. Wei Shiyu politely thanked him and obediently sat at the end of the bench, quietly sizing up these colleagues. Soon, Wei Shiyu saw 2 familiar faces. These 2, whom Wei Shiyu had seen in financial magazines, were the star marketing specialists of top investment banks, and they were what Wei Shiyu was striving for. However, even such a popular figure had to wait quietly at the entrance, so it could be seen how sought after the Mirage City Group was. As Wei Shiyu sized up a few people also sized up Wei Shiyu, whispering amongst themselves, "This little girl looks quite familiar. Does anyone recognize her? First time I've seen it. Just ask." One of the middle-aged men looked at Wei Shiyu with a smile. "Little girl, I am Goldman Sachs China Senior Marketing Specialist Yu Yang. Next to me is my colleague Lu Chao. Next to you is IDG Capital's Hao Fei. Opposite to you is Red Mountain Capital's Yu Xianda. You look a bit strange. Introduce yourself?" Every time Yu Yang uttered an investment company, Wei Shiyu's little heart couldn't help but tremble a little. OMG. All these seniors are from top-tier investment firms. Only she is from a second-tier investment firm. Wei Shiyu hurriedly stood up and bowed to the several seniors. "Greetings to all seniors. My name is Wei Shiyu, the marketing specialist of Huanya Finance. All of you seniors are my idols." Gyro Finance? The crowd looked at each other. How it sounded a bit strange. Have any of you heard of Circle Asia Financial? There's no Globe Asia Financial in the top investment firms, right? Never heard of it. First time I've come across a marketing specialist from Circle Financial. Yu Xianda hesitated for a moment. The master seemed to have mentioned the name of Circle Asia Finance. I remember that the master said so. Although the Ring Financial is only a second-rate investment company, but has a no less than his top marketing specialist. I think I heard the master mention it once. A few faces got serious. Lao Yu's master, Mr. Jiang, is a myth in our investment circle. In just 5 years, he rose from a grassroots to a senior partner of Sequoia Capital. If Mr. Jiang mentioned Huanya Finance, this Huanya Finance cannot be underestimated, and it is possible that it is a shell company controlled by a certain behind-the-scenes plutocrat. Chapter 33 The Enthusiastic Mirage City Group. Yu Xianda laughed. Old Yu is overthinking it. Huanya Financial is just a second-tier investment company. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief and questioned. Doesn't Mirage City Group have strict requirements for the strength of investment companies? How can a second-tier investment company step into Mirage City Group's doors? Moreover, what's even stranger is that it was the front desk that sent Ms. Wei over just now. How could the front desk of the Mirage City Group be so attentive to send a marketing specialist from a second-rate investment company? Yu Xianda shrugged. Gentlemen, I can't answer your questions. I'm just being honest. It's better to let Ms. Wei help us out. The crowd looked at Wei Shiyu, who was also a bit confused at this time. The market capitalization of Global Asia Financial is about $10 billion. It should be considered a second-tier investment company. Does Mirage City Group have any requirements for the strength of investment companies? I'm not too sure. Maybe the front desk lady is afraid that I can't find my way, so she brought me here? Wei Shiyu being so dorky and cute was very endearing, and a hint of a smile emerged from the corners of the eyes of the several seniors. Yu Yang laughed. Ms. Wei is really a newborn calf who is not afraid of tigers. How dare she challenge the peak that is Mirage Citigroup? Lu Chao nodded and said, to be honest, Miss Wei is much better than me. When I was as big as MS Wei, I was still struggling for a transfer. But Miss Wei can already negotiate such a big project independently. Yu Xianda suddenly proposed. I suggest that when the people from Fengxing Capital come out, let Miss Wei go in first to negotiate, lest a few of our seniors take the project and make Miss Wei come for nothing. Hao Fei smiled. I agree with Brother Yu's proposal. Since MS Wei is here, she should get involved. Even if we can't talk about it, at least we can have some initial contact with this level. It's also considered to be gaining some experience for the future. The fact that a few seniors were of such noble character and took such good care of her made Wei Shiyu very touched. And Wei Shiyu finally understood why these seniors had gained such a high level of achievement in the investment world. Wei Shiyu stood up and bowed very gratefully to the several seniors. Many thanks to the several seniors for their care and love. A few people laughed and got a lot closer. Shiyu, don't need to be so polite. A little girl. It's not easy to mix in the investment circle. It's only right to take care of her. I don't think Shiyu is a pool animal. There will be a time in the future when she will soar to great heights. At that time, Shiyu can't forget about us. Wei Shiyu giggled. Several seniors are dragons and phoenixes amongst men, and to be able to slightly catch up with the seniors, Shiyu is also satisfied. The crowd laughed and had a better impression of Wei Shiyu. 5 minutes later, the people from Bong Capital came out, and it was clear from their faces that the negotiations weren't going very well. Yu Yang asked knowingly, Old Yang, how's it going? The marketing specialist of Bongsheng Capital called Yang Guangji, who shook his head and smiled bitterly. Gentlemen, I think it's better for everyone to disperse. I feel that Mirage Citigroup has no sincerity in financing at all, giving extremely harsh conditions, with an extremely cold attitude, and even the main negotiator has been turning his back to me. After saying that, Yang Guangji huffed and puffed. At that moment, a calm voice came from the conference room. Next please. The crowd looked at Wei Shiyu with encouraging gazes. Yu Xianda said with a smile, Shiyu, go ahead, don't be nervous, just think of it as coming to practice, the result doesn't matter, enjoy the process, this could be something you talk about for the rest of your life. When Yu Xianda said these words, he was completely unaware that he was about to witness the rise of a myth, and that everything that happened today would be a talking point for the rest of his life. Wei Shiyu nodded at Yu Xianda, glanced at the several seniors with a grateful gaze, took a deep breath, and walked into the conference room with a firm step. What Yang Guangji saw was not bad at all. Mirage Citigroup really did not have any sincerity in financing at all. Mirage Citigroup is really not short of money, even if they are. Doesn't it smell good to ask Brother Yuan for some money? Why should we take advantage of outsiders? Lin Xiaotian lazily sat on a chair with his back to the door. The little princess should have to wait in line for a while, right? The people in front of the little princess must be eliminated as soon as possible. Ahem. The subordinate next to him coughed gently. Lin Xiaotian understood that the little princess had arrived. Lin Xiaotian hurriedly turned around, and with just one glance, Lin Xiaotian was certain that this girl was the little princess. Lin Xiaotian finally understood why Brother Yuan favored this daughter so much. It's just too much of a resemblance, especially the eyes. They were practically identical to Fuchi's. Hello everyone, I'm Wei Shiyu from Circle Asia Finance. After saying that, Wei Shiyu forcefully suppressed the panic within her heart, and with the calmest gesture, she sat across from the crowd of Mirage Citigroup. MS Wei has had a hard journey, hasn't she? Come, have a glass of water. MS Wei, a cold air from Siberia is coming tonight. You should pay attention to adding clothes. A few of Lin Xiaotian's subordinates attentively poured water and shushed him. Wei Shiyu was a bit flattered, and her entire body was a bit stiff. She had thought that this was an unfair encounter, and that the other side would surely tower over her, treating her, a pawn, with condescension. However, what Wei Shiyu didn't expect was that the people from Mirage Citigroup were so enthusiastic. He was serving tea and pouring water, and he kept on shushing them, especially the middle-aged man sitting in the very center, looking at her with a gentle gaze, as if he had seen his own daughter. Wei Shiyu's brain was a little short. Didn't Senior Yang who practiced capital just now say that the other party's attitude was extremely cold? How can you be so cold? He's obviously very enthusiastic. Okay? It seems that the Mirage Citigroup is very interested in financing. Or else why are they acting so attentive? Wei Shiyu thought to herself. Dad was so right. She really was lucky. Wei Shiyu was no longer so nervous and said in a deep voice. We, Huanya Finance, are optimistic about Mirage Citigroup's development and want to invest in Mirage Citigroup. I don't know what Mirage Citigroup's requirements are for investors. Lin Xiaotian tried to put on a stern face to make himself look serious. There are no requirements. As long as they are willing to invest. How much does Circle Asia Financial probably want to invest? There are no requirements? Just be willing to invest? Wei Shiyu brain inside a muddle. Mirage City Group so good to talk? But Vice President Zhao is so strong. But folded in the hands of the Mirage City Group. For some reason, Wei Shiyu always felt that something wasn't quite right, but there was no evidence. Wei Shiyu weakly asked, "Is it okay for us to invest $2 billion in Huanya Financial? 2 billion? Lin Xiaotian as well as a few subordinates couldn't help but show their teeth. The ones waiting outside, including the ones eliminated today, are all starting with a minimum of $10 billion of investment. $2 billion is really too little, and in the past, they wouldn't give a damn. But this is the little princess." Lin Xiaotian squeezed out a very bright smile. "Okay, can be 2 line. With such a large investment, we must give Ms. Wei an S-class contract." S-class contract? What's that? Whatever. It's good to talk about this project. I'd like to ask, about when did the Mirage City Group start inspecting our Globe Financial? When did they start going through the procedures? And how long did it take for the procedures to be completed? Lin Xiaotian smiled slightly. "I've examined Huanya Financial in depth. It's a very qualified and high-quality investment company. We can go through the procedure now. We can finish the procedure this afternoon, and then we'll formally sign the contract." Chapter 34. I really can't listen to Brother Yuan. Buzz. Wei Shiyu's brain almost exploded. She was going crazy. In the past, a week was not bad for a project, and some projects were even delayed for months. You can go through all the procedures this afternoon? What kind of international joke is that? This afternoon? Because of her shock, Wei Shiyu's voice tone was a bit high. Lin Xiaotian was startled. The little princess had such a high tone of voice. She shouldn't be willing to waste time on the program, right? Sure enough, you can't listen to Yuqi. In fact, what about Huanya Financial, such a high-quality investment company? It's fine not to go through the procedure. Let's just sign the contract directly. Snapping his fingers, Lin Xiaotian snapped his fingers. The assistant will have long been prepared on the contract to hand over. Lin Xiaotian painfully fill in the numbers. Fill in his own big name, stamped with a private seal, and the official seal will be handed over to Wei Shiyu. Wei Shiyu was confused. So capricious? Can you even skip the procedure? Wei Shiyu was inwardly alert. The people of Mirage City were so monkeyish in signing the contract. There should be something wrong with this contract, right? That must be it. Wei Shiyu carefully examined the terms on the contract. Then her whole body was bad. Geez, this contract has a total of 21 clauses. 20 of which are rights of Circle Financial, and only the last one is an obligation. Wei Shiyu saw this kind of contract for the first time. This is the legendary overbearing clause, right? However, it's not the bullying terms against Globe Financial, but the bullying terms against Mirage Group. A contract like this is really if you don't sign it. Wei Shiyu was afraid that Lin Xiaotian would regret it. Sense tightly signed his big name. Seeing Wei Shiyu sign, a big stone fell from Lin Xiaotian's heart. He got up and stretched out his hand at Wei Shiyu. Ms. Wei, happy cooperation. Wei Shiyu stretched out her hand and gently made contact with Lin Xiaotian. Feeling the warmth of Lin Xiaotian's fingers, Wei Shiyu was convinced that it was all true. Have fun working together. Everything that happened today was so fantastic that Wei Shiyu's entire body was in a daze, and she didn't even remember how she got out of the conference room. When the several seniors saw Wei Shiyu so lost in thought, they spoke out to comfort her. Shiyu, failure is the mother of success. All of us old guys have come through failure. Shiyu, don't lose faith in yourself. I believe in you. You will succeed one day. Shiyu, don't be discouraged. Didn't we say that at the beginning? Don't take the result too seriously. Just enjoy the process. The voices of a few seniors brought Wei Shiyu back to her senses, and Wei Shiyu smiled bitterly. Several seniors, you can rest assured that I have not been discouraged. I have not lost confidence. It is that the contract is too easy to sign, and I always feel that there is something not quite real. Aha! Contracts are too easy to sign? Do you listen to people? Yu Yang hesitantly asked. Shiyu, what did you say? You signed the contract? Wei Shiyu nodded. Yes, the contract has been signed. Several people looked at each other with disbelief. How is it possible? For such a big investment project, it's normal to repeatedly pull for at least a month. Even if you pull for a year and a half, how can you just sign the contract? Wei Shiyu raised the contract in her hand and made a helpless look. I also find it very strange. It seems that Mirage City Group is very short of money, and very urgently signed a contract with me. Several people blushed and warned. Shiyu, when things go wrong, there must be a demon. They can't be seeing you as young and purposely screwing you over, right? What kind of contract did you sign? Did you read the contract carefully? Wei Shiyu harmonized. Thanks to the concern of several seniors, I've carefully read the contract. There's no problem with the contract. The other party said it's an S-class contract. S-class contract? The crowd was going crazy. The Mirage Citigroup did give out S-class contracts. However, the target was NEA Holdings, a top international investment company, with a market capitalization of just tens of billions of dollars. What makes it comparable to NEA Holdings, which controls trillions of euros in cash flow? Just then, there was a click and the door to the conference room was pushed open. Lin Pingnan, the director of Mirage Citigroup's Investment and Development Department, walked out and calmly looked at the several marketing specialists. Our Mirage Citigroup has signed an exclusive investment contract with Circle Asia Finance. According to the contract, our Mirage Citigroup shall not accept investment from all investment companies other than Circle Asia Finance. Gentlemen, please return. After saying that, Lin Pingnan did not care whether the crowd could accept it or not, and directly closed the door of the conference room. Shocker. Dull. Petrochemicals. The crowd couldn't believe their ears. How could Mirage Citigroup sign such an overbearing clause as an exclusive investment contract? How could it hand over its future to such a second-tier investment company as Global Asia Financial? Thank you several seniors for their humility and guidance. Shiyu has benefited a lot today. Shiyu will take her leave first. Let's meet again some other time. Wei Shiyu sincerely bowed to the several seniors and took her leave. A couple of marketing specialists couldn't calm down for a long time. Gentlemen, when things go wrong, there must be a demon. There must be something wrong with Shiyu or Huanya Financial. Shiyu wouldn't be the first lady of some top-tier plutocrat's family, would she? Why else would Mirage Citigroup sign such a harsh S-rank contract with her? It's very possible. We must get on good terms with Shiyu. We haven't left Shiyu's contact information yet. Hurry up and catch up with Shiyu. A few people hurriedly chased after her at a fast pace, finally catching up with Wei Shiyu at the elevator entrance. Shiyu, why are you in such a hurry? You haven't left your contact info yet. Let's add a WeChat. Let's make a WeChat group. And if there is any financial advice, we can exchange it in the group. Okay. Wei Shiyu and a few people added WeChat and left each other's phone numbers. And soon Wei Shiyu was pulled into a group called Gold Medal Marketing Specialist. A few people took the elevator down and headed for the lobby doors. While walking, Yu Yang asked, Shiyu, how are you going back? Did you drive here? Dad dropped me off. And Dad's already gone back. So I'll take a cab back. Yu Yang hurriedly smiled. I just happened to drive here. Why don't I give you a ride? Wei Shiyu was slightly hesitant. Not too good, right? The Goldman Sachs Huaxia branch is in Jing'an district, which is the opposite of Huanya Financial, so it's not on the way. Yu Xianda, who was on the side, laughed. Our company is on the way to Huanya Financial. Why don't I send Shiyu? Old you, forget about your car skills. You'd better take my car. For a moment, Wei Shiyu became the meat and potatoes, and the crowd almost grabbed their heads. The receptionist lady came forward and looked at Wei Shiyu in a slightly pleasing manner. Hello Miss Wei, Lin Dong has arranged a car for you and has been waiting for a long time. Following the direction of the receptionist's finger, several people saw a black Rolls-Royce parked at the entrance of Mirage City Mansion. After seeing the license plate clearly, several people sucked in a breath of cold air. This is Chairman Lin's car. Chairman Lin is so focused on Shiyu? A few people were even more convinced of their judgment that Shiyu's origin was indeed not simple. Chapter 35. There must be some misunderstanding here. Wei Shiyu stared blankly at the Rolls-Royce in front of the door. She always felt that something was a bit wrong. Mirage Citigroup was a bit too polite to her. Wei Shiyu looked at the several seniors with an apologetic gaze. Several seniors? Thank you for your kindness. I'd rather take the Fantasy Citigroup's car. What could a few people say? They could only laugh bitterly. Shiyu, bye. Shiyu, keep in touch from now on. Equals. Words split into two. After Wei Yuan sent Wei Shiyu to Mirage Citigroup, he drove to Zhonghai Foreign Language University. He wanted to see if his son was studying well as he promised. After parking the car, Wei Yuan called Wei Changan. Changan, are you in class right now? Dad, there are no classes this afternoon, and our student council is electing in the grand stairwell. Elections? Wei Yuan suddenly remembered that his son had said that he wanted to run for student council officer. Changan, which position do you want to compete for? I'm currently an outreach officer, and I'd like to compete for vice president of outreach. But there's not much hope. There's a particularly strong contender who pulled in more than $200,000 in sponsorships for the student government this year. Only 200,000? Wei Yuan bristled with disdain. Son, Dad believes that your luck will turn out to be as good as your two sisters, and you'll definitely make your dreams come true. What's a mere vice minister of outreach? My son, even being a student council president is more than enough. Wei Changan smiled bitterly. Dad, don't laugh at me. It's about to be voted on. Let's not talk about it. With the experience of eating a closed door in the Huanya Finance, Wei Yuan did not rush to the door. but called Li Qingtian's phone to ask him to help introduce. Brother Fuchi, what are your orders? Chang Tian, do you know the president of the University of Foreign Languages well? I'm looking for him for something. It's okay. I donated a basketball court to the University of Foreign Languages the year before last. My words should still carry some weight. I'll say hello for Brother Yuan. 2 minutes later, Li Changtian called Wei Yuan back. Brother Yuan, I've already greeted Principal Li. He's waiting for you in the principal's office. Okay, I'm on my way. Wei Yuan got out of the car and walked confidently toward the main office building. Along the way, countless girls exclaimed in shock. Look guys, there's a male god over there. So handsome. No less than our school's schoolboy Wei Chan, and he looks even more flavorful. OMG. It's really so handsome. Isn't that my husband? Fuck off. It's obviously my husband. You two ugly bastards don't want to think of good things. Such a male god. I guess only a few schoolgirls in our school can barely match him, right? Click, click. Several girls pulled out their cell phones and took a shot at Wei Yuan, backhanding them and sending them to the school forum. Found a superb male mentor, seeking his name as well as class information. In the blink of an eye, the post was topped and followed by countless others. Nest, our foreign language university still has such a superb male god? Spring has come again for me. I'm going to tell my mom I'm in love. Boys, run to sister's bowl. Wei Chanan has been snatched by schoolgirl Sue. No one is going to snatch this boy wonder from me. Whoever can find the name of the boy god as well as his class information, I'll give him $100 in red packets. Wei Yuan didn't know that he was suddenly on fire, and by now he had already arrived at the door of the principal's office. Dang, dang, dang. Wei Yuan gently knocked on the door. Enter. A dignified voice came from inside the door. Wei Yuan pushed the door and saw an old man with gray hair, but a very stiff body. This old man was none other than Li Yensong, the president of the University of Foreign Languages. Principal Li, hello, I'm Wei Yuan. Li Yensong hurriedly put down the file and warmly welcomed him. This was a friend introduced by Li Changtian. He couldn't be slowed down. Mr. Wei. Hello I am Li Dong, that is an old friend. What are you looking for me? Wei Yuan went straight to the point. It's like this. My son Wei Changan is a junior in the finance department of the University of Foreign Languages. His wish is to be the president of the student union. Can President Li help my son reach his wish? Li Yensong frowned deeply. He had heard the name Wei Changan many times. It was a prickly student, repeatedly confronted instructors and had numerous run-ins with off-campus personnel. How can a student like that be student body president? Mr. Wei, reasonably speaking, you are a friend introduced by Dongli. I should give you this face. However, Wei Chanan's popularity rating is really a bit lacking. I'm afraid it's very difficult for the student council president. If it's a vice minister, I can try to operate it. Wei Yuan couldn't help but frown. Although his son's wish was a vice minister, but he, as a father, had to give his son the best. President Li, I just walked all the way here and found that the dormitory building is rather old, and the library is rather old as well. So I intend to donate a few $100 million to build a new dormitory building, as well as a new library. Ahem. Li Yensong almost choked on his own saliva. He was about to retire, and if he had such a tremendous feat on his parting, he could surely go down in history. Li Yensong does not doubt Wei Yuan's words at all. This is Li Dong's friend. Absolutely not without a target. Mr. Wei, on behalf of all the teachers and students of the University of Foreign Languages, I thank you. Wei Yuan smiled faintly. Principal Li, I don't think you should be too busy thanking first. Originally I wanted to make a donation, but now I'm suddenly not in the mood. Li Yensong certainly knows very well why Wei Yuan is suddenly not in the mood. Li Yensong said in a deep voice. Mr. Wei is such a heroic figure. I think your son is also a handsome man of the world. A student council president in the district can surely be competent. Principal Li, isn't my son's popularity somewhat lacking? Will there be people who are dissatisfied if he becomes the student council president? Li Yensong said righteously. There must be some kind of misunderstanding here. There must be some inside information that outsiders don't know. I will definitely find out the truth and do justice to Mr. Wei Changan. Wei Yuan had a satisfied smile on his face. Talking to a smart person was a time saver, and if spending a few $100 million could help his son salvage his reputation, it would be worth it. Principal Li, there's one more thing. My son has high self-esteem. He relied on himself to take the position of student council president. Li Yensong nodded his head vigorously. Of course, I've never met Mr. Wei either. All of this is Mr. Wei Changan's own excellence. Principal Li, draw up a donation agreement. Okay, Mr. Wei, wait a moment. Signing his big name on the donation agreement, Wei Yuan transferred the money painfully. Soon, Li Yensong got a report from the finance that the school account had just received a 500 million transfer. Mr. Wei, the donation has arrived. Wait a moment. I'll immediately contact Vice Principal Zhang, who presided over the Student Council Election Assembly. With pleasure. Li Yensong dialed a number, and the call was quickly connected with a respectful female voice. Headmaster, what instructions are you looking for me? Wei Changan, a junior in the finance department, is very good enough to hold the heavy responsibility of student body president. The female voice on the other end of the phone instantly went silent, and Li Yensong's heart tightened. Why? What's the difficulty? Principal, the current vice president of the student council, Chan Mingqiao, is very good and has quite a high reputation. If, Li Yensong deeply frowned. This Chen Mingqiao, he also heard about it, came from a poor background, but had a good character and moral integrity, and was unanimously recognized by his classmates and teachers. Li Yensong sighed and looked up at Wei Yuan. Mr. Wei, I'm afraid this matter is still a little difficult. The author has something to say. Chapter 36, Little Trouble Solved. Wei Yuan was a bit unhappy. The money was received. This old man even came to this hand? Wei Yuan boarded up his face. Principal Li, do you think that my Wei's money is so easy to take? Li Yensong hurriedly explained. Mr. Wei, you've misunderstood. This Chen Mingqiao is very prestigious in the student union, and can be called the uncrowned king. If you can't handle Chen Mingqiao, even if your son becomes the student council president, he won't be able to sit steadily. What's the situation with this Chen Mingqiao? I need all his information. Okay, Mr. Wei, wait a moment. Li Yensong's movements were quick, and after only a few minutes, Chen Mingqiao's information was placed in front of Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan looked up seriously. This Chen Mingqiao was a typical child of someone else's family, with all the glitter on his body. Apart from not being as handsome as Wei Changan, I can't find a single groove anymore. However, Wei Yuan was still keen enough to find a breakthrough. Chen Mingqiao's biggest regret is that he was born in a poor family. He desperately wants to change his family. The reason why he performs so hard to compete for the student council president's place is to pave the way for future development. Chen Mingqiao's biggest dream is to join Goldman Sachs and become a behind-the-scenes trader within 20 years. What if he helped Chen Mingqiao shorten that time considerably? Wei Yuan pulled out his cell phone and dialed a lengthy international call. The call connected and a low baritone voice came through. Hello, I'm Goldman Sachs Bellancoven. Who is this? Wei Yuan. Upon hearing Wei Yuan's voice, Bellancoven's voice obviously turned a few degrees more respectful. Wei Dong, the investment plan for the coming quarter has been sent to your mailbox. Have you already read it? Which plans have problems? I'll amend them right away. Wei Yuan opened his mouth and spat out a pure American English pronunciation. Bellancoven, my friend, I'm retired, and in the future, regarding investments, contact my special assistant, Diana, directly. I'm looking for you on another matter. Please Wei Dong command. China's Zhonghai University of Foreign Languages. There's a financial genius named Chen Mingqiao. Take him under your wing immediately. Bellancoven was confused. Wei Dong is the god of investment, his behind-the-scenes boss, the world's top financial oligarch. Every time Wei Dong approached him, it was an investment of over $100 billion, all international level mergers and acquisitions. Today, Wei Dong even called him for an ordinary college student? What is this college student really about? Wei Dong, don't worry. Goldman Sachs will definitely do its best to cultivate Chen Mingqiao, striving to make him a behind-the-scenes trader within 3 years, and a core layer of Goldman Sachs within 5 years. Wei Yuan couldn't help but roll his eyes. Bellancoven, there's no need to make such a big deal out of it. I just want to compensate Chen Mingqiao slightly for robbing him, and after recruiting him to Goldman Sachs, everything will depend on his own efforts. Understood. Wei Dong, what else do you want? When recruiting Chen Mingqiao, there was only one requirement: to voluntarily relinquish his position as the president of the student union of the China Sea University of Foreign Languages. Yes. Wei Yuan hung up the phone and looked at Li Yensong with a smile. Principal Li, your so-called little trouble has been solved, and soon, Chen Mingqiao will voluntarily give up his fight for the student council president. As the president of the University of Foreign Languages, Li Yensong's English specialization 8 or above, easily understood Wei Yuan's phone call just now. Li Yensong was shocked beyond words. Who is this Mr. Wei? He's ordering Bellancoven around like he's his little brother. As long as Chen Mingqiao's problem is solved, all other problems are no big deal. Your son will definitely be able to sit firmly as the student council president. After saying that, Li Yensong dialed the phone of Director Chen of the Academic Affairs Office, and the phone was quickly connected, and the slightly respectful voice of Director Chen came. What can I do for you, headmaster? Li Yensong chopped his head and chided. Chen Xiuzhong, I'm very disappointed in you. On the side of Wei Yuan mouth corner slightly twitch. This scene deja vu. Similar tricks he also often use. Chen Xiaozhong was terrified and hurriedly admitted his mistake. Principal, I was wrong. I shouldn't have made things difficult for those 3 poor students procedurally. The corner of Li Yensong's mouth turned up slightly, and sure enough, it made him swindle out the problem. Have those 3 poor students come to my office right now and write a review and send it to me tomorrow. Yes, soon. The 3 poor students came to the principal's office, timidly bowed their heads, not daring to meet Li Yensong's eyes at all. What do you want with us, headmaster? One of the boys asked. Li Yensong changed his usual majestic style and looked at the 3 students very kindly. Mr. Sun Zhifeng, Mr. Zhao Dahai, Mr. Sun Xiaowan, don't be nervous. I heard that you have applied for the Poor Students Scholarship Fund several times? The 3 students looked aggravated. We've gone to the registrar's office 3 times to apply, but each time Director Chen says the program is not up to snuff, and we've been eating buns for half a month. Li Yensong put on a difficult face. 3 students, it's not that Director Chen intentionally made things difficult for you. It's really because our school is in financial difficulty. Fortunately, this Mr. Wei is interested in sponsoring the poor students in our school, so I thought of you. Wei Yuan could not help but roll his eyes. This old man, fooling people without blinking. He just donated 500 million. Financial difficulties a hairline. Although he was slandering in his heart, Wei Yuan had to cooperate and looked at the 3 poor students with a smile. A few days ago, my son told me that there are some poor students in their school who are so pitiful that they can only eat salted vegetables and nibble on steamed buns every day. So I have decided to make a donation for you poor students, each of whom will be subsidized with 10,000 yuan per semester. The 3 were very grateful to Wei Yuan as well as his son and bowed deeply. Thank you Mr. Wei. Wei Yuan smiled faintly. You guys don't need to thank me. In fact, I have a personal interest. After getting my donation, you guys have to do one thing for me. The 3 of them looked at each other with a difficult look on their faces, especially Sun Xiaowan, the fair-skinned, good-looking girl. Mr. Wei, I would never sell myself for money. I don't want your money. Wei Yuan's face was dark. How could he look at this kind of little girl? Just like a beansprout. Wei Yuan hurriedly explained. Fellow student Sun Xiaowan, you're overthinking it. Do you think that with my strength, if you want a woman, you need to use such underhanded means? Only then did Sun Xiaowan boldly look up at Wei Yuan, and then, her eyes lit up. Oh, my god, it's him. It's that senior. It's that Shifu who is red hot on the forums and is sought after like crazy by countless girls. At this moment, Sun Xiaowan regretted wanting to commit suicide and almost burst into tears. Why didn't she agree to Shifu's request? If you're so handsome and rich, you'll get tons of girls just by hooking your finger. Okay? Senior, I take back what I said just now. No matter what you request, I will carry it out unconditionally. Chapter 37, Wei Changan changes his face. Wei Yuan nodded with satisfaction and turned his head to look at the other 2 boys. Student Sun Xiaowan has agreed. What do you 2 say? The 2 hesitated. As long as we're not allowed to do anything illegal, we're okay. Wei Yuan smiled faintly. How could I let you guys do something illegal? What I'm asking you to do is to promote positive energy. The 2 of them breathed a sigh of relief. Please command Mr. Wei. Remember, you 2, you are friends of my son, Wei Changan. The reason why Wei Changan has repeatedly contradicted his teachers is because he's angry that you can't receive the Poor Students Scholarship Fund. Remember? Son, there was a loud boom. Sun Xiaojuan's brain almost exploded. This red-hot senior is actually Wei Changan's father? If the senior sisters and brothers knew about this sad news, they would surely be heartbroken, right? The 2 boys were stunned. Mr. Wei, how do you know that Changan is our friend? How do you know that Changan has repeatedly contradicted Director Chen of the teaching department in order to stand up for us? Ga, Wei Yuan and Li Yensong looked at each other. They just wanted to make a story out of thin air, not realizing that the story was a real event. That's not the way it's done in the TV show, is it? Li Yensong's old heart is happy. In order to achieve political achievements, forcing a prick to be the president of the student body, the heart is always a little uncomfortable. But now, this prick turned out to be a model of positive energy. Wei Yuan showed a look of relief. Changan is worthy of his son, bloodthirsty, righteousness. In the future, the huge assets will be handed over to him to inherit is also considered to be assured. Wei Yuan was in a good mood, and the more he looked at the 3 impoverished students, the better he looked at them. Since you guys are really friends of Changan, you don't need to go through so much trouble of funding every semester. A one-time funding of $100,000 per person is enough for you to be well-fed and able to finish college. The 3 poor students were overjoyed and bowed to Wei Yuan once again. Thank you Uncle Wei. Uncle Wei, go ahead. What can we do for you? Wei Yuan smiled faintly. Changan is planning to run for the student council president. Once someone questions Changan about Changan bumping into the dean of instruction, I hope that you guys can come forward and help Changan write his name. The two of them looked very serious and nodded vigorously. Don't worry, Uncle Wei. Even if you don't donate to us, we'll still come forward. The tasks for the two boys had already been arranged, and Sun Xiaowan was a bit anxious. Uncle Wei, what task for me? Wei Yuan twisted his head to look at Sun Xiaowan and said with a smile, Student Sun Xiaowan, there were people from outside the school pestering you. Changan got into a conflict with them in order to help you. Remember? Sun Xiaowan shook her head in a hurry. Uncle Wei, you've got the wrong person here. There was never any off-campus personnel pestering me. The person that the off-campus personnel pestered was Fang Yue, and Mr. Wei Changan got into a conflict with the off-campus personnel in order to protect Fang Yue. Wei Yuan had a pleased smile on his face. His son was good. I didn't realize that. Once again, he'd gotten it right. Only, this time the son was not protecting Sun Xiaowan, but a girl named Fang Yue. Li Yensong completely put his heart into his stomach. If it was just once, there was a possibility that it was just a coincidence, or a momentary whim. However, the fact that something similar happened twice is not a coincidence, and it shows that Mr. Wei Changan's character is very noble. He was comfortable with such a student being the student body president. Li Yensong looked at Sun Xiaowan with a smile. Student Sun Xiaowan, how is your relationship with Fang Yue? Can you persuade her to help student Wei Changan write her name? Sun Xiaowan smiled. Fang Yue and I are roommates and have a very good relationship. She's very grateful to fellow student Wei Changan, but has been suffering from a lack of opportunities to repay her, so I'm sure she'll be very happy to help fellow student Wei Changan write her name. Then please, Sun Xiaowan, make sure to bring Fang Yue to the grand staircase classroom, in which the student council is holding an election. Sun Xiaowan smiled faintly. There's no need for me to bring it. Fang Yue is our school's announcer, responsible for hosting this campaign meeting. I'll go over to her right away. The two boys also hastened to offer their farewells. Wei Yuan stopped them and said in a harmonious voice, There's something I need to say in advance. Things between Changan and I are complicated. I don't want Changan to know everything I've done. Understand? The two men were stunned and quickly remembered something from the past. When freshman year began, Wei Changan was the only student who came to report with his own luggage. They once asked Wei Changan why his parents didn't come to see him off. What Wei Changan said was that his mom was sick and he never saw his dad. The three of them hurriedly nodded their heads. Don't worry, Uncle Wei. We'll keep our mouths shut. The grand staircase classroom was bustling with activity. All the students of the Student Union of the China Sea University of Foreign Languages had all gathered here. Today was the day of the annual election meeting. All students who have aspirations for their studies in future are looking forward to getting a seat in the student council officers, even if it's just a vice minister. Wei Changan quietly sat on the position of the outreach department. And today's Wei Changan was completely different from yesterday. Instead of wearing that very flashy leather jacket and those jeans with all the holes in them, he wore a very plain casual outfit. Wei Changan's earrings were removed from his ears, and his yellow hair was dyed black and cut into a youthful Korean-style broken cap. From an image of a problematic student to an image of a good student in an instant. Many of the girls around them whispered, What has Wei Changan been stimulated by? Why has he suddenly changed so much? I'm a little afraid to recognize it. I think the change is good. Before, Wei Changan was too fierce and scary, but now Wei Changan is so handsome and gentle. Love. You'd better not think about it. Wei Changan has long been taken in by Sioux University schoolgirl. It's more realistic to think about that handsome senior on the forum. Not far away, a boy dressed in a casual Versace outfit couldn't help but frown. Marred. Wei Changan must have changed his look temporarily to compete with him for the vice minister of the outreach department, so as to gain the votes of those good girls. It's despicable. The boy came to Wei Changan and said in a cold voice, Wei Changan, do you think you can steal the position of Vice Minister of Outreach with this little thought? Do you know what the Outreach Department is for? To pull in investment for our student union. How much investment can you pull in a year? Who are you to compete with me? Wei Changan looked at the boy expressionlessly and said indifferently, Jiang Jian, you're overthinking it. My changing my look has nothing to do with you. However, you're right about one thing. I do have to compete with you. Jiang Jian snorted coldly. Then we'll see. We'll be running for Vice Minister of Outreach soon. I'll make you understand that in the face of absolute strength, all plots and tricks are futile. Chapter 38, only 2 votes short. While the two were talking, Sun Jifang and Zhu Dahai walked over and sat beside Wei Changan. They were sincerely happy for their brother. Chadan, don't give a damn about him. Jiang Jian won't be able to fool around anytime soon. Dahai is right. Who is Kong Qin to compete with you? Wei Changan hooked the shoulders of his two brothers and laughed. Then I'll borrow the brothers' good advice. You must remember to vote for me in a while. Definitely, definitely. Zhang Jian coldly looked at the three people. Really, what people find what people? Three poor people. On the podium, Fang Yue acted as the host of the campaign meeting. As one of the top 3 school beauties of the University of Foreign Languages and a radio announcer, Fang Yue was the dream girl of countless boys. However, in the 3 years of college, Fang Yue has never been in love, because her heart has long been planted a cynical figure. Today, she saw the figure once again. What made Fang Yue wonder was why he had changed so much. She was a little afraid to recognize him. The only thing that hadn't changed was his untamed eyes, still full of fear. Fang Yue's voice was gentle and light, refreshing. The following is the election for the Vice Minister of the Outreach Department. There are 4 finalists, namely Jiang Jian, Li Qingmei, Ho Jiwang, and Wei Changan. Please come up to the stage and make your election declaration in turn. The 4 students hurriedly got up, walked up to the podium, and bowed to their teachers and classmates. It was Ken Kong who took the lead with his election manifesto. Hello everyone, my name is Jiang Jian, a junior in the finance department. Last year, I pulled in a total of $200,000 in sponsorship for the student union. If I can successfully run for Vice Minister of Outreach, I'm confident that I can pull in at least $500,000 in sponsorship in the new year. Wow! There was a large murmur from below. Jiang Jian is worthy of being a rich second generation. Pocket money every month or more than 100,000. Pull to 500,000 investment. That is not a simple thing. It seems that Jiang Jian is 9 out of 10. I still like Wei Changan a little more. But unfortunately, the outreach department is different from other departments. It completely relies on sponsorship to speak. Li Qingmei and Ho Jiwan let out a bitter smile. Jiang Jian's handiwork was too big. They didn't have half a hope at all. The two of them directly expressed their abstention. I would like to invite Mr. Wei Changan to speak. Wei Changan took the microphone from Fang Yue, took a deep breath, and bravely raised his head, facing the students below. If we simply look at the ability to pull sponsorships, I am indeed inferior to Jiang Jian, but I have my advantage. I can guarantee that every single sponsorship is run by our outreach department, and I can guarantee that the breakdown of every single sponsorship is very clear. What are we in the student council for? Is it to compare families? No. Let's do it for exercise. So, please vote for me. Students, I can't pull in $500,000 in sponsorships, but I'm confident that I can elevate the outreach officers so that they can make over $500,000 a year when they graduate. Fang Yue looked at this teenager who was waving his intentions in a daze. Wasn't this the boy she had dreamed of? Unfortunately, he already had a girlfriend. Wow! Applause! A lot of girls whispered. Student Wei Chanan's new look is so handsome. So jealous of Su Mingqi. If Changan doesn't have a girlfriend, I'll definitely vote for him. Che, what's wrong with having a girlfriend? Maybe we'll split up someday. I firmly support Mr. Wei Changan. I used to think that classmate Wei Changan was a bit of a hangdog, but now that I've seen classmate Wei Changan's new look, it's really knocked me out. Must vote for student Wei Changan. The voting soon ended. The conference team counted the ballots in an orderly manner, and the results were quickly handed over to Fang Yue. Next, I'll announce that the winner of the Vice Minister of Outreach is student Jiang Jian. Too bad for Mr. Wei Changan. You and Mr. Jiang Jian are only 2 votes apart. Only 2 more? It is indeed a bit of a pity. However, this result has long been expected. Wei Changan is only slightly regretful. Jiang Jian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Mad. Too close. Wei Changan is also too shady. In order to run for a Vice Minister of Outreach, even changed his look. Thankfully, there was a scare. Jiang Jian whispered in Wei Changan's ear. Wei Changan, do you understand now? In the face of absolute strength, any plotting and scheming is useless. Don't you like to exercise your abilities? Don't worry, I will definitely give you all the toughest bones to chew on. Let you properly exercise your abilities. Wei Changan didn't even bother with Jiang Jian, bowed to the teacher and his classmates, and got off the stage very spontaneously, returning to his own position. Jiang Jian disdainfully glanced at Wei Changan's back and began to give a speech of thanks. Thank you, teachers and students, for trusting me. Wei Changan didn't bother to listen to Jiang Jian's speech and turned his head to look at his 2 brothers. Shifeng, Da Hai, I've let you guys down. I didn't manage to take the Vice President of Outreach. I only missed it by 2 votes. It's a bit of a shame. The 2 grinned, thanks to the fact that they had just voted for Jiang Jian. Otherwise, one against the other. The one who won would be Changan. That would be a real botch. No pity at all. What's a mere Vice Minister of Outreach? A little while later Changan can run for Student Council President. Wei Changan blankly glanced at the two without any good humor. What are you talking about? The student council president is definitely Chen Mingchao's. How can I possibly compete with him? Besides, I'm not even a candidate for student council president, right? The two smiled mysteriously. What are the odds that something will happen? Until the results are in, anything is possible. Wei Changan looked at the two brothers suspiciously. He didn't know why. He always felt that the two brothers were strange, but he had no evidence. Chen Mingchao sat in the first row, and he was surrounded by the core cadres of the student union. Several people kept complimenting Chen Mingchao. Starting tomorrow, Chao will be the president of the student council, and we will definitely cooperate with Chao to the fullest. Brother Chao, I've heard that our school has a few internship quotas for listed companies. Make sure you don't forget about the brothers. Chen Mingchao smiled faintly. As long as everyone does their job well, I will definitely prioritize everyone when there are any good things. Suddenly, Chen Mingchao's cell phone vibrated. Chen Mingchao frowned and directly hung up the phone. What Chen Mingchao did not expect is that the other party seems to be very resilient, and made several consecutive phone calls. Chen Mingchao was annoyed to no end. Who is it? Calling me at this hour? Don't you know there's a campaign meeting going on right now? Zhang Miao, the head of the literature and propaganda department on the side, laughed. There's still quite a bit of time left before the election of the student council president, so Chao should be able to come and take a phone call. Or perhaps, there's something really important going on. Chen Mingchao sighed and quickly walked out of the grand staircase classroom and picked up the phone. Hello. I'm very busy right now. Please keep it short. The caller was visibly stunned. And soon, an underlying voice rang out. I'm Jun Zhao, CEO of Goldman Sachs Asia Pacific. If Mr. Chen Mingchao is busy, then I won't bother you. Bye. Chapter 39 Election of Candidates. Zhao Jun's voice was too familiar. He was Chen Mingchao's idol, the goal that Chen Mingchao had fought for all his life. Chen Mingchao's attitude made a 180-degree turn. Mr. Zhao, I'm not busy. I have time. I have plenty of time. What are you looking for me for? Zhao Jun said lightly. Currently, we have an internship offer from Goldman Sachs China, and a colleague from the Human Resources Department recommended you to me. So I'd like to ask, is Chen Mingchao's student interested? There. Too much yes. It's an honor to be an intern at Goldman Sachs. Well then, please apply for a suspension immediately and report to the Goldman Sachs China branch right away. Chen Mingchao was slightly embarrassed. Mr. Zhao, our student council at the China Sea University of Foreign Languages is in the middle of an election. Can I wait until I'm elected president of the student council before taking a break from my studies? Zhao Jun secretly said that he was so close that he almost botched the big boss's errand. What goes around comes around. There is only one chance. The car to pick you up has arrived at the south gate and is only waiting for you for 10 minutes. If I don't see you in 10 minutes, it will be considered as giving up this opportunity. After saying that, Zhao Jun directly hung up the phone. Chen Mingchao sighed quietly. Life is not as good as 9 times out of 10. It seems that his life cannot do perfect. At least, the resume of the student council president is hopeless. Chen Mingchao opened his 2 long legs and dashed towards the south gate. While running wildly, he sent a message to Vice Principal Zhang. Principal Zhang, Mingchao is leaving. Mingchao is ashamed of your cultivation. Mingchao has decided to give up the competition for the student council president. Receiving Chen Mingchao's message, Vice Principal Zhang wasn't too surprised because Li Yanson had already told her that Chen Mingchao would definitely give up the opportunity to run for this election. In that case, let's push Wei Changan as the principal wants. The campaign meeting went well, and it finally got to the grand finale. Fong Yue's light voice spread throughout the room. Classmates, next is the top priority of this campaign meeting, the election of the student council president. As soon as the words fell, a mountain of cheers came from the entire grand staircase classroom. Chen Mingchao. I support Chen Mingchao. There's no need to choose. I'll spend $100 to bet on Chen Mingchao being selected. Che, it's only $100. I bet $10,000 that Chen Mingchao gets in. Wei Changan slightly enviously looked at the surrounding mountain of students inside. Jifang. Da hai. Can't help it. Chen Mingchao really has a hand in winning the hearts of the people so much. Hey, my reputation is so stinky. Not to mention student council president. I even failed to run for a vice minister. Sun Jifang and Zhao Dahai exchanged a silent look. Changan, don't be self-effacing. I think you're much better than Chen Mingchao. This student council president is yours. Chadan, don't be disappointed yet. This is just the beginning. The winner is the one who laughs until the end. Jiang Jian, who was on the sidelines, poured cold water unmercifully. Wei Changan isn't even a candidate for student council president. So what's he going to do to get in? It's simply hilarious. For Wei Changan, his path to running for office ended long ago. Sun Jifang gave Jiang Jian a sidelong glance. Perhaps, a miracle will happen? This world never lacks miracles. I advise you not to jump so much until the last moment, lest you not be rewarded. Miracles do exist, but they won't happen to a heartthrob like Wei Changan. Since Wei Changan has fallen into my hands, I will make sure that he develops his abilities properly. As soon as the words left his mouth, Vice Principal Zhang stood up and pressed his hands down slightly, and the cheers of the students came to an abrupt end. Classmates, just now we got news from Chen Mingqiao that for some reasons, he voluntarily gave up the competition for the student council president. Therefore, an exception has been made to add an additional candidate for the student council president, Mr. Wei Changan. Wow! The entire grand staircase classroom exploded. What's going on? How could Chen Mingqiao suddenly give up the fight for student council president? Insider. There must be something inside here. I don't care about others. I only recognize Chen Mingqiao as the student council president. It's outrageous. Surprisingly, someone has put his black hand into the campus. Classmates, we should firmly resist. Wei Changan was also confused. What happened? Did a miracle really happen? He actually became a candidate for student council president? Dad really is a lucky star for the three siblings. After identifying with their dad, the three siblings were ridiculously lucky. Zhu Dehai and Sun Jifan looked at Zhang Jian with a leathery smile. What was it that was said? There's never a shortage of miracles in this world. Hey, just now I was kindly advising you not to jump so much before the final result appears. You'll get retribution. Zhang Jian's brain buzzed. How could he not believe what he had personally heard? Shady. There must be something shady. Zhang Jian and Chen Mingqiao were on good terms, and Chen Mingqiao had promised him that before Chen Mingqiao retired, he would push him to the position of vice president of the student union, or at the very least give him a minister. If Chen Mingqiao couldn't become this student council president, all these promises would naturally fall through. Zhang Jian hurriedly dialed Chen Mingqiao's phone. The phone was quickly connected, and a very brisk voice came out. Zhang Jian, what's the matter with looking for me? Chow, why did you give up your bid for student council president? Did someone force you? What's the dark secret here? Chen Mingqiao laughed. Zhang Jian, you misunderstood. There is no shady business. I just got the offer from Goldman Sachs. I have to report forward immediately, so I don't have the time to care about the student union in the future. I might as well just give up the competition. Jian Jiang was going crazy. This is too much of a coincidence, isn't it? Zhang Jian had just hung up the phone when Vice Principal Zhang's call came back. Ming Chao, you left in style, but you left me with a pile of mess. You have to help me solve this trouble. Okay, I'll explain to the class right away. Vice Principal Zhang finally breathed a sigh of relief, hurriedly picked up the microphone, and said in a deep voice, "Quiet. Students, be quiet. Our foreign language college does not have any shady practices. Fellow student Chen Mingqiao will personally explain to you." The class quieted down. Chen Mingqiao's voice came from the microphone. "Classmates, don't guess blindly. There is no inside story. I did voluntarily give up the competition. I just received a very good offer. I must report immediately. I don't have the energy to take care of the student council in the future. As the saying goes, if you're not in your position, you don't do your job. I can only choose to let go of this position, so that more capable students can take on this important task and serve the classmates." The students then quieted down and the campaign meeting continued. The three candidates spoke in turn. Wei Changan's entire body was confused, but he was not confused when he spoke, still emphasizing the same point. "I am very surprised that I can become this candidate, and I am very grateful to the school leaders and students for their trust and support. If I can become the president of the student council, I will definitely do my best to exercise the abilities of my classmates. Strive for every student council member to achieve a monthly income of over $10,000 or more after graduation. Please vote for me." The author has something to say. Chapter 40, Give Us Justice. Wei Changan finished his speech and the voting was opened. After the organizing committee members counted the ballots fairly and openly, the final results were soon handed over to Fang Yue. At this moment, Fang Yue was very nervous inside. She very much hoped that, when she opened the envelope, she would be able to see Wei Chahan's name, but reason told her that this situation was very unrealistic. After all, the two student council vice presidents also possessed notable popularity. Fang Yue took a deep breath and violently opened the envelope. Seeing the familiar name, one of her little hearts nearly jumped to the back of her throat, her voice carrying a tremor of overwhelming excitement. Wei Changan, the new student council president is Wei Changan. Just, like, student body president? Wei Changan was slightly stunned. This world was too unreal, right? I thought I couldn't even be a vice minister, but I didn't expect that I would directly complete a 3-stage jump and become the president of the student union. I'm afraid Dad's mouth isn't open, is it? The other two candidates have long been given the benefit of the doubt, and both of them will be allowed to stay in school regardless of the success of the race for student body president. The two candidates took the initiative to applaud, warmly embracing Wei Changan with words of congratulations on their lips. The students also cheered, especially the girls who had just voted for Wei Changan. With such a handsome student council president, you'll have a good time in the future. The students who didn't vote didn't have much of an opinion, and it didn't matter if anyone other than Chen Mingqiao was the student body president. Only one person has an opinion, and it's a big one. That person is Ken Kong. Jian Zhang's entire body was dumbfounded. Nima ah, Wei Changan had been elected president of the student council? He had just jumped so much in front of Wei Changan, plus the long-standing grudge between the two of them. It was a nail in the coffin for Wei Changan to give him small shoes. No way. Definitely can't let Wei Changan sit steady as the student council president. Sun Jifang and Zhu Dehai looked at the uncertain Zhang Jian with teasing gazes. Silly, isn't it? I'm asking you if you regret it. I'm just asking if you're going to dance again. Ha ha ha, laugh me to death. Didn't certain people just swear that a miracle wouldn't happen to Changan? What do you say now? Jian Jian was practically bursting with anger, coldly looking at the two. Don't be too happy. It's still uncertain who the deer will be. Do you guys think that with Wei Changan's reputation, he'll be able to hold on to the student council president? With a prancing sound, Zhang Jian stood up, darted onto the podium, and snatched the microphone from Fang Yue's hand. Fang Yue was startled and shouted, "Someone come and stop Qian Jiang. Turn off the microphone's amplifier immediately." Several members of the organizing committee hurriedly gathered around, and Vice Principal Zhang behind them said in a deep voice, "Don't stop him. Don't turn off the loudspeaker. Let him speak." Zhang Jian glanced at Vice Principal Zhang with a grateful gaze. Having heard that Chen Mingqiao was Vice Principal Zhang's most honored disciple, now it seems that what was said was true. Since he has the support of Vice Principal Zhang, he must take down Wei Changan today. Students, don't you think it's strange? Wei Changan couldn't even compete with me, so why would he be able to compete with the two student council vice presidents? If one thing is a coincidence, and there are several coincidences in a row, then it's not a coincidence. It's shady. Think about it. Is it really such a coincidence? It just so happens that Chairman Chen gave up the competition, and Wei Changan became the candidate for student council president? Wei Changan couldn't even win against me, so what's he going to do to win against the other two student council vice presidents? The students began to whisper. Yeah, it's too much of a coincidence, isn't it? What makes Wei Changan a candidate? There are so many ministers out there. What makes him Wei Changan? If it's really shady, then it's horrible, and Chen Mingqiao is too pitiful. Boycott. Resolutely boycott the blackout. Please ask Vice Principal Zhang to give us justice. You guys don't slander Wei Changan. He's so handsome. How can he do so many bad things? There were also some of Wei Changan's little fangirls who supported Wei Changan unconditionally. Unfortunately, their voices were too small and were quickly drowned out. The students' voices grew louder and louder, eventually evolving into a mountainous roar. Zhang Jian was in a good mood and took advantage of his classmates' righteous indignation to deliver a fatal blow to Wei Changan. Zhang Jian turned to the microphone and yelled, "Classmates, I believe we all know very well what kind of person Wei Changan is. Often contradicting instructors, often clashing with off-campus personnel. What qualifications does such a person have to be the student council president?" Wei Changan couldn't help but frown. In fact, he could have explained. However, he was so proud that he didn't care to explain. The students were brought up to speed by Jian Jiang and shouted, "Protest! Wei Changan is not qualified to be elected student council president. Strongly disagree with Wei Changan's election as student council president. Lang Lang, give us back justice. Resolutely boycott black sheep like Wei Changan. I believe Wei Changan. He's definitely not a bad guy." Wei Changan's little fangirls shouted their voices, but unfortunately, their power was too weak. Seeing that he had successfully brought up the rhythm of his classmates, Zhang Jian looked at Wei Changan with a teasing gaze, slowly walked to Wei Changan's front, and said in a low voice, "Kid, you'll never be able to make waves with me around. Today, I will staple you to the pillar of shame." Wei Changan angry not light. If here is not so many people, according to his violent temper, sure to be Zhang Jian parents do not know. But now, Wei Changan could only endure. A faint smile surfaced at the corner of Vice Principal Zhang's mouth. Very well, the fire has arrived. It's time to close the net. Hopefully, this can be used to show the principal that she is capable and determined to push her at the time of the abdication. Vice Principal Zhang grabbed the microphone, slowly stood up, and said in a deep voice, "Students, be quiet. Let me do justice." The students quieted down and turned their heads to look at Vice Principal Zhang. "Mr. Zhang Jian is right. It's true that Mr. Wei Changan contradicted the director of instruction. And it's also true that Mr. Wei Changan got into a conflict with someone from outside the school. Wow, A stone has stirred up 1,000 waves. Solid. Problematic students like Wei Changan are not qualified to be the student council president. Class dismissed. Wei Changan is out of class. Zhang Jian was trembling with excitement. He was simply a little witty successfully standing up to Vice Principal Zhang and smoothly taking down Wei Changan. It was impossible to say that Vice President Zhang would be happy and push him into the position of student body president. Wei Changan lowered his head with some chagrin. Was it an empty joy? Taken down in less than 5 minutes after taking office? Hey, it's just so embarrassing. Vice Principal Zhang said in a harmonious voice. Everyone be quiet. I haven't finished yet. I'll tell you a little story. There are 3 poor students and receiving the Poor Students Aid Fund by the Director of Teaching to make things difficult. The whole half a month to gnaw on the steamed bread. Mr. Wei Changan couldn't stand it, so he theorized with the head teacher. And that's what Mr. Zhang Jian called it. Mr. Wei Changan bumping into the head teacher. Chapter 41, God's Reversal. The entire grand staircase classroom was instantly quiet as the students stared at each other in disbelief. Is there such a thing? I've never heard of it. If what Vice Principal Zhang said is true, Wei Changan is too manly, isn't he? For the sake of a few poor students, he dared to contradict the director of instruction. There was a buzz. Jian Zhang's brain almost exploded. What's the situation? There's such a thing? Why had he never heard of it? Even if that's true, why would Vice Principal Zhang want to tear him down? Aren't he and Vice Principal Chang in cahoots? Since Vice Principal Zhang was unkind, don't blame him for being unrighteous. Zhang Jian shouted. Students, you can't gullibly believe Vice Principal Zhang's words. If it's really as she said, Wei Changan's reputation would have been cleared a long time ago. Why wait until today? This must be a story just made up by the dark side behind the scenes to help clear Wei Changan's name. Needless to say, Jian Zhang's guess was very close to the truth. Unfortunately, he didn't know exactly who he was dealing with behind the scenes. Not to mention, Wei Changan was never black in the first place. And even if Wei Changan was really black, Wei Yuan could still whitewash him. Vice Principal Zhang said in a deep voice. It's very simple to prove my words. Those 3 poor students are on the spot. Please invite the 3 poor students to come up to the stage and tell the truth. With all eyes on them, the 3 poor students stood up and walked towards the podium with firm steps. Wei Changan's heart warmed, not expecting all 3 to stand out, especially that very fearful Sun Xiaowan also stood out. Wei Changan felt that what he did was worth it, and if he were to choose again, he would still help the 3 poor students out. There was a lot of talk among the students. They seem to be really poor students, and I often see them nibbling on buns in the classroom. I don't know those 2 boys, but I know Sun Xiaowan, who often goes to the cafeteria part-time to brush dishes, so she must be a real poor student. Is the divine reversal coming? Class, take your seats. 3 poor students went on stage and faced so many teachers and students. It is false to say that they were not nervous. Sun Xiaowan was the first to step forward and said with a trembling voice, Classmates, I'm stepping forward because I don't want good people to be wronged. I don't want Mr. Wei Changan to carry the bad reputation of contradicting the director of instruction. I, Sun Xiaowan, will do right by student Wei Changan. He is a contemporary living lightning rod who is willing to help others and help the weak. I, Shu Hai, Sun Jifeng, do justice to Wei Changan, who is a good young man of our time with a sword in his hand and a passionate heart. The situation was instantly reversed. Countless girls' eyes flooded with peach hearts as Wei Changan's handsome face was imprinted into the depths of their minds. Love, love. A man like Wei Changan with commitment, responsibility and courage is a good match. I don't care. Even if Wei Changan already has a girlfriend, I'm still going to confess to him. Wei Changan, in case you break up one day, remember to look for me. Remember my name. I'm Wang Shan. Why do I suddenly want to cry a little? Changan is clearly a hero who helps people on the road, but instead he's being vilified as a delinquent student. Why doesn't Changan defend himself? Why else? Someone as proud as Changan doesn't care to defend himself. Zhang Jian was going crazy. He knew that if he continued like this, Wei Changan would be sitting on his hands as the student council president. He had to fight back. Classmates, don't get excited yet. Well, even if Wei Changan's defiance of the director of instruction really happened for a reason, how do you explain his clash with an off-campus person? Could it be that there was a reason for it as well? The excitement of the students calmed down a little bit. If Wei Changan was a dangerous person, being the president of the student council was indeed a little bit inappropriate. Fang Yue on the side had long been unable to hold back. The reason why she hadn't been helping Wei Changan to write her name was because Wei Changan was afraid of affecting her reputation and wouldn't let her say anything. But now, Fang Yue really couldn't be silent anymore. Fang Yue bravely stepped forward and said loudly, Student Jiang Jian, you're right. There was indeed a reason why student Wei Changan had a conflict with an off-campus person. Half a year ago, our school's stereo broke down. and I went to the commodity city to purchase a stereo, and I ran into a couple of unscrupulous out-of-schoolers. That night, these undesirable outsiders scaled the wall and entered our school to pester me, and if it wasn't for Mr. Wei Changan stepping forward, I'm afraid I would have. Wei Changan came forward and looked at Fang Yue with a reproachful gaze. How can you speak of such things? There will be a lot of gossip, which is not good for your reputation. Fang Yue looked at Wei Changan in a daze. I regret now that I was so timid and selfish at the time that I didn't stand up for you and do you justice, letting you bear the infamy for so long for nothing. I'm sorry. After saying that, Fang Yue bowed deeply to Wei Changan. Quiet. Dead quiet. The only sound left in the entire grand staircase classroom was the slightly subdued sound of breathing. The eyes of the students were a little red and very self-condemning. Wei Changan possessed such a noble character. It was so wrong of them to question him just now. So touching. Classmate Wei Changan is just too warm. Classmate Wei Changan, if you don't want to change your girlfriend for a short period of time, I can be the little one. I'm very understanding, and I definitely won't fight over jealousy. Mr. Zhang Jian desperately tried to slander Mr. Wei Changan, while Mr. Wei Changan chose to carry the infamy himself in order to take care of Fang Yue's reputation. The gap. This is the gap. I don't know what to say anymore. Why is my heart so hard? Why is my mood so depressing? Why do heroes have to suffer unfairly? It's all because of the existence of villains like Zhang Jian that heroes shed tears. We absolutely cannot let Wei Changan shed tears. Roll down. Jian Jiang, get off. Black sheep Zhang Jian, get the hell down and out of the student union. We don't want rat shit like you in the student union. Clueless, Jian Jiang was completely confused. How come it's reversed again? Wei Changan clashed with the off-campus staff to save Fang Yue? Why didn't Wei Changan publicize it at all even though he did so many good things? If it were him, even a small thing like giving up his seat to the old man, he would hate for everyone to know about it. Unfortunately, there was no chance for Zhang Jian to figure it out, as the angry students rushed onto the stage, instantly drowning Zhang Jian. Wei Changan, fearing a bloodshed, hurriedly took the microphone and said loudly, "Students, calm down. Must be calm. We all have a great future ahead of us. There's no need to be buried with people like Zhang Jian." The students calmed down and got off the stage. And Vice Principal Zhang on the sidelines couldn't help but nod frequently. How come I didn't realize Wei Changan was such an outstanding student before? It's so wrong. Vice Principal Zhang exclaimed. I'm very pleased, really pleased, that our school has such a positive student like Wei Changan. I announced that the new student union president of Shanghai Foreign Language University is Wei Changan. Does everyone have any comments? Chapter 42, The Witty Lin Xiaotian. The entire grand staircase classroom erupted into an amazing cheer. No comment. Strongly support Mr. Wei Changan as the student council president. Thank you, Mr. Chan Mingqiao, for taking the initiative to give up the fight for the student council president. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to discover such an outstanding student Wei Changan. From today onwards, Mr. Wei Changan is my idol. Outside the grand staircase classroom, Wei Yuan nodded in satisfaction. It felt good to help his son fulfill a small wish. What satisfied Wei Yuan even more was Wei Changan's attitude. Wei Changan dyed his hair black, took off his earrings, and changed into a very ordinary casual outfit, enough to prove his determination to change his ways. Wei Yuan slowly walked towards the Rolls-Royce, pulling out his cell phone as he did so, and sent a WeChat to Wei Shiyu. Shiyu, is the business talk going well? What time will you finish? Do you want Dad to pick you up? Soon. Wei Shiyu's call was returned, her voice very exuberant. Dad, don't bother coming to pick me up. The business is done. The contract has been signed. And I'm currently on my way back in the Mirage City Group's car. Isn't Shiyu great? Ha? Wei Yuan was confused and raised his wrist to look at his watch. It was only 3 o'clock in the night. That's it? And a contract? Didn't he ask Sun Tin to take care of his juniors and not to give Shiyu too much favorable treatment? What did Cheng Tian do? Wei Shiyu didn't notice that her dad was a bit out of sorts and continued. Dad, to celebrate the fact that I've negotiated a big deal, we must celebrate tonight. Right. Let's not talk about it. I have to call my sister and ask her not to go to the movie base tonight, and go home to be the chef. After saying that, Wei Shiyu directly hung up the phone, leaving Wei Yuan himself in the wind. Wei Yuan in the address book inside the search for Lin Xiaotian's phone, but looked for half a day did not find. After all, Lin Xiaotian is only his not too important a little brother. Did not save the phone is also normal. Wei Yuan could only call Li Chengtian's phone and split his head. Cheng Tian, you're getting more and more unreliable. Didn't I tell you to make it clear to them not to give Shiyu too much favorable treatment? What's going on with Tsunami? How much time has passed? The contract has already been signed. Are you trying to piss me off? Li Chengtian decisively conceded. Brother Yuan rest his anger. It's all because of Chengtian's carelessness. Chengtian is willing to accept any punishment from brother Yuan. As Li Chengtian admitted his mistake so sincerely, Wei Yuan's anger eased a little and asked in a deep voice, Chengtian, your character has always been very stable. I have always thought highly of you. Why can't you handle such a small matter? Have you encountered some difficulties, causing you to not have the energy to care about Shiyu? Li Chengtian breathed a sigh of relief. He was worried that there was no way to explain. Brother Abyss had even thought of a reason for him. Brother Fujiali gives. Li Chengtian hurriedly borrowed the slope. Brother Yuqi, little brother is indeed having a hard time right now. In recent years, Chengtian Group has been utilizing high leverage to grow at a rapid pace, and there is indeed a slight problem with the flow of funds. However, little brother will definitely overcome it. Wei Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly. No wonder Chengtian couldn't even do this little thing well. It turned out that Chengtian Group's capital flow was in trouble. In that case, help Chengtian slightly, so that Chengtian can spare his energy to take care of Shiryu's business. Chengtian, I have to criticize you. In the future when you encounter difficulties, don't hold it in yourself. You must talk to me. I'll immediately give you a little additional investment. In the future, you don't have to worry about the flow of funds. Shiyu's matter, you must be on the top of the list. After saying that, Wei Yuan hung up the phone and directly transferred $100 billion to Chengtian Group's account. Soon after, Li Chengtian received a report from his finance that the Eternal Fund had just transferred $100 billion to Chengtian Group. Li Chengtian's entire body was dumbfounded. Nima, brother Yuqi is too capricious, isn't he? Transferring $100 billion to him casually? From this, it can be seen that brother Yuqi was not actually angry when he berated him just now, but was praising him for his good work? That $100 billion investment is the reward? Yes, it must be. Li Chengtian hurriedly spoke in the WeChat group. Brothers, regarding the matter of the little princess, Xiaotian did a great job. Just now brother Yuan praised me. Everyone hurry up and take lessons from Tsunami. At Lin Xiaotian, come out quickly. How did you receive the little princess? At Lin Xiaotian, share your experience so the brothers can have a good idea. Lin Xiaotian was blown out of the water and awesome coaxed a voice. Luckily I was resourceful and found out that brother Yuan personally sent the little princess to come to Mirage City Group to talk about business. What does that mean? It shows that brother Yuan is a baby-favoring fiend. If we were foolish enough to listen to brother Yuan's words and engage in normal docking with the little princess, I'm afraid that we would die without knowing how. I didn't really do anything. I just omitted all the necessary and unnecessary procedures and directly gave little princess an S-rank contract. Satsi is really a little wit. Touché. By and large, I know how to receive the little princess. It's thanks to Tsunami fighting this way. Otherwise, the brothers would still have to feel their way across the river. AI. Brother Fuchi's mind is really too elusive. If Wei Yuan saw the conversation of his brothers, he would definitely spit out blood. Arranging these little brothers in a quiet manner. When Wei Yuan returned to Huanya Financial, he happened to run into Wei Shiyu, who directly pounced on him and hugged Wei Yuan's neck and kept circling around. Dad, you are simply the lucky star of the three of us sisters. Without your encouragement, I'm afraid I wouldn't even have the courage to walk through the doors of Mirage City Group. It really made you right. I really negotiated the business and even took the S-Class contract. S-Class contract? Isn't that a deal exclusive to his NEA holdings? Since when could a second-tier investment company get an S-Class contract from Mirage City Group? Isn't this a screw-up? Wei Yuan pretended to be oblivious and asked. Shiyu is awesome. How did you negotiate the business? And how did you take the S-Class contract? Wei Shiyu laughed. Saying it out, it's possible that Dad doesn't believe it. The process of negotiating business this time was ridiculously smooth. The people from Mirage City Group were very enthusiastic, serving tea and water, and shushing their daughter, not making demands on the strength of the investment company, not even needing to inspect and go through the procedures, and directly delivering a contract with such a favorable deal. Dad, Shiyu negotiated such a big business. Shouldn't we celebrate? Wei Yuan was a bit dizzy and rubbed his forehead feebly. Lin Xiaotian, this little bastard, is also too much. If all the juniors are like Lin Xiaotian, how can we train Shiyu's ability? How can we trust Shiyu to control NEA holdings in the future? Wei Yuan couldn't wait to rush to Lin Xiaotian and beat him into a pig's head. However, in front of his baby daughter, Wei Yuan could only squeeze out a smile that was worse than crying. Shiyu is right, it really should be celebrated. The author has something to say. Chapter 43, The Retreat. Wei Shiyu dragged Wei Yuan to the supermarket and made a super purchase. All kinds of seasonal seafood. Fresh vegetables, bought a whole 2 big bags. It was 5 in the afternoon when the two got home. Wei Shiyu was very understanding and went to wash and pick vegetables to relieve her sister of a little burden. Wei Yuan wanted to help, But Wei Shiyu disliked him for helping more and more and pushed him out of the kitchen. Wei Yuan could only watch the TV very boringly to pass the time. Soon, Wei Shiyu washed and cut up the dishes, returned to the living room, and suddenly slapped her head vigorously. Dad, it seems like we didn't buy any wine. I'll go down and buy 2 bottles of wine. Wei Yuan smiled faintly. There's no need to go down and buy it. I brought back a few bottles of wine from abroad, just in time to give you guys a taste. Really? Daddy, go get it. The two of them walked into Late Autumn's bedroom. Wei Yuan opened his suitcase and took out 2 bottles of red wine from it, casually handing it to Shiyu. This is it. Shiyu, take it. Wei Shiyu received the red wine and was slightly stunned. What the hell? This is a Romane Conti? How did Dad afford such an expensive wine? Nope. It's not authentic. I think it's A-okay? A few days ago, their celebrity group had a bottle of Romane Conti. Wei Shiyu remembered very clearly. That bottle of Romane Conti label was black on a white background. Dad's 2 bottles, on the other hand, were gold on a yellow background. Hey, the people who made the fake wine were so inattentive that they didn't even do the labeling right. Wei Shiyu looked at her watch. It was almost 5:30. How come her sister and Changan hadn't come back yet? As he was pondering over it, Wei Muyao and Wei Changan almost simultaneously sent messages in the family group, at Wei Yuan and Wei Shiyu. Dad, Shiyu, the head of the group called me just now and gave me a roll with lines. I can't let this opportunity pass. Let's celebrate Shiyu tomorrow. Dad, second sister, I'm really sorry, but the student council dinner tonight. I just ran for student council president, so I really can't miss it. Wei Shiyu instantly wilted. Dad, it looks like we've been abandoned. I'm not a good cook. Why don't we go out to eat? Shiyu, you can deal with eating something by yourself. I suddenly remembered that there's something else. I'm leaving first. After saying that, Wei Yuan grabbed the car keys and quickly walked downstairs. Wei Yuan was relieved about Wei Changan, but was a bit worried about Wei Muyao. Why did Kun Tu suddenly give Muyao a roll with lines? There is no such thing as pie in the sky. There must be something fishy here. No, we must go to the movie base immediately. For the sake of his daughter's safety, Wei Yuan even contacted his special assistant, Diana, and a magnetic, high-cool female voice came from the other end of the phone. Hi, I'm Diana. I'm Wei Yuan. The high spirits inside Diana's voice instantly disappeared and she became very excited. Boss, where have you been? Why didn't you bring me with you? Also, your security team and housekeeping team didn't bring them either. How are you going to live? Diana, I've decided to retire. If nothing major happens that concerns the life and death of the Eternal Kingdom, don't just bother me. I'm living a good life now. I kind of like this life of an ordinary person. Boss, Wei Yuan interrupted Diana in a deep voice. Diana, I don't have time to catch up right now. Immediately investigate Huaxiao Zhonghai Film City and complete the acquisition within half an hour. Is there any difficulty? Diana laughed bitterly. Boss, how little you care about your assets. You own 46% of the shares of Zhonghai Film City. You are the major shareholder. Wei Yuan slightly embarrassed, scratching his head. His industry is really too much. Zhonghai Film and Television City, such a small industry. Are the following people mergers and acquisitions and acquisitions? He is really not too much on the heart. I need the contact information for the person in charge of China Sea Film City. Yes, boss. Soon, the contact information of the person in charge of Zhonghai Film City was sent to Wei Yuan's cell phone. Boss, any other orders? Wei Yuan hesitated for a moment and said in a deep voice, have my attorney contact me tomorrow at 10 a.m. I want to revise my will. Diana's pupils contracted slightly. Why did boss suddenly want to change his will? What kind of big events had happened in these days of boss's disappearance? No, the boss must be found as soon as possible. Yes, boss. Your lawyer will contact you on time. Words split into two. Wei Yuan also left. Only Wei Shiyu was left alone in the house. Wei Shiyu didn't want to eat by herself, and sent a message in the celebrity group. Sisters, let's get together for dinner tonight? We haven't gotten together for a long time. The celebrity group was instantly buzzing. At Princess Xiaoyu, why is Xiaoyu getting together? Is it to quit the group? I didn't believe it a few days ago when I heard that Xiaoyu had found a godfather, but now I finally believe it. Xiaoyu's godfather drives a Rolls Royce. Handsome and rich. I'm envious. Xiao Chu, it's really too bad that you didn't come last time. Wei Shiyu hurriedly explained. Stop it. How could I quit the group? That's my real dad, the kind that's related by blood. When the retreat banquet is held, the retreating sisters will be responsible for paying the bill, and they can also learn from the experience of the retreating sisters, so the celebrities are naturally very interested. However, if it wasn't a retreat banquet, the meal would have to be AA, and the celebrities instantly lost interest. Since it's not a retreat feast, There's no need for our sisters to get together. Yes, the only day our sisters can be considered to have completely changed their lives is the day they quit the group. If it wasn't for the retreat banquet, I wouldn't have gone. Suddenly, a girl named Xia Yanyan knocked out a line. And I'm afraid the sisters really need to get together. Starting tomorrow, I'll be retiring from the group. Wow! The entire group of celebrities was instantly buzzing. So the one who found her godfather is Yuan. Such a big happy event must be celebrated properly. The retreat banquet must be made whole. Yuan, what's the situation on your godfather's side? Introduce it to everyone? Great! Finally a sister is out of her misery and we see hope. Xia Yanyan, it's not clear on WeChat. It's better to meet in chat. Shangri-La Hotel, 5th floor, book depository. Sisters don't see you there. Wei Shiyu had never attended a retreat banquet. She had joined this group of celebrities only to package herself to facilitate her work, and had never thought of trying to climb up the ladder of the rich, and certainly not to learn anything from the experience of sisters who have successfully withdrawn from the group. But now, Wei Shiyu was a bit hesitant. There's no one in the house, so why don't we go for a meal? It's a free dinner anyway. After hesitating for a moment, Wei Shiyu brought Wei Yuan's 2 bottles of fake wine with her. They were fake anyway, and it was just right for these fake celebrities to drink. Wei Shiyu took a cab and went straight to the Shangri-La Hotel. There were already quite a few girls when Wei Shiyu arrived at the book collection pavilion. Wei Shiyu greeted the girls warmly and placed 2 bottles of fake wine on the table with a smile. Yang Xiaoyun, who had a good relationship with Wei Shiyu, laughed. Xiaoyu, you're too polite. Today is Xia Yanyan's retreat banquet. Everything consumed today should be paid for by Xia Yanyan. Why are you still carrying wine? Wei Shiyu laughed. It's just 2 bottles of A-goods. It's not worth a few dollars. Yang Xiaoyun twisted her head to look at these 2 bottles of fake wine and couldn't help but gently shake her head. It's really fake wine. And these days this fake winemaker is so inattentive that he can't even imitate the label. Chapter 44, drink whatever you want. It's not worth much. 2 bottles of fake wine blew up a lot of celebrities and a few girls gathered around. It is indeed so fake that the label is even gold on a yellow background. Remember, it should be black on a white background. Xiaoyu, where did you get this fake wine from? How's the flavor? If it tastes good, it's still okay to fool those bumpkins. Xiaoyu, how much does a bottle of this fake wine cost? I'd like to get my hands on a few bottles as well. Wei Shiyu laughed. I don't know how much a bottle. It's my father brought it back from abroad. I didn't expect that. There are also fake wines made in foreign countries. As for whether it's good or not, we'll know if we drink it in a while. The main event of the day arrived while several people were talking. Xia Yanyan was wearing a lavender evening dress, combing her hair in a delicate bun, with a glittering diamond necklace around her neck, and between her hands and feet, she was full of nobility. Hearing the conversation between the women, a hint of well-hidden disdain flashed through Xia Yanyan's eyes. It's fine on weekdays, but today is my retreat banquet. How can I drink fake wine? Godfather gave me 2 bottles of Lafite to give my sisters a taste. Saying that, Xia Yanyan took out the 2 bottles of Lafite and placed them next to the 2 bottles of fake wine. Just then, a girl named Lily walked into the box. Sisters, I've just returned from the United States. My jet lag is still not over. I'm sorry I'm late. Xia Yanyan squeezed out a smile at Lily, who in her eyes was likely to be the next to quit the group. Also, Lily's boss, who was much more powerful than her godfather, has to be on good terms. Xia Yanyan laughed. It's good that Lily can come. It's already given me face. I heard that you're going to M country this time, to participate in the top auction? The crowd lit up and gathered around, looking at Lily with curious eyes. Lily's self-esteem was greatly satisfied, and said with a slight reserve, what Yan said is not wrong. This trip my boss took me to M country to attend the NL Sotheby's auction. My boss successfully auctioned off a bottle of 1945 Romane Conti for $660,000 US. The women marveled. Lily, your boss is too trenchant, isn't he? Surprisingly auctioning off a bottle of red wine that's over $4 million? It turns out that red wine worth more than $1 million really exists in this world. Unfortunately, we are not going to have the chance to see it. Lily laughed. In fact, it's simple to meet. The boss put this bottle of 1945 Romane Conti in the most prominent position of the winery to exhibit it as the treasure of the winery. I'll take my sisters to see it when I have the chance. Xia Yanyan smiled and asked, Lily, you should have photographed the 1945 Romane Conti, right? It would be good to show the photos to the sisters. Lily nodded slightly and hurriedly pulled out her cell phone, pulling up photos and showing them to her sisters. Yun didn't remind me. I almost forgot. At that time I did take a photo. Until I attended the auction with my boss I didn't know that the original Romane Conti's label is not exactly all black letters on a white background. The 1945 Romane Conti's label is gold letters on a yellow background. For some reason, The expressions of the women suddenly turned a bit strange, and they all turned their heads to look at the 2 bottles of fake wine on the table. Following the gazes of the women, Lily saw 2 bottles of fake wine. Then, Lily's eyes widened violently, shocked beyond words. Dang, dang, dang. Lily rushed to the table in 3 steps and 2 steps, carefully holding up one of the bottles and carefully appraising it. Like, it's so much alike. It's exactly the same. Lily shuddered. These 2 bottles are 1945 Romane Conti? Wei Shiyu hurriedly waved her hand and smiled bitterly. These should be 2 bottles of A-goods. Lily doesn't need to be so nervous. A-okay? Lily frowned deeply. She had been up close and personal with the real thing, and these 2 bottles of wine were practically identical to the real thing. The packaging and color are identical, but I think it's real. The packaging and color are exactly the same. The women laughed. Lily, you should have gone astray this time. Shiyu said before that her father is just an ordinary driver. Just now we said that the fake wine vendors nowadays are so out of touch that they can't even do the labeling correctly. According to Lily, it's us who misunderstood the fake wine vendors. They're still very professional. The women's words made Lily hesitate a bit. I'm a little unsure when you guys say that, so I'd better let my boss appraise it. With that, Lily pulled out her cell phone, took a few pictures and sent them to her boss. Boss, can you appraise these 2 bottles for me? I'm not sure. Lily's boss casually scanned the photo, and then, his eyes directly rolled without moving, staring at the photo of the 2 bottles of wine, dying to squeeze his eyes inside the cell phone screen. After a long while of careful appraisal, Boss Lily came to a very scary conclusion. These 2 bottles should be authentic. Lily was confused, subconsciously looked up and looked at Wei Shiyu with a complicated and incomparable gaze. Sisters, my boss just said that these 2 bottles are genuine. The real thing? The women were confused, subconsciously looking at the 2 bottles of Romane Conti on the table. If they were authentic, these 2 bottles of wine more than 8 million you can buy a suite in Shanghai. The women surveyed Wei Shiyu with suspicious gazes. Xiao Yu, tell us the truth. Did you find a pretty powerful godfather? Are these 2 bottles of wine really fake? Wei Shiyu smiled bitterly. It's really not godfather. Why don't you guys believe me? I'm not sure if it's fake wine. I'm just guessing. It's actually simple to identify. Just open it and let Lily taste it. Taste it? Lily couldn't help but roll her eyes widely. Xiao Yu, stop it. If this is the real thing, I wouldn't dare to taste it. A mouthful is tens of thousands of dollars. After my boss photographed it, he put it in the winery. As the treasurer of the town, I advise you to go back and find a professional organization to identify it. Wei Shiyu couldn't help but frown. Still need to find a professional organization to authenticate? It's too much of a hassle, isn't it? Soon, Wei Shiyu thought of a good solution. I'll ask my dad. If it's the real thing, he's not going to let me just drink it. After saying that, Wei Shiyu dialed Wei Yuan's phone in front of all the women, putting it on speakerphone. Xiao Yu, what's the matter? I have something very important going on right now, and I won't be able to return for a while. Dad, I wanted to ask. I'm at a friend's party. Can I open and drink those 2 bottles of wine you brought out? So this is it? Wei Yuan said casually. Drink whatever you want. Isn't wine bought back just to drink? It's not worth a few dollars anyway. After saying that, Wei Yuan directly hung up the phone. Wei Shiyu looked at the girls with a smile. Hear that? My father said that these 2 bottles of wine aren't worth a few dollars, which means they are undoubtedly A-goods. Let's open them and drink them up. The women's faces turned relaxed, and they all turned their heads to look at Xia Yanyan. Today was her retreat banquet. She was the hostess. Xia Yanyan laughed. Although it's not very auspicious to drink fake wine at a retreat banquet, but seeing as these 2 bottles of fake wine can almost be faked, let's open them then. It's just right to bring it to compare with the 2 bottles of Lafite. Chapter 45, Fake Wine vs. Lafite. As a member of the winery staff, Lily knew the most about wine and nodded with a smile. Yun is right. Red wine does have to be compared to find out the merits. It's best to drink the lesser quality wine first, then the better quality wine. The taste, not to mention how delicious it is. Xia Yanyan looked at Wei Shiyu with a reserved gaze. No matter it was her face value or temperament, she was suppressed to death by Wei Shiyu. She finally waited for this day to turn over. Shiyu, open the bar quickly. The sisters can't wait. Unaware that Xia Yanyan had used her as well as her fake wine as a stepping stone, Wei Shiyu smiled and picked up the wine opener to open the wine. However, she had never opened a Romane Conti before, and for a moment she couldn't open it. Wei Shiyu could only hand the wine opener to Lily. It's better to let Lily open it for me. This fake winemaker is quite attentive. The cork is quite tight. Lily took the wine opener and laughed. It's just for Xiao Yu's sake. Otherwise, Lily, never opened fake wine, so I'll barely make an exception. It had to be said that Lily was just professional. very skillfully removing the corks from the 2 bottles of wine. An indescribable aroma wafted out, and the women couldn't help but take a deep breath. Lily inhaled the most of the aroma and let out a heartfelt sigh of approval. What a refreshing aroma! Although this wine is only a fake, the quality is definitely not low. It is possible that it is a high imitation of some small wineries in Europe. Quickly pour me a glass. I'll taste how this fake wine tastes. If it's okay, I'll buy a few bottles, so I can take it to fool those greasy old men then. In fact, without tasting I have already determined that this wine is at least €50 in quality. Under normal circumstances, one should wake up first before pouring it to the sisters. However, these were only 2 bottles of fake wine. Wei Shiyu even skipped the link of waking up and directly poured the wine to the sisters. On the side, Xia Yanyan opened the wine while looking at her sisters with a smile. Sisters, taste carefully. Wait until Lafite wakes up well to taste Lafite. With the contrast, more can experience Lafite's extraordinary. The women nodded their heads. Soon, each girl was given a cup of fake wine, and Yang Xiaoyun was the first to pick up the wine cup and take a shallow sip. And then, the whole person seemed to float above the 9 heavens. Her girl did the same, taking a mouthful, almost out of her mind, and it took a while for her to come back to her senses. This fake wine is really too good. It was definitely the best red wine they'd ever had in their lives. However, for fear of being laughed at for not being knowledgeable, the girls could only try to maintain a bland demeanor as they commented on the 2 bottles of fake wine. Just now Xiao and Mo said very right. These 2 bottles of fake wine definitely have the quality of €50 now. It's just a pity that they are produced from unknown small wineries. If they are produced from Chateau Lafite Rothschild, the value can be at least 10 times more. The women nodded their heads in agreement. Xia Yinyan finished opening the Lafite, poured the 2 bottles of Lafite into the wake, heard the girls talking about the mystery, some curiosity to pick up the wine glass, a shallow sip. Aha! Tastes so good? Silky on the palate, with a rich aroma and a long aftertaste that is simply wonderful. However, in order to maintain her high profile, Xia Yanyan tried to maintain a breezy appearance. It's really not bad, and without the 2 bottles of Lafite, these 2 bottles of fake wine could barely be used for drinking. All the women looked at the Lafite inside the wine awakening with anticipation. The taste of the 2 bottles of fake wine was so good. Wouldn't the taste of the Lafite be indescribably good? The time passed quickly and the 2 bottles of Lafite woke up well. Lily smiled and reminded, Yen, it's almost time. Let the sisters see what is the top famous wine. Xia Yen smiled and nodded, personally pouring wine for her sisters, and also carefully reminded, sisters, before drinking Lafite, it's best to take a sip of the fake wine, so that the contrast will be more obvious. Wei Shiyu didn't care at all and laughed. Thanks to Yin Yan's blessing, it's the first time I'm drinking Lafite. All the women looked at Wei Shiyu with strange gazes. Shiyu was also too simple. She was used as a stepping stone and didn't even know it. Just rest assured Yun. I purposely left a mouthful of fake wine just now to emphasize the aroma of Lafite's wine. Yun, hurry up. My big knife is already hungry and thirsty. Bah! Where did you get that big knife? Rubber? Amidst the playful sounds of the women, Xia Yanyan finished pouring the wine. In front of each girl, there were 2 glasses of wine, one of fake wine that had just been left over, and one of Lafite that had just been poured. Sisters, start tasting the top quality red wine. Make sure to savor it. Don't waste any of it. Xia Yanyan felt so good and looked at the girls with a reserved gaze. The girls picked up the fake wine and drank it down, picked up the Lafite and raised their glasses to Xia Yanyan from a distance before taking a shallow sip. Aha! That's not quite right. Why is it so sour? Why doesn't it smell good at all? It can't be. It's at 82 Lafite. Is it the wrong posture for wine tasting? Trying to remember the wine tasting tutorials they'd spent thousands of dollars on, the girls took a small resip in a very standard position, using the tip of their tongues to push the red wine up to their palates in an effort to take in the aroma of the Lafite with the taste cells in their mouths. But it doesn't work. Instead of picking up the aroma, the girls felt only sourness and bitterness, and even that the liquor was not at all cottony. Not to mention any aftertaste. These 2 bottles of Lafite are the fake wine? The girls looked at Xia Yanyan with strange gazes. Why did they feel that Xia Yanyan's Lafite was completely inferior to Wei Shiyu's fake wine? However, today was Xia Yanyan's retreat banquet, so in order to save Xia Yanyan's face, the girls didn't question it. Noticing that the girls' expressions were a bit off, Xia Yanyan hurriedly picked up her wine glass and took a shallow sip. But the sour taste hit her, and Xia Yanyan didn't hold back and actually spat out the liquor. Xia Yanyan was a bit skeptical. Why is Lafite so sour? When Godfather bought Lafite, I was accompanied. These 2 bottles of Lafite are absolutely genuine. Last night when I drank it was very good. Why drink it now? But speaking of this, Xia Yanyan suddenly thought of something and fiercely looked towards the 2 bottles of fake wine as a very scary thought surged through her mind. Like Xia Yen Yen? The girls had obviously thought of something and turned their heads to look at the 2 bottles of fake wine. If the 2 bottles of Lafite are authentic, there is only one reason why Lafite tastes so bad. Dare I say these 2 bottles of Romane Conti aren't fake? My god. We drank over $8 million just now. We actually drank a house in Shanghai. We're too much of a loser. Aren't we? Chapter 46, do any of you know Muyao? Wei Shiyu was also confused. It's not, is it? The wine dad lets her just drink is the real thing that can kill a Lafite? Is dad really a regular driver? Just as the girls almost explode, Lily's boss, Yuqi Hyun, arrives. As soon as he entered the private room, Lu Jixian smelled a familiar aroma. There was a buzz. Yuqi Hyun's brain exploded. Oh my god, these loser pussies drank the 1945 Romane Conti? Boss, what brings you here? How did you know I was here? Lily hurriedly greeted her and looked at her boss with a pleasing face. Lu Kihyun chopped his head and chided. My driver sent you here. How did you guys drink the Romane Conti? Lily smiled bitterly. We thought it was just fake wine. So, Lu Kihyun almost exploded his lungs with anger and let out an angry roar. Didn't I just tell you? These 2 bottles of Romane Conti are genuine. Wei Shiyu, who was on the side, could not stand to watch a little bit, and stepped forward, pulling Lily behind herself, looking at Lu Kihyun with a displeased face. Hey, uncle, why are you being mean? This wine isn't yours. I brought it. I can drink it if I want to. What's it got to do with you? Me. Lu Jixian was completely out of temper by Wei Shiyu's dislike and could only squeeze out a smile that was worse than crying. Indeed, it has nothing to do with me. The key? This is a 1945 Romane Conti. The price and what not. A total of 600 bottles of Conti were produced in 1945. Such a precious loan. Drink a bottle of less a bottle. It should be properly treasured, and should not be used to satisfy the desire of the mouth. Wei Shiyu also has some meat pain. Had I known that this thing was so expensive, I should have sold it and given it to my father as a wife's book. Uncle, who made you come so slow? I didn't know it was the real thing. My dad told me to drink it casually. That's why I took it out. The corners of Lu Kihyun's mouth kept twitching. What kind of family is this little girl? Can I just drink any 1945 Romane Conti? Little girl, may I ask what your father's name is? Wei Shiyu answered truthfully. Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan? Lu Jixian frowned deeply. Is there a big man named Wei in China? I've never heard of it. Hey, it must be that he's too low to reach that level. When I go back, I must ask the big guy at a higher level. MS. Wei, can you cut your 2 empty bottles? Lu Jixian eyed the 2 empty bottles. Wei Shiyu waved her hand generously. If uncle likes it, just take it away. But I have one condition. I'm not allowed to be mean to Lily in the future. Not aggressive. Absolutely not. Just, these 2 bottles are too precious. I can't take them for nothing. I'll give Miss Wei $200,000. MS. Wei, is it convenient to add a WeChat and transfer money to you? Lily on the side got a little nervous. The boss wouldn't be looking at Shiyu, right? Shiyu was younger than her, prettier than her, and a senior at Fudan University, so she had no comparison at all. 200,000? Wei Shiyu was overjoyed in her heart, not expecting this kind of unexpected gain. However, Wei Shiyu had no intention of adding WeChat with Lu Kihyun, and there was an unwritten rule in the celebrity group that one couldn't pry into one's own sister's corner, or else one would be spurned by all the group members. Wei Shiyu pulled out the collection code and laughed. Add a friend and forget about it. Just transfer money directly. Lu Jixian was slightly disappointed, but did not dare to refute. Obediently transferred money to Wei Shiyu, took 2 bottles of wine and turned around and left. Lily forcefully patted Wei Shiyu's shoulder and said in a harmonious voice, Shiyu, you did this openly today. From today onwards, you Wei Shiyu are my Lily's best sister. The girls looked at Wei Shiyu with envy and jealousy. Just now I was very envious of Xia Yanyan, envious that she had found her godfather, envious that she could drink Lafite, envious that she had jumped out of the fire pit from then on and could lead a privileged life. But now, I don't envy her at all. I'm very envious of Shiyu now. I'm crazy with envy. Shiyu doesn't need to find a godfather. She has a real one. Shiryu's own father's strength is simply unimaginable. A Romane Conti worth $8 million, casually letting Shiryu drink it. You know, Lily's boss got the 45-year-old Romane Conti and didn't even bother to drink it, treating it as the treasure of the town, carefully collecting it. The difference is indescribable. Xia Yanyan had wanted to take off by stepping on Wei Shiyu's stepping stone, but, instead, she was stepped directly into the mud. However, Xia Yanyan didn't resist at all. She was convinced, completely convinced. The key difference in strength is so great that it's not even comparable. Xia Yanyan let out a sincere exclamation. So, there's a real celebrity in our celebrity group. That's Xiaoyu. Wei Shiyu was going crazy, waving her hands back and forth. Sisters, it's not like that. Although I'm not sure why my dad has a Romanecanti, but there's definitely a misunderstanding. My dad is just an ordinary driver. Unfortunately, no matter how Wei Shiyu explained, the girls just didn't believe her. Shiyu, do you mind having another little mom? Actually, I've always had a dream of becoming your little mom. Shiyu, when will you bring my husband here to meet with me? Don't worry, after becoming your little mom, I will treat you like my own daughter. Xia Yin also came up. Xiao Yu, actually I can change a godfather. If you don't want a little mom, do you mind if you have one more sister? Wei Shiyu, equals. The words are split. Wei Yuan drove straight to the Shanghai Film and TV base. The general manager of Shanghai Film and Television base was named Feng Wangwei, and Feng Wangwei had just received the instruction that the big boss was personally coming, and hurriedly brought a group of executives and waited at the entrance of the film and television base. Soon, Feng Wangwei saw the speeding Rolls-Royce and hurriedly greeted it. Diana had already sent Feng Wangwei's information to Wei Yuan, who recognized Feng Wangwei and with a squeak, stopped in front of Feng Wangwei and pulled open the door to get out. Greetings Wei Dong. Led by Feng Wangwei, the executives bowed to Wei Yuan in unison. Wei Yuan didn't have time to ink, and went straight to the point. Which one of you knows Wei Muyao? Wei Muyao? The crowd looked at me and I looked at you. I've never heard of this name before. Feng Wangwei was a bit flustered and said weakly, Wei Dong. The name Wei Muyao is unfamiliar. What does she do? Which department? Can Wei Dong give a little hint? Wei Muyao should be a group actor. A group show? Feng Wangwei's entire body was bad. His big boss is the world's top financial oligarch. The big boss came to the movie base on a big night and made such a big deal just to find a groupie? What is this groupie all about? Feng Wangwei looked at Wei Yuan with a difficult face. Wei Dong, our film city is only responsible for signing actors. Group performances are not under our responsibility. Wei Yuan snorted coldly and looked at Feng Wangwei expressionlessly. Mr. Feng, I'm very disappointed in you. Feng Wangwei almost scared urine. When this film and television city in charge, there are a lot of extra money, and even, there are a lot of young actresses are willing to recommend themselves to him. If the big boss jacked down, the future of the good days to the end. Feng Wangwei hurriedly and sincerely admitted his mistake. There are indeed some flaws in the management of the film and television city. Wei Dong's criticism is right. I will definitely do my best to improve. Wei Yuan suddenly changed his tone. From now on, Mr. Feng is personally responsible for Wei Muyao as a group actor. Is there any difficulty? Feng Wangwei shook his head like a divining drum. There is no difficulty. From now on, I'll personally be in charge of Wei Muyao. Wei Yuan nodded with satisfaction. I want to know which theater group Wei Muyao is in right now and why she suddenly received a scene with lines. Yes. Feng Wangwei turned his head and asked, who knows the head of the group? The leaders standing at the front shook their heads, and a young man drilled out from the very back of the line and said in a trembling voice, Mr. Feng, I know all the group leaders. Feng Wangwei was slightly stunned. What was the name of this young man? Just remember the surname Wang. Xiao Wang. Gather all the group heads here immediately. If you don't see anyone within 5 minutes, get out of Shanghai Film City immediately. Yes, Xiao Wang's name is Wang Kaixian, and he is the security chief of the movie city. Wang open source hurriedly took out his cell phone, opened WeChat, flipped out the group head group, and sent a message to directly at everyone. You have 5 minutes to arrive at the south gate of the movie base, and those who exceed the time limit will never be allowed to set foot in the Shanghai movie base again. In front of the big leaders, Wang open source is a dispensable shrimp, but in the eyes of the group head, Wang open source that is the king of the soil. One word can cut off their lives. In less than 5 minutes, more than a dozen group heads came to the south gate. Seeing so many big leaders, the heads of the group trembled, and each of them muttered in their hearts, what in the end had happened? Why have they alarmed so many big leaders? Wang open source nodded and reported to Feng Wangwei. Mr. Feng, all the group heads of our Shanghai Film City have arrived. Feng Wangwei nodded slightly and turned his head to look at the group leaders, squeezing out what he thought was a very gentle smile. Don't be afraid, everyone. I've summoned you all here to inquire about a group performance. Do any of you know Wei Muyao? Most of the group leaders had a blank look on their faces. Only one group leader's eyes flickered a bit. What day is today? Why are so many people inquiring about Wei Muyao? This group leader didn't dare to be deceitful and hurriedly raised his hand. Mr. Feng, I know Wei Muyao. Feng Wangwei was finally relieved. Where is Wei Muyao now? Why did she suddenly receive a scene with lines? Kun Tu smiled bitterly. Mr. Feng, I really can't say this, and I advise you not to pry either. Feng Wangwei's gaze contracted slightly. It seems that the water here is very deep. If it is not, Wei Yuan personally asked. He is not willing to drip this mess. Just say it when I tell you to. Where's all this nonsense? Do you not want to hang out in the movie city anymore? The group head shook his head and laughed bitterly. This is what you forced me to say. Don't be shocked when the time comes. Wei Muyao is now in director Feng Digang's crew. It was arranged by Yang Ershao. Feng Guangwei sucked in a mouthful of cool air. This young master he really can't afford to mess with. The Yang family is the top mansion in Shanghai, with a total asset of several $100 billion. In addition, the Yang family is the second largest shareholder of the film and television city. The Mr. Yang, Wei Yuan coldly snorted. There was indeed something fishy. Fortunately, he rushed over. Otherwise, the consequences were unimaginable. Immediately have this second young master Yang roll over here. If today's matter can't be explained, there's no need for the Yang family to exist. Chapter 47. It must be a coincidence. The heads of the group have disdainfully bristled. This young man powerful blow is also too big, right? How could such a huge organization like the Yang family be destroyed so easily? However, Feng Guangwei's reaction scared the group heads. Feng Guangwei hurriedly toned his head and bowed. Wei Dong, wait a moment. I'll call Yang Ershao here. The group heads cautiously glanced at Wei Yuan. Where exactly was this handsome and uncharacteristic young man? Why did Mr. Feng have to grovel so much? Could it be a top-class nobleman? Feng Digang's theater group. 2 lucky group actors were chosen to get scenes with lines. The 2 lucky group actors were Wei Muyao and Yang Qianyao. After 2 days of investigation, all of Wei Muyao's information was placed in front of Yang Qianyao. Yang Qianyao was shocked beyond words. Wei Muyao's grandpa was actually Morong Yunhai, the top hidden tycoon in China. No wonder the old president of the Plum Troop is so facetious. Such an awesome thick leg to hold on to, in case he became old Mr. Morong's granddaughter-in-law. It would be awesome. With the help of the Morong family, wouldn't it be a matter of minutes to defeat Big Brother and get the inheritance of the Yang family? So, Yang Qianfeng directly found Feng Digang and asked for 2 roles with the part, then disguised as a group actor and lurked under the banner of the group leader responsible for Wei Muyao. I have to say, Yang Qianyao's acting was so good that Wei Muyao didn't realize that he was a rich young man and really thought that he was a bitter groupie. Under Yang Qiany's deliberate currying favor, Wei Muyao and Yang Qiany cooperated as if they had been friends for many years. Very good. The 2 group actors have outstanding acting skills, especially with special drama inside their eyes, so they'll be based in our theater group from now on. Yang Qianliang put on an ecstatic look. Thank you, Director Feng, for your appreciation. I will definitely work hard. Wei Muyao was a little hesitant. Being able to become the resident group actor of the crew is the dream of all group actors, and it is only one step away from bursting into the limelight. However, now that she has recognized her dad, if she becomes the resident groupie, she will have to follow the crew around in the future, and she will have less time to spend with her dad. It's really hard to choose between the future and the joy of spending time with my dad. Director Feng, I might not be too good at this. At the moment I don't want to leave Shanghai. I still have a formal job. Being a group actor is just a part-time job for me. If it was another group actor who dared to reject Feng Digang would have sprayed him with a head full of spittle and blocked him in the process. However, this girl was brought here by the second young man, who was his investor father, and could not be messed with. Feng Digang squeezed out a smile brighter than a dog's tail flower. Don't worry, Ms. Wei, my crew won't be leaving Shanghai in the short term. Only then did Wei Muyao nod hesitantly. Alright then, as long as Director Feng is filming in Shanghai, you can call me anytime. Feng Digang was so relieved. He could be too difficult. Finally, he had completed the task arranged by second young South Gate. Feng Guangwei made several phone calls, but failed to get through to Yang Chenliang. Feng Guangwei is simply anxious. Yang Ershao, you quickly answer the phone. You are going to kill me. I'm sorry, the number you have dialed is not answered at this time. Please dial again later. Feng Guangwei could only look at Wei Yuan with a bitter face. Wei Dong, Yang Ershao's phone is not answered. What should we do? Wei Yuan's face was as gloomy as ink. If anything went wrong with his daughter, everyone in the Yang family would be buried with her. Wei Yuan squeezed out a few words through his teeth. Take me to Feng Digang's theater group. Yes. A group of people rushed towards Feng Digang's theater group. Looking in at the entrance of the crew, Wei Yuan saw Wei Muyao filming a scene, and the boy who was acting opposite her was quite good looking, and looking very cultivated. He didn't take advantage of the filming to mooch off of her. Wei Yuan put down his heart. It seemed that he was the one who was concerned. Muyao was fine. Wei Yuan turned his head to look at the crowd and faintly commanded, all of you disperse. Mr. Feng stays. Yes. The crowd was amazed and hurriedly dispersed. Feng Guangwei, on the other hand, rubbed his eyes hard. That group actor looks so familiar. Why does he look a bit like Yang Ershao? It can't be, can it? It must be a coincidence. How could Yang Ershao, such a powerful top-ranking rich kid, condescend to be a groupie? Chapter 48. I think that groupie has a future. Inside the crew, there was a youth with a feminine look and slim figure sitting on a chair, and his assistant was attentively pressing and rubbing his shoulders. The youth's name is Zhao Shuang, a traffic star who has just burst onto the scene and is the second male lead in this drama. Zhao Shuang's scene for today had already finished filming, and normally, according to his character, he should have gone back to rest a long time ago. However, Zhao Shuang stayed behind because he saw a super pretty groupie. Definitely could easily kill the female fans who picked him up. Zhao Shuang was very confident. According to his curiosity, it should be very easy to handle a group actor, right? Zhao Shuang saw an opening where Wei Muyao was taking a break from filming a shot, and sure walked up and struck a pose that he thought was very handsome. Looking at Wei Muyao with a smile on his face, Muyao, after the shooting in a while, why don't we have a snack together? In Zhao Shuang's mind, he was the male number 2. Personally inviting a group actor for a midnight snack was giving Wei Muyao a great face, and Wei Muyao would definitely be ecstatic and flattered. However, what Zhao Shuang didn't expect was that Wei Muyao frowned with some difficulty. Mr. Zhao, I'm sorry, I've already made an appointment with Yang Qianfeng from our crew. Yang Qianni? Is there a Yang Qianfeng in the crew? Zhao Shuang couldn't help but frown as he looked around. Which one is Yang Qianfeng? Zhao Shuang's assistant pointed at Yang Qianni who was washing her face. That's the group actor. A group show? Zhao Shuang's entire body was bad. Wei Muyao turned him down for a group show? Yang Qianni, come over here. Zhao Shuang coldly issued an order. Yang Qianfeng was very much in the movie, as if he was a weak group actor. And when he heard Zhao Shuang's call, he hurriedly and numbly walked up and looked at Zhao Shuang with lowered eyebrows. Mr. Zhao, what are your orders? Zhao Shuang looked at Yang Qianni expressionlessly. Tell Muyao that you're not available tonight. Yang Qianni's face gradually turned cold. Why did he, a second youngest member of a wealthy family, act as a bitter group actor? Isn't it just to get close to Wei Muyao and get Wei Muyao's favor? How dare Zhao Shuang ask him to give up Wei Muyao? Ms. Zhao, you're mistaken. I'm free tonight. Zhao Shuang was directly enraged. How dare a small group actor contradict him? Yang Qianfeng, you don't want to be a groupie anymore, do you? Do you believe I can block you with a single word? Wei Muyao on the side was a bit anxious, although she and Yang Qianyao had just known each other for a short while. But Yang Qianyao took very good care of her and was courteous, and never took advantage of the opportunity to mooch off of her during the scene. Wei Muyao had a very good impression of Yang Qianyao. Wei Muyao hurriedly smiled and said, Teacher Zhao, you're a big man. Don't be general with us group actors. I'll just have a snack with you. Don't make things difficult for Yang Qianyao. The corner of Zhao Shuang's mouth turned up slightly. This chick kinda knows what she's doing. She has to take her down tonight. Zhao Shuang coldly looked at Yang Qianliang. For the sake of Muyao, let's spare you this time. Don't stand here and be an eyesore. Get out of the way. Mud. What a face for you. According to Yang Qianni's violent temper, he should have smacked it up by now. However, Wei Muyao is looking at it, so Yang Qianyao can only endure. Yang Qianni not only didn't leave, but instead took a step forward and blocked Wei Muyao's body, and without budging, he locked eyes with Zhao Shuang and said in a deep voice, Muyao, don't worry about me. Even if I have to fight to be blocked, I can't let you dine with Zhao Shuang. I know some insider information. Several female fans who dined with Zhao Shuang got pregnant and gave birth. It's very dangerous to dine with him. Wei Yuan, who was at the doorway, saw this scene and couldn't help but nod slightly. Mr. Feng, I think that group actor has a future and deserves to be vigorously promoted. Swish, large beads of sweat broke out on Feng Guangwei's head. Before Yang Qianni opened his mouth to speak, he was still a little unsure, but after Yang Qianni opened his mouth, Feng Guangwei was sure as well as certain that this was Yang Ershao. Ahem, that. What? Is it difficult? As the head of the movie city, it's so difficult to promote a group actor? Wei Yuan showed a displeased expression. Feng Guangwei was on the verge of tears. You are all big men. Why did you put me, a small man, in the middle? Wei Dong, the group actor you want to promote is Yang Ershao. Aha! Wei Yuan's pupils contracted slightly. This kid was that uneasy Yang Ershao? Wei Yuan's good feelings towards Yang Qianni instantly disappeared. However, Wei Yuan didn't directly rush in and slash Yang Qianni. After all, just now, Yang Qianni acted very gentlemanly during his ride with Muyao, without any transgressions. In addition, instead of using her status and money to hard slam Muyao, Yang Qianfeng disguises herself as a groupie and suffers with her daughter. So it seems possible that this kid really likes his daughter. I don't know what Muyao's mind is. I must talk to her later. Wei Yuan secretly thankful. Thanks to Yang Qian, he did not receive Feng Guangwei's phone call just now. Otherwise, there is a possibility that it is not too good to end, so that the daughter's face does not look good. Because of the tragedy of late autumn, Wei Yuan decided that, as a father, he should not interfere excessively with the feelings of his sons and daughters, as long as his sons and daughters genuinely liked it, and as long as there were no character problems with their dates, he would recognize even a child from a commoner's family. However, for the sake of Mu Yao's lifelong happiness, it was necessary to get to the bottom of this brat and see if he had any character issues. Wei Yuan dialed Li Qingtian's phone. The phone was answered in seconds, and Li Qingtian's slightly pleasing voice came out. Brother Yuan, what are your orders? Investigate someone for me. Yang Qianfeng should be a rich second generation. Okay, Fuqi. Wei Muyao didn't directly listen to Yang Qianyao's side of the story, but took out her cell phone and searched for Zhao Shuang's black history, and the information that came up shocked her. Hundreds of searches. Several of these searches have even made it to the Hot 100. A full dozen fan accusations? Is this Zhao Shuang so perverted? It is simply comparable to Ben's Yun Li Zongrui, if not more so. How can this asshole be so hateful? Its tolerable sister can't tolerate it. Teacher Zhao, I'm sorry, but I can't eat this midnight snack with you, so please don't harass me in the future. Otherwise, I'll choose to report it to Jay to deal with it. And if you want to block us, it's up to you. Zhao Shuang was going crazy. This little bitch even gave her face. Today she must be made to understand how serious the consequences of offending him. Zhao Shuang, you guys, very well, I'll fulfill you. Zhao Shuang huffed and puffed towards Feng Digang, adding to his accusations. Director Feng, can anyone enter your crew? Those two group actors are too arrogant. They even openly contradicted me. Make a stand. If they don't leave, I can't stay in this theater group of yours. Chapter 49 is just blocking enough? Feng Digang was instantly enraged. Are all the group actors so powerful now? Each and every one of them dares to contradict the lead actor? Which two groupies are so good? You point them out to me. Look, it's the two of them, Yang Qianyue and Wei Muya. Zhao Shuang awesome coaxing raised his hand to point at the two. In his mind, he, the male number two, has a very heavy weight between him and the two group actors. Think with your feet and know how Feng Digang should choose. Swish! A large cold sweat broke out on Feng Digang's brain. He should have thought of it long ago. Other than Yang Ershao, which group actor dared to contradict the male number two? Feng Digang was like a different person, looking at Zhao Shuang with a leathery smile. If you don't think you can stay on my crew, then go. However, I have to remind you that you've already signed the contract, and if you don't complete the filming, you have to pay for the breach of contract. Ga? Zhao Shuang was confused. Why did Feng Digang's attitude change so drastically? Zhao Shuang was furious. His old uncle was the vice president of Film City, and it was because of this that Zhao Shuang was not blocked from so much negative news. Director Feng, since you're so not giving me face, there's no need for me to give you face. Starting today, your crew will be blacklisted from Shanghai Film City, never allowed to enter. After saying that, Zhao Shuang dialed his old uncle Tian Yinxian's phone, and a gentle voice came from the other end of the phone. Shuang, have you finished shooting? Have another arrangement tonight? There's no need to be so polite with your own old uncle. No old uncle. Feng Digang wants to rebel. He even wants to blow me out of the crew. It doesn't matter if he doesn't give me face. He's also too much of a disrespect to you, isn't he? I suggest that old uncle directly block Feng Digang, so that he will never be allowed to enter Shanghai Film City. Tian Yunxian was instantly enraged. This Feng Digang is too ignorant, isn't he? He hasn't paid his dues for this month. It's time to knock him out. But I just don't know if the big boss is gone yet. We'll do some reconnaissance in a bit, and then go over and help our nephew find a scene after the big boss has left. Ah Shuang, don't worry, old uncle won't let Feng Digang off easily. After we're done, let's have a snack. Zhao Shuang hemmed and hawed and laughed. For the late night snack, it's better to do it tomorrow. There's a group actress named Wei Muyao in our crew. She's simply too pretty for words. Wei Muyao? With a buzzing sound, Tian Yunxiang's brain exploded. Isn't this the guy the big boss is looking for? A very scary thought popped up. Feng Digang suddenly targeted his nephew. It couldn't be because of Wei Muyao, could it? Tian Yunxiang asked in a trembling voice. Ah Shuang, old uncle asked you something? Feng Digang suddenly targeted you and wanted to kick you out of the crew. It wouldn't be because of Wei Muyao, right? Zhao Shuang flinched for a moment and asked with a strange face. Old uncle, you can count? It's true that it's a bit related to Wei Muyao. And there's also a group actor named Yang Qianyao. Yang Qianyi? Isn't that Mr. Yang? Well, this good nephew of his has offended all the first and second largest shareholders of Film City at once. Ah Shuang, you must listen to your old uncle. Now immediately go apologize to Yang Qianyi and also Wei Muyao. then leave Shanghai and never come back. Otherwise, old uncle can't help you. After saying that, Tian Yunxian directly hung up the phone. Clueless, Zhao Shuang was completely confused. His old uncle is the vice president of Shanghai Film and TV City. Can make his old uncle so afraid. The other side in the end, what is the head ah? Zhao Shuang cried out and came to the two men, placing himself low. I'm really sorry just now. I just had a little joke with the two of you. I hope you won't take it personally. Yang Qianyi didn't say anything. He knew very well that Zhao Shuang should have understood his identity. Wei Muyo breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Zhao Shuang didn't pester her, she waved her hand and said, we're all colleagues in the same crew. It's harmless to joke around. It's fine. Zhao Shuang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, finally, barely muddled through. At the entrance of the crew, Wei Yuan narrowed his eyes. His daughter was just too kind. However, he wasn't going to let Zhao Shuang off so easily. Wei Yuan faintly commanded, Mr. Feng, that Zhao Shuang. What do you think should be done with him? Blocking. Must be blocked. This kind of scum doesn't deserve to be an actor. Wei Yuan let out a soft cold snort. Just blocking is enough? Feng Wangwei was shocked. Wei Dong can be really ruthless. This is to drive out all the people ah. Not enough. Of course it's not enough. The evil that Zhao Shuang has done must be exposed and receive the punishment of the law. Only then did Wei Yuan nod in satisfaction. Inside the crew, Zhao Shuang hid far away, afraid to provoke the two again. He was completely unaware that his fate had long been predetermined, and nothing he did could make up for it. Wei Muyao couldn't figure out how Zhao Shuang, who was still aggressive just now, turned into a wilted ball in the blink of an eye. Thousand illusions. Don't you find it strange? Why does Zhao Shuang feel so arrogant? There's no reason. Yang Qianliang secretly said in his heart. Mu Yao, you acted quite like. Don't you know why? It's not because you know the identity of the two of us. Since Mu Yao was willing to act, let's accompany her to have a good time. Yang Qianyi also put on a very puzzled look. I think there's only one explanation for Zhao Shuang's arrogance. He can't afford to offend us. I'm just a kid from an ordinary family. Mu Yao, you're not from an ordinary family, are you? You're a rich young lady, right? Wei Mu Yao waved her hand repeatedly. Qian Yao, what are you thinking? My father is just an ordinary driver. I have to work 3 jobs every day. How can there be a rich young lady like me? Yang Qianyao was speechless. Mu Yao was acting too much like an actor. At the entrance of the theater group, Wei Yuan received an email from Li Changtian and looked up Yang Qianyi's information. Looking at it, the corner of Wei Yuan's mouth turned up slightly. So it was still an interesting little guy. The core member of SCC Supercar Club, the playboy second young master of the Yang family, a powerful family in Shanghai, has been rumored to be with more than 10 celebrities and netizens. Of course, these are just appearances. Yang Qianfeng has never spent the night with those scandalous girlfriends. It's all an act for his older half-brother Yang Qianblade. Behind the scenes, Yang Qianfeng got 11.7% of Yang Group stock and was supported by 7 shareholders. However, this is not enough. Brother Yang Qianyi's mother comes from a very powerful family, and Yang Qianyi's mother, just a commoner's daughter. According to the ancient words, Yang Qianyi is a concubine. The only thing that made Wei Yuan a bit puzzled was that Yang Qianfeng was not a student of Fudan University, never ordered takeout, and, moreover, had no business dealings with Juanhe law firm. So how did he know Mu Yao? You met on a movie set? It doesn't make sense at all. Yang Qianfeng is just a surface dude, and today is the first time that Yang Qianfeng has come to the movie base. Wei Yuan dialed a lengthy international call, and a lazy voice came from the other end of the line. Hello, this is Long C. I'm Wei Yuan. The lazy voice changed at once, raising its pitch an octave. Boss, where have you been? I thought you didn't want us. Use all means of the heaven's eye to inquire about the connection between Yang Qianyue of the Yang Group in Shanghai and Wei Muya, the granddaughter of Morong Yunhai. Yes, all the hackers in the Sky Eye Group got busy. Countless pieces of data converged, were analyzed, and conclusions were quickly reached. Boss, after Sky Eye's inquiry, Yang Qianyue and Wei Muyo have no direct contact. However, there is a common contact between them, Zhu Wenhu. Wei Muyao contacted Zhu Wenhu through delivery. Yang Qianyao and Zhu Wenhu are both SCC members. Wei Yuan narrowed his eyes. It was a bit interesting. He had somewhat underestimated Yang Qianyi. This brat should have deduced the energy behind Muyao through some clues, and that's why he was making every effort to approach Muyao. Boss, anything else you want? There's a Zhao Shuang actor in China. Dig out all the black information and expose it all. Yes. Chapter 50, Wei Yuan's test. To make sure of his judgment, Wei Yuan called Wang Xing's phone. Wei Dong, what are your orders? I'm wondering if anyone has asked about Chu Manho? Swish, cold sweat broke out on Wang Xing's head. Wei Dong is too powerful, right? This kind of thing can also find out? It seems that Wei Dong seems to let the plum troops go unchecked, but in fact there are many of his ears and eyes inside the troops. Everything in the plum mission is under his control. Wang Xing didn't dare to hide anything. Wei Dong, my nephew Ring Xiaoli asked about Zhu Wenhu. However, my nephew and Zhu Wenhu are not familiar with each other. They are only members of the same SCC, and it is rumored that Zhu Wenhu has already been kicked out of the SCC by my nephew's friend, Yang Qianni. Wei Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly. His guess was indeed not wrong. Wei Yuan pretended that he didn't recognize Yang Qianni. And who is Yang Qianni? What does this have to do with Yang Qianni? It's like this. Because of Missy's report, Zhu Wenhu was blackballed by Mei Tuan. Zhu Wenhu was very reluctant, and found SCC Shanghai branch group leader Yang Qianni to help. And Yang Qianni found my nephew to help. Got it. It's okay. Wei Yuan hung up the phone and narrowed his eyes slightly. If Yang Qianyue and Wei Muyao were in a free love, he, as a father, would not intervene. However, Yang Xianfeng was obviously approaching Muyao with every intention, so he, as a father, couldn't just ignore it. Mr. Feng, that's enough for today. You can go back. Yes. After driving Feng Guangwei away, Wei Yuan turned around and walked towards Cullinan in silence, dialing Wei Muyao's phone number as he walked. Muyao, I just happened to be doing some errands around the movie city. About how long will it take to finish shooting the movie? I'll pick you up and take you home. Wei Muyao's voice was a bit tangled. Dad, I'm going to have a late night snack with my friends. You don't have to wait for me. I'll go home by myself after the late night snack. Wei Yuan narrowed his eyes. Yang Qianni, this kid can how long has this been? He almost kidnapped his daughter? It just so happens that I haven't had dinner either. So let's have a late night snack together. I'll be waiting for you at the south gate. Let me know when you're done shooting. After saying that, Wei Yuan didn't give Wei Muyao a chance to refuse and directly hung up the phone. Theater group. Wei Muyao is very entangled. The last shot NG several times. If it was any other group actor who was so out of touch, Feng Degang would have sprayed him with spittle. But Wei Muyao really couldn't afford to mess with him. Feng Degang looked at Wei Muyao with a concerned face. Muyao, are you tired? Then rest for a while and shoot again when you've found the right feeling. Anyway, there's only one last shot left. Director Wang, I'm really sorry. It's my problem that delayed the progress of the shooting. I'm fine. I don't need to take a break. Keep shooting. Wei Muyao took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down, smoothly finishing the last shot. Muyao, what's on your mind? Are you worried about Zhao Xuan's retaliation? Don't worry about it. Just now I vaguely heard that Director Feng has terminated his contract with Zhao Xuang. Wei Muyao shook her head with a bitter smile. It has nothing to do with Zhao Xuang. My dad came to pick me up and is going to have a late night snack with us. So if it's inconvenient for you, let's have it another day. Yang Qianni checked Wei Muyao's information and knew that Wei Yuan was a very ordinary driver for Huanya Finance. Yang Qianni wasn't nervous at all. Why another day? It's just the right time to have a drink with uncle. Okay then, my dad is at the south gate of the movie city. Let's get changed and get going. Okay. The two of them went to the locker room to change, and together they headed for the south gate. It must be said that Yang Qianfeng pays great attention to details. His clothes were borrowed from a group actor, and they still faintly smell sour from being soaked in sweat. I don't know what kind of physique Wei Muyao has. Obviously when the group performed a lot of sweat, her body still smelled good. Obviously seeing Cullinan, Yang Qianni asked, Muyao, where is uncle's car parked? Wei Muyao raised her hand and pointed at Cullinan. That's it. Yang Qianni marveled. Uncle drives such a nice car? It should be several $100,000, right? It's a Rolls-Royce. Cullinan. Around $9 million bear. $9 million? Yang Qianfeng put on a very shocked look. Uncle is so rich. Why does Muyao want to be a groupie? Wei Muyao smiled bitterly. Qian Yao, you're overthinking it. My dad is a driver. This is a company car. As they spoke, the two walked up to Cullinan. Dad, this is my co-worker Yang Qianni. Qianni, this is my dad. Yang Qianfeng was shocked. Is his future father-in-law so young and handsome? It is 10,000 times more handsome than the photo in the profile. Uncle is well maintained and looks about my size. You flatter me, lad. Get in the car. Yang Qianni put on a coy look and said, Uncle, I'm dirty. I won't sit in such an expensive car. Wei Yuan couldn't help but roll his eyes. This asshole kid, addicted to acting, right? Wei Yuan did not insist and said in a harmonious voice, why don't we walk to have a late night snack? Young man, you recommend a big stall that you often go to. Wei Yuan's eyes flashed with a wise light, and he was very confident in revealing the real face of Yang Qianni, the plummy ghost. Yang Qianni was shocked. This was his first time in the movie city. Where did he know what big stalls are? It had to be said that Yang Qianyao's brain turned quickly, smilingly twisting her head to look at Wei Muyao. It's my first time meeting uncle. I don't know uncle's taste. Muyao must know uncle's taste. It's better for Muyao to pick the big stall. Wei Muyao nodded her head vigorously. After last night's observation, Dad's taste was similar to hers. The big stall she liked to eat, Dad should like it too, right? Why don't we go to Old Zhu stall? Old Zhu Dai Pai Dong is the oldest store in the movie and TV base. It's been in business for more than 10 years. Yang Qianni finally breathed a sigh of relief. Good. It's just the Old Zhu stall. Mu Yao lead the way. Wei Yuan gave Yang Qianni a high look. This kid's surname Jiang Kana, so easy to dissolve his moves. So it seems that in terms of mind tricks, 10 Mu Yao are no match for this kid. Wei Yuan didn't say anything and followed the two of them towards the movie city snack street. The snack street was very busy, with countless second and third tier small actors and group actors eating. Soon, the trio arrived at the Old Zhu stall. The business of Old Zhu's stall was very good. Many group actors were eating barbecue, and many of them knew Wei Muyao and kept greeting her. Wei Muyao responded one by one, and soon, the group arrived next to Old Zhu. Boss, is there room? Muyao came at the right time. Only the last table left. How many of you? 3. This last table is a big table for 8 people. If people come, would Muyao not mind sharing the table? Wei Muyao gently shook her head. Of course I don't mind. Those who come to dinner are all actors from the movie city. One more friend is one more way. Wei Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly, and with a plan in mind, he once again thought of a trick to make Yang Qianni reveal himself. Chihiro, I'm not too used to sharing a table with strangers. Why don't you ask some of your groupie friends to come over for dinner? Chapter 51, The Witty Yang Qianni. Yang Qianliang's head is as big as a bucket. His future father-in-law is his nemesis, isn't he? Why do you always ask for something that makes it so difficult for him? Where does he have any groupie friends? Yang Qianliang repeated his old trick and turned his head to look at Wei Muyao, but unfortunately, this time Wei Yuan directly blocked his path. It's a pity. Muyao's several group actor buddies are very busy. They shouldn't have time to eat at this hour, or else they wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. Right, Muyao? Although Wei Muyao didn't know why Wei Yuan said this, Wei Muyao still unconditionally cooperated with Wei Yuan. Yes, Dad. Yang Qianni could only forcefully swallow the words that had reached the back of his throat. Wei Yuan grinned at Yang Qianni, revealing a mouthful of small white teeth. Qianni, call your friend over. Okay. Yang Qianni could only nod his head stiffly, his mind spinning rapidly. How should he break the game? Have his brothers play groupies? No, those brothers of his surely can't act like it. Gotta. Looks like he'll have to turn out a few groupie friends. Yang Qianni pulled out his cell phone and sent a message to the group he just met today. I eat in the film and television city snack street. Old Zhu barbecue dinner. Immediately arrange a few group acting over. Acting my friends, is it difficult? Nope. Of course there is no difficulty. The actors arrive at the battlefield in 5 minutes. Very well. Send their information to my cell phone. Okay. After receiving the message from the group head, Yang Qianni's heart was greatly relieved and he squeezed out a relaxed smile at Wei Yuan. Uncle, I called out to some friends, and my friends will be here soon. Wei Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly. It was a bit interesting, although his little test was only temporary, but it was not easy for Yang Qianni to solve the problem so quickly. Wei Muyao was a regular customer, and Old Zhu took the lead in giving Wei Muyao this table of meat skewers. Wei Muyao grabbed a piece of pancetta, picked up a paper towel, and carefully helped Wei Yuan wipe the tip of the iron stick before handing it to Wei Yuan. Dad, Old Zhu's baked pancetta is delicious. Try it. Okay. Wei Yuan raised his hand to receive the meat skewer and opened his mouth to gnaw down a large piece of meat. That smells good. Not bad for a skewer of meat fed by my daughter herself. Uncle, let me toast you. Yang Qianni attentively helped Wei Yuan pour the penetratingly cold root beer, then raised his glass. Wei Yuan smiled and picked up his cup. Qian Yao, Uncle and you are like old friends at first sight. The feelings are deep. A mouthful of boredom. After saying that, Wei Yuan tilted his head and gulped down a whole glass of root beer. In order to play a good dude, Yang Qianfeng has a good capacity for alcohol, and without showing any weakness, he raised his glass and drank it all. Good drinking capacity. We have an old Chinese saying that good things come in pairs. Come on, Qianni, drink another one. Wei Yuan made up his mind. He must get Yang Qianni drunk. Whenever a man gets drunk, he either blows awesome or tells the truth. Either way, exposure is a sure thing now. Yang Qianni did not know that Wei Yuan had long seen through his little plan, and only thought that Wei Yuan had a bold and enthusiastic character, so he could only helplessly pick up the wine cup. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had more than 10 drinks, a cup of half a pound, a dozen cups, that's 5 bottles to start. Rao Yang Qianni's alcohol capacity is good, but also some slight dizziness. Yang Qianni knows that he cannot drink like this, and if he drinks a few more cups like this, I am afraid that he will have an accident. The good thing is that a couple of Yang Qianfeng's group acting friends have arrived. Chimera, we're here. Ha, Mu Yao is there too? Mu Yao and Qian Yao know each other. Ha, Yu Qian and Lu Mang are Thousand Fantasies friends. Ha, what a coincidence. Wei Mu Yao smiled and greeted the several group actors, who all looked familiar. And, two of them could even be named. Wei Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly. It's a bit interesting. The ones this kid found were actually all real group performers. It was not easy for a young man of 20 bubbles to make it this far in such a short period of time. If Yang Qianliang had approached Wei Muya without a utilitarian purpose, perhaps, Yang Qianliang had already passed Wei Yuan's test. Unfortunately, there are no ifs in this world. The more Yang Qianli did the trickle down, the more purposeful he was. In the next time, Yang Qianli was incomparably prudent, and Wei Yuan unexpectedly did not find a break in him for a while. However, Wei Yuan wasn't panicked at all. He had already had a plan. An hour later, after the group had eaten and drank their fill, the actors offered their farewells, and Yang Qianli grabbed the bill. Uncle, it's getting late. I have to go back. I have to work tomorrow. Wei Yuan smiled faintly. Alright, I'll send you back. Yang Qianli waved her hand repeatedly. Uncle, no need to be so troublesome. I'm dirty. Don't dirty your car. Wei Yuan raised his hand and pulled Yang Qianli's wrist. Cut the crap. If you push it off again, you're not giving uncle face. Wei Muyao also advised. Qian Yao, you drank too much. I don't feel comfortable going back by yourself. Yang Qianli could only nod her head with a bitter smile. Alright. While walking, Wei Yuan pretended to ask in a casual manner. Thousand illusions. Where do you live? Yang Qianli was shocked. Here we go again. Uncle, why are you asking me such a difficult question again? Is it possible to lead you directly to the mid-levels villa? Yang Qianli's mind spun rapidly, and soon, his eyes lit up and he said in a deep voice, I live in the Queen's New District. The Queen's New District? Wei Muyo froze. Qianhuang, your family is so rich? I heard that the house price in Queen's New District starts at $80,000. A house is close to $10 million. Yang Qianyue smiled bitterly. Mu Yao, you've misunderstood. How can my family afford a house in Queen's New District? I'm sharing it with a friend, and I'm renting the basement. Wei Mu Yao's nose was a little sore. 1,000 illusions living in a basement? It's too hot to be in a basement in the summer. Not to mention that it's a shared apartment. It's so hard for Shifuyu. Wei Yuan, of course, does not believe that Yang Qianliang lives in the basement, and he must break down Yang Qianliang's Western mirror. I know my way around Queensboro, and I just happened to be on my way home. Saying that, Wei Yuan called a chauffeur and the car went straight to the Queen's New District. Yang Qianyue didn't panic at all, quietly sitting on the passenger side with her eyes closed. The basement of the Queen's new neighborhood does have people living in it. A perk that Yang Qianfeng gave the driver to live in for free and helped equip the driver with air conditioning and a TV or something. Seeing Cullinan drive by, clearly with unregistered license plates, the security guard dutifully let him through. Soon, Cullinan arrives at Building 8. Unit 1. Uncle, thank you for bringing me back. You guys go back. Wei Yuan grinned. Qian Yao drank so much tonight. How can I let you go home by yourself? It's better for uncle to send you home. Chapter 52. Deliberately making things difficult. Yang Qianli gives up everything. Saying that, Wei Yuan interfered with Yang Qianli's arm, not allowing Yang Qianli to refuse. Alright then, Shifuyu thanked uncle. Yang Qianli was glad that thanks to his kindness, he arranged for the driver to live in the basement. Otherwise, I am afraid that it is difficult to muddle through today. Wei Muyao got out of the car and followed the footsteps of the two. She was curious as to where exactly Yang Qianyao lived. Wei Yuan and Yang Qianyue turned back to Wei Muyao at the same time. Mu Yao, the basement is not a good environment. You can wait outside. Mu Yao, the place where I live is too messy. It's better if you don't follow me here. After saying that, the two of them were slightly stunned, and they were too much in sync, weren't they? Both of them objected at the same time. Wei Muyao could only nod her head and quietly watched the two of them walk into the basement passageway. Under Yang Qianli's guidance, the two arrived at a basement door. Uncle, I'm here. You go back. Wei Yuan feigned displeasure. We're all at home. And you didn't say you'd invite me in for a cup of tea? Isn't it too rude? Uncle please come in. Yang Qianli sighed helplessly, hoping that the driver wouldn't mess up the basement too much. He didn't want to leave a bad impression on his future father-in-law. Click. The basement door opens. Yang Qianli skillfully turned on the light and saw the familiar yet unfamiliar environment. Yang Qianli sighed with relief, and turned around and had to give the driver Xiao Zhou a raise, and he cleaned the basement cleanly and freshly. Uncle, the basement is a bit humble. Please take a seat and I'll make you some tea. Yang Qianfeng rummaged through the box and really found a box of tea that was about to expire. Wei Yuan's falcon-like eyes looked around and soon found a break. Yang Xianfeng just said that he shared the basement with someone else. However, he only saw a pair of slippers in the basement, and there was only one bed in the basement. So it was hard to believe that Yang Qianyi was sleeping with his co-rental partner. Uncle, please drink tea. Yang Qianyue very respectfully offered tea with both hands. Wei Yuan held the bowl of tea without drinking it and asked, pretending to be offhand, "Thousand fantasies. Is it a boy or a girl you're sharing a room with?" "Of course it's a boy. How could I possibly share a room with a girl?" Snap. Wei Yuan slammed the tea bowl heavily on the table and coldly looked at Yang Qianyi. "Act. You keep acting." Swish. A large cold sweat appeared on Yang Qianyi's brain, completely unaware where he had made a breakthrough. Yang Qianyi put on a blank expression. "Uncle, I can't understand your words." "Can't understand? Then I'll say something you can understand." Yang Qianyue, the second youngest member of the Yang family in Zhonghai. "Why did you pretend to be a group actor to get close to Mu Yao?" Yang Qianyi let out a bitter smile. So, his future father-in-law had long ago found out about him. Just now, he performed so hard. In the eyes of his future father-in-law, it was like a monkey acting. Yang Qianyi was wondering how his future father-in-law, who was just an ordinary driver, could find out his identity so quickly. "Uncle, how do you know I'm from the Yang family in Zhonghai?" Wei Yuan said faintly. "Still acting? Interesting? Aren't there some things that you've investigated long ago?" Yang Qianyue's face showed a dawning realization. Mu Yao was old Mr. Morong's granddaughter. There must be a hidden defense force around her. I'm afraid that when he just appeared beside Mu Yao, old Mr. Morong knew about it, right? The Morong family is even as powerful as this. Everything is under the control of old Mr. Morong. It's ridiculous that I still boast of being smart. Ridiculous. Wei Yuan was stunned. This kid only investigated the Morong family, and didn't investigate out his information? It seems that the intelligence network this kid has at his disposal isn't very good. Wei Yuan calmly looked at Yang Qianyi. "Let it end here. From now on, never appear in front of Mu Yao." Yang Qianyi's face changed drastically and pleaded. "Uncle, I really like Mu Yao. Please give me a chance." Wei Yuan snorted coldly. "Still acting? Do you like Mu Yao? Or do you like Morong Yunhai's granddaughter status? Isn't the reason you've been trying so hard to get close to Mu Yao is because you want to get the Morong family's arm? I'll say it for the last time. Don't get close to my daughter again, or else, the consequences are something you definitely can't afford." Yang Qianyao's face was pale, and this half-day of knowing Wei Muyao uncontrollably surfaced in his mind. In the beginning, Yang Xianfeng did have other thoughts. He just liked Wei Muyao's face and body. However, along with the contact, Yang Xianyao deeply fell in love with Wei Muyao's pure and strong soul. When he thought that he would never see Wei Muyao again, Yang Xianyao's heart ached so much that he could barely breathe. Poof! Yang Qianyi fell to his knees and locked eyes with Wei Yuan with an unwavering gaze. "Uncle, I admit that when I first came into contact with Mu Yao, I did have a certain amount of utilitarianism, and I did desire the support of the Morong family. However, along with the contact with Mu Yao, I fell deeply in love with Mu Yao. For Mu Yao, I can give up everything. Please uncle, give me a chance." Wei Yuan couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Yang Qianyi's gaze was too firm to be acting. If this is still acting, then he must be a playwright who has engraved acting into his bones. "Give up the inheritance of Yang Group. Give up all positions in Yang Group. I can give you a chance to pursue Mu Yao as an ordinary person. If you end up with Mu Yao, you must join my Wei family, and your first child with Mu Yao will be named Wei. Can it be done?" Yang Qianyi was overjoyed. "It can be done. Thank you uncle for giving me this opportunity." "Just, like, promise?" Wei Yuan couldn't help but frown. These conditions he raised, he himself felt that they were a bit excessive. He simply wanted to make things difficult for Yang Qianliang, so that Yang Qianliang would know what to do. "I didn't expect this kid to say yes. Don't be busy thanking me first. There are some things that I must make clear to you. My Wei family and the Morong family have no connection whatsoever. After joining the Wei family, you won't get any help from the Morong family." Yang Qianyue smiled faintly. "I know what uncle said. Uncle must have some misunderstanding with the Morong family. Otherwise he wouldn't be just an ordinary driver." Wei Yuan was a bit touched. This kid could really give up everything for Mu Yao? If that was the case, he wouldn't be the bad guy. Let Mu Yao make his own decisions on everything. "I'll drink this tea and see how you behave." After saying that, Wei Yuan tilted his head and drank the poor quality tea that was about to expire. There is a sourness to it that only someone who is a father can appreciate. "Uncle, please don't worry. I will definitely do everything I can to be good to Mu Yao. Even if I leave the Yang Group, I will work hard to get ahead and help Mu Yao bear the burden of the family, so that Mu Yao won't have to work so hard for a living. Remember what you said today." Wei Yuan gave Yang Qianyi a deep look and turned to leave the basement. Chapter 53, Why No One Believes the Truth. After waiting for half a day and not waiting for her father to come out, Wei Muyao was a little anxious and was about to go in to check, when she happened to run into Wei Yuan walking out. Dad, what took you so long in there? What did you say to Shifuyu? Nothing much, just talking about life lessons. Wei Muyao looked at Wei Yuan with a suspicious gaze. She always felt that there was something strange about her father, but Wei Muyao had no proof. Afraid that Wei Muyao would ask some questions that would make it difficult for him, Wei Yuan pulled out his cell phone and dialed Wei Shiyu's number. Shiyu, have you guys finished eating? Do you want Daddy to pick you up? Dad, my friend has sent me home, so hurry home, I want to give you a little present. Okay. Wei Yuan started the car and it sped away. 20 minutes later, the two returned home. Shiyu, what kind of gift are you getting Daddy? Wei Shiyu pulled out a small box with a showy face and handed it to Wei Yuan. Dad, this is the watch I bought you. I hope you like it. Wei Yuan opened the watch box and froze. This is a Rolex Green Aqua Ghost. The current price is about 100,000. Where did Shiyu get the money? Shiyu, why are you spending money on Dad again? Daddy has plenty of watches, at least a few $100s in the watch cabinet. There's really no need for you to buy me a watch. Wei Yuan said the big truth. His watch cabinet inside. More than 1 million watches, hundreds of pieces. More than 10 million watches also have more than a dozen pieces. Wei Shiyu delicately said, Dad, you are here again. Actually, I wanted to buy you a watch last time, but I was shy and waited until today. Dad is so mature and handsome. Only a Rolex can barely match Dad's temperament. Wei Muyao let out a gasp. Oh my god, this is a Rolex Green Ghost? It costs more than $100,000. Where did you get the money? Shiyu? Wei Shiyu laughed bitterly. Speaking of this money, I lost my dad's wife's book today, so buying a watch is a way to make up for it a little. Wifey Ben? Wei Yuan and Wei Muyao looked at each other in disbelief. They were even more confused. Shiyu, to be clear, what's going on? Dad took out 2 bottles of wine today and asked me to take them out to a party and drink them, and found out afterward that the 2 bottles Dad took out were 1945 Romanée, which costs over $8 million. Wei Yuan's head is as big as a bucket. What's going on? Are we going to be exposed? Those fake celebrities know a 1945 Romanée? It's not scientific. More than $8 million? 2 bottles of wine cost that much? Shiyu, you must be mistaken, right? Wei Muyao stared with big beautiful eyes. Wei Shiyu smiled bitterly. At first, I also thought it was a mistake, but the boss of one of the sisters at today's party owns a winery, and he said that it was authentic, and spent $200,000 to buy the 2 bottles away. 2 bottles of wine for $200,000? Wei Muyao raised her hand and rubbed her temples feebly. Shiyu, hey. In the end, Wei Muyao didn't bother to blame her sister. Wei Shiyu was also depressed. In fact, this matter is not entirely my fault. Before I drank it, I also deliberately asked my father, who said that these 2 bottles of wine were not worth any money, so I was allowed to drink them casually. Ha! Wei Muyao looked at Wei Yuan with a suspicious gaze, always feeling that today's dad was a bit weird. Dad, what the hell is going on here? Why do you have $8 million worth of wine? Why did you say they weren't worth anything? Wei Yuan spread his hands and explained truthfully. I said it before. I am the world's top financial oligarch. The area of 8 million, in my eyes, is not worth a penny. Is indeed worthless? Just you do not believe it. The 2 women were simply about to break down and glared at Wei Yuan in exasperation. Dad, can you talk properly? Dad, you can still be a father and daughter if you talk nicely. Don't say these unrealistic. Do you think we're 3 years old? Wei Yuan sighed. Muyao, Shiyu, Daddy didn't lie to you. Daddy is really the world's top financial oligarch. A mere $8 million is not even pocket money to Daddy. 1945 Romanée. Daddy still has more than 100 bottles in his winery. In the future, if you have any wishes, just tell Dad. Dad will definitely help you realize them. Wei Muyao and Wei Shiyu were infuriated by Wei Yuan. Dad, it's still broad daylight. Why are you having such unrealistic dreams? Dad, don't worry. My daughter will work hard to get ahead in one day. Make you a financial widow's dad. Even though Daddy is dreaming beautifully, we are really lucky when Daddy comes home, so you can really tell Daddy what you wish for in the future. And maybe it will come true. Ha ha, my sister is right. From now on, if we have any dreams and wishes, we will tell Dad and dip into the good luck that Dad has brought us. Wei Yuan smiled bitterly. Why did his 2 daughters not believe him when he told the truth? Hey! After laughing for a while, the 2 daughters calmed down, and Wei Muyao asked in a harmonious voice, Dad, can you be serious? What's going on with your 2 bottles of wine? Wei Yuan gently shook his head. His temperament, where is not like a financial oligarch? Why don't the 2 kids believe it? The truth is, I'm the world's top financial oligarch. and these 2 bottles of wine are from my collection, but you guys don't believe me. Well, then I'll make up a story. When I was abroad, I saved an old man from drowning, and later on that old man gave me 2 bottles of wine as a token of appreciation, and I didn't know that these 2 bottles of wine were so expensive. Anyway, it's just a windfall. It's nice to have this $200,000. Wei Muyao and Wei Shiyu nodded as if they were relieved, instantly believing Wei Yuan's now fabricated story that couldn't be more fake. Wei Muyao laughed. Or Dad's realm is high. Anyway, it's also picked up. The difference between 8 million and 200,000 isn't very big. It's better to rely on the money earned by one's own efforts to be down to earth. Wei Shiyu finally stopped blaming herself and laughed. Don't worry, Dad. Drink Dad 8 million today. On another day, my daughter will return 800 million to Dad. Wei Yuan is very pleased that his daughter is so ambitious. Shiyu is great. Daddy believes in you and will make this wish come true. Wei Shiyu nodded her little head vigorously. I didn't dare to say such big words before I recognized my father. But after I recognized my father, my luck turned out to be very good. And I actually took down the Mirage City group as a hardcore. If I follow this trend, within 5 years, I can become a senior member of the Ringing Asia group. And within 10 years, I can become a behind-the-scenes manipulator. Wei Yuan secretly said in his heart. Shiyu, it does not take 5 years and 10 years. If Dad is happy, you can become a behind-the-scenes manipulator now. Wei Muyao also laughed. Dad has indeed brought us good luck. I've been particularly lucky too. Yesterday Meituan returned the fine and doubled my commission. And today I got a part with lines. And I've become the resident groupie of Feng De Gang's theater group. Wei Shiyu's eyes glowed. Sister is so powerful. I've heard that the resident group actor is just one step away from becoming a star. Our family is going to have a big star. Wei Muyao was happy and a bit lost. I don't want to be famous so soon. We just recognize Dad and don't want to leave Dad's side. Wei Yuan also doesn't want Wei Muyao to leave his side. Not to mention, being an actor is very hard, running all kinds of notices every day. He can't afford to give up. Muyao, don't worry. You won't become famous that quickly. Wei Shiyu laughed. Dad, whether my sister is red or not, we can't really control that. We can only follow fate. However, I believe that with my sister's condition, it's very simple to catch fire. The corner of Wei Yuan's mouth turned up slightly. Others might not be able to control it, but he could still manipulate it. Chapter 54, You mustn't be led astray by the big boss. Wei Yuan didn't argue with his daughter and laughed. Then let's just go with the flow. I'm a bit sleepy. I'm going to bed. After saying that, Wei Yuan went back to his bedroom, pulled out his cell phone, and dialed Feng Guangwei's number. Wei Dong, what are your orders? I'd like to know what your plans are regarding Wei Muyao. Feng Guangwei's spirit lifted. After seeing Wei Muyao, he instantly understood why the big boss cared about a group actor. It turned out that Wei Muyao was actually the eldest lady. Although Feng Guangwei didn't know why Missy wanted to be a groupie, he knew very well that he had to serve Missy well. Wei Dong, please don't worry. Tomorrow Shanghai Film City will help Missy certify her status as an actress. And I will definitely leave all the best resources for Missy. I'm going to have all the movie emperors and actresses to act as green leaves for Missy, to play opposite Missy, to set off Missy, and I'll definitely be able to make Missy popular in the shortest amount of time. Wei Yuan's face was dark. According to Feng Guangwei's kind of operation, even if Muyao's acting skills were 5 dregs, she could instantly open up her popularity and become a first-line traffic star. Also, there are dozens of movie stars and actresses in the entertainment industry, and all of them ride through the rivalry once, and shall not be filmed dozens of times in a row? Wouldn't Muyao be busy then? No way. Absolutely not. Acting could only become Muyao's hobby and entertainment. It could not become Muyao's burden. Mr. Feng, I'm disappointed. Feng Guangwei almost pissed himself, wiped the beads of sweat overflowing from his head with great effort, and kept reflecting. Where did he go wrong? Soon, Feng Guangwei found the crux. What kind of status does Missy have? How can a mere movie star in the entertainment industry be qualified to play with her? Feng Guangwei sincerely admitted his mistake. Wei Dong, it was my pattern that was too low. I've deeply realized my mistake. I'll find the most renowned director in Hollywood to customize the script for Missy, and find the world's top stars to give Missy supporting roles. Only this kind of superb production is worthy of Missy's status. Put. Wei Yuan almost spat out blood. This Feng Guangwei is getting more and more excessive. Stop. How can my Wei Yuan's daughter be an actress? Filming is just a small hobby for Muyao. As long as she's happy, you're not allowed to tilt any resources for Muyao. Got it? After saying that, Wei Yuan directly hung up the phone, leaving Feng Guangwei in the wind. Feng Guangwei almost cried. Wei Dong, your request is really too high, and you can't give a tilt to the resources, and you have to make Missy happy. It's just too difficult. What to do? Can someone please save the child? Feng Guangwei was so depressed that he dialed his good friend Lin Xiaotian's number. Cookie, why are you suddenly calling me at this late hour? Has a new shipment come in? Fuck off. I'm bored to death. I don't have time to help you find a girl. Lin Xiaotian asked with a puzzled expression. What's going on? Don't you live a dashing life every day? Who dares to make you so troubled? Feng Guangwei smiled bitterly. My good days are at an end. Our big boss came and put me in charge of a group show personally. Lin Xiaotian's voice raised an octave. Your big boss is being funny, right? Letting you, the general manager, specialize in a group show? Hey, don't mention it. That groupie is Missy. Lin Xiaotian showed a look of sudden realization. What's bothering you about this? Go straight to the best resources and make Missy a super tier 1 star as fast as possible. Feng Guangwei was on the verge of tears. That's what I thought. But Big Boss told me that I'm not allowed to give Missy any resource tilt, and I have to make Missy happy. Isn't that making things difficult for people? Put. Lin Xiaotian almost sprayed. Why did he feel that this matter was a bit familiar? Brother Yuqi also seemed to have said that he was not allowed to tilt the resources for second miss. As a person who had been there before, Lin Xiaotian hurriedly gave his advice. Guangwei, you have to have your own brain on this matter. You must not be led astray by your big boss. If your big boss really doesn't want you to tilt the resources for Missy, why did he personally go to you? Why did he put you in charge of Missy? Your big boss is clearly a child-favoring fiend, but doesn't want to admit it. Is it saucy? Feng Guangwei asked blankly. Lin Xiaotian's tone was very certain. Sure as well as sure. Speaking of which, brother, I also ran into something similar. My brother Yuan instructed us not to give the little princess the green light on one foot, and then personally sent the little princess to the Mirage City group to talk about business on the next foot. Thanks to the fact that I didn't foolishly listen to brother Yuan's words and directly gave the little princess the highest specification contract, directly omitting all the formalities and processes. And sure enough, I was rewarded by brother Yuan. Brother Fuqi? Feng Guangwei asked uncertainly. Xiaotian, the brother Yuan you mentioned. It wouldn't be surnamed Wei, would it? Lin Xiaotian was stunned. Guangwei, how do you know my brother Yuan's name? According to your level, you shouldn't be able to reach my brother Yuan, right? Feng Guangwei smiled bitterly. My big boss is none other than Wei Yuan Wei Dong. Speaking of which, this is also the first time I've met the big boss. Before that, the one who received me was the big boss's special assistant, Ms. Diana. Lin Xiaotian laughed. This world is too small. Guangwei is actually my own family. If that's the case, then it's a no-brainer. Brother Yuan is definitely a baby-favoring fiend. I've already verified it. Feng Guangwei also relaxed. No wonder Tsunami and I are like family at first sight. It turns out that we are actually family members. So what? How did Brother Yuan reward you? Lin Xiaotian laughed. Brother Yuan is clearly a child-spoiling fiend, but he doesn't want to admit it. Even if he rewards me, it's under the false pretense of Brother Chiktian's hand, and he's given Mirage City Group an additional $50 billion of investment. 50 billion? Feng Guangwei's eyes were red. If the big boss was willing to invest an additional $50 billion, he was confident that he would open a branch of Shanghai Film City to the capital. Tsunami, thank you for your honesty. If this works out, I promise to find you a few first-class items. Ha ha ha, Cookie is brotherly enough. Hanging up Lin Xiaotian's phone, Feng Guangwei began to look through his cell phone address book, focusing on the two subgroups of film and television company bosses as well as famous directors. Hello, Mr. Huang. I heard that movie Queen Zhou has a big production recently. I think Empress Show is better suited for a female number 2. And I can recommend an actress on my side for the female number 1. Mr. Zhu, how are you? I heard that Heavenly King Lu was going to shoot a new movie recently. Has the female lead been confirmed? I have a very good actress here. Director Wang. Hello, I heard that you're casting an actress for a big production recently. I'll recommend a very good actress for you. What? Insufficient funds? Good point. This actress can enter with funding. Director Gua. Hello, I heard that Little Era 5 is about to start filming, and I have a real top-notch celebrity here that fits Gu Li's identity perfectly. For Feng Guangwei, tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. Chapter 55, Shiyu. Be confident. I believe in your ability. I don't know why. Wei Yuan slept particularly uneasily, sneezing constantly and waking up several times. Who's chanting about the old man? Wei Yuan covered his head with the quilt, sniffing the vague residue on top of the quilt, belonging to the scent of late fall, before he fell into a deep sleep. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Wei Yuan slowly opened his eyes, climbed up to wash and brush, and habitually fit himself before walking out of the bedroom. Wei Muyao had already made breakfast, and Wei Shiyu sat at the table and kept wolfing it down. Wei Yuan didn't see Wei Changan and asked with a smile, Changan, the kid is sleeping again? Hurry up and get him up for dinner. Wei Muyao gently shook her head. Dad, let Changan sleep a little more. He drank a little too much last night. He vomited several times after he came back. And he didn't sleep much all night. Wei Yuan nodded. Then let him sleep a little longer. Wei Yuan joined the army of dry rice. I do not know why. Obviously Michelin 3-star chef's meals he can pick out a lot of faults. But his daughter's cooking, he felt so fragrant. After eating and drinking, Wei Yuan looked at Wei Shiyu with a smile. Shiyu, let's go. Daddy will drive you to work. Wei Shiyu gently shook her head. Dad, today is Fudan University's school celebration. I have to go back to participate in the school celebration. And I've already taken my leave. Wei Yuan was slightly stunned and looked deeply at Wei Shiyu. All along, he had always felt that Mu Yao was the most understanding and unforgiving one. Shiyu is big and heartless. Now it seems that Shiyu is also very understanding. She just started her junior year of college and went out for an internship. Isn't it just to earn more money and help her family reduce their burden a little bit? Shiyu, Daddy will walk you to school. Wei Yuan drove Wei Shiyu and went straight to Fudan University. Because of the school festival, the road to Fudan University was quite congested, and I had been traveling for more than an hour before arriving at Fudan University. A huge banner hangs at the gate of Fudan University celebrating the 115th anniversary of its founding. Lu Dishuai, the director of instruction of Fudan University, stood at the gate and personally received those outstanding graduates of Fudan University. Seeing the Rolls-Royce slowly approaching, Lu Dishuai's eyes lit up and immediately became excited. This is Chengtian Group Li Dong's car. There is absolutely no mistaking it. Li Dong's personal visit to the school celebration can greatly raise the standard of the school celebration. Lu Dishuai hurriedly greeted him, but what he didn't expect was that the person who came down from the car was not Li Chengtian, but a very familiar girl, Wei Shiyu. As the undisputed #1 school flower of Fudan University, Wei Shiyu had a great reputation in Fudan University, and it was normal for Lu Dishuai to recognize her. Lu Dishuai couldn't help but think a little bit wrong. No wonder Wei Shiyu has never been in love for 3 years in college. So it turns out, she has long been booked by Li Dong. I wonder how many schoolboys would be heartbroken if this news was announced. Wei Shiyu waved goodbye to Wei Yuan and lifted her leg toward the gate. Lu Dishuai gathered his emotions and looked at Wei Shiyu with a smile. Shiyu, you're back? Good day, Director Lu. Wei Shiyu smiled and greeted Lu Dishuai. Her impression of this director of instruction was not bad. Lu Dishuai organized his wording and asked in a harmonious voice. Shiyu, is it Li Dong who arranged for the driver to send you here? Wei Shiyu shook her head. It was my father who sent me here. Dad, it's the godfather, right? I didn't realize that Li Dong was quite good at it. However, it didn't matter. If through Shiyu, he could invite Dong Li to attend the school celebration, that would be awesome. By the way, you can also buy one and get one free. Remember that Mirage City Group's Lin Dong is also an honor graduate of Fudan University. Shiyu, it's something like this. Dong Li of Chengtian Group and Dong Lin of Mirage City Group are both outstanding graduates of our Fudan University. If we can invite them here, the specifications of our 115th year anniversary will be raised a lot. I don't know if Shiyu is willing to help with this favor. Wei Shiyu was stunned. Director Lu was quite well informed? How could he know that she had taken the Mirage City Group's order? It's my honor to contribute to the school. Only, I've never met Dong Li, and I'm only slightly acquainted with Dong Lin, so I'm afraid there's nothing I can do. Shiyu, be confident. I believe in your ability. Li Dong and Lin Dong will definitely give you this face. Lu Dishuai smiled slightly. He understands why Wei Shiyu said so. After all, the little girl good face well. Recognize the godfather is not something glorious. Do not recognize is normal. Wei Shiyu nodded with a difficult face. Then I'll give it a try. Director Lu don't hold too much hope. After saying that, Wei Shiyu found a quiet place, took out her cell phone, and dialed Lin Xiaotian's number. Mirage City Group. Large conference room. Lin Xiaotian was holding a meeting of executives to discuss about the usage of this $50 billion financing. Suddenly, the ear-piercing ringtone of a cell phone rang, and all of them were stunned at the same time, turning their heads to look at their boss. During the meeting, the boss's work cell phone was turned off. However, the boss's private cell phone number was not turned off 24 hours a day. So I wonder which big shot made the call. Lin Xiaotian took out his cell phone, saw that it was Wei Shiyu's number, and hurriedly answered it. MS. Wei, are you dissatisfied with our Mirage City Group's work or contract? Just say it directly and I'll improve it immediately. Wei Shiyu was stunned. She always felt that Lin Dong was a bit too polite. She always felt that something was not quite right, but she had no evidence. No, Dong Lin, Mirage City Group works very fast and has very favorable contract terms. I'm looking for you for something else. Lin Xiaotian was slightly relieved, as long as the little princess wasn't disgruntled. MS. Wei, what is it? It's like this. Today is the school celebration of Fudan University. I heard that Lin Dong is also a graduate of Fudan University. I wonder if you have the time to come and attend the school celebration. Lin Xiaotian is having a meeting to study the operation of $50 billion of funds. How can there be any empty However, Lin Xiaotian said very firmly. Free. Of course I'm free. As a graduate of Fudan University, I must attend my alma mater's celebration. Just say yes? It went pretty well. It seems that dad really brought her good luck. Or else, take advantage of this good luck to ask Changtian Group's Li Dong? Wei Shiyu said with a trying mood. Lin Dong, I heard that you and Changtian Group's Li Dong are classmates. Can you inform Li Dong by the way? Lin Xiaotian laughed. That must be told to brother Changtian. If brother Changtian knew that today is the anniversary of Fudan University, he would definitely return to his alma mater without hesitation. Can you please trouble Dong Lin? Whether Dong Li agrees or not, give me a message back? Don't worry, Miss Wei. Brother Changtian will definitely agree. Then I'll wait for Dong Lin's good news. Wei Shiyu hung up the phone, and Lin Xiaotian hurriedly dialed Li Changtian's number. Li Changtian was very brotherly and didn't eat alone, dividing the 100 billion rewarded by Wei Yuan to Lin Xiaotian's 50 billion. When Lin Xiaotian called, Li Changtian's side was also in a meeting to study where this 50 billion given by brother Yuan should be used. If it was someone else's phone call, Li Changtian would definitely hang up without hesitation. However, Lin Xiaotian was his brother. Li Changtian could only connect the phone. Tsunami. If there's nothing important, let's talk later. I'm in the middle of a meeting. The author has something to say. Chapter 56 Mo Yuqi has a problem. Lin Xiaotian laughed. Important. This is very important. Brother Changtian, hurry up and put down all your work and go with me to Fudan University to attend the school celebration. Li Changtian was going crazy. What was this little bastard Lin Xiaotian up to? How can he be free? Brother Yuan's additional investment has greatly eased the pressure on Changtian Group's capital flow. Changtian Group's takeoff is imminent, and he is so busy that he doesn't even have time to eat. God damn the school festival. Tsunami. I hope this is the first and last time for such a prank. Honor graduates like us, who aren't really from the science class, go to a hairy school festival? After saying that, Li Changtian made a gesture to hang up the phone, when Lin Xiaotian's confident and incomparable voice came from the phone receiver. Brother Changtian, this isn't a prank. It's the little princess who asked me to ask you if you're free to attend Fudan University's school festival. Go or not, you can consider it yourself. Go. Of course I have to go. As an outstanding graduate of Fudan University, how can I not attend my alma mater's school festival? Xiaotian, wait for me. Let's go together. Lin Xiaotian mouth slightly upturned. Changtian brother really once again really fragrant. Lin Xiaotian sent a message to Wei Shiyu. MS. Wei. I've contacted brother Changtian. And brother Changtian said that he'll go with me to the school festival. Just say yes? This is going too well, isn't it? Wei Shiyu was a bit stiff. Were all these big shots so idle and talkative? Wei Shiyu walked quickly to Lu Dishuai's side. Director Lu, Dong Lin and Dong Li are done. They'll be coming over for the school festival soon. Lu Dishuai's face showed a look of really so. Shiyu is too powerful. Unexpectedly Changtian Group's Li Dong pinned to death. In the future must have a good relationship with Shiyu. He is too witty. This is a wonderful thing to do. Vice Principal Chen will soon be retired. It is not likely that the principal is happy. He will have the opportunity to fill the position. Shiyu, on behalf of all the students and faculty of Fudan University, I thank you. Wei Shiyu waved her hand back and forth. It's just a matter of lifting my hand. Director Lu is overstating it. Lu Dishuai looked at Wei Shiyu with a serious face. Shiyu, it may be a show of hands for you, but for many of the students, this is a life opportunity. When Dong Li and Dong Lin came to the school celebration, they definitely had to take out quite a few internships to cultivate their schoolmates. Wei Shiyu was slightly stunned. Was it saucy? Then she owed Lin Dong a huge favor. Director Lu, I've made such a great contribution to the school. How should you reward me? Lu Dishuai was flabbergasted for a moment. How should this be rewarded? Wei Shiyu had followed Li Changtian, so she definitely didn't lack money or material things. What she lacked was fame. Shiyu, do you think this is okay? I'll make the decision to award you an outstanding student and let you speak at the school festival. Wei Shiyu was shocked and waved her hands. She had deliberately kept a low profile, but every time she went back to school, there were still a lot of boys confessing their love to her. Wouldn't it make more boys notice her if she took the stage? Director Lu, let's forget about the outstanding students and whatnot. Speeches and whatnot. I'm out on an internship now. I've definitely regressed in my studies, and I'm afraid I'll flunk out of the program and affect my graduation. Lu Dishuai hurriedly stated. Shiyu, don't worry about it. Don't worry about the internship. I guarantee that you definitely won't fail the course. Then thank you, Director Liu. Equals 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 equals. The words are split. Wei Yuan drove back to Huanya Financial and went straight to the general manager's office. Last night's sleep wasn't very peaceful. His head was dizzy. Yuqi's massage was very good. Wei Yuan wanted to let Yuqi massage him for a while. But what Wei Yuan did not expect was that the general manager's office was empty. Wei Yuan lifted his wrist and looked at the green aqua ghost that his daughter had just bought for him, and couldn't help but frown. It's almost 10 o'clock now. Why isn't Kiki here yet? Wei Yuan took out his cell phone and dialed Yuqi's number, putting on a displeased look as he chided. Kiki, as the president, how can you be late? Yuqi was about to cry. Uncle, today was really an accident. Fudan University's school festival. I was stuck in traffic here at Fudan University for more than an hour, and I just walked out, and it will take me about another 20 minutes to get to the office. I promise, I will definitely not be late again in the future. The corner of Wei Yuan's mouth turned up slightly. To punish you for being late, give me a half-hour head press in a while. Okay, uncle. 20 minutes later, Yuqi finally arrived at the company and walked quickly into the office, looking pitifully at Wei Yuan. Uncle, it's no problem to give you a massage, for as long as it takes, but you mustn't dock my wages. I'm almost out of food. Wei Yuan was stunned. Yuqi was the star marketing specialist of Huanya Financial, earning over $1 million a year. How could she not even be able to eat anymore? Also, Yuqi's dress was very plain. There must be something wrong here. We'll have to have the Sky Eye team check it out later. Don't worry, I won't dock your paycheck. Get started. The headache is killing me. Wei Yuan lay down on the sofa bed. Yuqi patiently helped Wei Yuan massage. Has been pressing and kneading for a whole hour. Pressed the arm are a little sour. Wei Yuan had to admit that Yuqi's massage technique was too good. His head had completely stopped hurting and was very refreshing. Wei Yuan felt that he had become a bit inseparable from Yuqi. That'll do. Kiki, go about your business and let me lie down by myself for a while. Okay. Yuqi returned to her desk and started working. While Yuqi was working, Wei Yuan sent a message to the Sky Eye team. Help me look up someone. Yuqi, the former star marketing specialist of Circle Asia Finance, the current president. I want all her information. Yes. 5 minutes later, all of Yuqi's information was sent over. Wei Yuan began to flip through it. Yuqi, father Sisui, mother Wan Yuanju, brother Changlong, born on August 10, 96, in hospital 303, KY. Wei Yuan blinked his eyes for a moment. Quite coincidental. Yuqi coincidentally and Morong Yunhai's youngest daughter Morong Wan Ning the same year, the same month, the same day, and both were born in the 303 hospital. Speaking of which, Yuqi was more like her late autumn than Morong Wan Ning. The Murongs couldn't have hugged the wrong person, could they? This thought flickered away. Wei Yuan shook his head mockingly. How could a behemoth like the Morong family hold the wrong child? Wei Yuan continued to look down and couldn't help but frown deeply. Yuqi studied extremely well in elementary and middle school as well as in high school, always ranking first in her class and firmly in the top 10 in the city. Yuqi did well in the college entrance exam and got into Fudan University. However, Yuqi's parents tore up her acceptance letter and forbade her to go to college. Yuqi can only go to school and work to help her parents make ends meet. In order to buy a wedding house for Changlong, Yuqi sends most of her salary to her family, keeping only the minimum for herself. Wei Yuan was very uncomfortable in his heart. In Yuqi's body, Wei Yuan saw Mu Yao's shadow. Why does the eldest daughter have to be so understanding? Why does she have to suffer so much? Wei Yuan secretly resolved to remove the heavy burden on Mu Yao and Chi Chi's shoulders from now on. Kiki, are you free at noon? Have a meal together. Chapter 57. Brother Fuchi revises his will. Yuqi was ecstatic. Was this the rhythm of keeping the flowers and seeing the moon? Is uncle finally willing to give her a chance? Free? Of course. Okay, that's settled then. I'll take you to a place for dinner after lunch. After saying that, Wei Yuan returned to the rest area to continue resting his eyes when his cell phone suddenly rang. Wei Yuan grabbed his cell phone and saw that it was a familiar number. Wei Yuan picked up the phone. Old Shaw. Pretty punctual. Boss, Diana tells me that you want to change your will? On the other end of the phone was a slightly older, but middle-aged voice. Yes, I'm going to revise my will. After I'm 100 years old, my 3 children will inherit most of the assets. The 3 of them, regardless of gender, will each take up 30% of the assets. The information of the 3 children will be sent to you in a moment. The remaining 10%, give it to the Eternal Fund to operate and help those who really need help. Yes, boss, is there anything else you want? After hesitating for a while, Wei Yuan asked in a harmonious voice. Old Xiao, do you recognize the founding partner of Juanhe law firm? Contact them for me. I want to acquire Juanhe. The voice on the other end of the phone turned a little strange. Boss, how little do you understand your employees? I, Xiao Wei, your personal legal counselor and founding partner of Juanhe law firm. Amount. Wei Yuan scratched his head a little awkwardly. Xiao Wei had been with him for more than 20 years, and he was surprised that he didn't know that Xiao Wei already owned such a large industry. So, I don't need to acquire it? Yes boss, you own 60% of the shares of Juanhe. You are the major shareholder of Juanhe. Wei Yuan smiled bitterly. Alright then, I'll ask you one more thing. Do you recognize Wei Muyo of Juanhe? Wei Muyo? Xiao Wei's brain turns quickly. Can learn the law. Xiao Wei's memory is very good. Can be called unforgettable. He is very sure that he has never heard of Wei Muyo's name. Boss, I'm sorry. Old Xiao, you're not doing your job properly. You don't even recognize your own employees. Swish. A large cold sweat broke out on Xiao Wei's brain, and he asked in a trembling voice, Boss, can you give a little hint? Which city's branch office is Wei Muyo in? What level of partner is it now? I think it's the Central C branch, currently working as a receptionist. Front desk? Xiao Wei was confused. Boss is the world's top financial oligarch. How could he be interested in a small receptionist? Boss, it's me who didn't do my job properly. I accept the criticism. Old Xiao, there's no need to be so nervous. It's not like I don't eat people. So what? From now on, you're personally in charge of Wei Muyo. Can you do it? Xiao Wei, the whole person is not good. Boss indeed does not eat people. Only eat after not spit bones just. What kind of bad taste is this for boss? He is boss's personal legal advisor, the general counsel of the Eternal Kingdom, and in the entire Eternal Kingdom, his status can be ranked in the top 10. In all of China's lawyers, his status can be ranked in the top 3. A guy like that to run the front office of a branch office? Boss, may I ask, who is this Wei Muyo? My daughter, the eldest. Xiao Wei released. So it was the Eternal Kingdom Rapunzel? Boss, don't worry, I will definitely serve the Rapunzel well. The corner of Wei Yuan's mouth turned up slightly. Old Xiao, Muyo has a wish to become a barrister. What do you think? How can Muyo realize this wish at the fastest speed? And, it has to be without hurting Muyo's self-esteem. Xiao Wei knows very well what boss means. Must be sensible and reasonable to promote Rapunzel as a barrister. Cannot let Rapunzel have a trace of doubt. Soon, Xiao Wei thought of a way. Boss, we can hold a talent show. The name of the show is called Desirable Offer. It can allow the Rapunzel to enter the program as a special enrollment, and then go all the way against the odds to become a real lawyer. Only, this requires the Rapunzel to have real talent. I don't know. Xiao Wei didn't finish his sentence, but Wei Yuan understood what he meant. Wei Yuan laughed and smiled brightly. Old Xiao, don't worry about it. My daughter has already self-studied in the Southwest University of Political Science and Law and has already embarked on her graduate school exams, the results of which will be out next month. Then there's no problem. I believe the Rapunzel will get her wish. Having successfully taken care of Wei Muyo's wish to become a lawyer, Wei Yuan was all relaxed. As long as Muyo went to the reality show, she wouldn't leave Shanghai anytime soon. Also, Muyo didn't need to go back to acting, and likewise didn't need to go to delivery. He really didn't want his daughter to work too hard. Wei Yuan took out his cell phone and dialed a number. The call was quickly connected and an elegant female voice came out. Hello, Qingcheng Song Weiping. Wei Yuan. Song Weiping's voice immediately turned enthusiastic. Wei Dong, what are you looking for me to order? Find out for me what properties I have within a kilometer of Plaza Everest. Okay, Wei Dong. Soon, Song Weiping returned the call. Wei Dong, the entire 10-mile Ocean Park Commercial Street. All your property rights, including 2 high-grade apartment buildings. An apartment building? Wei Yuan couldn't help but frown. Apartments were generally smaller in size, a bit hard to hold. These 2 apartment buildings, do they have any large units? Yes, Wei Dong. The 2 apartment buildings are a total of 36 floors high, and from the 30th floor upwards are large flat floors, the smallest of which has an area of 330, and the largest of which has to be over 600. Wei Yuan nodded with satisfaction. 600 pings was about right. It should be barely enough to hold. Just the 600 SQ. Foot. 1. Send me the account number. And also, arrange for me to have a butler, a couple of Michelin-starred chefs, a small band, a couple of Filipino maids, and prepare a lunch. Yes, Wei Dong. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was time to leave work. Mo Yuqi found Wei Yuan and asked with slight excitement, Uncle, where are you going to take me to eat? Wei Yuan pretended to be mysterious. Keep it a secret for now. Jussie, There's really no need to keep it a secret. I know all the eating places around here. Wei Yuan smiled without saying anything and led Yuqi into the elevator, directly pressing the -2 floor. Is it far where uncle is going? It's not very far. About 2 minutes by car and almost 10 minutes on foot. Yuqi laughed. Then let's walk. Finding a parking space in Shanghai is kinda tricky. It'll take more than 10 minutes just to park a car. Kiki has a point. Let's walk then. Saying that, Wei Yuan raised his hand and pressed the button for level 1. Walking out of Hanglong Mansion, Wei Yuan led Yuqi straight to Huangpu River No. 1. Walking along, Yuqi frowned a bit strangely. Uncle. Further east is the apartment area. There is no place to eat. Where are you taking me? Wei Yuan raised his hand and pointed to Huangpu River No. 1 not far away. Look, that's where it is. Yuqi was stunned and subconsciously asked, Uncle, what you are taking me to is Huangpu River No. 1? Yes. Wei Yuan nodded. Yuqi smiled bitterly. Uncle, Huangpu River No. 1 is the most expensive apartment building in Shanghai. There is no place to eat inside. Chapter 58, Showing Off Her Muscles. Yuqi was shocked. The most expensive condo in the middle sea? Wei Yuan smiled slightly. This should barely be enough to hold a hand, right? Kiki, it's true that for others, there is no place to eat at Huangpu River No. 1. But for me, that's not even a thing. Yuqi suddenly realized that uncle was a big man who took out billions of dollars in minutes. It should be easy to buy an apartment in Huangpu River No. 1. Right? Did uncle want to cook for her himself? So happy. Yuqi stepped forward and naturally took Wei Yuan's arm. This was also progressing too quickly. Wei Yuan was a little less comfortable and subconsciously tried to pull out his arm. However, a familiar aura came from him, causing Wei Yuan to hesitate. The scent on Kiki was too familiar. The feeling of holding an arm was all too familiar. 2. If Yuqi wasn't too young, he would even think that her late autumn had come back to life. The security guard had long since gotten Yang Huiyan's explanation, and when he saw Wei Yuan and Yuqi walking over, he hurriedly bowed and saluted. Welcome home, Mr. Wei. Wei Yuan nodded slightly at the security guard and led Yuqi into the apartment building, got on the elevator and pressed the number 36. There was a ding and the elevator doors opened. The two of them walked down the elevator, and then Yuqi froze, looking around dumbfounded. This apartment building was nothing like the one she remembered? Why were there only 2 doors? Shouldn't an apartment building have many units in a row? Uncle, why are there only 2 doors? Are there only 2 households on this floor? Yes, only 2 households. Saying that, Wei Yuan led Yuqi to the door of 3601 and opened the door with the fingerprint lock. There was a ding and the door opened. To Yuqi, it was as if the door to a new world had been opened. Tina, this is too luxurious, isn't it? Simply luxurious. Yuqi's pitiful vocabulary could no longer describe the luxury of the large flat. The floor height of the living room was 7 meters. Definitely no less than the specifications of a 5-star hotel. The overall style is European luxury, with huge floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the entire city for the ultimate river view. The landscape arranged in the living room was very aesthetically pleasing, using a combination of Chinese and Western techniques. And even if Yuqi was not an architectural major, she could still see the ingenuity of the craftsmanship. Rococo-style luxury style, large-width balcony, global top technology blueprint, palace-level luxury decoration standard, worthy of the name of the Bun's first residence. This, Yuqi was completely shocked, and didn't even dare to walk in, for fear of desecrating this top mansion on the Bund. Wei Yuan walked into the living room casually, looked back at Yuqi and asked in a deep voice, Chi, what are you waiting for? Come in. Oh, only then did Yuqi carefully walk in. Uncle, is this your property? Aha. Wei Yuan nodded truthfully. Yuqi swallowed hard inside. I remember Huangpu River No. 1 unit price of 380,000. Roughly, there must be at least 500 or 600 square feet. This set of house is too small goals. You are really too trenchant. It's okay, a house is for living. It's good to live comfortably. Wei Yuan wanted to tell Yuqi what were 2 small goals in the district. For the entire apartment building, there are more than a dozen of these large bungalows, and hundreds of small and medium-sized homes. Uncle, this is the first time I've seen such a luxurious top-class mansion. Can I take a look around? Feel free to visit and make yourself at home. Yuqi bitter smile. She cannot dare to treat it as her own home. In case of breaking something, simply cannot afford to lose. Yuqi turned around. Enough to find 6 bedrooms. 6 bedrooms of different styles. Chinese, European, American, Japanese. There are 2 in the den and 3 in the bathroom. There are many other functional areas. Gym, home theater, physical therapy room, game room, chess room. When Yuqi walked onto the balcony, the shock was beyond words. Oh, my god. Is this a 270-degree balcony? That's too much, isn't it? However, Yuqi didn't know that there was an even more shocking one behind. When Yuqi walked up to the rooftop, the whole person was dumbfounded. A small soccer field? Small tennis courts? What excited Yuqi the most was the huge open-air swimming pool. If she hadn't brought her swimming gear, Yuqi would have jumped in without hesitation. Yuqi was going crazy. She simply loved this big flat. If you can live in this kind of mansion in this life, it will be worth it even if you die. When Yuqi returned to the living room, she found a strange old foreigner standing in the living room. The old foreigner's hair was meticulously groomed, and he was wearing the standard three-piece suit of suit pants and shirt and vest, with a bow tie on his shirt. Seeing Yuqi walking over, the old foreigner made a standard gentleman's salute. Hello Miss M.O. I'm Michelangelo. You can call me Old Me. Lunch is ready. Mr. Wei invites you to the dining room. The restaurant? Yuqi was stunned. Just now she turned around and didn't see the kitchen or dining room. Yuqi asked with slight embarrassment. That, Old Me. Where is the restaurant? This way, Ms. M.O. Old Me brought Yuqi and walked straight to the rotating staircase. Walking up the wide and luxurious revolving staircase to the second floor, Yuqi froze. Geez, the entire second floor hall was set up as a huge restaurant. It could simply kill the most luxurious and largest box in a five-star hotel. There was some medieval European armor and statues everywhere, and a lot of expensive-looking famous paintings hung on the walls. Even Yuqi saw the Mona Lisa smile. Isn't this a national treasure from the Louvre? It must be a fake, right? With such a lavish restaurant, it would be more than enough to host the most lavish wedding reception here, right? Wei Yuan sat quietly at the top of the oval-shaped dining table, and he was surrounded by a few maids with a face value of 8 or more and dressed in maid outfits with their hands tied. On either side of the oval-shaped dining table, the band members are spread out in a certain order. Seeing Yuqi, everyone bowed and saluted in unison. Welcome Ms. M.O. to dinner. Where has Yuqi seen this kind of battle? Already a bit dumbfounded, she hurriedly returned the polite greeting and walked towards the oval dining table with the most ladylike steps she thought she had. Yuqi was in a bit of a dilemma. It was her first time eating at such a place and she didn't know which seat she should sit at. The good thing was, Old Rice knew exactly what he was doing and took a few quick steps to the other top of the oval dining table, pulling out the seat attentively. Ms. M.O., please sit down. Only then did Yuqi let out a sigh of relief as if she was relieved, sitting down obediently and looking at Wei Yuan with a pleading gaze. To be honest, Wei Yuan's array scared Yuqi. Yuqi's heart was flooded with countless waves. The uncle was showing off his muscles to her. Was this to take her down? Is she going to say yes or yes? With a snap, Wei Yuan snapped his fingers. The band members began to play a lilting melody. Old Me looked at Wei Yuan with an inquiring gaze. Wei Yuan nodded slightly. Only then did Old Me grab the sobering jug and gentlemanly helped Yuqi and Wei Yuan pour the wine. A fresh and incomparable aroma of wine came, and Yuqi was almost intoxicated. As the marketing specialist of Huanya Financial, Yuqi had participated in many high-end occasions and drank a lot of famous wines, but this was the first time she smelled such a strong wine aroma. Yuqi subconsciously looked at the wine bottle next to her. Then her eyes widened. Romane Conti. And it was a 1945 Romane Conti. Chapter 59, a dormitory worth $200 million. How much does this stuff cost? I remember hearing from some big shot at a cocktail party that it was hundreds of thousands of US dollars a bottle. Yuqi was going crazy. Uncle was simply trenchant. Even she, a woman who didn't care about material conditions, was stoned. Across the dining table, Wei Yuan raised his wine glass and gestured at Yuqi from afar. Kiki, a sip of the aperitif to moisten your throat will help you savor the food that follows. Aha! Yuqi picked up her wine glass and took a sip elegantly. Then, the whole person almost flew out of her soul. What a strong scent of wine. It seemed to contain a hot aura that made her entire body clear, expelling the exhaustion and uneasiness from her body, and relaxing her entire being. Wei Yuan put down his wine glass and lightly glanced at Old Me. The old Middleton heads off and walks briskly toward the half-open kitchen on the far side of the room. Soon, Old Rice walked over with a couple of chefs. A couple of chefs were carrying pass-around trays in their hands, which were covered with dinner plate lids made of sterling silver. Old Rice opened the lid of the dinner plate, revealing the dishes inside, and introduced them in a very gentlemanly manner. Miss M.O., please be the first to taste the appetizers. This is caviar made from albino sturgeon eggs. This is foie gras made from the freshest foie gras that was just flown in from F this morning. And this is baked snails. As one appetizer after another was placed on the table, Yuqi already didn't know what to say. Those 2 bottles of red wine alone were over $8 million, plus so many top quality ingredients. This meal, I'm afraid I'll have to finish off tens of millions of dollars. That's too extravagant. Kiki, caviar and foie gras can beautify and nourish your skin. Try some. Okay. Under the melodious melody, Yuqi took a small shallow bite of caviar. Yummy. It's so delicious. Yuqi almost bit off her tongue. Is this the unpretentious life of the rich? No wonder everyone wants to be rich. While eating the foie gras, Yuqi was slightly resistant and said in a harmonious voice, "Uncle, caviar can be eaten more often, but the process of making foie gras is very brutal. So let's try to eat as little as possible in the future." Wei Yuan smiled faintly and did not explain. Old Rice on the side explained. M.O. These foie gras are produced from the Porto farm in F country. All the poultry in the Porto farm are free range and only supplied to the world's top tycoons. There is no such thing as those inhumane production processes, so you can feel free to eat them. Yuqi's face looked a little better this time, and took a small sip of foie gras. It's so fragrant. Ow. Yuqi had forgotten all about maintaining a ladylike demeanor, and her nose was almost crooked from eating. Wei Yuan looked at Yuqi with a smile and was somewhat moved inwardly. It's just too much of a resemblance. Kiki and Evening Autumn's eating looks are exactly the same. Both are so spontaneous and forthright. Kiki is not Evening Autumn's stray sister, is she? No. I must ask Old Man Morong if he left seeds in the folklore. Very much a possibility. Many foreign tycoons are afraid of accidents. Will quietly lay out some dark sun? Even if the family really encountered the disaster of destruction, the existence of dark sun can also save the bloodline of this lineage. Kiki, eat slowly. This is just the appetizer. There will be the main course later. Oh, Yuqi was a bit embarrassed and wiped her mouth. She was finished. Her eating style is so unladylike. Uncle won't dislike her, right? The main dishes were set up one after another, filling a large table with 108 dishes. Yuqi was going crazy. How can 2 people eat all this food? As a good woman who was frugal and family-oriented, Yuqi couldn't help but show her teeth. Uncle, don't be so extravagant in the future. Just have enough rice. So much rice. It's too wasteful. Wei Yuan nodded slightly. Alright, you're the hostess. How many meals you want to eat? Your call, mistress? Yuqi's pretty face instantly turned red, and a small heart beat wildly without control. Is this a confession? Uncle? Is it a yes to him or a yes to him? Yuqi wanted to say that this hostess she was too available. It was just that if it was too easy to say yes, would uncle think she was casual? Mock Yuqi. You must hold on. At least hold on to the first wave. Even a top wave would be nice. Uncle, don't be so nice to me. I won't be able to top it if you do. What can't be topped? Wei Yuan had a brain full of question marks. He just felt that his employees lived so far away. As a qualified boss, he should help his employees solve the problem of accommodation. Brother Yuqi had never thought of using money to hit a girl. Did he? Brother Yuqi, such an invincible and handsome man, need to use money to chase a girl? Kiki, do you like it here? If you like it here, you can live here from now on. K.O. Yuqi was going crazy. Uncle was too ruthless. She was no match at all. Can't top it. She really can't top it. Even the first wave couldn't hold it. Uncle so handsome, but also so rich. Directly a mansion of 200 million shot. Normal women cannot top well. Yuqi gathered her courage and looked up at Wei Yuan. Uncle, don't say anything. I promise you. I promise you everything. Aha! Wei Yuan was stunned. What did Kiki promise? Did he make any demands? Forget it. If you can't think about it, you can't think about it. Since Kiki has no opinion, this house will be your staff quarters from now on. In a moment you will be taken to have your fingerprints and pupils recorded. Old me is your butler, responsible for all the chores of your life. No matter what you want, you can call him. These are your nannies, responsible for the hygiene of the house. And there are a few cooks in the kitchen, responsible for your meals. The band, if you want to keep them, they will leave if you don't. Staff quarters? Oh, my God. I'm going to die. What did she just say? Yuqi was so ashamed that she could not wait to find a crack in the ground. After a while, Yuqi calmed down a little. Was she mistaken? In fact, Uncle wasn't confessing his love, just arranging a staff quarters for her? It's just that this staff quarters is too luxurious, isn't it? $200 million of staff quarters, or the first time I heard of it. Uncle, a housekeeper and cook are not necessary. I can cook for myself. The nanny can stay instead. With such a big house, I can get tired of cleaning by myself. Wei Yuan nodded indifferently. Alright, your dormitory is your call. After saying that, Wei Yuan turned his head to look at Old Me. Old Me, take the band and the cooks away. Yes, Mr. Wei. Old Rice saluted the two men and left with the band and the cooks. Yuqi was finally relieved. She was really uncomfortable being served. The sumptuous lunch continued, and Yuqi ate with her little tummy rounded up. As for staying in shape, it's a lunch worth $10 million. Even if you eat it as Yangguefei. After a full 20 minutes of eating, Yuqi put down her knife and fork, and looked around the luxurious and incomparable restaurant with a very complicated mood. Until now, Yuqi was still a bit unbelievable. A mansion of $200 million became her dormitory? Chapter 60, Eternal Kingdom P9. Suddenly, Yuqi had a flash of light in her mind. No, all the staffs of Huanya Financial are Uncle's employees. How come they don't have that? What Uncle said about the staff quarters and all that was definitely an excuse. And Uncle was definitely just craving her body. That must be it. To make sure of her judgment, Yuqi asked in a delicate voice, Uncle, are all your employees treated this way? Wei Yuan smiled and shook his head. Of course not. I'm not a philanthropist. In our Eternal Kingdom, only executives of P7 level or higher get this kind of treatment, and you're currently P3 at best. There are two reasons why I made an exception to give you this treatment. For one thing, you're Shiyu's master and take care of her. Secondly, your massage technique is very good. It can help me relieve my fatigue. This is considered your reward. Yuqi was slightly lost. Just a reward? First time I've heard of a masseuse being paid for a mansion worth $200 million. From now on, no one is allowed to steal this kind of job from her. What was most unacceptable to Yuqi was that she was now at least the president of Circle Asia Finance, managing tens of billions of dollars of capital flow. Inside Uncle's Eternal Kingdom, it's just P3? Yuqi weakly asked. That, Uncle, may I ask, what level are you? P9, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yuqi broke her fingers and counted. Suddenly a bit very hurt. The distance between her and Uncle was a bit far. A whole 6 levels difference. Uncle, may I ask what the Eternal Kingdom is? Wei Yuan pondered for a while, and harmonized. This is not too good to explain. Explain it with another concept. The Northschild family knows it, right? The Anari family of Country Y knows it, right? Yuqi nodded her head like a chicken chattering rice. I've heard of them, like thunder. These two families control the wealth of no less than a superpower. Wei Yuan smiled faintly. So you can understand. Their contemporary family head is a P8 level of the Eternal Kingdom. Yuqi's breath almost froze. The brain was already completely inadequate. She had sufficiently overestimated Uncle, but she didn't realize that she was still underestimating. The legendary patriarchs of the two great clans were only P8 level in the Eternal Kingdom? And Uncle, it's a P9 level? How much wealth does Uncle really have? Unimaginable. Uncle, I understand your energy a little bit. Wei Yuan smiled faintly. Don't feel pressured. I'm just an ordinary retiree now, just paddling and salting my way through life every day. I don't care about the Eternal Kingdom anymore. How can there be no pressure? I'm getting crushed, okay? Uncle, why is your organization called the Eternal Kingdom? Wei Yuan narrowed his eyes, and an ancient and distant aura emerged from his body. Remember, the world has been civilized for thousands of years. Dynasties can stop and change, but the carriage of money never stops. Hence the name Eternal Kingdom. Yuqi nodded deeply. The land of China was 5,000 years old and had changed over 20 dynasties, but the power of money is everlasting. Uncle, I've gained a lot of insight following you today. I hope I can barely chase your footsteps in my lifetime. Wei Yuan sighed quietly. Why chase my footsteps? Money is certainly eternal, but the path of chasing eternity is filled with endless blood and tired white bones. A girl just needs to be clothed and fed, and live happily every day. Yuqi suddenly laughed and smiled brightly. Uncle, I understand. One must know how to be content. I am happy now, and I will work hard to keep myself happy. Wei Yuan smiled faintly. Then go and happily pick a bedroom and take a happy nap. Okay, I picked out my bedroom a long time ago, but unfortunately, I didn't bring my bathing suit. Otherwise, I would have had to go to the rooftop pool and take a couple of nice swims. Wei Yuan harmonized. There are swimsuits at home. Ah, let them take you to get them. A Filipino maid said in standard Chinese. Miss M.O., the bathing suits are in the Japanese-style bedroom. Please follow me. Yuqi raised her eyebrows slightly. Uncle is so bad. Even the swimsuit is ready. Really greedy for her body, but also had to say it is a dormitory reward or something. Humph. Later on, this girl is going to put on her sexiest swimsuit and come out to gluttonize you bad uncle. Led by the Filipino maid, Yuqi walked into the Japanese bedroom. M.O., there are all sizes in here, so feel free to take your pick. The maid opened a lavishly appointed closet full of swimsuits of all kinds. Mo Yuqi's eyes were blurry from watching. This one looks good. This also looks good. What about all the good looks? What about dyslexia? Only little girls do multiple choice and take all of these bathing suits. Mo Yuqi tried dozens of swimsuits in a row, and finally chose a set that looked a little sexy and a little innocent. In more cultured terms, pure and lustful. Mo Yuqi turned around several times in the mirror and finally nodded with satisfaction. Her body and face were simply perfect. She could definitely charm the older man. Of course, that funny soul of hers could certainly charm the older man as well. Departure. Go to war. Mo Yuqi took a cat step and bravely walked out of the bedroom towards the luxurious and incomparable living room. After walking to the living room, Mo Yuqi looked around but did not see Wei Yuan's figure. Mo Yuqi could only look at the maid with a look of help and asked in a harmonious voice, "Where is Mr. Wei?" The Filipino maid replied respectfully, "Mr. Wei is gone." Clueless, Mo Yuqi's whole body is not good. Uncle even left? Who's she dressed like that for? It's the first time she's ever worn a bathing suit like this. You're not kidding, are you? Uncle is really gone? The Filipino maid replied affirmatively. Mr. Wei has really left. And before he left, he asked me to urge you to take a good rest. Mo Yuqi was like a deflated ball. Was she that bad? Why did Uncle run so fast? Mo Yuqi's mouth kept breaking. Bad uncle. Coward. Obviously, he was greedy for other people's bodies, but at the last moment, he became a shrinking violet. Mo Yuqi stomped her foot in exasperation, twisted her body, and walked toward the rooftop. Poof! Jump in the pool. The water was slightly cool, calming Mo Yuqi's fire. After swimming a few laps, Mo Yuqi was a bit disheartened. How could she not be happy when her favorite person was not around? Mo Yuqi was a bit unable to see through Uncle. To say that Uncle has no idea about her, right? The way Uncle looks at her is obviously not right. And Uncle also gives her a $200 million mansion to live in. To say that Uncle has thoughts about her, right? She was ready to give herself up. But the uncle ran away. Did Wei Yuan wimp out? Of course not. He had a very good impression of Mo Yuqi, who was the second woman in Wei Yuan's life that his heart had been moved by. The reason Wei Yuan left in such a hurry was because he received a text message. The text message came from his son, Wei Changan. Daddy, help me. Chapter 61, The Ma Clan's army goes to war. It was nearing noon and the Fudan University celebration was underway. In the grand staircase classroom, on the podium, Director of Instruction Lu Dishwai handed Li Changtian the school celebration flowchart and asked in a low voice, Li Dong, after the outstanding current students have finished their speeches, it's time for you two outstanding graduates to speak, and the speeches have already been drafted for you. Li Changtian casually glanced at it, then couldn't help but frown. Why isn't Wei Shiyu among the outstanding current students? Lu Dishwai hurriedly explained, Li Dong, this matter does not blame me. I also intend to give Wei Shiyu students an excellent student quota. But Wei Shiyu students flatly refused me. I have no way to. Not Li Dong persuasion? Li Chengtian and Lin Xiaotian looked at each other and smiled. It's true that they're worthy of being father and daughter. Even their personalities are the same. Fuchi is obviously a baby spoiler, but he won't admit it. The little princess called them personally, clearly hoping to get this outstanding current student spot. Otherwise why would she bother? But the little princess refused Director Lu. A few days ago, they were almost led astray by Brother Yuan. And now they absolutely could not be led astray by the little princess. Li Changtian said with a smile, Director Lu, when all the emperors ascended to the throne, they all had to push back again and again. And they really couldn't push back before they reluctantly assumed the throne. Is this reasoning something you don't even understand? What's with the emperor's ascension to the throne? It's just a little spot for a good student. You big shots can be complicated. What Dong Li means is that mess. Wei Shiyu is just pretending to shrug it off? Li Changtian dripped. I didn't say that. I'm just saying that Wei Shiyu's classmates have their own high profile, and we should have ours as well. Understood. I'll revise the outstanding current student candidate right away. In the corner of the grand staircase classroom, a girl wore a headset and held a selfie stick aloft, her face slightly anxious. Fifi's efficiency is too low. The outstanding students are about to start giving speeches. Why hasn't the list been passed over? The good thing was that the girl didn't have to wait too long, and soon her cell phone rang with a message. Anun. I just saw the list of speakers for the school celebration. The outstanding current students are Wang Haiyan, Jin Pengfei, and Jiang Duanxiang. The outstanding current student speaker representative is Wang Haiyan, and there are two outstanding graduates, Li Changtian and Lin Xiaotian. Anun, a senior at Fudan University, is a lukewarm outdoor anchor on the Shark platform, with tens of thousands of popularity on weekdays. How can you miss an event like a school anniversary? Unfortunately, the live broadcast was poorly received. and has begun to reflect on whether she is suitable for the live broadcast path. Maybe it's time to sink your teeth into a steady job. Friends of the audience, I've got the exact inside information. The next step is for the outstanding current student representative to come up to the stage to receive the award, and student Wang Haiyan will make a speech as the outstanding current student representative. The water boys buzzed. This episode of Anin is good. Although we don't have the chance to go to Fudan University, it's also good to see Fudan University's school festival through the live broadcast. Ha ha ha, see another Anon God prediction. I hope this one won't hit me in the face. What's to think about? Isn't it every day for Anjin to predict getting punched in the face? And was not convinced. I'm a current student of Fudan University, so I still know about the popular figures of our school. Wang Haiyan is definitely the #1 person recognized by our Fudan University. She is the current president of the Student Council of Fudan University, and she has won many gold medals in the Chinese Olympic mathematics competition. She deserves to be this speaker. The water boys were persuaded. So Wang Haiyan is such an awesome character. It looks like it's a no-brainer to have her speak. In front of the school bully, this scum trembles. Brothers, come and look up to the schoolmaster. As the water boy spoke, the host began to announce the curtain. The students who won Fudan University's 2021 excellent students are Wei Shiyu, Wang Haiyan, and Jean Pengfei. Wei Shiyu will speak as the representative of the outstanding students. Gah, Wei Shiyu's head is as big as a bucket. What's going on? Didn't we have a good deal with director Lu just now? Why did he change his mind? Even if Wei Shiyu was no longer willing, when it came down to it, she could only get up and walk toward the podium. As the undisputed #1 school flower, Wei Shiyu has great popularity. Countless boys screamed wildly, Wei Shiyu! It's really Wei Shiyu! It's been a long time since I've seen Wei Shiyu since she went out for her internship, and I didn't realize that she's even prettier and more graceful. Sister Wei Shiyu, I love you, and then was confused. Goddamn Wei Shiyu, wasn't it Wang Haiyan? Why did schoolmate Fei Fei give her a fake list? And immediately messaged Fifi's schoolmate and questioned, Fifi, why did you give me a fake list? Sister Anne, you won't lose anything by giving you the list, so why would I give you a fake list? I don't know why the outstanding current students were suddenly changed. In addition to the brainless guys, a number of girls below can't figure it out. Although Wei Shiyu was the undisputed #1 school flower, but Wang Haiyan had gotten countless honors for Fudan University. What could Wei Shiyu compare to Wang Haiyan? The waterbenders were about to burst out laughing, mocking wildly. Sure enough, and predicts another and another and another smack in the face. Reverse prediction anchor follows. 666. This wave of program effect can be. This Wei Shiyu student is really pretty. And inside quietly, it seems that she is really not suitable for the path of live broadcasting. After live broadcasting the school festival, go out and look for a job. In the live broadcast room, there are a few water friends of Decima. Seeing Wei Shiyu couldn't help but stare in disbelief. Isn't this the treasured young lady that Decima came across? It turns out that she is a student of Fudan University. These waterbenders returned to the Big Four horse live and swiped frantically. Decima, we've found your treasured young lady. Go to XXXXXX Anne's live room. A lot of good water friends went over to take a look and saw Wei Shiyu, and one after another was so excited that they returned to the Big Four horse live room to brush the screen. Big Four horse of course will not gullibly believe the words of the water friends. Water friends with rhythm that are the norm. Daishima arranged for his assistant to enter Anne's live room to see what was going on. The assistant was so excited that she frantically sent a message to Daishima. It's Miss Treasure. It's really Miss Treasure. Receiving an affirmative answer from his assistant, Big Four horses no longer hesitated and yelled. The horse family army is on the march. Not an inch of grass will be left behind. XXXXXX and live. Take off. The horsemen go forth and do not leave a single inch of grass behind. The horsemen go forth and do not leave a single inch of grass behind. The horsemen go forth and do not leave a single inch of grass behind. The pop-ups went wild. In the blink of an eye, the popularity of Anne's live broadcast room skyrocketed from a few tens of thousands to over 3 million, and was ready to give up the live broadcast. But the happiness came so suddenly that Anne's whole body was dumbfounded, not knowing what was going on at all. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 superfires take off, and Anne's voice was muffled with excitement. Thanks to Big Brother Decima for the superfire. Big Brother is awesome. Big Brother 18 centimeters. Big Brother is a groom night after night. Anun, do a good job of live streaming and take a clearer picture of Miss Treasure. And was confused. Which one is Miss Treasure? Wei Muyao. And was even more confused. I don't know Wei Muyao. But there is a Miss Wei Shiyu here. Wei Shiyu? Decima couldn't help but frown, carefully observing Wei Shiyu on the podium. This young lady was very much like his treasure young lady, almost carved out of the same mold. Only, she seemed to be a bit whiter than the treasure young lady. Is it because of the beauty and filter effects? Anne, could you turn off the beauty and filters? Ordinary female anchors, for off beauty and filters must be resistant, because the bridge bijou incident is a foregone conclusion. However, and is not a wimp at all. She also has a real face value of more than 85, and is the departmental flower of the finance department. Okay, Brother Oshima, wait a moment. And painfully turned off the beauty and filters and pointed the camera directly at her face. Beauty and filters are turned off. What else does Brother Big Four Horse want? The Big Four Horses brought the water boys alive. Oh my god. And still looks this good with her beauty face and filter off? It's just that her skin color is slightly darker. Powdered and powdered. Missinen is one of the few female anchors who dares to turn off the beauty filter. Originally, I just wanted to meet Miss Treasure. But I didn't expect to have the unexpected pleasure of meeting such a precious anchor as an Big Four Horse's brain hurt, and he coughed dryly. That's right, Anun. I asked you to turn off the beauty face and filters. Not for you to shoot yourself. You shoot Wei Shiyu ah. Oh. And then mischievously spat out her tongue and shifted the direction of the camera shot, aiming it at Wei Shiyu on the podium. The water boys instantly exploded. My goodness. Just now I thought that Missinen was already very good, but when I saw Miss Treasure, I was directly shocked. There's no harm without comparison ah. Compared to Miss Treasure's sister, Annan has directly become a country girl, and Miss Treasure is the honorable princess. Is Miss Treasure's face value this high? The beauty and filters have been turned off, yet no change can be seen. Even the color of her skin has not changed at all. It's like pure white milk. Love. Such an aesthetically pleasing young lady. No wonder she has seduced the soul of Daishima. Daishima couldn't help but frown and sigh quietly. Brothers, you're happy for nothing. Although this Miss Wei Shiyu resembles my Miss Treasure, she's not my Miss Treasure. My Miss Treasure's skin isn't this white. It's a healthy color with a slight hint of wheat yellow. Annan laughed. Don't be disappointed. Big Brother Four Horse. Perhaps Wei Shiyu is the sister of that Miss Treasure. Otherwise why do they look so much alike? Big Four Horse's heart stirred. Yes, Miss Wei Shiyu and Miss Treasure are so much alike. There is a real possibility that they are sisters. Is it possible to find Miss Treasure through Miss Wei Shiyu? Today, Decima sincerely invited Wei Muyao to do another installment of the Takeout Operator special. But unfortunately, she was ruthlessly rejected by Wei Muyao. The reason for the refusal was that it was impossible to draw a schedule. Of course Big Four Horses wouldn't believe Wei Muyao's words. How could a takeaway worker not be able to find a slot? Do you think you're a superstar? This is clearly a pushback. Daishima collected his mind and quietly watched the broadcast. Amidst all the attention, Wei Shiyu, Wang Haiyan, and Jean Pengfei walked up to the podium. Wang Haiyan was very unconvinced by Wei Shiyu, holding her head high and proudly, and didn't talk to Wei Shiyu at all. Because of Wei Shiyu, Jean Pengfei lost his internship and even implicated his eldest uncle, who grew to hate Wei Shiyu out of love. Why should Wei Shiyu get the chance to speak? Jean Pengfei came to Wei Shiyu's side and lowered his voice. Wei Shiyu, you've finally fallen into my hands, haven't you? There are people protecting you in the Huanya group. I don't believe there are people protecting you in our Fudan University as well. Wei Shiyu couldn't help but frown. Work and life had been so smooth these past few days that she had even forgotten about Jean Pengfei, the boy who had once annoyed her beyond measure. Jean Pengfei, it's the school festival now. Don't mess around. If you have anything to say, let's talk about it after the school festival is over. As the two spoke, the awards were officially presented, and each of the three received a certificate of honor for being an outstanding current student. Next, I would like to invite Wei Shiyu to speak as the representative of outstanding students. Saying that, the host handed the microphone to Wei Shiyu. Wei Shiyu picked up the microphone and cleared her throat in preparation for her speech, when a large hand suddenly reached over to the side and violently snatched the microphone away. Chapter 62. What kind of family is Miss Treasure? This scene was so sudden that not only was Wei Shiyu startled, everyone on the podium was startled. Lu Dishwai said in a cold voice, Student Jean Pengfei, don't mess up. Quickly return the microphone to student Wei Shiyu. Jean Pengfei didn't budge at all as he locked eyes with Lu Dishwai. Director Lu, I protest. Why isn't the outstanding graduate speaker representative Wang Haiyan? Why is it Wei Shiyu? What kind of shady business is going on here? Wei Shiyu also wanted to say that there must be a dark secret in this. She obviously didn't want to speak, but Director Lu was also too untrustworthy, and got excited. Surely there are shady things? The effect of this show was pulled straight to full effect. Viewers, did you see that? It's not that my prediction was slapped in the face. There's a dark secret here. What makes Wang Haiyan, who is so strong, not the representative of the outstanding current student speaker? Deshima couldn't help but frown. Because of Miss Treasure's sister, an innate goodwill existed towards Wei Shiyu, and he didn't want there to be any dark secrets on Wei Shiyu. Lu Dishui was slightly vain. However, he knew that he could not lose in terms of momentum. Student Jean Pengfei, don't be ridiculous. There's nothing shady about our school festival. Wei Shiyu is excellent enough to speak on behalf of the outstanding students. Isn't she? Isn't that right, students? Lu Dishui looked at the students on the stage with great confidence. The boys who liked Wei Shiyu howled desperately at the top of their voices. Director Lu is right. Shiyu is definitely qualified to be the representative of the outstanding current student speaker. I unconditionally support Wei Shiyu. My wife is the best. Fuck off. It's obviously my wife. There were some girls who said a few fair words. However, their voices were so small that they were directly drowned out by the boys' voices. This is probably one of the very few pinnacle moments where boys crush girls, right? Lu Dishui's hand slightly pressed down. The clamor under the stage slowly stopped. Lu Dishui twisted his head and looked at Jean Pengfei with a majestic gaze. Mr. Jean Pengfei, did you hear the cries of your classmates? What are you still questioning? Why don't you hurry up and return the microphone to classmate Wei Shiyu? Jean Pengfei snorted coldly. This only proves that Wei Shiyu is popular. It doesn't prove her excellence. As the student council president of our Fudan University, Wang Haiyan has taken 4 gold medals in the Olympiad mathematics competition for our Fudan University. She has earned a lot of honors for our alma mater. What did Shiyu Wei do for our alma mater? Why did Wei Shiyu take away Wang Haiyan's speech as the representative of the outstanding graduates? Anan was so excited. Water friends, you hear that, right? Student Wang Haiyan is the real uncrowned king. I'd like to see if the school will admit its mistake. However, the water users would not be so easily taken in the rhythm. After all, most of them came over to CMS. Treasure. Anchor, don't get excited. Miss Wei Shiyu is most likely Miss Treasure's blood sister. Miss Treasure is a top celebrity, which means that Wei Shiyu is also a top celebrity. As a top celebrity, why would she need to make small moves behind her back? Big 4 horses harmonized. Miss Anan, let's not jump to conclusions and be quiet as a spectator. I choose to believe Miss Wei Shiyu. If she really is Miss Treasure's sister, the energy behind her is something we can't estimate. Wang Haiyan hadn't said anything since the beginning, but her head was held high, as if she was the born king and no one could compete with her. Wei Shiyu didn't care at all. She couldn't wait to be deprived of this speaking representative. Lu Dishui is not panicked at all. The 2 old bosses are there. There is no need for him to stand out. Just as Lu Dishui thought, Li Changtian stepped forward. Student Jean Pengfei, right? Let me tell you what kind of contribution student Wei Shiyu has made to her alma mater. At the strong request of student Wei Shiyu, we, Changtian Group and Mirage City Group, have added an additional 500 internship places. Is this contribution enough? Wow! The entire grand staircase classroom exploded. 500 additional internships? That's 600 internships. That's a huge contribution. Changtian Group and Mirage City Group are group companies with a very strong upward momentum, and being able to join them means an annual salary of $300,000 to start with. If you can be promoted to a minor leader, you can casually earn $1 million a year. Sister Shiyu has created 600 future petite capitalists in one go. That's amazing. Even Wang Haiyan lowered her high and lofty head and looked at Wei Shiyu with admiration. The difference between her and Wei Shiyu's realms was too great to be comparable. I, Wang Haiyan, have never obeyed anyone, and today, I'm convinced. Wei Shiyu, you are a truly outstanding current student, and was going crazy. It was 600 internships. According to the current status of Changtian Group and Mirage City Group, each of the internship quotas were precious, and could even attract students from Tsinghua University and Imperial Capital University. Taking out 600 of them at once was really too atmospheric. The water boys yelled. I knew it. I knew there was nothing shady. Miss Wei Shiyu is really Miss Treasure's sister. Sure enough, she's a true super celebrity. I'm getting more and more curious. What kind of family is Miss Wei Shiyu and Miss Treasure? Why does Changtian Group's director Li support her so strongly? Does Sima turn around and you can work with Miss Anan to start a program to find the super rich? Through the 2 treasure sisters, find the super rich people hidden behind them. Daishima's eyes lit up. This seems to be operable. Wait to turn around and plan properly with Anne. Jean Pengfei was simply going crazy. This is the Li Dong of Changtian Group, the boss of one of the top 500 companies in China. How could he support Wei Shiyu so strongly? Unwilling. Jean Pengfei was very unwilling. Dong Li, why are you supporting Wei Shiyu so strongly? Can't it be that there's some kind of unseemly affair between you and her? All the teachers and students at the scene were all quiet, turning back and forth on Li Changtian and Wei Shiyu with suspicious gazes. The combination of one being an entrepreneurial boss of the top 500 in China and the other being a schoolgirl was evocative. Lu Dishui's face changed slightly. This Jean Pengfei really dare to ask anything? Li Dong will not be angry, right? What Lu Dishui didn't expect was that Li Changtian wasn't angry at all and smiled slightly. Shiyu's father has given Changtian Group and Mirage City Group an additional $50 billion each. Do you think we should support Shiyu? Buzz. Jean Pengfei's brain almost exploded. Staggering back several steps, he almost fell to the ground. With a snap, Jean Pengfei could no longer hold the microphone in his hand, and it slipped and fell to the ground with an ear-piercing thud. An additional $50 billion investment each? That's $100 billion in Nifty. The water friends in the live broadcast room were completely dumbfounded. They had already overestimated Miss Treasure's family, but they didn't expect to underestimate it. No wonder Miss Treasure's handkerchief costs millions and a pair of sunglasses can buy a house in Shanghai. I finally get it. Ha ha ha. Oshima should despair, right? Miss Treasure's family is so horrible that he doesn't stand a chance. Poor Big Four Horses. Sudden before they even got out of the lineup, Big Four Horses laughed bitterly. A few days ago, he had the luxury of taking down Miss Treasure. It was simply a joke. Such a superb mansion. He wouldn't even dare to think about it. Wei Shiyu was also confused. Li Dong, even if you want to help me, you cannot open your mouth and nonsense off. Her dad is just an ordinary driver. He doesn't even have a $5 million wife's book. Where did he get $50 billion? All the students were shocked, dumbfounded, looking at Wei Shiyu unable to say a word. So it turned out that the Wei Dashue, who had always been very low-key, was actually a super rich second generation? No wonder big schoolgirl Wei never falls in love at school. People are looking at these childish little boys. Lu Dishui secretly said that it was so dangerous that he had misunderstood the relationship between Wei Shiyu and Li Changtian and almost said something unpleasant. And scalp tingled as he laughed bitterly. Water friends, you're once again delighted. Once again, my divine prediction has been slapped in the face. It's true that there are no shady secrets. However, why am I not upset at all about being slapped in the face this time? Is it because I met the real top celebrities? Chapter 63, Wei Changan's brother. Sima privately messaged Anun. In a moment, you go ask Wei Shiyu if she has a sister named Wei Muyao. In addition, can we have dinner together in a moment? There is something to discuss with you. Okay, brother Big Four Horse, I got your private message. The Waterboys went wild with question marks. What did Big Four Horse and Anun have a private chat about? Is Big Four Horse giving up on MS Treasure and switching to MS Av? I'm going to go. Are Big Four Horses and Anun going to run present? Show flipping. Big Ben now live? Li Changtian was like a pin in the sea, instantly solving the small troubles, and the school festival came to a successful end. Lu Dishui came to Li Changtian and Lin Xiaotian and asked in a low voice, Dong Lin, could I invite you to a casual meal at the small cafeteria? The two looked at their watches and looked at Lu Dishui with a smile. Director Lu, you shouldn't ask us about this. You should ask Shiyu. Lu Dishui laughed out loud. Understood. Shiyu, what do you think? Wei Shiyu originally wanted to refuse, but, in order to figure out why Li Changtian helped her tell such a big lie, Wei Shiyu gently nodded her head. Alright. Li Changtian and Lin Xiaotian were exchanging pleasantries with a few school leaders in the front, while Wei Shiyu was in the back, sizing up Li Changtian and Lin Xiaotian with a suspicious gaze. Wei Shiyu always felt that there was something strange about these two people. However, Wei Shiyu had no evidence. Just mulling it over, Wei Shiyu's footsteps slowed down, lagging behind by a few meters. Seeing the opportunity, Anun quickly chased after her. Sister Wei Shiyu, I'm your schoolmate Anun. I'd like to ask you a question. Do you have any sisters named Wei Muyao? How does schoolteacher know my big sister's name? Do schoolteacher and my big sister know each other? The live feed instantly exploded. It's solid. Miss Wei Shiyu is Miss Treasure's sister. Daishima clenches his fists in excitement. Great. He finally found the clue of the Treasure Lady's sister. Even if he can't get the Treasure Lady's sister, it's good to look up to her from the side. And said in a conciliatory voice, your big sister was my co-worker's special guest. Can I invite you to be the special guest? So it's a live broadcast. I'll forget it. My profession is not suitable for live broadcasting. There is no live effect. MS. Wei Shiyu. Don't be so desperate. Schoolmates just want to see the life of a real celebrity. Just let schoolmates take a picture of where you live. And take a picture of your uncles and aunts. Wei Shiyu couldn't help but roll her eyes greatly. It's not impossible to film. Wait for me to ask my dad. However, senior sister will be disappointed. My dad is just an ordinary driver. My family lives in an old silo. Of course Anun won't believe Wei Shiyu's bullshit. Giggling, silos are fine. Drivers are fine. Let's make a deal. Shiyu schoolmate, add a Weibo. After exchanging WeChat with Anun, Wei Shiyu hurriedly caught up with Li Changtian and the others, taking advantage of the gap between the school leaders going to order. Wei Shiyu asked, Li Dong, can I ask you a question? Sure. I know you were helping me just now. I'm very confused. Why did you tell that kind of big lie? My father is just an ordinary driver. He can't even take out $5 million. How can he give you an additional $50 billion to invest? Li Chengtian smiled slightly. It seemed that the little princess didn't know Brother Yuan's strength yet. Yuqi must have wanted to hide his identity to see the problems and flaws in the children before showing his cards. Logically, with Brother Yuan's ability, he should have seen pretty much everything in the past few days. So why hasn't he shown his hand yet? No matter what, it's better for him to help Abuchi to show his hand. Anyway, Abuchi is also a baby spoiling devil. Sooner or later he will show his hand. Shiyu, if I tell you that your father is the world's top financial oligarch, rich as a nation, will you believe me? Wei Shiyu rolled her lovely white eyes in anger and pouted. Li Dong, don't tease me as a little girl, okay? What the hell is going on? Li Chengtian instantly realized that Brother Yuan should have already shown his cards. It is the children who do not believe. Gotta keep making up stories. Shiyu, then I'll be frank with you. I heard from Xiaotian that you invested $2 billion in Mirage City Group yesterday. Can you invest $2 billion in our Chengtian Group as well? Ha? Did Dongli tell a big lie to beg for investment? Wei Shiyu hesitated. Li Dong, your Chengtian Group has a market capitalization of $200 billion. How can you be short of $2 billion? Li Chengtian opened his mouth and floundered. Market capitalization and cash flow are not a concept at all. Wei Chengtian Group is currently in a stage of high leverage and high speed development, and we really can't get $2 billion in cash flow. This? Wei Shiyu always felt that Li Chengtian was fooling her, but she couldn't find any evidence. Wei Shiyu sent a message to her old leader Zhao Hongming for confirmation. Mr. Zhao, can Chengtian Group come up with $2 billion of cash flow at this stage? This is estimated to be a bit difficult. Chengtian Group's expansion is too fast, the leverage has been increased too high, and the cash flow is very tight. Wei Shiyu was slightly stunned. It seems that Li Dong really lacked money. That's why he helped her lie to please her? Why does it feel so unreal? Li Dong, thank you for your righteousness and help today. Shiyu, keep in mind, if Chengtian Group is really short of money, tomorrow I will go to Chengtian Group to investigate and invest. Yes. Welcome. Equals. There is a billiard hall in the snack street outside the China Sea University of Foreign Languages. At 10 o'clock in the morning, a dozen or so fancy-dressed youths had gathered in the billiard hall. The youth at the head was gangly and handsome, with long hair that could cover his entire face, bare-chested, with a hideous green dragon tattooed on his body. The youth sat on the pool table, 1 foot on the edge, clutching 2 billiard balls in his hand and spinning them around. The owner of the billiard hall was disgruntled, but he couldn't afford to offend these undesirables, so he could only try to bear it. The youth pulled out a cigarette and held it in his mouth, twisting his head to look at his little brother on the side. The little brother hurriedly took out his lighter and attentively helped the youth light his cigarette. Taking a hard drag on his cigarette, the youth couldn't help but narrow his eyes and look around at his minions. Changan didn't come out again today? The minions looked at each other in disbelief. They didn't know what was going on with Brother Changan in the past 2 days. A little sister couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Brother Jian, don't mention Brother Changan. He's a good student now that he's the president of the student council. Where would he look at us punks? The youth known as Brother Jian was called Jian Bolin, Wei Chanan's junior high school classmate, and the two could be called the best of 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 the best. Even after Wei Changan went to college, the two had the same friendship as before and still played together every day. It was precisely because of this that Wei Changan had the courage to protect his female classmates from the harassment of off-campus gangsters. With a snap, Jian Bolin raised his hand and slapped the little Yuqi. Zhong Ting, have you lived long enough? How dare you make up Changan behind his back? Sword, what gives you the right to hit me? Was I wrong? Brother Changan's hair is dyed black. He studies in the library every day. He doesn't answer his phone calls and doesn't reply to his tweets. Isn't he just trying to draw a line with us? Zhong Ting covered her face and looked at Jian Bolin with a defiant expression. Jian Bolin raised his arm again, but slowly lowered it, because he knew that what Zhong Ting said was true. 2 days ago, Jian Bolin received a text message from Wei Changan. Borin, as of today, I'm not going out to play, and in the future, don't contact me unless you're in danger of being hacked to death. Chapter 64, The Very Potential Wei Changan. In the past 2 days, Jian Bolin had already made a dozen phone calls to Wei Changan and sent dozens of WeChat messages, but there was no half-hearted response. Jian Bolin had sneaked into the University of Foreign Languages and saw Wei Changan, who was concentrating on his studies, in the library. Put. Jian Bolin spat his cigarette on the floor with great force, jumped off the pool table, and stomped on it viciously. Wei Changan, you are too cruel. Isn't it just to be hacked to death? How hard can it be? I won't tell you Wei Changan even if I get hacked to death. After I die, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Jian Bolan grabbed a pool cue with both hands and slammed it into his knee. With a click, the pool cue snapped in two. Jian Bolan carried the thicker section and walked towards the outside of the billiard hall with an expressionless face. Jian is going to beat up someone? The eyes of the juniors lit up as they copied their weapons and followed Jian Bolan's lead. As he walked towards the door, Jian Bolan suddenly stopped and turned back to look at his brothers coldly. Don't follow me. I'm not in a good mood right now, so be careful to beat you all up together. The little brothers hurriedly shrunk their necks as if they were wilted quails, not daring to follow Jian Bolan anymore. 20 minutes later, Jian Bolan arrived at the Heavenly Palace. Jian Bolan put the pool cue upside down behind his back and stepped faithfully up the steps, and was stopped by two security guards at the main entrance. My friend, our heavenly room opens at 8 p.m. So please come back tonight. I'm not here to have fun. Let your Gao chief come out to see me. The two security guards were furious. Kid, I advise you to leave right now. Heavenly Palace is not a place where a little redneck like you can just run wild. Under normal circumstances, Jian Bolan wouldn't dare to be wild in the Heavenly Palace. After all, the gap between him and the other party was as big as a firefly and a white moon. However, right now, Jian Bolan had already been angered by Wei Changan and had lost some of his mind. In addition, a few of the punks that Changan offended were none other than the ponies of the heavenly world. So it was a way to help Changan do a little something at the end of the day. I'm going to be wild today. Your general manager Gao's people are harassing female students on my turf. I must have a say today. If you're smart, get out of the way. The two security guards were certainly not intimidated by Jian Bolan and did not hesitate to strike at him. Jian Bolan snorted coldly, drew out his pool cue, and smashed it hard. In 3 strikes, the two security guards were knocked to the ground by Jian Bolan. Jian Bolan just rushed straight into the heavenly room. The other punks didn't dare to follow Jian Bolan, but Zhong Ting had a crush on Jian Bolan for a long time and was afraid that Jian Bolan would suffer, so she quietly followed Jian Bolan's footsteps. Seeing that Jian Bolan had actually beaten up the security guards of the Heavenly Palace, Zhong Ting was scared out of her wits. A familiar figure emerged in Zhong Ting's mind, Wei Changan. Right, call Brother Changan right away. Only Brother Changan has the means to stop Brother Jian. Zhong Ting hurriedly called Wei Changan. Wei Changan drank a little too much last night, got up a little late today, and when he came to school, he hurriedly ran into the library and found a quiet place to study. The phone suddenly vibrated. Wei Changan grabbed it and couldn't help but frown. Why was Zhong Ting calling him again? Didn't he make it clear? From now on he won't hang around. He'll study hard. Wei Changan hung up without hesitation. Zhong Ting was very anxious and hurriedly texted Wei Changan. Brother Changan, it's not good. Jian injured the security guards at the Heavenly Paradise and stormed into it. Wei Changan broke out into a cold sweat. Is Bo Lin crazy? Why did you go to the Heavenly Palace to cause trouble? Wei Changan hurriedly dialed Jian Bolan's phone, but the phone was not answered. Wei Changan was so anxious. Where did he still care about studying? Hurriedly put down his books, dashed out of the library, swept a shared bicycle, and went straight to the heavenly world. At this time, Jian Bolan had already collapsed into a pool of blood. However, Jian Bolan is also really powerful. A pair of dozens, froze dry over 5 or 6, and 7 or 8 with injuries. Especially those few punks who went to the University of Foreign Languages to harass the girls were the worst. Lying on the ground and grunting non-stop, the High President of the Heavenly World was alarmed and came down to check it out himself. What's going on? What's all this noise in the middle of the day? Can't we sleep anymore? Mr. Gao. This kid caused trouble and was taken down by the brothers. What ******** there is still someone who dares to cause trouble in Heavenly Palace? Does he think that I, Gao Chang, have lost my bloodlust after becoming a legitimate businessman? Pull this kid over for me to take a look. Jian Bolan was pulled to Gao Chang by the two juniors, and Gao Chang couldn't help but let out a soft eep as he raised his hand to separate Jian Bolan's long hair that was stained with blood. Ha! This kid is quite handsome. Has the potential to be a duck. If you can't compensate for the loss of our heavenly paradise, leave him to work here to pay off the debt. Yes, Mr. Gao. Jian Bolan was furious. How dare he make him a duck? If he really became a duck, what face would he have to hang out on the streets? Put. Jian Bolan opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of thick phlegm stained with blood onto Gao Chang's snow-white shirt. Gao Chang was enraged and backhanded Jian Bolan with a slap, directly knocking him to the ground. Mud. This kid is like this and he still dares to provoke me? Give me a beating. Hit hard, beat him until he's honest. Yes. The minions responded in a loud voice and rallied around them. Wei Changan finally clapped his horse and arrived. And when he saw Jian Bolan being violently beaten, Wei Changan hurriedly shouted, Don't hurt anyone. Big brothers have mercy. The The little brothers stopped their movements and subconsciously turned their heads to look at Wei Changan. Ha! What a handsome young man. What's going on today? Are these youngsters crazy? Do they really think that Heavenly Palace is a place where they can just run wild? Jian Bolan's face changed drastically. Why is Changan here? He came here to beg for death. He can't involve Changan. Wei Changan. I don't need you to mind my business. Don't you want to study hard? Get lost. Gao Chang's eyes lit up. Wow. Today's harvest is quite fruitful. This young man coming behind is even more handsome than that long hair. Moreover, there is a strong smell of books on his body, so he should be a student boy, right? Those rich women must like this kind of tone. It's a fortune. Wei Changan took a deep breath and tried to suppress his inner tension. Looking at Gao Chang with a calm gaze, he was sure at a glance that Gao Chang was the head of the gang. Big brother. My brother doesn't know what he's doing and has rushed you. Please don't be general with him, and we can compensate for the damage caused to you. Gao Chang smiled. This kid was a bit interesting. Compensation? Fine. Your friend smashed a dozen antique vases, broke several crystal booths, and injured a dozen of my brothers. I don't ask for much. Pay $2 million. $2 million? Wei Chanan's face was pale. Even if he killed him, he could not get so much money. Big brother, this is a little bit not enough. These vases inside the word made in China. This is by no means any antique. Obviously is a recent crafts. You see this into not? Give you a sincere price? $100,000. Chapter 65, The Driver Is That Good. Wei Changan learned last night that his second sister sold 2 bottles of wine at a profit of $200,000, so he dared to say the figure of 100,000. The price is definitely a conscience price. If Wei Changan wasn't a bit demonic in his handsomeness, and if Mr. Gao hadn't wanted to make Wei Changan a money tree, perhaps this matter would have passed. Unfortunately, there are no ifs in this world. Gao Chang snorted coldly. Young man, how dare you slander my vase as a craft? I'm very upset. Just now it was $2 million. Now it's become $5 million. Either take the money or work to pay off your debt. $5 million? Wei Changan was almost exasperated. Big brother, you're going a bit too far, aren't you? You're asking us to work for you for free for the rest of our lives. Gao Chang smiled faintly. No. If you are lucky and serve a good guest, you can pay back the $5 million. The minions roared with laughter. This kid is fine-skinned and tender, born to be a duck. Sour. I actually want to serve rich women. Most of these rich women are quite good-looking and well-maintained with fine skin. Why do I think this kid looks a bit familiar? Seems like I've seen him somewhere. One of the juniors who was injured surveyed Wei Changan with a puzzled gaze. Following the voice, Wei Changan saw a familiar face. Wasn't this the asshole who harassed Feng Yue? It turned out that he was a horseman from heavenly paradise. Wei Changan of course will not be a duck. Expressionless looking at Gao Chang, rabbits bite when they are anxious. I hope that big brother will not be too bullying. Just $100,000. No more. Gao Chang laughed. Smashing my venue. No bargaining for you. Brothers, take him down. Make sure to keep a good eye on him. Not to hurt his little face. Yes. The little brothers smiled grimly and surrounded Wei Changan. Jian Bolan was in a hurry and shouted. Changan, don't be a fool. Run. How could Wei Changan abandon his own brother? Jian Bolan has evolved into a jerk because of him. Ever since junior high school, there had been a lot of punks harassing Wei Muyo and Wei Shiyu, and it was the strong rise of Wei Changan and Jian Bolan that preserved the innocence of the two girls. What should he do now that he can't fight with 2 fists? In such a desperate situation, a solid figure appeared in Wei Changan's mind. Dad must be able to save him. Somehow. Wei Changan just had this kind of confidence. Wei Changan sent a message to Wei Yuan quickly before the punks surrounded him. Daddy, help me. After sending the message, Wei Changan said in a deep voice, I advise you not to mess around. If you dare to touch half of my sweat, my father will definitely not let you go. Wei Chanan's aura was too strong, and for a moment it really subdued the gangsters, who turned their heads and looked at Gao Chang with inquiring eyes. Gao Chang's brow was deeply wrinkled. For a moment he was a little uncertain. What if this kid's father was really a big shot? Under close observation, the punk who had harassed Feng Yue finally recognized Wei Changan, and the punk suddenly let out a burst of maniacal laughter. Mr. Gao, don't be intimidated by this kid. I know this kid. He's a student of the Central Sea Foreign Language University, called Wei Changan, and a few days ago, he spoiled my good deed. I've already investigated him clearly in the past few days. His family condition is very average. His father is just a very ordinary driver. Wang Shun, are you sure you didn't recognize the wrong person? Didn't you say a few days ago that it was a yellow-haired punk with a lot of earrings that spoiled it for you? Mr. Gao, I'm sure as well as certain. Although this kid has dyed his hair black and his earrings have been removed. Mr. Gao, Take a closer look. Does this kid have several ear piercings on his ears? Looking in the direction Wang Shun's hand was pointing, Cao Chang really did see several ear piercings. Cao Chang was instantly relieved. How can a normal, good student have so many ears pierced? This kid is a punk without a doubt. Brothers, don't be afraid. This kid's father is just an ordinary driver. Give it to me. Take him down. With a wave of Gao Chang's hand, his minions wailed and rushed up, instantly drowning Wei Changan. Received his son's distress text message. Wei Yuan hurriedly dialed back to his son. The phone surprisingly connected. Wei Yuan anxiously asked, Changan, where are you? In the end, what happened? An unfamiliar voice came from across the phone. You are Wei Chahan's father, right? Your son broke more than a dozen pieces of antiques in our heavenly palace, broke several crystal booths, and injured more than a dozen brothers. Immediately take $5 million to ransom. If you can't take $5 million, it's fine. Let your son work for me for a period of time, and use his body to pay off the debt well. Wei Yuan was simply furious. How dare someone talk to him like that? I advise you to better not touch my son, or you will regret being born in this world. Gee, are all drivers this good these days? Right, the driver is that good. After saying that, Wei Yuan directly hung up the phone and turned to Li Changtian. Immediately arrange for a few hundred drivers and have them go to the heavenly manor. My son has been detained by the heavenly paradise. Brother Fuchi. Li Changtian was eating the school banquet in the small kitchen on the second floor of Fudan University's cafeteria, when he suddenly received a call from Wei Yuan. Where did he still care about eating? Without hesitation, he said goodbye to a few school leaders and Wei Shiyu, took Lin Xiaotian with him, and turned to leave. Is Heavenly Kingdom crazy? How dare you detain the Eternal Kingdom's young master? Li Changtian hurriedly at everyone in the 108 generals group. Brothers, hurry to the Heavenly Palace. The young master has been detained by Heavenly Paradise. Is this Heavenly Palace crazy? The eldest young master even dares to deduct? Today must lift the Heavenly Palace off the ground. Last time we went to play, Xiao Gao was quite polite. What's going on today? Have you lived long enough? At Li Changtian, Brother Changtian. Is there anything we should be aware of? Li Changtian, by the way, Brother Yuan asked me to arrange for a few hundred drivers. Your status is that of drivers. Understand? There are only 108 of us. What if we don't have enough people? Stupid. You wouldn't arrange for a couple of real drivers? If you can't, arrange a few executives. Understood. Wei Yuan was the first to drive to the Heavenly Palace, get off the car, and aggressively walk towards the main entrance. A few security guards felt that Wei Yuan was coming from a bad place and couldn't afford to mess with a Rolls-Royce driving being, so they hurriedly rushed into the Heavenly Palace to report to Gao Chang. Mr. Gao, it's not good. There's a Rolls-Royce coming. The other side is raging. What should we do? Gao Chang snorted coldly. What's the panic? The other party is just a driver. He's here to deliver money. Chapter 66. Where the hell is this driver? Wei Yuan's face was so scary that the two security guards hurriedly closed the door and shouted inside. Sir, our heavenly parlor opens at 8 p.m. Please go back. Wei Yuan ignored the security guard's words, lifted his long leg, and viciously kicked over. Wow! Explosion-proof tempered glass surprisingly shattered in response to the sound. The two security guards were lifted over by the huge force and lay on the ground, shocked beyond words as they looked at this man who was like a demon god, and simply did not have the courage to get up and resist. Wei Yuan didn't even bother to look at the two security guards and walked faithfully into the lobby, and as he walked, he considered whether he should arrange a few bodyguards for his son and daughter. If that's not possible, transfer the Shura team to Zhonghai? Only, would that attract the attention of the authorities? Hey, there are times when being too rich can lead to a loss of freedom instead. Soon, Wei Yuan gathered his mind, because he saw a few punks twisting Wei Chanan's arm, suppressing him so that he couldn't move. Let go of my son or die. Gao Chang snorted coldly. My friend, this is the Heavenly Palace. My Gao Chang's turf. You are a dragon for me to coil, a tiger for me to lie down. Wei Yuan didn't even bother to strike up a conversation with Gao Chang, not even looking at him as he quickly walked towards Wei Changan. Wei Changan was slightly startled. Why did Dad come alone? Dad didn't call the police? Afraid that his father would suffer, Wei Changan shouted. My father has already called the police, so let go of me. Otherwise, all of you will be arrested into the patrol room. Lying on the ground, Jian Bolin laboriously looked up. Ha! Changan's father is so young and handsome? No wonder Changan is so much more handsome than him. So the genes of the previous generation lost. Call the police? The punks panicked a bit and turned their heads to look at Gao Chang. Gao Chang was not panicked at all. He had long ago arranged for a few undercover agents. As long as there was a movement in the inspector's office, he would get the news at the first time. What are you afraid of? This kid came to our heavenly paradise to cause trouble. We were only acting in self-defense. I'll take the blame if anything happens. Take him down. Yes. A few punks stepped forward and stopped Wei Yuan in his tracks. Fuck off or die. It was clear that Wei Yuan's voice was calm, but the icy aura from the depths of hell emerged from his body. The punks were like falling into an ice cellar, subconsciously taking several steps back. The man in front of them was too terrifying. Simply a devil who had devoured countless blood and flesh. Wei Yuan just passed through the middle of the punks and came to Wei Changan, coldly looking at the few punks who were twisting Wei Changan. Let go. Oh. The aura on Wei Yuan's body was too strong. A few punks were completely subdued. Large cold sweats broke out on their heads and they were busy letting go of their hands. Wei Yuan held Wei Changan and carefully examined him, realizing that his son was not injured, and only then did he let out a slight sigh of relief. Changan, you're not hurt? No, that Mr. Gao intends to make me work to pay off my debts, and has specifically instructed that I am not to be hurt. Wei Yuan looked at Gao Chang faintly, counting this kid's life. If Changan is missing a hair of sweat, Gao Chang will definitely die an ugly death. Gao Chang was simply furious. His minions are too wimpy, aren't they? To be intimidated by one man? It seemed that he had to do it himself. Waste. A bunch of wastes. So many people, and they're intimidated by one person? Shame on old me. Take a copy. Follow me. Gao Chang picked up the pool cue that Jin Bolin had brought with him and aggressively walked towards Wei Yuan's father and son. The big brother had stepped out. The punks had a backbone. They all copied the weapon in their hands, and surrounded the father and son duo of Wei Yuan. They were too humiliated just now. With so many people, they were actually intimidated by a single person. They had to waste him in order to save their face. Wei Changan was very nervous, afraid that his dad would suffer, decisively blocked in front of Wei Yuan and said loudly, "My dad has already called the police. The inspector will be here soon. You guys don't mess around." Wei Yuan was touched. The fact that his son was able to stand in front of him in such a critical moment was enough to show his son's quality and filial piety. Passing the family fortune to his son, he was also relieved. Wei Yuan decides that from now on, he's not going to act. He's going to show his cards. Jin Bolin struggled to his feet and staggered to Wei Changan's side, glaring at Gao Chang and the others without showing any weakness. It had been a long time since he had fought with Changan, and the hot blood in his body seemed to be boiling. Ah, come on. Jin Bolin let out a howl as if he were a wild beast, his eyes glowing as he stared at Gao Chang. Even if he died, he would still pull Gao Chang down. Wei Yuan nodded slightly. This kid is good. Worth cultivating. Wei Changan also let out a burst of maniacal laughter, his eyes bubbling with green light, staring viciously at the surrounding punks. Even if it was a fight to the death, he would drag a few down. Jin Bolin and Wei Changan's aura was so intimidating that Gao Chang's heart snapped and his feet lurched. But so many brothers are watching. There's no turning back. Gao Chang took a deep breath and not only did he not back off, he instead accelerated his steps. A tit-for-tat battle is about to begin. Suddenly, two voices came from the main entrance as if they were killing pigs. Mr. Gao, it's not good. There are so many cars coming. All of them are Rolls-Royce. Mr. Gao, hundreds of Rolls-Royces have come. We're in a big mess. The punks panicked. Nima, did you poke a hornet's nest? Hundreds of cars, and all of them Rolls-Royces? How much energy is behind this? It's over. Wow. The punks hurriedly threw the guy things in their hands far away. Gao Chang, who could no longer maintain the momentum he had managed to build up, stopped and turned his head to look at the two disoriented security guards with an unbelievable gaze. What are you talking about? Hundreds of Rolls-Royces? You two aren't lying about the military, are you? No. How dare we? Wei Yuan pulled Wei Changan and Jin Bolin behind himself and looked at Gao Chang indifferently. Mr. Gao, right? They didn't lie about the military. I called these hundreds of cars. You just asked me if the drivers were all this good. I'll answer you again. The drivers are that good. Instead, Gao Chang didn't panic and shouted, "Brothers, don't be afraid. The people this driver shouted at must all be a bunch of stinky drivers. Grab the phone and call for people. Isn't it just about comparing the number of people? Who's afraid of who?" The punks woke up as if in a dream and rushed to call for help. Gao Chang also pulled out his cell phone and called his behind-the-scenes boss. "Brother Liang, someone is causing trouble at the Heavenly Palace. Hold on tight." Halfway through his words, Gao Chang swallowed hard as Gao Chang saw Li Cheng Tianlin Xiaotian and the others fishtailing in. All of these people, he had seen on the financial news, and each one of them had assets of more than $10 billion. A few of them have even come to spend money at the heavenly abode. Gao Chang was going crazy. "Brother, you're playing at me, right? Where the hell is this driver?" He couldn't afford to offend even one of these bosses. Every one of them is a big shot he can only look up to. Did that stinky driver call out all these big shots? Even if Gao Chang was slow, he realized that Wei Yuan was definitely not as simple as an ordinary driver. He's in trouble. He's in trouble. Chapter 67. Are you here to back him up? Gao Chang. Why don't you say anything? What kind of people are causing trouble in the Heavenly Palace? Have you lived long enough? Gao Chang suddenly didn't make a sound, and the voice on the other end of the phone shouted with some annoyance. Gao Chang was on the verge of tears. Brother Liang, save me. I'm in trouble. I'm in big trouble. Here come hundreds of bosses of listed companies. Among them are Chengtian Group's director Li and Sanshui Group's Mr. M.O. What the hell is going on? I don't know. It's just that two boys came to cause trouble and I detained them. Before the words were out of his mouth, there was an angry growl on the other end of the line. Asterisk 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 asterisk, you paralyzed. How dare you deduct anyone? You want to kill me? Why don't you go to hell? The big brother behind Gao Chang was scared shitless. Just now, this big brother behind the back was drinking tea with Mr. M.O. of the Sanshui Group, and Mr. M.O. suddenly excused himself in a hurry, saying that someone had detained the big young master. What kind of person must be the one who can make Mr. M.O. address him as young master? Liang directly hung up the phone, flew downstairs, personally drove a car to the heavenly world to rush. I hope that today's incident will not involve him. The hundreds of bosses and executives were obviously wearing high-grade customized suits and shoes, but, one by one, they were ferocious, like man-eating beasts, surrounding Gao Chang and the punks. The punks were trembling with fear and hurriedly crouched on the ground with their hands on their heads. Gao Chang was very honorable, knowing that he was planted today, and with a plop, he directly knelt in front of Wei Yuan's three people, sincerely admitting his mistake. Big brother, I have eyes and I don't recognize Tai. So please raise your hand and release me like a fart. Wei Yuan snorted coldly. If apologizing works, what's the point of having an inspector? Jin Bolan's eyes were glowing. He simply worshipped Wei Yuan to death. This was the real big brother, casually shaking in hundreds of brothers. Changan, you're not being honest. Haven't you always said you don't have a father? Your dad is too powerful, isn't he? His men are so imposing, like big shots. Wei Changan whispered in Jin Bolan's ear. Bolan, I didn't lie to you. My dad and I only recently recognized each other. My dad is just an ordinary driver. His friends should be either drivers or security guards. Definitely not any big shots. Ha! Jin Bolan had a suspicious look on his face. Why did he think that the customized suits of these old bosses were very handsome and dignified? Seeing that Wei Yuan didn't want to let himself go, Cao Bo could only ask for help from a few old bosses he knew well. Mr. M.O., Mr. Zhu, we are old friends. You guys help my little brother to say something. My little brother really knows it's wrong. Please this big brother let me off. M.O. Wentian, the chairman of the Sanshui Group, as well as Zhu Kaishan of the Blessing Group, turned pale in fear. This asshole, Gao Chang, is trying to get them killed. Fuck Nima. When did I ever have a friendship with you? I did come here to spend money once, but I didn't even leave a phone number with you. Did I? Don't get on my bad side. The two rushed forward, and without a word was a burst of kicks, kicking Gao Chang's non-stop, holding his head and begging for mercy. Jin Bolan stabbed Wei Changan's arm and whispered, Changan, you're not being honest. Obviously Mr. Gao called these two people old bosses. How can you say that they are ordinary drivers? Wei Changan also couldn't help but frown. Mr. Gao did call the two old bosses just now. What's going on here? Wei Changan twisted his head and looked at his dad with an inquiring gaze. Dad, what the hell is going on? Wei Yuan smiled faintly. It's what you see so much. These people who came are all group company bosses. The most vegetable also has $10 billion worth. Gulp. Wei Changan swallowed and a bold thought came to his mind. Dad can summon so many big shots. What's Dad's status? Is it possible that his dad is no less a superstar than Grandpa? Is it possible to leave Grandpa's house and continue to be a rich kid too? Just then, Sun Qian and other executives of Chengtian Hotel came forward and greeted Wei Changan with a pleasing face. Changan, I haven't seen you for a few days. You've become more handsome. Wei Changan's eyes stared. Weren't these people the security guards of Chengtian Hotel? I didn't expect to change a line of clothes to become a man of the world. Kinda like the old boss. It's a real hammer. These people called by Dad are security guards or drivers pretending to be old bosses, and they're using this method to scare Mr. Gao. I have to say, Dad's scheme is simply too good. These uncles and uncles' acting skills are also too good. Simply comparable to the Oscars movie director. Will be the high total fooled a blank stare. Even he and Borin fell for it. Of course, Wei Changan wouldn't reveal his dad's scheme and greeted several people with a smile. Hello Uncle Li. Hello Uncle Sun. Gao Chang wanted to die. This kid still really knows these big shots ah? What kind of being did he provoke? Wei Yuan looked at his son with a pleased gaze. Changan can Learned that he is a super rich second generation and still so calm. It seems, can really show down. Changan, they're yours to deal with. You'll see to it. Wei Changan had no interest in someone who was scared out of his wits and turned his head to Jin Bolan. Bolan, they beat you so badly. What to do with them is up to you. Jin Bolan laughed harshly, grabbed the pool cue, and swung it down hard. Click. The pool cue that had already broken in two again. Gao Chang let out a muffled grunt and just fainted on the ground. Jin Bolan didn't want to let go of Gao Chang and once again raised the pool cue fiercely. Afraid of making a scene, Wei Changan hurriedly pulled Jin Bolan. Borin, just about do it. Don't make a scene. Jin Bolan snorted coldly. This bastard wants to make us ducks. We can't let him off so easily. Aha, ducking? Wei Yuan was burning with rage. Originally, Wei Yuan had planned to leave Gao Chang with a small life. But now, Wei Yuan felt that there was no need for that. Wei Yuan grabbed a bottle of foreign wine and sprinkled it on Gao Chang's head before pulling out a lighter and barfing out a flame. You have 3 seconds to get up. If you continue to play dead, this lighter will be dropped on you. 1, 2. Wei Yuan counted very sharply, not giving Gao Chang a chance to react at all. Gao Chang scared the piss out of himself and didn't dare to pretend to be dead any longer. He hurriedly climbed up. Don't! Big brother, don't! Holy shit! Jin Bolan and Wei Changan looked at each other. This asshole is playing dead? Let you fucking play dead. I'll fulfill you. Boom, 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 boom. Jin Bolan kept on greeting the past with his pool cue. However, he listened to Wei Changan's words and didn't greet the fatal position. Hitting the arms and legs, Gao Chang was being beaten and wailing, wanting to die. The good thing was that he finally saw the familiar figure and shouted, Liang, save me, help me. Shu Liang, Gao Chang's big brother behind the scenes, has finally arrived. Swish, several hundred old bosses looked at Shu Liang at the same time, and Shu Liang shivered and almost fell to the ground. However, Shu Liang knows very well that he cannot kneel yet. These old bosses are just standing field juniors. Only the real big brother can decide his fate. Shu Liang walked straight towards Wei Yuan. He was certain as well as certain that this handsome and uncharacteristic young man was the real man of words. Wei Yuan looked at Shu Liang indifferently. You're here to back up Mr. Gao. Shu Liang scared the piss out of himself, plopped down on his knees, and ruthlessly gave himself a few slaps. Big brother has misunderstood. How could little brother back up such a bastard? Little brother is here to admit his mistake. Little brother is not able to recognize people and use them properly. He has already deeply realized his mistake. Please chastise big brother. Ga. The old bosses were surprised by Shu Liang's operation. This kid is simply heaven show. Originally this matter also has nothing to do with him. As to be scared into this? It's not like Yuqi doesn't eat people. He just eats them. Gao Chang directly collapsed to the ground. The faith in his heart collapsing. He had fully overestimated Wei Yuan's coming, but he didn't expect to still underestimate it. And Liang, who was like a heavenly god in his mind, even knelt down? Gao Chang knew that he was finished. Completely finished. Wei Yuan looked at Shu Liang indifferently. Since you know you're wrong, when you go back, deal with it cleanly for me. Yes. Shu Liang hurriedly nodded his head. Except for Wei Changan. Everyone's heart was in awe at the same time. Brother Yuan was still so ruthless. They knew very well what Wei Yuan meant by this dealing with cleanliness. Wei Yuan looked at Shu Liang with an expressionless face. Just now, your people asked me to bring $5 million to ransom them. Now I'm giving you a chance to ransom them as well. $500. To buy your heavenly palace. Do you think it's fair? Fair? So fair. I'll sell. Go ahead and draw up the contract. I'll only wait 5 minutes for you. Saying that, Wei Yuan lifted his wrist and looked at the Rolex that Wei Shiyu had bought him. Wei Yuan suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. During the time he had been home, Shiyu had bought him a lot of things. He should have bought something for the children as well. Soon, Shu Liang drew up the contract and respectfully handed it to Wei Yuan. Big brother, the contract is ready. You sign it. Wei Yuan casually handed the contract to Jin Bolan and faintly asked, Kid, you have $500 on you, right? Chapter 68, can we bargain? Jin Bolan was a bit confused. Why did Uncle suddenly ask him if he had $500? Jin Bolan subconsciously dug into his pocket and pulled out $12. Uncle, that's all I have here. Wei Yuan couldn't help but roll his eyes greatly. Is there no money inside the bank card? No money inside WeChat? Jin Bolan shyly lowered his head. No money. Me. Wei Yuan kind of wanted to hit someone. Is this kid so poor? There's always chanting or borrowing. Or particle loan, right? Wei Yuan's learning ability was very strong. And in the past few days, he had studied a few payment software in China and knew that he could borrow and overspend. Jin Bolan's cheeks were so red with shame that they could almost drip blood. Fortunately, his hair was long enough to cover his entire face. Uncle, My chanting has been stopped. My borrowing as well as my particulate loans and various other loan apps are all overdue. Wei Yuan rubbed his forehead powerlessly. What kind of extreme is this little brother of his son? Wei Yuan could only turn his head to look at Chu Liang. So what? Can we bargain? The surrounding bosses tried hard to stifle their laughter. The world's top financial giant, their brother Yuan, even had a time to haggle? And it's haggling over $500. If the rest of the world's financial predators knew that, they'd be laughing all the way to the bank, wouldn't they? Chu Liang hurriedly nodded. You can bargain. Of course you can bargain. Big brother, how do you think $5? Spare Wei Yuan's thick skin, but also some slight heat, cough cough. Then $5? Count me owe you a personal favor. If there is anything you can't get through in the future, you will come to this kid. Chu Liang was overjoyed. The heavenly world is just one of his industry. Lost just slightly neat pain. Will not hurt. However, a favor from a big shot of this level is worth $10,000. The surrounding bosses have looked at Chu Liang with envious eyes. This kid is also too good at things. Originally this matter has little to do with him. Froze to run to admit his fault. Did not expect, but actually got a promise from brother Yuan. Brother Fuchi is a man of his word. This kid's making a fortune. Wei Yuan nodded indifferently. That's it. Sign the contract. Yes, big brother. Chu Liang twisted his head and looked at Jin Bolin with a pleasing gaze. From today onwards, this young man was his talisman. He had to make good relations. Little brother, I've already signed the contract, so hurry up and sign it. Until this moment, Jin Bolin only figured out why Uncle asked him if he had $500. Uncle is to let him buy the heavenly world. Happiness came too suddenly. Jin Bolin couldn't regain his senses for a moment and could only look at Wei Changan with a gaze of help. Wei Changan also had a head full of questions. Dad is too bold, isn't he? Obviously bringing a bunch of security guards and drivers to play the role of the old boss. But he dares to forcefully buy someone's heavenly room? What if this Leon finds out he's been tricked someday? However, with so many people watching, Wei Changan couldn't question his dad, so he could only cooperate fully and try to put on a breezy appearance. It's just a heavenly room. It's like a drop in the bucket to my dad. Since my dad asked you to buy it, you should just buy it. The surrounding bosses nodded their heads. Look, this is what a great young master should have the temperament. The district of a heavenly paradise is indeed nothing. Jin Bolin then breathed a sigh of relief, took the contract and quickly signed his big name on both contracts. Alright, I'm done signing. Mr. Chu received the contract. Jin Bolin handed one of the contracts to Chu Liang. Chu Liang collected the contract and looked at Jin Bolin with bated breath. Jin Bolin was furious at the look and asked in a deep voice, Mr. Chu, is there anything else? Chu Liang smiled bitterly. Little brother, you haven't given $5 yet. Cough cough. Jin Bolin bashful face turned into a monkey's ass. Hurriedly stingy counted out $5. Some meat pain handed to Chu Liang. Chu Liang collected the money. So far, the transaction is considered to be completed. The karma is considered to be carried down. Big brother, the deal has been completed. Can little brother leave? Chu Liang looked at Wei Yuan in a slightly pleasing manner. Wei Yuan said indifferently, hand it over, and you can leave afterward. Yes. Chu Liang twisted his head to look at his minions who were as if they were quails and yelled, hurry up and call out the heads of the departments. Yes, soon. The small and medium-sized leaders of the heavenly world were called out, rubbing their sleepy eyes to the hall. Hello Rio. Hello Mr. Chu. The small and medium-sized leaders recognized Chu Liang and knew that he was the boss behind the scenes, and they hurriedly bowed to Chu Liang. Chu Liang was terrified and hurriedly pointed at Wei Yuan and Jin Bolin. Why don't you quickly meet this? This big brother. And meet Chief Jian. Hello big brother. Hello, Mr. Jian. The crowd hurriedly bowed to Wei Yuan and Jin Bolin, greeting them while surveying the two with curious gazes. From now on, Mr. Jian is the boss of Heavenly Paradise. All of you do a good job for me. If you dare to do anything wrong, I will definitely break your dog legs. Yes, don't worry, brother Liang. We'll do a good job. After explaining the following people, Chu Liang looked at Wei Yuan with a pleasing gaze, who casually waved his hand. Chu Liang was finally relieved, slightly bowing his back and slowly backing away until he reached the front door before turning away. Mud. Finally dodged a bullet. It was so scary. Jin Bolin was terrified and excited. Everything that happened today was like a dream. Jin Bolin knew very well that everything he had today was because of Changan's dad. Jin Bolin secretly made up his mind that from now on, his life was Wei Changan's. He would guard Wei Changan with everything in his life. Wei Yuan twisted his head to look at his brothers. Brothers are busy people, so disperse and go about your business. This won't happen again in the future. I won't bother you guys so easily. The brothers laughed. Brother Yuqi, we can't wait for you to bother us. Brother Yuqi, If it's possible, we'd like to follow you every day. It's still better to follow you through the days of fighting together. Brother Yuan, if there's anything you need, just greet me. On the mountain of knives and in the frying pan, I will never frown half a bit. The brothers made their hearts clear, bowed respectfully to Wei Yuan, and then left in an orderly fashion. In the blink of an eye, the large hall emptied. A vice president looked at Jin Bolin with a pleasing gaze. Mr. Jian, is there anything we can do for you? Jin Bolin scratched his head and subconsciously looked at Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan didn't have the heart to knock Jin Bolin's head. Why are you looking at me? You're the boss of Heavenly Paradise. You make your own decisions. Jin Bolin shrunk his head and could only try to put on an old-fashioned look at this vice president. There's nothing more for you here for now. Go back to your rest. Business as usual for the night. Chapter 69, come up with your surrender. The executives dispersed, and the surrounding punks were shivering, wanting to leave but not daring to do so, and could only look at Wei Yuan with bated breath. Wei Yuan glared at them without any good humor. What are you looking at me for? The owner of the Heavenly Palace's little sword. Put. Wei Changan laughed out unkindly. Well, little bitch is a good name. Jin Bolin wanted to cry. Where was this name good? Where is he cheap? But it seems kinda bitchy. Why else would you come forward to beg for death? Jin Bolin vaguely felt that this was his uncle's test for him, and after doing this well, perhaps, his life would change in the future. Jin Bolin took a deep breath and turned his head to look at the gangsters, who hurriedly nodded their heads and waited for Jin Bolin's sentence. Do you guys want to follow me, and work at Heavenly Palace in the future? The punks were overjoyed. Chief Sword's backstage was 10,000 times more powerful than Gao Chang. To be able to hang out with such a big brother is a blessing in their 8 lifetimes. We are willing to follow Chief Sword. Jin Bolin nodded with satisfaction. If you want to follow me, you must have rules. You can't bully the weak, and especially you can't harass the students of the University of Foreign Languages. Can you do that? Can. The punks yelled. Those few punks who had harassed Fong Yue were scared and hurriedly came out, sincerely apologizing to Wei Changan. Brother Changan, we had eyes that didn't recognize Tai before and bumped into you. Please chastise us. With a plop, several people fell to their knees. Wei Changan waved his hand casually. Since you guys are following little bitch now, you are your own people, so let the previous grudges be in the past. Thank you, brother Changan. A few punks were in tears. Had they finally saved their little lives? Wei Yuan on the side couldn't help but frown. His son is as soft-hearted as his daughter. This can't be done. If you don't get rid of the grass, it will grow again in the spring. The path of capital is filled with blood and darkness, and only those with hearts as hard as iron can control the huge capital. Jin Bolin idolized Wei Yuan and kept an eye on him every moment, hoping to learn a tenth of what he could. Jin Bolin saw Wei Yuan's brow furrow slightly, and keenly grasped that his uncle should be dissatisfied with Changan's handling of the situation. Should he kill these punks? That would surely annoy Changan with him, but if he didn't kill them, uncle would be disappointed in him, right? With a twinkle in his eye, Jin Bolin's plan came to mind and thought of a method that could satisfy both Wei Yuan and Wei Changan at the same time. A few of you have had misunderstandings with Changan. I don't quite trust you, so show me your pitch. A letter of allegiance? Several punks looked at each other, not knowing what they should do. Jin Bolin reminded. I don't need to be reminded of what to do about Gao Chang, do I? A few small punks' pupils slightly contracted. Just now that big brother said to General Chu, a moment ago, Gao Chang will be dealt with cleanly. Chief Sword, don't worry, we will definitely take out the pitch. After saying that, a few punks dragged Gao Chang out of the Heavenly Palace. Wei Yuan nodded with satisfaction. This kid can. A few punks had dealt with Gao Chang, which could be considered a big offense, and no one dared to take them in anymore. They could only die to give their lives to the Heavenly Palace. Moreover, he had only hinted vaguely just now, which was the same as not saying anything at all, and even if something did go wrong in the future, he would not be able to find his head. Changan, I'll leave this place to bitch. Why don't daddy take you back? Okay. Wei Changan nodded and hesitated for a moment, looking slightly worriedly at Jin Bolin and asking, Bolin, what did you mean by handling it cleanly just now? Jin Bolin had an easy smile on his face and opened his mouth to snub. It means to clean him up a bit and tell him to get the hell out of Shanghai and never come back. Just like we used to deal with those little punks. Wei Changan didn't think much about it and nodded his head to follow Wei Yuan out of the Heavenly Palace. After getting on the car, Wei Changan finally breathed a sigh of relief and laughed. Dad, your acting is fantastic. And your brothers, obviously drivers and security guards, acting as the old bosses but acting in such a manner. You don't know I put up with it too hard, and I almost caused you guys to reveal yourselves. Wei Yuan was speechless. What he just said was the big truth. Why did his son not believe it? Changan, Dad is now very serious to tell you. Dad is the world's top financial predator. The friends Dad called are all group company bosses. You can search them from Chidu. Wei Changan rolled his eyes. Dad is too deep into the drama, right? It's really acting like that. If he hadn't seen those uncles that day in the extremely dirty security quarters, perhaps he would have believed his dad. Well, I believe that Dad is it. Those uncles are all group company bosses. Dad is the world's top financial predator. And I'm a super rich second generation. After saying that, Wei Changan simply closed his eyes and didn't want to watch his dad act anymore. Wei Yuan did not force an explanation, because there was no need. As long as the facts were in front of his son, it was not up to him not to believe. Wei Yuan sent Wei Changan back to the University of Foreign Languages and drove home. There was no one at home. Wei Yuan went straight to the late autumn bedroom and dragged the suitcase out from under the bed. With a click, Wei Yuan opened his suitcase and started rummaging through it. In the corner of the suitcase, Wei Yuan rummaged through several small boxes. These small boxes contained jewelry as well as women's watches. The jewelry was obtained from the auction, and the women's watch was customized by Wei Yuan in accordance with Late Autumn's temperament and went to Beauty Fairy. Since Late Autumn can't use it anymore, she'll give it to her daughter. Wei Yuan carefully selected 2 necklaces and 2 watches. I hope my daughters can like it. By the way, I have to prepare some gifts for Changan as well. Wei Yuan dialed Mo Yuqi's number. Having been abandoned by her uncle once again, Mo Yuqi was very lost, and after taking a nap, she walked slowly on her way back to the office. Suddenly receiving Wei Yuan's call, Mo Yuqi's essence fully recovered. Jussie, do you regret leaving me behind? It's okay, I'll show you the bathing suit next time. What? Wei Yuan had a head full of questions. What swimsuit was being displayed? Kiki, I remember you have a 20-year-old brother, right? What's a good gift for a boy? Mo Yuqi blushed. What was wrong with her? Why can't she be reserved in the face of uncle? Shame on you. Boys usually like electronic devices. Cell phones, computers, whatever. However, with uncle's worth, he should give a car. A sports car. Okay, got it. After saying that, Wei Yuan hung up the phone. He is still more recognized Mo Yuqi's suggestion. He likes cars very much. Otherwise he wouldn't have collected several luxury cars worth several $100 million. Wei Yuan pulled out his cell phone and dialed a lengthy offshore number. The call was quickly connected and a familiar voice came through. Boss, what are your orders for me? Diana, consign my silver phantom as well as that Lamborghini Wei. Yes, boss. Chapter 70, Diana, tell me straight. After pondering for a moment, Wei Yuan continued to command. I've run out of the wine I brought with me. Consign some wine over. Boss, already in the Swiss Bank of China Sea to help you deposit 500 bottles of wine. Red and white wine have. In addition, you usually eat rice and potatoes also help you deposit a few £100, as well as, to help you deposit 10 models of your favorite watch, 10 sets of seasonal clothing just sewn by old Carl, 10 pairs of leather shoes just sewn by old John. Wei Yuan smiled slightly. Diana was still so reliable in her work. This special assistant was the right person to look for. Diana, I need information on the head of the Shanghai branch of the Swiss Bank. Okay boss, it's being emailed to you. Anything else? It's okay for now. With a ding, Wei Yuan received an email. By Nini, female, 40 years old. Contact number 138XXXXXXXX. Address. Wei Yuan looked at Bai Nini's information while he couldn't help but frown. Every time he drank alcohol, he had to go to the Swiss bank to withdraw it. It was slightly troublesome, and he had to get a wine cellar at home. After circling the house a few times, Wei Yuan selected the grocery room. Wei Yuan dialed Li Changtian's phone and the call was answered in seconds. Brother Yuan, what's your order? Changtian, I need a wine cellar in my house. Arrange for someone to get it, with the most environmentally friendly materials. Not a hint of formaldehyde. Okay, Fuchi, I'll be right there. Soon the workers arrived and under Wei Yuan's direction, the small storage room was made into a wine cellar. A state-of-the-art intelligent temperature control system was installed. Boss, do you find this wine cellar satisfactory? Wei Yuan nodded indifferently. The conditions are just like that. Make do. Okay, boss. How much? Boss, a total of $400,000. Li Dong has already paid. Wei Yuan shrugged indifferently. 400,000 was just 400,000. There was no need for him and Cheng Tian to count so much. Okay, there's nothing more for you guys to do. You can go. Okay, bye boss. After sending the workers away, Wei Yuan took out his cell phone and dialed Bai Nini's number. The call was quickly connected and an elegant female voice came out. Swiss Bank, Nini Paik. Who are you? Eternity. Wei Yuan. The voice on the other end of the phone immediately turned respectful. Hello esteemed Mr. Wei. May I ask what I can do for you? Take out the things I deposited in the Swiss bank and deliver them to XXX neighborhood on XXX Road in Songjiang district. The pickup token has already been sent to your mailbox. And for the wine, let's start with 100 bottles. More than that can't be put away, so you can see to it that you match it yourself. Mr. Wei, please wait, I'll verify it. Soon, the verification passed, and Baimini's voice was even more respectful. Mr. Wei, your identity has been verified and passed. Once again to confirm that all the things you have deposited are sent to Songjiang district? Yes, Songjiang district. Okay, Mr. Wei, wait a moment. Needless to say, the Swiss bank was very efficient, and it took less than half an hour for the Swiss bank's armed escort vehicle to pull into the neighborhood. Baimini got off the bus, followed by 8 heavily armed escorts. Wei Yuan deposited something too valuable. Absolutely cannot make a slight difference. Baimini looked up at the old silo a little confused. Is it the wrong place? Mr. Wei is the world's top financial predator, an existence that even their Swiss bank has to curry favor with. How could he live in a place like this? Baimini couldn't help but pull out her cell phone and dial Wei Yuan's number. Mr. Wei, I've arrived at the address you gave me. Once again I'm confirming to you that the address is okay? No problem. I've got the armed escort van in sight. Move the stuff up. Yes, Mr. Wei. Under Baimini's command, several armed escorts transformed themselves into porters and carried up all the things Wei Yuan had deposited. Wei Yuan hosted too many things. 8 strong boys moved back and forth several times. Only all moved. Mr. Wei, everything is moved up. What else do you need? No, a few lads have worked hard. I transferred $100,000 inside the account of the white banker, and divided 10,000 to each of them for tea. Several of the lads were delighted and hurriedly bowed. Thank you Mr. Wei. Mr. Wei atmosphere, Baimini said in a peaceful voice. Mr. Wei, as far as I can observe, your gate has a low security factor. Would you like us to provide you with one of the newest anti-theft gates that came out of Country D? Wei Yuan nodded indifferently. Then I'll be grateful to Governor Bai. It's an honor to serve Mr. Wei. An hour later, the newest, most secure security door produced in D was shipped over. Mr. Wei, this security door is linked to 6 doors, and as long as someone violently destroys it, the alarm will be raised at the first opportunity. Soon, the security door was installed, and Wei Yuan entered the password 020608. Baimini did not mention the money for the security door at all, and even less will mention what installation fee. Wei Yuan, this level of big brother, casually saves some money in her, can help her complete several years of kwai. Baimini left. Wei Yuan looked at a large room of things a little guilty. It does seem a bit inconvenient that the housekeeping team didn't bring it, when there's no one to help him pack his stuff. Does he have to pack all this stuff himself? Wei Yuan had a headache. Packing wasn't his strong suit. Diana as well as the housekeeping team would have taken care of it for him when he was abroad. By the way, he still has a butler in China. Although the old meter is not as handy as Klaus, make do with what he has. After Yuqi drove Old Me and the others away, Wei Yuan directly arranged Old Me and the others in the large flat on the 35th floor, in case they could be used in the future. I didn't realize how quickly it would come in handy. Wei Yuan called Old Me. Mr. Wei, what are your orders? Old Me, immediately arrange a few Filipino maids for me to help me pack up my things. They should be nimble-handed and of a higher quality. I'm sending you the address. Yes, Mr. Wei. Soon, Lao Mi arrived at Wei Yuan's house with a few Filipino maids. Following Wei Yuan's command, things were regularized and the house became tidy. Mr. Wei, your things are sorted. What else do you want? It's all right. Me, I've sent you $100,000 in tips, so split it with them. Thank you Mr. Wei. Old Rice left with the Filipino maids. Wei Yuan couldn't help but sigh. Diana's concern was correct. It was indeed a bit inconvenient without the butler group. Wei Yuan dialed Diana's number and the call was quickly connected. Boss, what's the order? Diana, you're right. It's really inconvenient to live without a butler group. How about this? You transfer the butler group over to me, and place them in Honolulu 1. Diana coughed dryly. Boss, I'm sorry, without your consent. I transferred all 4 of Wind and Sun's housekeeping teams to Shanghai, and they're currently on standby at Villa Tang Palace too. Wei Yuan does not know what to say. Diana, this kind of special assistant who can walk before the boss. Give her how much money is worth it. Diana, just be straight with me. What other team besides the housekeeping team has transferred to the Middle Sea? The author has something to say. Chapter 71, I'm helping Changan show his hand. Diana was silent for a slight 2 seconds. She was a little panicked now. The boss wouldn't be angry if she made such a fool of herself, would he? Boss, I've transferred all 9 of your teams, including your chauffeur team, bodyguard team, medical and health team, fitness and shaping team, celestial eye team, and audio and recreation team, to Zhonghai, and they're all currently arranged in the Sandalwood Palace, awaiting your instructions. Wei Yuan was completely speechless. He was plainly arranged by Diana. And, in Tangong too, in the hall, stood a Western girl with a delicate figure. The girl possessed a waterfall-like blonde hair. Her appearance was clear and absolutely beautiful. Her azure pupils were clear and incomparable. Her skin was fair, and her temperament was ethereal and dusty, just like an elf girl. But now, this elf maiden was on the verge of tears, her voice a little shaky. And, me, Diana, who let you come to Zhonghai in private? Wei Yuan's voice tone raised an octave. Boss, your move to change your will was too abnormal. I was worried about you. So, I came to Zhonghai privately, and I was relieved to see your 3 children. Please chastise me. Now that you're relieved, go back. The next period of time is crucial for you to ascend to P7. You must not make any mistakes. Boss, I actually don't care where I level up to. Since the moment you saved me, I'm your most loyal servant. Wherever you go, I'll follow. Wei Yuan sighed. Being in Zhonghai won't prevent you from handling the affairs of the Eternal Kingdom, so you can stay in Zhonghai if you want to. Just, no contact with my children without my permission. Yes, by the way, isn't it true that my car was consigned as well? Only 5 have been consigned, respectively your Silver Phantom, Lamborghini Wei Ma, Bugatti Wei Long, Pagani Wei Sun, Ferrari Wei Fa, have been put on the domestic license plate, and the driver team is ready to wait for boss's dispatch. Wei Yuan, have Xiao Chen come to see me. And in addition, have the Heaven's Eye team help me investigate a kid named Jin Bolan, who is my son's classmate. Boss, Jin Bolan's information has long been collected and will be sent to your mailbox immediately. With a ding, Wei Yuan received an email. Jin Bolan, male, 20 years old, is a bold and generous person who values love and righteousness, has been a brother of different surnames with Wei Changan and fought dozens of battles side by side with Wei Changan. Wei Yuan had a satisfied smile on his face. Jin Bolan, this kid is good and worth cultivating. However, he must be tested one last time before he is groomed. It is his son who is at stake, and he must be careful. After reading the information, Wei Yuan sat on the sofa with his eyes closed. His ears suddenly opened and closed and he said without looking back, Xiao Chen, these days, you haven't made much progress. Saying that, Wei Yuan slowly turned his head and saw a familiar young face. It was obvious that the door to the room hadn't been opened, but this young man had sneaked into Wei Yuan's house unnoticed. The young man's name was Xiao Chen. His title was Shura, the first war general under the god of fortune. It was only a few days without seeing Wei Yuan, but Xiao Chen felt like years had passed, and with a plop, Xiao Chen knelt down on one knee. The god of fortune's lesson is correct. My subordinate has indeed slacked off these past few days without the god of fortune. Wei Yuan got up, took 2 steps forward, helped Xiao Chen up, and patted his shoulder with a smile. Ah Chen, there's no need to be so formal. I'm already retired. So don't call me the god of wealth in the future. Yes, master. Xiao Chen paused his head. Come on, go somewhere with me. Heavenly world no? Xiao Chen's body suddenly erupted with a shocking aura of solemnity. I know. This morning, they detained Master Changan, and if Diana hadn't stopped me, I would have bloodied the heavenly palace. Wei Yuan rolled his eyes speechlessly and looked at Xiao Chen with a serious expression. Don't always think about fighting and killing. Don't bring that foreign set to China, without my permission. No one in the Shura team is allowed to get blood on their hands. Understand? Yes. Go. Set off. Whoosh. With a flash of the silhouette, Xiao Chen just disappeared and leapt down from the balcony. Wei Yuan breathlessly rubbed his forehead. Young people's temperament is just anxious. Unlike him who was so steady, he hadn't jumped over the balcony for half a month, right? Wei Yuan slowly and methodically descended through the stairs and walked for a full 2 minutes before appearing in front of Xiao Chen. Don't ever just jump off a building again. Understand? Especially when there are people. I respectfully obey the master's order. Xiao Chen respectfully helped Wei Yuan pull open the door behind the driver's seat. Wei Yuan naturally sat on it and leaned on the back seat with a comfortable face. Finally someone helped him drive. As the leader of the Xiu Luo group, the first thing Xiao Chen did when he arrived in Zhonghai was to familiarize himself with the environment. After these few days of familiarization, Xiao Chen had inscribed every street and every building in Zhonghai into his memory. It's like he's been living in the city for decades. It took only 20 short minutes for Cullinan to arrive at the heavenly abode. At this time, Jin Bolan was familiarizing himself with the business of the heavenly palace. He had to take control of the heavenly palace as soon as possible, and could not let his uncle down. Half an hour ago, Jin Bolan had everyone in the WeChat group, telling the minions to gather at the heavenly palace. The minions came to the Heavenly Palace in great numbers and were taken to the general manager's office. One by one, all of the punks were dumbfounded. How did Brother Jian sit on the boss chair in the general manager's office? Sword, what's going on here? Are you a rich kid? Are you going to show down with your brothers? Wah! Sword brother Cowhide. Surprisingly, he's a super rich second generation. Only Zhong Ting didn't say anything. What happened today? She hid and watched clearly. It wasn't Jian who was powerful, but Changan. Or rather, Changan's brother's father. Jian Bolin glared at his brothers without any good humor and laughed bitterly. Thinking of farts to eat? What kind of family does your brother Jian have? Aren't you guys clear? I do want to show down, but it's to help Changan show down. Celestial Manor is the property of Changan's family. Changan's dad, Uncle Wei, asked me to help him manage Celestial Manor. Although Jian Bolin had spent $5 to buy the heavenly room, in his mind, this heavenly room was Uncle Wei's. He was only helping to take care of it, and in the future, it was going to be handed over to Changan. The punks, their scalps numb with shock, let out howls like hungry wolves. Nest, Brother Changan is hiding so deeply. Always thought he was just an ordinary family. What ordinary family? Brother Changan is obviously from a poor family when he shows it. I finally understand why Brother Changan suddenly started studying well. So it turns out that Brother Changan is trying to make progress so that he can conveniently inherit the family business in the future. Jian Bolin knocked on the table and the punks quieted down. Do you guys want to come and work at the heavenly abode? The punks got excited and looked at Jian Bolin with eager eyes. Brother Sword, can we come to work at the heavenly palace? Great. It's a great honor to be a horseman of the heavenly world. It's a great honor to go out and hang around. I'm all too willing. Long live Brother Sword. Long live Brother Changan. Jian Bolin couldn't help but shake his head straight. Brothers, I don't want you to work as horsemen. You all start as waiters, and if you do a good job, I'll promote you to be executives later. The brothers were a little too accepting. Sword, why don't you let us work as ponies? Yeah, Sword, why? We're not good at anything else but fighting. Gao Chang is the previous warning. Jian Bolin's tone is very deep. Because, I don't want to see any of my brothers cut down. Those who are willing to be waiters stay. I won't force those who aren't. Chapter 72, My Brother is Your Father. The punks were moved to shout in unison. We'd like to be waiters. We'll definitely be able to do a good job as waitresses. Sword, remember your promise to give us promotions after we do a good job. Jian Bolin laughed. Don't worry brothers, as long as we all do a good job, we all have a bright future. The punks were satisfied. Only Zhong Ting couldn't help but flatten her mouth. The brothers can be waitresses. What can she do? Is it possible for her to work as a princess in a private room? Wouldn't she have to be taken advantage of by those men? Seeing that Zhong Ting was not in a high mood, Jian Bolin thought for granted that Zhong Ting was still sulking over the beating she received in the morning. If Zhong Ting hadn't called Wei Changan, perhaps, he would have become a duck by now. And Jian Bolin was very grateful to Zhong Ting. Zhong Ting, don't be upset. It was my fault this morning. I shouldn't have hit you. Brother Sword, you didn't make a mistake. It's true that I was wrong. I shouldn't have made up Brother Changan, who genuinely treats you as a brother. Zhong Ting had seen everything Wei Changan had done. If it wasn't for Wei Changan, I'm afraid she would never see Jian again in the future. And now she was grateful to Wei Changan. After a pause, Zhong Ting flattened her mouth and said, Brother Jian, the brothers all have jobs. What about me? I'll go out on my own later? Jian Bolin was also in a difficult situation. A place like a nightclub really wasn't suitable for girls to work. How was Zhong Ting going to be accommodated? After hesitating for a while, Jian Bolin asked in a harmonious voice, Zhong Ting, there are two options. Option 1. Come to Heavenly Palace as a lobby manager and work immediately. Option 2. Temporarily unable to go to work. You must first go to study for an accountant's license and come to Heavenly Palace as a financier. Zhong Ting's eyes lit up. If she became the finance of Heavenly Palace, would Jian never be able to leave her? I'll take option 2. Jian Bolin laughed and smiled brightly. Very well, Zhong Ting, the money for studying, Heavenly World paid out. You enroll in one of the best crash courses in finance. Okay, Sword. Alright, brothers go out. I still have things to do. After saying that, Jian Bolin lowered his head and started flipping through the documents. He wanted to familiarize himself with all the business of Heavenly Palace as soon as possible. After watching for a while, Jian Bolin couldn't help but frown. As if someone was drinking to themselves in the rest area. Didn't I tell you to get out? Are there any rules? While chiding, Jian Bolin looked up and saw an unfamiliar youth. Jian Bolin has been hanging out for years and has a strong sense of crisis. The hairs on his body stood up in large swaths, and a fine cold sweat oozed from his head. Danger! This man is very dangerous. When did this guy come in? Jian Bolin forced himself to be calm. Friend, what's your name? What is it that you are looking for me for? My name is Gao Feng. Gao Chang is my own brother. What do you think I'm looking for you for? Xiao Chen's eyes flashed with a morose light. As if Jin Bolin was already a dead man in his eyes. Swish! A wave of cool air rushed from his tailbone straight to Jin Bolin's head. This is to seek revenge. Moreover, this person was ridiculously strong. Jin Bolin could feel a murderous aura as if it was substantial on his body, which indicated that this person in front of him had definitely been stained with a lot of blood. Jin Bolin raised his hand and pressed it towards the alarm, which he had just read in the information that the general manager's office had an alarm. What made Jin Bolin strange was that he had already pressed to the alarm, but the alarm did not make any sound. Don't waste your breath. I've pulled the switch on the general manager's office, so tell me, how do you want to die? Xiao Chen slowly walked up to Jin Bolin and looked at him expressionlessly. Jin Bolin, of course, would not fold his arms and grabbed the boss chair, violently slamming it at Xiao Chen. Whoosh! Xiao Chen's figure flickered, his body bowed, and he violently burst into front of Jin Bolin, lifting his hand to trick Jin Bolin's wrist and gently twisting it. There was a click. Jin Bolin has dislocated his arm. Well, Jin Bolin let out a soft grunt, but, without giving up the fight, the arm that was intact flew up and extended 2 fingers, ruthlessly stabbing at Xiao Chen's eyes. It had to be said that Jin Bolin was particularly ruthless, but unfortunately, Jin Bolin was facing Xiao Chen, the #1 war general under the god of wealth. Jin Bolin did not even see how Xiao Chen struck. There was a click and the other arm was dislocated. Xiao Chen raised his hand and pressed Jin Bolin's head, pressing it heavily on the solid wood desk. I've reviewed the footage. Tell me, who is the other teenager? And his father? What's the name? Where does he live? Want me to betray my brothers? Dream on. Put. Jin Bolin turned his head violently and opened his mouth to spit out a mouthful of thick phlegm. Xiao Chen slightly sidestepped, and the thick phlegm grazed his ear and slid past, landing on the clean white wall. Kid, it looks like you never died. Xiao Chen snorted coldly as he drew out a shiny dagger and heavily stabbed it in front of Jin Bolin. The chilling blade was less than a millimeter away from Jin Bolin's eyes. Jin Bolin could even clearly feel the sharp blade. Answer my questions properly if you don't want to die. What is the name of that teenager and his father? Where do they live? My brother is your father. His dad is your grandfather. I'm your uncle. Put. Xiao Chen fiercely drew his knife and wiped Jin Bolin's neck in the process. However, Xiao Chen's knife skill was too good and only cut through Jin Bolin's dermis, leaving less than 2 millimeters from the carotid artery. Jin Bolin felt a coldness in his neck and a warm liquid seeped out before he felt a stinging pain in his neck. Is this dying? I thought I was on my way to the top of life, but I didn't expect to die so quickly. However, even if he was given another chance, he wouldn't betray Changan and his uncle. Jin Bolin slightly closed his eyes. His face was very peaceful, facing death openly. In the rest area, Wei Yuan quietly watched everything that was happening in front of him, and even Xiao Chen did not notice when Wei Yuan came in. Wei Yuan had a satisfied look on his face. Changan had made a very good brother, a brother who was worth trusting each other with his life. Chen, it's okay. Yes, master. Xiao Chen glanced at Wei Yuan with a complicated gaze. Every time, he felt that he was already very close to his master. The facts would prove that he was far from his master. Suddenly hearing the familiar voice, Jin Bolin raised his head violently and looked at Wei Yuan with an unbelievable gaze. Uncle? What the hell is going on here? Bolin, uncle just came back from abroad. He doesn't know Changan, and the friends around Changan very well. A little cautious. You won't be offended, right? Jin Bolin shook his head like a flute drum. Of course I don't see any blame. If it wasn't for uncle, I'd be dead by now. My life was saved by uncle. I'll guard Changan with my life. Wei Yuan smiled slightly. I believe in your feelings for Changan, but with your ability, it's not enough to guard Changan. Jin Bolin hung his head in chagrin. He knew that Wei Yuan's words were very right. He really didn't have the ability to guard Wei Changan. Uncle, I know I'm not capable enough, but please don't let me leave Changan. I will definitely try to become strong. Wei Yuan smiled. Bolin, you are the best brother in Changan. How could I let you leave Changan? From today onwards, Xiao Chen is your master. Why don't you quickly pay your respects to your master? The author has something to say. Chapter 73, Brother Cheng Tian. Why does Brother Yuan favor you so much? Through the exchange of hands just now, Jin Bolin was convinced of Xiao Chen, and without any hesitation, Jin Bolin directly knelt down and heavily kowtowed to Xiao Chen. Apprentice Jin Bolin, meet master. A rare smile finally appeared on Xiao Chen's poker face as he hurriedly helped Jin Bolin up, crunching his joints and helping him reset them. During this process, Jin Bolin only narrowed his eyes slightly and froze without humming. Xiao Chen was even more satisfied with Jin Bolin. Bolin, to reintroduce myself, I am your master. My name is Xiao Chen. From today onwards, I will teach you everything I can. As for how much you can learn, it depends on your fortune. Thank you, master. Wei Yuan looked at the two with a smile. Ah Chen. From now on, you'll stay in Heavenly Palace. Yes, master. Xiao Chen paused his head. Jian Bolin on the side was confused. Master was already this powerful. As master's master, how powerful must uncle be? Wait a minute. That's not quite right. Wouldn't uncle become his senior? And Changan became his senior uncle? Geez, that's a bit of a messed up relationship. Gotta smooth it out. Seeming to see Jian Bolin's entanglement, Wei Yuan smiled and patted his shoulder. Little bitch, let's talk about each of us. You can still just call me uncle. Jian Bolin then let out a long breath. He didn't want to be a generation shorter than Changan for no reason. Okay, uncle. Wei Yuan waved his hand and walked away quite spontaneously. It was now 4:30, almost off duty, and Wei Yuan drove straight to Huanya Financial. While waiting for the stoplight, Wei Yuan called Wei Shiyu. Shiyu, you're almost off duty, right? I'll give you a ride home? Wei Shiyu laughed. Dad, I'm in Chengtian Mansion now. I can't return to the company for a while. I'll just take a taxi home myself later. What are you doing at the Chengtian Mansion? Chengtian Group's Li Dong told me that Chengtian Group's capital flow is short and needs investment. So I came to Chengtian Group this afternoon to investigate. And now I am preparing to sign the contract. First of all, after saying that, Wei Shiyu directly hung up the phone. Wei Yuan couldn't help but frown. Hadn't he just transferred $100 billion to Chengtian a few days ago? How come he's still short on capital flow? Even if he adds more leverage, having this $100 billion is enough, right? What the hell is going on here? Wei Yuan found a position to turn around and headed straight for the Chengtian Group's compound. Seeing the chairman's car, the doorman hurriedly saluted and opened the door respectfully. Wei Yuan went straight to Chengtian Mansion and stopped at the gate of Chengtian Mansion, quietly waiting for his daughter to come out. Wei Yuan had just entered the Chengtian Group when the secretariat reported it, and Li Chengtian's spirits were lifted. The fact that Brother Profound had personally come to pick up the little princess showed that Brother Profound was extremely fond of the little princess, and he had definitely made the right move. Without hesitation, Li Chengtian took out the S-class contract and handed it to Wei Shiyu. Wei Shiyu seriously read the contract. The whole person is not good. Why are the contracts of these big companies so harsh on themselves? She was a little embarrassed. But it's such a good contract. It's a no-brainer. Wei Shiyu painfully signed her big name, politely bid farewell to Li Chengtian, and walked out of Chengtian Mansion with a cheerful pace. Wei Shiyu was about to take a taxi when she suddenly saw her dad's car parked at the gate of Chengtian Group. Wei Shiyu hurriedly ran over, pulled open the passenger door and sat on it, shaking Wei Yuan's arm very affectionately. Daddy, it's good to have you home. After recognizing with you, the three of us sisters' luck has changed for the better. Just a few days ago, we signed an investment contract with a high-quality group like the Mirage City Group, and today, we signed an investment contract with a giant like the Chengtian Group. Wei Yuan asked with a bitter smile. How do you know Chengtian Group's Li Dong? What kind of contract did you sign? Did you go through the formal procedures? Speaking of this matter is so coincidental. Li Dong is actually my senior brother, participated in our Fudan University's school celebration and spoke as the representative of outstanding graduates. The contract we signed is the same as the Mirage City Group. It's an S-class contract, and this time we went through the procedure. Wei Yuan let out a slight sigh of relief. Chengtian was quite understanding and didn't give the green light like Xiaotian did. At the very least, he let Shiyu go through the procedure, which was considered to be a workout for Shiyu. Wei Yuan was completely unaware that the reason for the procedure was not Li Chengtian's intention. Li Chengtian also wants to give the green light to Wei Shiyu. Only, Li Chengtian took the initiative to invite Wei Shiyu to invest. Wei Shiyu was a little bit confused about the situation, and then strictly in accordance with the procedures, seriously Chengtian Group to do a risk assessment. If the other marketing specialists were to see the state of Wei Shiyu's business talk, they would definitely spurt blood in depression. A super quality enterprise like Chengtian Group, investing is earning. What's the point of evaluating? They can't even get in the door of the Chengtian Group. Okay? With no words on the way, the two of them returned home without any problems. Wei Shiyu jumped headfirst into the bathroom. After inspecting the Chengtian Group for the afternoon, she had sweated all over and had to wash. Wei Yuan then pulled out his cell phone and called Li Chengtian. Li Chengtian was a bit weak. Had he gone a bit too far? Wasn't it a bit too obvious? Shouldn't he have taken the initiative to invite the little princess to invest? Brother Yuan wouldn't be angry, would he? Hey, it's a blessing not a curse. It's a curse that can't be avoided. With trepidation, Li Chengtian picked up the phone. Brother Fuchi, what do you want to see me about? Wei Yuan went straight to the point. I heard that you're having trouble with your capital flow and looking for Shiyu to invest? Didn't I just give you an additional $100 billion to invest a few days ago? Li Changtian replied truthfully. Brother Yuan, you don't know Mirage City Group's capital flow appeared a little bit of a small situation. Xiaotian cried poor with me. I helped him with $50 billion, so it made me a little bit strapped for cash, but I was too embarrassed to look for you, so I could only go to find Shiyu to think of a way. Changtian, I have to criticize you. Cao Tian is your brother, but not mine? He lacks money. Why don't you give me a word? Brother Yuqi, I was wrong. Forget it, I won't bother with you. For the sake of your good work today, I'll give you some additional investment, and in the future, if you lack money, just tell me directly. After saying that, Wei Yuan hung up the phone and directly transferred $100 billion to Changtian Group's account. Soon, Li Changtian got the notice from the finance, trembling with excitement. Hurriedly took out his cell phone and opened the WeChat group. He wanted to share the good news to his brothers. Li Changtian directly at everyone. Brothers, all come out and tell everyone good news. This afternoon, I signed an investment contract with Little Princess. Brother Yuan praised me and gave me an additional $100 billion to invest. The 108 Generals group instantly exploded. Xian Yuan maniac, Brother Changtian, pass on some experience? How can I get praise from Brother Yuan? Lin Xiaotian, Brother Yuan is biased. Obviously I'm the first one to sign an investment contract with Missy. Why doesn't Brother Yuan praise me too? Mo Wentian, what Xiaotian said is true. Brother Changtian, tell us why Brother Yuan favors you so much. Why don't you impart some experience to the brothers? Chapter 74, a big job has come. Li Changtian was so pleased with himself that he did not mince words in imparting his experience. Brothers, there is a difference between Tsunami and I. Tsunami is sitting and waiting for Little Princess to invest, while I, on the other hand, am taking the initiative to invite Little Princess to invest. Can the nature be the same? Lin Xiaotian sent an emoticon of worship. It seems to be like this. I did sit at home and wait for the Little Princess to come to my door, while Brother Changtian took the initiative to invite the Little Princess to come and invest. Brother Changtian is a lot more resourceful than I would be. No wonder Brother Yuan favors him so much. Hui Dao, learned. Looks like we have to take the initiative to invite the Little Princess to invest before we can do so. Mo Wentian, Brother Changtian deserves to be the man who knows Brother Yuan the best. New skills to get. Tomorrow I will take the initiative to contact the Little Princess. Wu Wenwei, why wait for tomorrow? Contact tonight. Li Changtian, Wu Wenwei, are you old dog crazy? Disturbing the Little Princess's rest in the middle of the night. Beware of Brother Yuan blowing your dog's head off. Wu Wenwei sent a dog's head to save his life emoji and hurriedly dived. After transferring the account to Li Changtian, Wei Yuan looked at his watch. At this point, Mu Yao should be off work, right? Should I go pick up Mu Yao? Wei Yuan took out his cell phone and dialed Wei Mu Yao's number, which didn't connect even after several rings. Wei Yuan couldn't help but frown. Mu Yao wouldn't be delivering takeaways again, right? Didn't she say that she wouldn't deliver takeaways after becoming a groupie with the group? An hour ago, Wei Mu Yao got off work from the law firm and went straight to Zhenghai Film City. After arriving at Feng De Gang's theater group, Wei Mu Yao was dumbfounded. What's going on? Where are the people? Why is it empty? Wei Mu Yao took out her cell phone and dialed young Chinny. Chinny, what's the situation? Why is there no one on Director Feng's crew? Did the investors pull out? No. These days we have to shoot a scene out of town. At that time you and Director Feng agreed that we would only look for you when we were shooting in Zhenghai. Wei Mu Yao slightly relieved. Seems to be so. Seems to be still her initiative to raise the request. Shifuyu, how many days will the out-of-town scene be filmed? About 3 days. You get some rest for those 3 days. Okay. Got it. Hanging up the phone, Wei Mu Yao sighed. Had she known that Director Feng's crew had gone out of town, she would have gone to deliver the takeout. Now that we've arrived at the movie city, it's safe to wait for a group acting role. Wei Mu Yao walked towards the group show waiting area and sat quietly amongst the group shows, waiting for the group head to come over and order people. A few group actors who were still on good terms with Wei Mu Yao came over. A groupie named Zhang Chui asked, Mu Yao, last night I heard that you become a tag-along groupie for Director Feng's crew? Is that true? Wei Mu Yao gently nodded. Yes. Several group actors were genuinely happy for Wei Mu Yao. Mu Yao, I've said long ago, with your face and figure, it's only a matter of time before you develop. As long as you smoothly receive a few scenes with lines, I believe the audience will soon remember you. Great. Mu Yao has finally made it. With Mu Yao as a role model, we have something to look forward to. Not far away sat a girl whose face value was slightly weaker than Wei Mu Yao's, but whose body was more explosive than Wei Mu Yao's. The girl's name was Mano, and before Wei Mu Yao came to be a group actor, she was the prettiest of the group. and received so many parts every day that she could even pick and choose. However, after Wei Muyao came, many resources were divided up by Wei Muyao. Mano has long been looking at Wei Muyao in a bad light, so it was not easy to catch a chance, and immediately shades up. Why did I hear that Director Feng's crew went to Li River for filming? If Wei Muyao really worked as a groupie, why didn't she follow Director Feng's crew to Li River? A few of Wei Muyao's friends certainly wouldn't take Mano's words lightly. The group actor named Wu Fei Fei snorted coldly. Mano, how do you know the movements of Director Feng's crew? Don't bullshit with such unfounded words. Mano proudly opened his WeChat friend circle and showed one of the dynamics to a few people. See this? This is the friend circle sent by Assistant Director Lu. Lu was the assistant director of Director Feng's crew. Why did he run off to Li River? A few people took a look and it was really Deputy Director Lu, who was still really in Li River. Several people were dumbfounded by the dislike, and Zhang Chui couldn't help but turn her head to look at Wei Muyao. Muyao, what the hell is going on? Are you or aren't you a groupie following Director Feng's crew? Wei Muyao smiled faintly. I am indeed a group actor with the group. However, when I signed the contract, I discussed with Director Feng that I would not go out of town, and that I would only enter the group when I was filming in Shanghai. A few people had an expression on their faces that showed that this was the case. They knew Wei Muyao's character and believed that she was telling the truth. However, Mano didn't believe Wei Muyao's bullshit and couldn't help but get all shady. Wei Muyao, you're awesome. This is the first time I've heard that there's a group actor who doesn't follow the crew to the field. Do you think you're a top stream popular flower girl? You think you're a top ranking star? You can still negotiate with Director Feng? Wei Muyao smiled faintly. That's just the way it is. I don't have to explain it to you. Shay clearly can't explain it. The two were in the middle of a fight when a groupie walked over at a brisk pace. The group of actors got excited. The head of the group was here, which meant coming to life. The group leader's name was Yang Wanting, who looked around the crowd and shouted, "Big job! Here comes a big job! It's a female character! Girls cheer up!" Wow! The girls stood up and surrounded Yang Wanting, looking at him with an expectant face. Mano looked blearily at Yang Wanting. Yang too, what's the big job? The kind with 2 lines? 2 lines? Oh, can't you set your sights a little higher? Actress! Actress? The girls instantly exploded. It was going crazy. I think it's the female lead in a web series, right? A female lead in a web series is fine. With exposure, it'll be easier to enter the big screen in the future. It should be a small production. Otherwise, why would they choose a group actor as the lead actress? It's possible that it's just the female lead in a little video, right? Everyone stop bickering and listen to Yang too. Yang Wanting haughtily angled his head and said in a deep voice, "You all guessed wrong. This is not a small production, but a big production personally handled by Mr. Feng of Shanghai Film City." It's said that a Hollywood director has been invited, as well as several Oscar-winning actors. Boo! Gulp. All the girls couldn't help but gulp. This was a dream, right? How could the female lead of a big production fall to them? The group actors? Yang head. What are the requirements for this female lead? Yang Wanting smiled faintly. I'm not sure about this. All I know is that it's Mr. Feng who personally interviewed the actresses. So if you're interested, go to Film City No. 1 filming base immediately now to audition. Chapter 75. Wow. Wow. The female group actors were like hungry ghosts who had been starving for a long time and suddenly saw a great delicacy, scrambling towards the No. 1 filming base. In the blink of an eye, the female groupies all ran clean, leaving only Wei Muyao sitting on a fishing platform. A few male groupies who were still on good terms with Wei Muyao were anxious. Muyao, you child, why are you so unattentive? Hurry up and go to the No. 1 filming base. With your qualifications, you have the best hope of taking the female lead. Wei Muyao smiled faintly. Brother Zhou, do you think pie will fall from the sky? When things go wrong, there must be a demon. Why did Mr. Feng suddenly pick the female lead? I'm afraid he's choosing a concubine, right? A few people laughed. Mr. Feng did have a bit of that reputation, basically being the groom every night. Muyao, there are very few girls as clean as you nowadays. I believe that with Muyao's strength, she doesn't need all this pandemonium to become popular. At filming base 1, the female group of actors rushed in droves, Mano rushing in front of the most, sweating profusely, her hair plastered to her forehead. It had to be said that Mano's body was indeed a good explosion, no weaker than those actresses in Europe and America. Under the drenched sweat, the clothes were tightly attached to the body, and Feng Guangwei's eyes were about to roll. So there are girls of this caliber in the group? If it wasn't to fulfill the big boss's mission, he wouldn't mind letting Mano come to bed and then assigning Mano a few minor roles. However, right now, Feng Guangwei could only maintain a posture of being a decent person. Don't mess up, everyone. In order of precedence, stand in line and start with the first round of elimination. The girls hurriedly lined up, and a few of the more attractive girls kept winking at Feng Guangwei. Feng Guangwei's heart was itching, but now it is important to do business, and he hurriedly collected his mind and looked at a few staff members. Several staff members led the way and hurriedly observed the girls in the queue. Those who don't have the right face, eliminated. Too fat, eliminated. Too skinny, eliminated. Too short, eliminated. Soon, several staff members selected 5 finalists. Wei Muyao's friends Zhang Chui and Wu Feifei as well as Han Bing were included, along with Mano and a girl named Huang Xiaoyan. You guys are in. The rest of the girls are scattered. The female group performers who were not shortlisted were disappointed beyond measure as they walked out of the No. 1 filming base, and the 5 shortlisted girls were brought in front of Feng Guangwei. Feng Guangwei couldn't help but frown. What's going on? Missy didn't come to the audition? What can we do? If we go to Missy rashly, will we reveal ourselves? Feng Guangwei was somewhat disinterested in auditioning for the 5 girls, and after finishing hastily, Feng Guangwei gently shook his head. You guys don't quite fit the bill for heroine, so go back. Disappointed, the girls turned toward the front door. Mano didn't walk away and pushed her chest out hard, looking at Feng Guangwei with a flirtatious gaze. Feng Guangwei's heart warmed up. Mano is better in all aspects and can become a contracted actor for Shanghai Film City. The other 4 girls stopped and turned back to look at Mano with envious gazes. From today onwards, Mano's fate was very different from theirs. Mano's excited little face turned red and kept bowing to Feng Guangwei. Thank you for cultivating Mr. Feng. Feng Guangwei smiled and asked, Mano, are there any other better girls inside the group cast outside? If so, have them come over for an audition. Mano's heart flinched. If Mr. Feng saw Wei Muyao, he would definitely move on. Definitely can't let Mr. Feng see Wei Muyao. Mano hurriedly shook his head. No more. All the female group actors came over for auditions. Feng Guangwei slightly disappointed. It seems, Missy did not come to the film city today. Then this matter will be organized another day. Zhang Chui had already walked out a dozen meters away. When she heard this, she was instantly unwilling and hurriedly turned back to Feng Guangwei. Mr. Feng, there's a very pretty female groupie who didn't show up for the audition. Oh, Feng Guangwei raised his interest. How pretty? As pretty as Mano? Of course, much prettier than Mano. Not even in the same league. Mano was simply furious and wanted to tear Zhang Chui's mouth off. Mr. Feng, don't listen to Zhang Chui's nonsense. There is no female groupie prettier than me in our film city. If it was before meeting Wei Muyao, perhaps. Feng Guangwei believed Mano's words. Unfortunately, there are no ifs in this world. Zhang Chui, right? What's the name of the female groupie you mentioned? Do you have a picture? Wei Muyao. I have a photo with Muyao on my phone. Please take a look. Mr. Feng. Zhang Chui pulled up Wei Muyao's photo, walked forward and handed the phone to Feng Guangwei. I'll go. It's really Missy. Why doesn't Missy come over for an audition? Understand. How could Missy, with that kind of status, really come over to audition on her own initiative just like an ordinary group actor? He must be invited in person, or even 3 times to do so. This Wei Muyao is in the movie city now? Yes. Take me to her at once. Okay, Mr. Feng. Manhwa on the side was anxious and hurriedly blocked Feng Guangwei's way, chirping, Mr. Feng, you personally auditioned for the movie and Wei Muyao didn't even come. She's looking down on you. A group show that doesn't give you face like this should be blocked. Zhang Chui, Wu Feifei as well as Han Bing were a bit anxious. If Muyao is blocked, you will never see Muyao again. Muyao is such a good groupie. She shouldn't be blocked. Mr. Feng, don't listen to Mano's nonsense. Muyao has a lot of respect for you. How could she look down on you? The reason why she didn't come over for the audition. There must be a compelling reason. Mr. Feng, Mano and Muyao don't get along too well. You can't take her words lightly. Muyao has always been kind and humble to anyone. She definitely won't be disrespectful to you. Mr. Feng, you can't listen to Mano's side of the story. It's Mano who is jealous that Muyao is prettier than her. That's why she maliciously slandered her. Feng Guangwei almost pissed himself. Damn, Mano. Almost got killed by her. Who do you think you're messing with? Why did you have to mess with Missy? Missy would be pissed if she knew he made an exception and signed Mano, right? Mano, that Wei Muyao and you don't get along? Don't worry and speak boldly. I'll definitely do it for you. Hearing this, a few of Wei Muyao's friends' faces changed drastically, while Mano was ecstatic, putting on an aggrieved look and adding to his accusations. Mr. Feng, you don't know. Wei Muyao, relying on her own beauty, snatched away a lot of my roles, but also all day to me sneering, but also said what? One day, let me in the Shanghai film and television city can't be mixed up. You have to do it for me. Zhang Chui's three girls were simply about to explode with anger. It was clearly Mano who said to Mu Yao that one day, he would make it impossible for her to mix in Zhanghai film and TV city. So how come Mano was still hitting her back? Chapter 76, it took 3 visits to get Missy to come here. A few girls were anxious and subconsciously wanted to retort. However, Feng Guangwei's words directly shocked them. That way Mu Yao is right. It's today. You're blocked. Forever you don't show up in the Zhanghai film and TV base. Ga? The 4 girls looked at me and I looked at you. Completely confused. Didn't Mr. Feng just promote Mano? How come he's going to shut him down in the blink of an eye? Mano was also confused. Just a moment ago, she was about to fly up the branch and become a phoenix. How did she mention Wei Mu Yao and instantly get knocked down to hell? Mano squeezed out a very forced smile, stepped forward, hugged Feng Guangwei's arm tightly, and pouted. Mr. Feng, you're joking, right? How could you block me? Feng Guangwei shook Mano off like an electric shock. This damn woman. It doesn't matter if she's lived enough herself. Is this going to get him killed? Come on people, blow Mano out. Command down. From today onwards, Zhanghai Film City will completely block Mano. Yes. Several wolf-like staff members rushed forward, tugging on Mano's arm, racking her, and flying out the door. Mano was going crazy. Feng always plays it for real and really wants to block her. Mr. Feng, where did I go wrong? Tell me. I can change. You guys let go of me. I'm Mr. Feng's man. Ah, Wei Mu Yao. I hate you. Mano's voice was getting farther and farther away. The 4 women stood dumbfounded. Their little pathetic brain capacity. How could they not figure out why Mr. Feng's attitude had changed so suddenly? After dealing with Mano, Feng Guangwei squeezed out a pleasant smile and looked at Zhang Chui with a grin. Zhang Chui, take me to see Wei Mu Yao. If Wei Mu Yao can audition successfully, I'll make an exception and promote you to a contracted actor. Promoted to contracted actor? With Mano's downfall right in front of her eyes, Zhang Chui almost cried in fear and kept begging. Mr. Feng, I don't want to be a contracted actor. Please don't block me. Don't kill my dream. The corner of Feng Guangwei's mouth twitched slightly. Was he that scary? Don't be afraid. You haven't done anything wrong. Why would I block you? Let's go. Take me to see Wei Mu Yao first. Zhang Chui asked in a trembling voice. Mr. Feng, you won't be angry with Mu Yao, right? You won't block Mu Yao, right? Feng Guangwei glared. Why should I block Wei Mu Yao? Why so much nonsense? If you're told to take me, then hurry up and take me. Oh. Only after receiving Feng Guangwei's assurance did Zhang Chui lead Feng Guangwei towards the group acting waiting area. Along the way, countless people bowed and looked sideways. Mr. Feng? It's really Mr. Feng. Could it be that it was Zhang Chui who took the female lead? It shouldn't be. Among the female group actors who went to the audition just now, Mano is the prettiest and has the best body. How could it be Zhang Chui? In the midst of the crowd's murmurs, Zhang Chui brought Feng Guangwei and arrived in front of Wei Mu Yao. A sincere smile appeared on Wei Mu Yao's face. Chui, congratulations. Congratulations on winning the female lead. Zhang Chui smiled bitterly. No, Mu Yao misunderstood. Mr. Feng came over this time to personally audition for you. Ga? Wei Mu Yao froze. And so did the other group actors around him. Mr. Feng was the head of Zhanghai Film City, and to them, the group actors, that was the supreme master. Mr. Feng would personally come over to audition for a group actor? What an honor! Feng Guangwei put on an appearance of seeing Wei Mu Yao for the first time, and laughed with incomparable surprise. Good, Zhang Chui. You've taken credit. The Wei Mu Yao you recommended really fits perfectly with the female lead. It's settled. The female lead of the new movie will be Wei Mu Yao. Nest so capricious? No more auditions? The lead actress is just a done deal? Everyone looked at Wei Mu Yao with envious and jealous gazes. Mu Yao is going to soar into the sky. Wei Mu Yao couldn't help but frown. She never believed in such a good thing as pie in the sky. Why did Mr. Feng personally come over to give her an audition? Did Mr. Feng want to take her into his harem? Mr. Feng, I'm really sorry. I may not have much time recently. Why don't you find someone else for this female lead? Rejected? Mu Yao surprisingly refused Chief Feng's invitation? Is Mu Yao crazy? The brains of these group actors around them buzzed. Their worldviews destroyed in pieces. Zhang Chui was anxious and hurriedly persuaded. Mu Yao, how can you refuse such a wonderful opportunity? Think about it again. Han Bing also advised. Mu Yao, our Feng has been in charge of Zhanghai Film City for the past 8 years, and has personally handled a total of 3 movies, each time creating a superstar. You can't afford to miss this opportunity. If it was someone else who dared to reject Feng Guangwei would inevitably block him and teach him to be a human being. But this person is Wei Mu Yao. Feng Guangwei is very calm, and even he felt that this was expected. What kind of status does Missy have? I'm sure I'll have to excuse myself again and again. Feng Guangwei looked at Wei Muya with a sincere face. Ms. Wei, although it's only the first time I've seen you. However, your image and temperament are a perfect match for the female lead of the new play. So please make sure you take the time to take the play. Wei Muyao had a headache. She was really unwilling to accept subterfuge. Even at the risk of being blocked, she could not compromise. Mr. Feng, stop it. I really don't have time. Zheng Chui was anxious, very afraid that Feng Guanwei would block Wei Muyao in a fit of anger. Pulled Wei Muyao aside and asked in a low voice, Muyao, why did you reject Mr. Feng? Wei Muyao whispered, Sui, haven't you heard of the rumors about Mr. Feng being the groom night after night? I don't want to be one of the rumor heroines. Zhang Chui put her heart down and laughed. Muyao, you should have misunderstood Mr. Feng, those rumors should all be rumors. Mr. Feng is definitely not that kind of person. Just now, I saw with my own eyes that Mano tried to seduce Mr. Feng, and was mercilessly shut down by Mr. Feng. Ha, is that so? Wei Muyao let out a low cry. Han Bing and Wu Fei Fei, who were on the side, nodded their little heads vigorously and whispered, the two of us can also testify that Mr. Feng really blocked Mano, and that everyone misunderstood Mr. Feng. Wei Muyao glanced at Feng Guangwei with a complicated gaze. Rumors are fiercer than tigers, making her misunderstand Mr. Feng and miss such a good opportunity. Although he didn't know what the three women had said to Wei Muyao, Feng Guangwei could tell that Wei Muyao's attitude had loosened. Feng Guangwei keenly realized that the time had come. Feng Guangwei issued another invitation. Ms. Wei, are you willing to be a group actor forever? Now that the opportunity is right in front of you, please make sure you don't push back. Wei Muyao nodded hesitantly. Alright, this female lead, I'll take it. Feng Guangwei's heart was greatly determined. It was really so. It really had to be 3 times before he could invite the great lady. Ms. Wei, the director and the main actors are already in the group. Just you, the female lead. Please come with me to Shooting Base 6. Chapter 77. I will live up to boss's high expectations. Wei Muyao completely put down her heart. Feng did not let her go to the general manager's office. It seems, really she misunderstood Feng. Feng is not that kind of person at all. Wei Muyao followed Feng Guangwei into the No. 6 filming base. And then, the entire person was dumbfounded. What's the situation? Why so many familiar faces? Famous Hollywood director Steven Spielberg? Oscar-winning actor Hannah Kim Phoenix? Oscar-winning actor Brad Pitt? Famous Hollywood actor George Bruni? Oscar-winning actress Cate Blanchett? It could be said that every single being inside Shooting Base 6 could serve as the main character of a major Hollywood production. Why would such a big bull show up at a movie base in Shanghai? Wei Muyao stiffly turned her head to look at Feng Guangwei. Mr. Feng, are we on the wrong set? That's right, Ms. Wei. This is the crew of the new movie, costing $2 billion. It should be the biggest production ever in the world of film and television. Wei Muyao's entire body was dumbfounded. Degree. It's not April Fool's Day, is it? Why would Mr. Feng play such a big joke on her? Wei Muyao's expression is not quite right. Feng Guangwei is a little panicked. This is already the biggest money he can use, is the biggest wrist he can hire. If Missy is still not satisfied, he really has no choice. Feng Guangwei could only forcefully suppress his inner panic and introduce Wei Shiyu to the crew in English. Director Steven, this is the female lead, Ms. Wei Muyao Wei. Let her familiarize herself with the script first. Ms. Wei, hello, I'm Steven. Let me introduce you. This is Phoenix, and this is, hello Ms. Wei. The crowd greeted Wei Muyao and were very friendly to her. Although they don't understand what Wei Muyao's origin is, they know that this biggest big production ever is tailor-made for Wei Muyao. And that's enough. Wei Muyao was very receptive. And in order to be able to cooperate with the movie stars and actresses, she was very dedicated to familiarizing herself with the script, and even turned off the mute on her phone. It wasn't until Steven suggested hosting a reception that Wei Muyao came back to her senses. Although Wei Muyao preferred to go home to accompany her father. But the director invited the reception and so many movie stars and actresses didn't refuse. She couldn't not give the director this face. After agreeing to the invitation to the reception, Wei Muyao pulled out her cell phone to see that there was a missed call from her father and hurriedly returned it. Dad, what's the matter with me? I'm working part-time. Wei Yuan couldn't help but frown. Muyao, didn't you promise your dad that you wouldn't go to a takeaway? Why are you still working part-time? Not even answering the phone? It's not delivery. I was just familiarizing myself with the script. Familiarize yourself with the script? What's going on? Wei Yuan couldn't help but frown. He had clearly greeted young Chen Liang, Don't make Muyao too tired. Don't arrange too many scenes for Muyao. This little bastard. How can he be so unintelligent? Muyao, how long will it take to finish today? I'll pick you up then. Wei Muyao thought about it briefly. If she attended the reception, it would probably be until 9 in the evening? Well, conservatively 10 o'clock would be the end, right, Dad? It'll be done by about 10. Don't worry, I'll take a cab home myself. After saying that, Wei Muyao directly hung up the phone. Large black lines bulged out on Wei Yuan's brain. Yang Qianni, this little bastard doesn't know what he's doing. He must be knocked down and knocked down. Wei Yuan dialed Yang Qianni's phone. The phone was answered in seconds, and a slightly pleasing voice came out. Uncle, what is it that you want to find me? Wei Yuan chopped his head and rebuked. Little bastard, what did I tell you? Don't make my daughter too tired. Take good care of her. Is this how you take care of her? Letting her shoot until 10 o'clock at night? Yang Xianfeng had a head full of questions. No, uncle, you must have misunderstood. Director Feng de Gang's crew is not in Zhonghai, went to Li River. Aha, Feng de Gang's crew went to Li River? What about Muya? Let's ask Muya when she gets back. Wei Yuan hung up Yang Qianni's phone and sat on the sofa to sulk. Not long after, Wei Yuan's cell phone rang. Wei Yuan took out his cell phone and saw that it was Feng Guanwei's call. Wei Yuan was startled. Why did Feng Guanwei suddenly call him? Was something wrong with Muyao's shooting? Wei Yuan hurriedly picked up the phone, forced down his nervousness and asked, Old Feng, what is it that you are looking for me? Boss, I want to report to you on the work. Our Shanghai Film City spent $2 billion, invited Steven Spielberg to create a customized script for Missy, invited Joaquin Phoenix, Brad Pitt and other Oscar and other actors and actresses to give Missy as a green leaf. I believe that Missy can surely be a hit. Feng Guangwei proudly reported his results to Wei Yuan. That tone of voice, like an elementary school student who longed for his father's praise. Wei Yuan's face was green. Is Feng Guangfei trying to get killed? He clearly has said very clear his Wei Yuan's daughter. Acting is just a hobby. Do not make the daughter very tired. Let her happy on it. If according to that violent temper in foreign countries, Wei Yuan must have directly rushed over and gave Feng Guangwei a few big mouths. I'm not angry. I'm not angry. There's no need to be angry with such idiots. It seems that this Feng Guangwei's qualifications are too poor to comprehend his will. This Feng Guangwei cannot stay in Shanghai. He must be sent away. He didn't want Muyao to live such a tiring life every day. Feng Guangwei, I'm very satisfied with your work. In this way, I transferred $50 billion to the account of Shanghai Film City. You immediately go to the capital. Open a new film city. Can you do a good job? Feng Guangwei was so excited that he was about to cry. Shanghai Film City is very large, and the facilities are also very complete. However, compared with the capital's film city, it is still a grade worse. If he could open the movie and television city to the capital, he was confident that he could create one of the most powerful movie and television cities in China. Thank you, boss, for cultivating me. I will definitely create the most awesome movie city in all of China. Set off now. Don't delay a moment. I'll arrange a new person in charge of Shanghai Film City. You don't have to worry about it. Yes, boss. Hanging up on Feng Guangwei, Wei Yuan turned to call Diana. Boss, what are your orders for me? Immediately assign a new person in charge of China Sea Film City. Diana replied in a respectful voice. Boss, what are your requirements for this new person in charge? There is only one requirement. You must be loyal to me. You must strictly carry out my will. And when you find the right candidate, email me the information directly. Okay, soon. Diana found a suitable candidate and sent the information to Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan was very satisfied with the person Diana had arranged. Sun Lihua, one of the members of Wei Yuan's bodyguard group, had taken bullets for Wei Yuan and was loyal to him. Sandalwood Palace, Villa 3. With a graceful stride, Diana walked into the back garden. On the wide lawn, a dozen or so well-built youths were practicing kung fu in a very old-fashioned way. Some of the youths were frantically lifting stone cairns. Some of the youths plunged their hands hard into the red-hot iron sand. Some of the youths took their horse stance, and a few youths next to them waved their wooden sticks and iron pipes and greeted them fiercely. Click, click, click. The sticks and iron pipes broke, but the youth was intact. The one that attracted the most attention was a young man who was doing Tai Chi. Obviously his movements were very slow. However, a small cyclone was formed between his hands. Many blades of grass fluttered along with the cyclone, which was a sight to behold. Seeing Diana walk in, the youths stopped their movements and greeted Diana. What is it that you wanted to see us about? MS. Diana? Is it a boss summon? Can we finally go out? Diana walked up to the young man who was playing Tai Chi and said with a smile, Sun Lihua, from today onwards, you don't have to be a bodyguard for boss. Sun Lihua's face changed drastically. Miss Diana, did I do something wrong? Does boss not want me anymore? Diana smiled faintly. Sun Lihua, don't panic. You're so loyal to boss. How could boss not want you anymore? Boss wants to cultivate you and put you in charge of Shanghai Film City. What Diana didn't expect was that Sun Lihua didn't hesitate to shake his head. MS. Diana, can it be someone else? I only want to be boss's bodyguard. I don't want to leave boss's side. No way. It's boss's order. Sun Lihua was on the verge of tears, and the brothers around him came over to comfort Sun Lihua. I'm sorry for your loss, Brother Hua. Brother Hua, don't worry about it. The few of us will guard the boss for you. Brother Hua, think about it. It just so happens that you don't have a daughter-in-law yet. And when you become the head of the movie and television city, you can find a beautiful actress to be your daughter-in-law. Sun Lihua could only bid farewell to his brothers with a bitter face, quickly packed his bags, and looked at Diana with a look of help. MS. Diana, is there anything I should be aware of when I'm in charge of this film city? Diana smiled slightly. This simpleton is not a simpleton. He still knows how to take scriptures, as long as the will of the boss is strictly enforced, otherwise the boss didn't make a request. Sun Lihua's head was as big as a bucket, and this was the hardest one. MS. Diana, aren't you trying to make things difficult for me? Boss has always spoken in a cloudy manner. How can a roughneck like me guess boss's mind? Diana smiled slightly. This is a good thing to do. Your predecessor did a good job. Boss rewarded him with $50 billion to open a branch in the capital. You can find your predecessor to learn from him. The phone number I will send to you in a while. Thank you, MS. Diana. Alright, go report for duty. Do a good job and don't let the boss down. Please don't worry. MS. Diana. I will definitely live up to boss's high expectations. Chapter 78. This is DIY, right? Feng Guangwei bought a ticket to the capital overnight, and when he was bored of waiting for the plane in the VIP waiting room, he couldn't help but call Lin Xiaotian's phone. Tsunami. I want to thank you. What's going on? Lin Xiaotian was confused. Thanks to you for telling me about the boss's character. Otherwise, I would have definitely done the wrong thing. You really can't believe a word the boss says. Lin Xiaotian laughed. Ha ha, indeed it's such a thing. Brother Yuan's words, half a word can't be believed, or surely he will be brought to the Bract field. What's the situation on your side? The boss told me in all seriousness that Missy's filming is just a hobby, so don't tire Missy out too much. Just let her be happy. Of course I can't believe the boss's bullshit. Spending a huge $2 billion to measure up a superb production for Missy, directed by the famous Hollywood director Spielberg, and inviting 7 or 8 Oscar-winning actors and actresses to give Missy a green leaf. After reporting to the boss was so happy that he directly gave me $50 billion to go to the capital to create a brand new film and television base. This is my lifelong dream. Ah, just like that it came true. So, brother, I have to thank you properly. It's all right to be your own brother. With a relaxed mouth, Lin Xiaotian was inwardly incomparably shocked. Nest a big production of $2 billion US? He just let the little princess invest 2 billion Chinese dollars yesterday. It is really too small. Must learn well from Cookie. Lin Xiaotian took a small notebook, very attentive to the success of Feng Guangwei recorded down. A moment must share the success of Guangwei's experience to the brothers, so that they will be able to do things for Brother Yuan in the future. Also have a reference. After Feng Guangwei hung up the phone, Lin Xiaotian opened the WeChat group and at everyone. The brothers were all blown out. Li Changtian, how is Tsunami? Haven't you already shared your success? Hui Dao, what's going on with old Lin? Did Brother Yuan praise you too? Lin Xiaotian laughed. It's not me. It's my brother Feng Guangwei. Mo Wentian, Feng Guangwei? He's the general manager of Shanghai Film City? Is he also Brother Yuan's little brother? How come I don't know? Lin Xiaotian, it was only in the past few days that I realized that the original Shanghai Film City is also Brother Yuan's property. Li Changtian, what the hell is going on? Xiaotian, don't sell out. It's like this. So that's why we were too petty when we talked about business with the second miss. The other person Guangwei was $2 billion US, more than 12 billion Chinese coins as soon as he made a move. Brother Yuan directly rewarded him with $50 billion to open a branch in the capital. Li Changtian, Nest. Compared to little Feng, we are indeed too petty. Mo Wentian, learned. Hui Dao, looks like we still underestimated Brother Yuan's baby-favoring attributes. Brother Yuan is a super baby-favoring monster. WU, shivering and afraid to speak. At Wei Yuan's house. Wei Yuan sneezed greatly several times and couldn't help rubbing his nose. What's going on? Why is my nose always so uncomfortable when I return home? Do you have rhinitis? Wei Shiyu finished her bath and walked into the living room with a comfortable face. Looked around and couldn't help but frown. Big sister hasn't come home yet? Dad, why don't we go out to eat? Wei Yuan smiled and waved at Wei Shiyu. Shiyu, come over here. Daddy has some gifts for you. Wei Shiyu's eyes instantly lit up as she rushed to Wei Yuan as if she were a cheerful little swallow. What present did Daddy get me? Hurry up and bring it out. Wei Yuan pulled out 2 small boxes and handed them to Wei Shiyu. Wei Shiyu joyfully received the 2 small boxes and took the lead in opening the necklace box, unable to help but let out a gasp. What a beautiful necklace. I love it. Wei Yuan gave Wei Shiyu the ruby necklace. What exactly was it called? He could no longer remember. It seemed to be a trinket bought at the Sowerby auction. Wei Shiyu stared at the ruby necklace obsessively, loving it. Although the one Dad gave her shouldn't be real, it should be DIY. But it's really pretty. She had never seen such a beautiful ruby necklace before. Shiyu, let me help you put it on. Wei Shiyu handed the necklace to Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan took the necklace and very gently put it on Wei Shiyu's neck that was as white and slender as a swan. Wei Shiyu's skin was so good that it was like milk, and under the ruby necklace, she looked gorgeous. Daddy, does it look good? Wei Shiyu spun around in front of Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. My family Shiyu is one of the 2 most beautiful girls in this world. Wei Shiyu laughed daintily. Of course, that's true. Sister is just as beautiful as I am. After a moment's pause, Wei Shiyu hesitantly asked, Dad, you bought me a gift. Does my sister have one too? Of course. Wei Yuan nodded and took out the other 2 small boxes as well. Actually, your sister's necklace is a bit more expensive than yours. Only, I think your white skin is more suitable for rubies, and your sister is more suitable for sapphires. Wei Shiyu spat out her tongue mischievously. Dad is too serious, right? Anyway, it's DIY. Even if there's a bit of a price difference, it's at most $300 to $500. So what's the big deal? It's good to look good when you wear it. I trust Daddy's vision. My sister will look great in a sapphire necklace. While saying that, Wei Shiyu opened the watch box, then couldn't help but stare at her beautiful eyes. As a member of the celebrity group, Wei Shiyu was very knowledgeable about luxury goods, and she felt that the watch very much resembled Patek Philippe's limited edition models from a few years ago. However, upon closer inspection, Wei Shiyu felt that it didn't quite look like it because she didn't see the Patek Philippe Lagune dial. This should be DIY too, right? However, if you can imitate it so well, you can see that the watchmaker who made this watch should be a master, right? Dad, these 2 gifts, Shiyu likes them very much. However, in the future, don't just buy gifts for Shiyu. You should save up some of your wife's capital. Wei Yuan knocked Wei Shiyu's head without any good sense. Your mom's 7th day of her life hasn't passed yet. What are you talking nonsense about? The first 7 days? Yeah, Mom's first birthday is tomorrow, and Grandpa's family is going to harass them again, right? The others were fine, but the key was the sister-in-law, who was just a bit too much for her. Dad, tomorrow is the 7th day of Mom's first birthday. There's a chance that someone will come to Grandpa's house, and at that time, if they say anything nasty, you mustn't be angry. Wei Yuan couldn't help but frown. Was Late Autumn's mother's family so bad? More than 10 years ago, he had been a guest of the Morong family once, and remembered that the Morong family was very humble and courteous at that time. Could it all be an illusion? Wei Yuan rubbed his daughter's brain with some heartache. Shiyu, don't worry. With Dad here, no one can bully you 3 siblings. Chapter 79, Wei Changan, let's break up. I don't know why. Obviously Dad was an ordinary driver, but Wei Shiyu felt a strong sense of security, as if, as long as Dad was around, no one could bully her. Dad, you gave me a present today. I have to show off properly. I'll pay for tonight's meal. Then I'll savor Shiyu's handiwork. Wei Yuan wanted to go into the kitchen to help, but Wei Shiyu had seen her dad's strength in helping out more and more and hurriedly pushed her dad out. Dad, I'll be fine on my own. Just wait in peace. Soon, Wei Shiyu straightened out a few small dishes and served them on the table. Not to mention, Wei Shiyu fried a few small dishes red and green. Quite beautiful. Wei Yuan cannot help but some appetite. Wei Yuan picked up a chopstick of vegetables and stuffed it into his mouth. Then, his entire body froze. Oh, my God, what kind of dark cuisine is this? It's too salty, isn't it? Dad, how's my fried celery? Is it good? Wei Shiyu eyed her dad. What else could Wei Yuan say? This was a loving dinner made by Shiyu herself, so even if it was hard to eat, he had to eat it. Good, delicious. When he said this, Wei Yuan was about to cry. Eat more if it's delicious. Try the braised eggplant I made. Wei Shiyu gave Wei Yuan a chopstick and looked at him with an expectant gaze. What else to say? Just keep eating. Ouch. Wei Yuan ate the braised eggplant in. Well, it was so sweet. The snore was throaty. Wei Yuan hurriedly grabbed the diluted rice and gulped down several mouthfuls. Then, almost fainted without taking a breath. How much alkali is in this rice? Is this murder? Ahem. Shiyu's cooking is so chic. Wei Yuan almost uttered such words with tears in his eyes. Wei Shiyu's big happy eyes narrowed into crescent moons as she delicately said, "Really? Has my cooking really improved so much? Big sister has always disliked my poor cooking skills and wouldn't let me cook, so I'll try it." Saying that, Wei Shiyu caught a chopstick of braised eggplant, and then, her stunningly beautiful little face wrinkled into a ball. Ahem. Put. Wei Shiyu spit the braised eggplant directly into the trash can, then picked up the cup of water and gulped down several mouthfuls before she was able to get a slight reprieve. If the braised eggplant is this bad, surely the rest of the dish is bad too? Wei Shiyu picked up a chopstick of celery and took a small bite. Blah 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 blah. Took a small sip of thin rice. Vomit. After drinking several cups of water to rinse her mouth, Wei Shiyu felt a little better, and her heart was self-condemned and touched. Her cooking is so bad. It's like unbeatable dark cuisine. Dad, however, eats so well. Seeing that Wei Yuan was still going to clip the food, Wei Shiyu hurriedly pulled the plate over. Dad, how can you eat such a bad meal? Don't eat it. I'd better order a takeaway honestly. Wei Yuan was finally relieved and hurriedly put down his chopsticks. Why didn't Changan come back today? What else could it be? Dinner with his girlfriend for sure. Wei Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly. Right. I almost forgot about this. Shouldn't we have the Sky Eyes group investigate this girlfriend of Changan's? After hesitating for a while, Wei Yuan gave up on the idea. After all, Changan is a boy. It's not like he will suffer. Besides, it wasn't certain whether it would work out or not. So he, as a father, should try to interfere a little less in his children's feelings. Feng Kuang Fai took Missy's reception very seriously, and before he left, he asked a friend to borrow the White Mansion as a reception venue. Spielberg and the movie stars and actresses were satisfied with Feng Kuang's arrangement and sent invitations to their close friends in the Chinese entertainment industry. It was now an hour before the reception, and the bigwigs of the entertainment industry had arrived at the White Mansion early. Wei Muyao followed the cruise bus to the White Mansion. This is the first time Wei Muyao came to such a high-end place. Surrounded by celebrities coming and going, Wei Muyao tried to lower her presence and hid in the corner to eat snacks quietly. Even so, Wei Muyao saw many familiar faces, and even saw Wei Changan's favorite Hugo. Wei Muyao immediately brightened up and found Spielberg. Director, can I invite my brother to the reception? Of course, Miss Wei can invite as many people as she wants. It would be my honor. Wei Muyao had a happy smile on her face. Thank you, Director. After saying that, Wei Muyao called Wei Changan. Changan, are you free? If you're free, come to the White Mansion. Tonight at 8 o'clock. A reception will be held here, and your idol Hugo will also be there. Hugo? Wei Changan instantly became excited. Big sister, is it really Hugo? I'm free. I'll go. After a pause, Wei Changan asked slightly embarrassed. Big sister, can I bring my girlfriend over as well? Sure. When you come, just give your name. Thank you, big sister. Hanging up Wei Muyao's phone, Wei Changan called Su Mengqi in a hurry. The phone rang several times before it was connected, and a clear and cold voice came. I'm working late. What can I do for you? Why don't we have dinner together after you finish your shift later? It's been a long time since we had dinner together since your internship. Su Mengqi hesitated slightly for a moment and said in a deep voice, Wei Changan, I have experienced a lot and fought a lot over these days. I think we are not suitable. Break up. After saying that, Su Mengqi directly hung up the phone. Wei Changan was confused and frantically called Su Mengqi's phone number back. But Su Mengqi unexpectedly pulled him black. It was only after a long while that Wei Changan gradually calmed down and traveled alone to the White Mansion. When he arrived at the gate of the White Mansion, Wei Changan suddenly stopped and his face turned very ugly. Wei Changan saw a very familiar back walking down from a Maserati. The girl was wearing a red evening dress with a delicate necklace around her neck. Her hair was well groomed. Her skin was white. And she was wearing delicate makeup. The girl was none other than Su Mengqi, Wei Changan's ex-girlfriend, a senior student of the Foreign Language University's media department, currently interning at Zhonghai TV's entertainment channel. From the Maserati driver's seat down dressed in a Louis Vuitton Youth long is not bad, only, the deep bags under the eyes proved that the youth's body is not very good. A little kidney deficiency. An hour ago, Su Mengqi saw a message from her work WeChat group. Famous Hollywood director Spielberg is hosting a reception at the White House tonight. And if we can get a first-hand look at it, it's sure to boost ratings considerably. Unfortunately, the specifications of this reception were so high that ordinary people couldn't even get an invitation. Su Mengqi keenly grasped the opportunity. If she could get the first-hand information of the reception, the transfer will not worry. Su Mengqi hurriedly dialed the director's number. Mengqi, what is it that you want to see me about? If it's about transferring, let's not talk about it. Let's follow the procedure. Otherwise, the other interns will be dissatisfied. The director wasn't snubbing Su Mingqi because the deputy director's daughter, Fong Yue, was also interning at the entertainment channel. There's only one turnaround spot on the entertainment channel this year, and the odds are that it's Fong Yue's. Chief, I can get a first-hand account of the White House reception. Chapter 80, Su Mingqi, don't argue with me. The director was overjoyed. The station director was about to retire, and if he could come up with bright results and overpower a few deputy directors, he might have a chance to compete for the station director's position. That way, you don't have to look at a couple of vice presidents. Mengqi, for other interns, the regularization must go through a formal procedure, but Mengqi is so outstanding, so of course there's no need to stick to the rules. As long as Mengqi can really get first-hand information about the White Mansion's wine party, the transfer slot will definitely be yours. Okay, then we have a deal. Su Mingqi hurriedly looked for connections in her address book, hoping to get an invitation to the reception. In the end, Su Mingqi did find a relationship. It was this somewhat kidney-deficient youth, the youngest master of WoW Entertainment, Ryukun. Half a month ago, Su Mingqi went to the home of Long Xiaodan, the old boss of Woki Entertainment, for an interview, and Long Quan fell in love with Su Mingqi at first sight, and pursued her frantically. Su Mingqi didn't explicitly refuse or agree, but kept Long Quan in the pool. No, it just came in handy today. Long Quan had heard his mom talk about this banquet, and with his mom's energy, he could easily get 2 invitations. Of course, there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Mengqi, the White Mansion's cocktail party is very high-end. The ones who join are all big bulls in the entertainment industry. It's not easy to get an invitation. If you are willing to be my girlfriend, even if you put up with my mom's face, you must get the invitation for you. Quan, when you confessed your love to me the other day, did I reject you? That's not true. That's just it. You're so ignorant of girls. No refusal is a yes. I'm already your girlfriend. Come pick me up quickly. This reception is very important to me. Long Quan was ecstatic. Okay, I'll pick you up right away. On the way to pick up Su Mingqi and Long Quan, Wei Chanan's phone call came, so that's why Su Mingqi mentioned the breakup. Maybe this is fate. Wei Chanan was 2 minutes late when he called Su Mingqi, but unfortunately, it was these 2 minutes that made all the difference. Su Mingqi naturally took Long Quan's arm, as if she considered herself Long Quan's girlfriend. Wei Chanan was simply furious. Monique broke up with him because of this kid in a Maserati? Vaguely sensing that someone was watching, Su Mingqi subconsciously turned her head and looked in the direction where Wei Changan was. After seeing Wei Chanan, Su Mingqi stiffened slightly. Wei Chanan was actually following him? It's a good thing I already broke up with him on the phone a while ago, or else I wouldn't have been able to talk about it. Sensing that Su Mingqi was a bit out of sorts, Long Quan followed Su Mingqi's gaze and saw Wei Changan. Long Quan couldn't help but frown. This kid was so handsome. How could a man so much more handsome than him appear in this world? Damn it! Munchkin, is it an acquaintance? Su Mingqi gently shook her head. Not really familiar. Just classmates. After saying that, Su Mingqi took Long Quan's arm and turned around. She was a bit unable to face Wei Changan right now. The time spent with Wei Changan was the happiest time for Su Mingqi, right? However, Wei Changan is not very progressive. Does not study well. All day long he knows to fool around outside. Often fights and brawls. So Su Mingqi is very disappointed. Wei Chanan was simply furious. What did Su Mingqi say? You don't know her well? Just a classmate? Was he as simple as an ordinary classmate in Su Mingqi's mind? They have been privy to a future. Are so many flowery moments just mirrors? Wei Chanan quickly walked forward and came to stand in front of Su Mingqi. Su Mingqi, have you forgotten the sea oath between us? Have you forgotten the agreement between us? Su Mingqi bit her lip. Honestly, Wei Chanan was so handsome. She still liked Wei Chanan. Unfortunately, Wei Chanan's family condition is too bad. Moreover, he doesn't study well and fools around outside all day, so there is definitely no future in following him. After suffering from society's beatings, Su Mingqi had to bow to reality, which is why she was so cruel to break up with Wei Chanan. However, when she really faced Wei Chanan, Su Mingqi opened her mouth, but she couldn't say anything desperate. After all, the two were happy together. Long Quan keenly smelled the crisis. It seems that Su Mingqi is a bit shaken. Long Quan pulled Su Mingqi behind him and looked at him coldly. Kid, I'm warning you, Mingqi is my girlfriend, don't harass her. Wei Changan didn't put Long Quan in his eyes at all and raised his hand to peel him aside. Long Quan was furious and wanted to make a move, but Wei Changan glared at him viciously, and Long Quan instantly wimped out. What kind of gaze is that? It's like a man-eating beast. Long Quan was certain as well as certain that if he dared to make a move, Wei Changan would definitely dare to get him killed. Wei Changan turned back to Su Mingqi and let out a beast-like low roar. Why did you break up with me just now? Tell me why. Su Mingqi sighed quietly, since she couldn't hide from it. Let's face it. Su Mingqi took a deep breath and locked eyes with Wei Changan without budging. Good. I'll tell you why. All you do is hang out with your buddies all day long. When have you ever cared about me? Do you know how hard it was for me to intern at the TV station? If I can't turn it around again, I'm going to be fired. Do you know how much of a headache I've had over the invitations to the reception? You have no idea. You don't know anything. You tell me. What's the point of keeping a boyfriend like you? It was Quan who got me the invitation and helped me keep my job. Have I made myself clear enough? Don't pester me in the future. Every time Su Mingqi said a sentence, Wei Changan's face paled, as if he did neglect Su Mingqi a little bit, and this boyfriend of his was indeed a bit incompetent. Wei Changan clenched his fist so hard that his nails were already deeply embedded in his flesh. Wei Changan's mood was very complicated. Anger, chagrin, and a little bit of self-blame, wanting to be angry, but not knowing how to seize, because he was simply powerless to refute Su Mingqi's words. Just when Wei Changan didn't know what to do, a girl suddenly stood out beside him and loudly rebuked Su Mingqi. Su Mingqi, don't force your words. Even if Mr. Wei Changan really neglected you, you can give him advice and Mr. Wei Changan can correct it. Is this a reason for you to have 2 feet in 2 boats? Don't tell me that you just broke up with Wei Changan and then found a new man. I don't believe you. Obviously you were the one who went out with the red apricot. How can you turn it around and say that it's classmate Wei Changan's fault? Following the voice, Wei Changan saw a familiar face. Fong Yue, the announcer of the broadcasting station, and Su Mingqi, known as the 2 school flowers of the University of Foreign Languages. Chapter 81, I just love Mr. Wei Changan. Fong Yue's words reminded Wei Changan, who coldly looked at Su Mingqi. If it wasn't for Ms. Fong Yue's reminder, perhaps I would still be blaming myself now. It's really funny. Isn't it just an invitation to a cocktail party? What's so difficult about it? I found you for dinner. I actually wanted to take you to the reception. I'm disappointed. I'm really disappointed in you. Su Mingqi laughed. Tears came out of her eyes as she laughed. It's come to this point. How come Wei Changan is still blowing awesome? Wei Changan, as your ex-girlfriend, what kind of family do I still not know? Just based on you, you still want to take me to a cocktail party? You're not awake, are you? Fong Yue was furious. Su Mingqi, where did student Wei Changan wrong you? Obviously the one in the wrong is you. Who are you to mock him? Su Mingqi was so angry. If it wasn't for the rivalry of Fong Yue, did she need to have such a headache over the transfer? She needs to break up with Wei Changan and go into Long Quan's arms? Moreover, just now, she had clearly made Wei Changan somewhat self-conscious, leaving room for maneuver, and perhaps after utilizing Long Quan, there was still a chance to make up with Wei Changan again. When the time came, she would say that she was just playing along with Long Quan for the invitation, and it wasn't like she was letting Long Quan take advantage of her anyway. But let Fong Yue so stirred up, completely cut off the opportunity to make up. Fong Yue, this is between Wei Changan and me. What does it have to do with you? Who are you to tell me what to do here? What? You like Wei Changan? Fong Yue was almost infuriated by Su Mingqi, and the words she had been holding back for a long time came out of her mouth. Right, I just like Mr. Wei Changan, and have liked it for a long time, since you guys have broken up. From today onwards, I'm going to chase after Mr. Wei Changan. After saying that, Fong Yue was a bit confused. No good, angry and confused. How did she say the words hidden in her heart? Mr. Wei Changan won't be upset, will he? Won't he avoid her from now on? For some reason, Su Mingqi's heart was hard. It was like being robbed of some precious toy. However, Su Mingqi wouldn't admit defeat and raised her head proudly. You can pick up whatever trash I throw away. It's a pity that your Prince Charming doesn't have the means to let you attend the reception. After saying that, Su Mingqi was like a proud peacock as she took Long Quan's arm and turned around to walk towards the gate of the White Mansion. Fong Yue twisted her head and looked at Wei Changan with a worried gaze, fearing that Wei Changan would not be able to think straight and rush up to beat Long Quan violently. The good thing was that Wei Changan was so shocked by what Fong Yue had just said that he didn't come back to his senses at all, and even his speech stuttered a bit. Fong Yue fellow, classmate, your words just now, only, just to thank me, only, just to help me save face, right? Fong Yue gathered her courage and bravely looked at Wei Changan's eyes. I've liked student Wei Changan ever since he saved me. However, he already had a girlfriend at that time, so I could only bury this liking deeply, and now that he's back to being single, I don't want to miss out on this opportunity. It's Su Mingqi's loss if she can't see how good you are. In my eyes, Mr. Wei Changan is the most perfect boy, the most perfect boyfriend. If it was before talking to Su Mingqi, perhaps, Wei Changan would have gladly accepted Fong Yue. After all, Fang Yue's face value and figure were not inferior to Su Mingqi's, and moreover, Fang Yue's character was not as strong as Fang Yue's, a little softer and more willing to consider for others. But right now, Wei Changan really didn't have that mood. Ms. Fang Yue, thank you for judging me so highly. It's just that, I'm really not in that mood right now. If you don't mind, let's be friends first. Fang Yue smiled faintly. Wei Changan, this young lady will not give up. You absolutely cannot escape from this young lady. We're supposed to be friends. Wei Changan laughed. Ms. Fang Yue, just now I heard Su Mingqi say that you want to attend the reception? Yes, I'm a trainee reporter for the entertainment channel of Shanghai Television, and I'm competing with Su Mingqi for the entertainment channel's only chance to turn regular this year. It seems like I should have lost when it comes to work, but I'm not upset at all because I won the world. While saying that, Fang Yue looked at Wei Changan with a firm gaze. Fang Yue's such beautiful love words made Wei Changan a bit overwhelmed. His defense almost collapsed, and he hurriedly changed the topic. Ahem, Ms. Fang Yue, actually, I can take you in for the reception. Fang Yue was overjoyed. Does Mr. Wei Changan have an invitation? That's too good. If Su Mingqi knew you had an invitation, she would definitely regret killing herself. Wei Changan gently shook his head. I don't have an invitation. Fang Yue smiled bitterly. Wei Changan, you're annoying. Why are you teasing me with this kind of thing? Wei Changan smiled faintly. Student Fang Yue, in your mind, am I someone who would joke about such things? Go, follow me. After saying that, Wei Changan turned around and left. Fang Yue subconsciously followed Wei Changan's footsteps, that smart and incomparable brain turning rapidly. Mr. Wei Changan obviously doesn't have an invitation. Why are you so confident? Could it be that? A very bold thought popped up. You don't think so? In fact, Mr. Wei Changan has been hiding his identity? In fact, he's come from a very big place? Otherwise, why is he so confident that he can take her to the reception? If that was the case, Su Mingqi was afraid that she would regret jumping into the river. Soon, the two arrived at the gate of the White Mansion and were stopped by two doormen. Sir, ma'am, your invitations, please. Wei Changan harmonized. I don't have an invitation. My name is Wei Changan. My big sister called me to come to the reception. Obviously, the doorman had gotten a pass, and hearing Wei Changan's name, he directly gave the two a pass. Fang Yue was thrilled. Oh my god, her guess wasn't wrong. Mr. Wei Changan was really hiding his identity. His big sister was unfathomable. Even her mother, the deputy director of the Shanghai TV station, hadn't gotten an invitation, but Wei Changan's classmate's big sister could casually arrange for two people to enter the reception. One must make nice with the future great-aunt later. Walking faithfully into the lobby of the White Mansion, Wei Changan and Fang Yue were both shocked. That's a bit too luxurious, isn't it? It's worthy of being by Changqi's former residence. Looking around, the people who traveled through the lobby were either super tier 1 superstars, famous directors, or bosses of large entertainment companies. Definitely the top big showbiz scene. Fang Yue pulled out her pocket camera and shot up quickly. Every single person here could hold up the front page of the entertainment news. All of them were material and information. Not far away, Long Quan brought Su Mingqi with him and was talking to a few familiar stars. Suddenly, Long Quan's gaze froze and he saw two people who shouldn't be here, Wei Changan and Fang Yue. Long Quan couldn't help but frown. Brother Zhixiang, didn't you say that director Spielberg's reception is the highest-end reception in the entertainment industry? How come all the cats and dogs are mixed in? Chapter 82, Who are you? Luo Zhixiang followed Long Quan's gaze and saw two unfamiliar faces. Those two seemed to look a bit familiar. Why? Does Quan know them? Long Quan snorted coldly. That man, an ordinary college student, has been pestering my girlfriend? And that woman, an intern reporter, sneaking in to gather material. Luo Zhixiang couldn't help but frown. Strange, how could an ordinary college student and a trainee reporter know Oscar winners and actresses? How did he get an invitation? Su Mingqi was depressed. She gave up her love to get the chance to attend the reception. And Fang Yue did nothing but blend in? If we let Fang Yue get the first-hand information, the transfer will not be good again. Su Mingqi said in a cold voice. Brother Zhixiang, how could they have an invitation? They must have used some crooked methods to blend in. Luo Zhixiang's eyebrows raised, keenly realizing that Long Quan had a conflict with these two strangers. If he helped Long Quan solve this little trouble, and Long Quan put in a good word in front of Long Xiaodan, he would not have to worry about his resources in the mainland's entertainment industry. Luo Zhixiang immediately took a stance. Such a high-end reception should not mix in some cats and dogs to pull down the grade. Let's go, Quan. Let's go blow them out. Long Quan's eyes lit up. Brother Zhixiang is right. Cats and dogs like them without invitations should indeed be cleared out. The three of them walked towards the two men aggressively, and soon arrived in front of them. Luo Jishan looked at the two with a superior stance. You two look a bit strange. Do you have an invitation? Fang Yue's face changed. Was Mr. Luo raising hell? Mr. Luo's status in the entertainment industry was very high. She was just a trainee reporter. She couldn't afford to mess with him at all. Fang Yue could only subconsciously look at Wei Changan. Wei Changan didn't have a good feeling about Luo Jishan because his dark circles under his eyes were too heavy, and it looked like he was overly physically depleted. Plus, Luo Jishan was hanging out with Long Quan, so of course Wei Changan wouldn't give him face. What does it matter to you if we have an invitation or not? This reception was initiated by Director Spielberg, and we're all guests. After saying that, Wei Changan turned around and walked towards the corner. He had already seen Wei Muyao, who was hiding in the corner eating pastries. Fang Yue quickly followed Wei Changan, a small heart fluttering with excitement. Changan was really too manly. He didn't even show any weakness in front of Mr. Luo, worthy of being the man she looked at. On the side, Su Mingqi gently bit her lip. The better Wei Changan behaved, the harder it was for her. Long Quan grunted coldly, arching his fire aside. Brother Zhixiang, this brat is also too disrespectful to his seniors and is too arrogant. Definitely can't let him off easily. Luo Jishan this angry with his position in the entertainment industry, how could this kid ignore him so much? Coupled with Long Quan fanning the flames on the side, Luo Jishan really couldn't control his emotions and took 2 steps forward, stopping Wei Changan in his tracks. Kid, you stop right there. I am indeed a guest of Director Spielberg. What proof do you have that you are also a guest? Take out your invitation or leave the reception right now. Wei Changan of course would not spoil Luo Jishan. Coldly looking at Luo Jishan, who am I to prove it to you? Who do you think you are? Good dogs don't get in the way. Otherwise I won't be polite. Luo Jishan was infuriated and laughed. He was actually threatened? And was threatened by a young man at a showbiz reception? I'd like to see how nonchalant you're going to be today. Luo Jishan glared at Wei Changan with an angry face, spittle almost spraying onto his face. Wei Changan gently shook his head. If the tiger does not give out, he really thinks that he is a sick cat. Fuck off. Wei Changan raised his hand and pushed it towards Luo Jishan's chest, directly pushing him to stumble and fall to the ground. Wei Changan didn't even bother to look at Luo Jishan. And even more so, he didn't want to cross paths with Long Quan and Su Mingqi who were on the side. Lifting his hand and pulling Fang Yue's wrist, he quickly walked towards Wei Muya. Fang Yue was suddenly a bit grateful to Luo Jishan, thanks to Luo Jishan coming over to pick a fight. Otherwise, how could Changan take the initiative to hold her hand? Su Mingqi's heart was dripping blood. Although she had initiated the breakup, she had always treated Wei Changan as her forbidden property, the kind that could be redeemed at any time if she wanted to. However, Fang Yue's appearance completely broke Su Mingqi's wishful thinking. Su Mingqi was almost out of control. What she threw away, what she couldn't get, what no one should get. She was going to destroy everything. Su Mingqi let out a high decibel cry of alarm. Mr. Luo, how are you? Didn't fall and hurt yourself, did you? As a trainee reporter, Su Mingqi's voice was very penetrating, and most of the guests in the hall heard her words and turned their heads to see Luo Jishan, who had fallen to the ground in a very sorry state. A few stars who were on good terms with Luo Jishan walked over and helped Luo Jishan up. Ha? How did Lao Luo fall? Sure show. What's going on? Luo Jishan couldn't help but frown. He was considered a dignified figure in the entertainment industry and didn't want to make it known and become a talking point for others. As for Wei Changan, Luo Jishan had 100 ways to make him pay for his blood afterward. It's nothing, don't worry everyone. Unfortunately, Su Mingqi and Long Quan didn't want to let this easily unravel. Su Mingqi put on a very angry look and said, Teacher Luo is generous enough not to bother with a young man. But I can't bear this. That young man doesn't have an invitation letter. And he even rushed at Mr. Luo. It's just too much. The stars were enraged. What's going on? How dare you make a move against old Luo without an invitation? The young people nowadays are so powerful. Even Brother Jishan dares to move? Who is so bold? How dare you charge Brother Jishan? Since he had already been exposed. This face was lost. Luo Jishan no longer covered it up and raised his hand to point at Wei Changan. That's the kid. The stars twisted their heads to look, and looked at each other. This kid is very unfamiliar. Is he really mixed in? Brother Jishan, give the word, and our brothers will blow that kid out. Luo Jishan snorted coldly. Why do you need the brothers to do it themselves? Isn't there security at the reception? Just let the security guards directly blow them out. Also, don't dirty your brother's hands. At that exact moment, 2 security guards who were patrolling came over, and Luo Jishan directly issued an accusation. There are 2 people over there who don't have invitations. Please clear them out. The two security guards stared. Tonight's banquet was of a rather high standard, and according to the grapevine, it was held for a big lady from a top-class mansion. We can't let some inexplicable person rush Missy. Chapter 83, I am indeed a groupie. Wei Changan brought Fong Yue to Wei Muyao and said in a harmonious voice, "Sister, I'm here. This is my classmate Fong Yue." Wei Muyao hurriedly put down the pastry and habitually sucked the butter stained on her fingertips before looking up at Fong Yue. After seeing Fong Yue clearly, Wei Muyao's eyes lit up. So pretty, so quiet little girl. This younger sibling she recognized. However, hadn't Changan said before that his girlfriend's name was Su Mengqi? Ask again when you get home. Fong Yue was also sizing up Wei Muyao. Big sister is so pretty. Only, her judgment just now should have been slightly biased, judging from her big sister's clothes as well as her eating style. Her big sister should not be a rich family's big lady. Why was big sister able to bring them into the reception? I really can't figure it out. Even though her big sister didn't look like a luxurious young lady, Fong Yue still greeted her nicely. Big sister, how are you? My name is Fong Yue. I'm a classmate of Changan. Wei Muyao laughed. What classmate? Clearly a girlfriend. Come on, Yue, sit next to big sister. Wei Changan wanted to explain, but Fong Yue didn't give him that chance at all and flew to sit beside Wei Muyao, getting close to him. Big sister, these pastries seem to be produced by Yijiangnan. I love eating Yijiangnan's red bean pastry the most. Wei Muyao's beautiful eyes narrowed into a crescent moon. Yue and I hit it off. I also like red bean pastry. Come on, one piece each. Wei Muyao handed Fong Yue a piece of red bean pastry, then grabbed a piece herself and stuffed it into her mouth. The two women chatted away, directly leaving Wei Changan out to dry, and Wei Changan could only smile bitterly. At that moment, Luo Jixiang and the others came to the trio with two security guards. Seeing the two women eating their mouths full of pastry crumbs, and even Wei Muyao sucking on the butter staining her fingertips, the crowd kept shaking their heads. Eating a pastry could be like this, and such a person staying at the reception would definitely bring down the level of the reception. Luo Jixiang looked at Wei Changan and Fong Yue with a sneer. Can you show your invitations now? Fong Yue sighed quietly. Going to be kicked out? It's really a pity. Only some domestic stars were photographed. Director Spielberg and Oscar winners and actresses don't know where they are hiding. They haven't been seen yet. Wei Changan was a bit annoyed. These people are bored? How dare they chase them here? Mr. Luo, are you bored? Did I eat your rice? Haven't I made myself clear to you? Who do you think you are? Why should I show you the invitation? Luo Jixiang snorted coldly and raised his finger to point at the two security guards. Just because they are the security guards of the reception. Is that enough? The two security guards stepped forward and came to Wei Changan. Their tone still polite. Sir, ma'am, please show your invitations. Wei Changan didn't panic at all. He trusted his big sister. She wouldn't call him to the reception for no reason. Wei Changan spread his hands in a very patronizing manner. We don't have an invitation. Sure enough, the crowd looked at Wei Changan and the others with a look of disgust. And the security at the reception was so bad that anyone could have gotten in? Director Spielberg would be furious if he learned that people without invitations were able to blend into the reception. Luo Jixiang coldly looked at the two security guards. What are you two still inking about? He's admitted that he doesn't have an invitation. Why don't you quickly clear them out? The two security guards were depressed. How did the two brothers outside work? How dare they let in someone without an invitation? Luckily they caught it early or this would have been serious. Sir, ma'am, I'm sorry, this is a private reception. Guests are admitted by invitation. I'm very sorry. If you don't have an invitation, please leave. Fong Yue was very vain and obediently stood up. But Wei Muyao, who was on the side, pulled her wrist and made her sit down again. Don't worry, younger siblings, with me here, no one can drive you away. After saying that, Wei Muyao twisted her head and explained, my brother and siblings were brought in by me. I've already talked to Director Spielberg about this and he promised. Wei Muyao's tone and demeanor was too calm, and the crowd couldn't help but hesitate a bit. The two security guards recalled. It seemed that the girl had really spoken to Director Spielberg just now. The two security guards hurriedly smiled. This reception was initiated by Director Spielberg, and since he has agreed to it, there is no problem. Seeing that the two security guards were so easily fooled, Luo Jixiang kindly reminded the two security guards, you guys don't really think she knows Director Spielberg, do you? Even if she does, would Director Spielberg agree to such an unreasonable request from her? The two security guards were stunned and hesitantly looked at Wei Muyao, momentarily unable to decide. Su Mengqi knew very well what family Wei Changan had. Wei Changan had said many times that his sister was just a group actor. What kind of director is Spielberg? How could he know a groupie? How could he agree to such a rude request from a groupie? Su Mengqi unflinchingly debunked Wei Muyao. Her name is Wei Muyao. She's just a group actor in Shanghai Film City. Do you guys think that she would know director Spielberg? On the side, Long Quan snorted disdainfully. So it's a group actor? No wonder the acting was so decent. I almost believed it. Just a groupie? Luo Jixiang shook his head breathlessly. There were so many of them, but they were subdued by a group actor. It would be too embarrassing to say. Quan, take a closer look. In fact, her acting skills are just like that. She doesn't pay attention to details at all. No wonder she can only be a group actor. Oh, Jixiang, what do you say? The surrounding stars showed curious expressions. Look closely, everyone. There are still pastry crumbs left in the corners of her mouth that she hasn't had time to wipe off. If she really has that much energy to influence director Spielberg, how could she crave for these pastries? The crowd looked closely and really saw traces of pastry crumbs in the corner of Wei Muyao's mouth. The crowd couldn't help but shake their heads straight for what they had been wronged by, that they had been intimidated by a group show. Little girl, if you'd put your mind to the right path, you wouldn't be just a groupie by now. It's a pity. Such a good seedling, but always thinking of these crooked ways. Come to the reception to rub some food and drink. How will it help your career? Luo Jixiang turned his head to look at the two security guards and said coldly, what are you two still standing there for? Why don't you quickly clear them out? If director Spielberg knew that there were group performers mixed in at the reception, he would definitely be furious. The two security guards were very cautious and didn't directly kick people out, but instead twisted their heads to look at Wei Muya. Miss Wei, are you really a group actor? Wei Muya nodded. I am indeed a group actor. But, before he could finish his words, he was ruthlessly interrupted by Luo Jixiang. There is no but. You two heard it, right? She personally admitted that she is a group actor. What is to be done? I don't need to tell you, right? The two security guards stopped hesitating and made a very polite gesture of please. Ms. Wei, please take your brother as well as your siblings and leave. This is a private reception. No entry without an invitation.